Outside the grand city of Dian in the Tianyuan Empire, at the foot of Luoxia Mountain, a courtyard stood surrounded by sprawling green vines, brimming with vitality. A few robust Qingmu spirit rams grazed leisurely on the palm-sized vine leaves. Yet, beneath this serene scene lay untold suffering. Xiao Chun, now 20 years old, watched the gluttonous spirit rams with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The vines were from his only contracted spirit beast, the green vine demon, yet they had been reduced to mere fodder for the rams. Sure, the vines grow back, but do you really have to devour even the newly sprouted buds? He muttered under his breath, biting back his frustration while maintaining a calm exterior. Years of captivity had taught him patience. 10 years ago, at the tender age of 8, he was thrown into this cage-like existence. Now, his youth had faded, but his resolve to escape had not. The plan is almost ready to be set in motion. Xiao Chun had no clear understanding of his beast-taming talent. All he remembered was the powerful beast-tamer who had enslaved him and forced him to contract the most ordinary plant-type spirit beast. Thinking of the person who had robbed him of his childhood and tormented him into adulthood, a shadow crossed Xiao Chen's gaze. At that moment, a faint sound came from behind him. Xiao Chen's body tensed, and his mind conjured the figure of that man dressed in a black robe, wearing a ghostly mask, with a gaunt build and an icy aura. Whenever this man approached, Xiao Chun felt a bone-chilling coldness seep into him. Xiao Chun, your green vine demon should be nearing the 4th tier, correct? The voice, devoid of emotion, came from behind. Xiao Chun immediately lowered his head, his tone a mix of humility and resolve. Yes, my lord. It will definitely break through within half a year. Good. Keep at it. Once you've raised all 10 Qingmu spirit rams to the yellow rank, it'll grant you your freedom, the black-robed man said flatly. Xiao Chun inwardly sneered. Raising the rams to the yellow rank would take at least 10 years. He had long seen through the endless servitude hidden in those words. Understood, my lord. I will do my utmost, he replied respectfully, though his heart was cold. You've done well these past years. Stay obedient, and you won't go unrewarded, the man continued, his seemingly calm tone only adding to Xiao Chen's unease. Your talent for beast taming isn't bad. In a few years, he'll teach you the art of taming. With some luck, you might achieve the yellow rank as a beast tamer in your lifetime. Yes, my lord, Xiao Chen responded, though his thoughts were laced with bitterness. Yellow rank? Another forced contract with some spirit beast? If that's the case, I'd rather never advance. The black-robed man left without another word, and Xiao Chun remained in his deferential posture, not daring to relax. In over a decade, their encounters had been rare, and the man's true identity remained a mystery. His name, appearance, contracted beasts, and cultivation level were all unknown. From careful observation, Xiao Chun deduced that the man was at least a yellow-rank beast tamer. Confronting him directly was tantamount to suicide with Xiao Chen's current abilities. Despite long preparations for his escape, Xiao Chun bided his time. Each year, around this period, the black-robed man would leave, creating the perfect opportunity. The green vine demon, though one of the most common plant-type spirit beasts, was no pushover in its early stages. It grew quickly, required minimal resources, and had incredible vitality. However, its growth was severely capped, rarely surpassing the mortal rank. Even at its peak, it posed no threat to higher-ranking spirit beasts. You gripe about me constantly, but who's the one who's suffered the most since following you? When it comes to escaping this place, you'll still need my help. A voice resonated in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chun felt a pang of guilt. Ever since the green vine demon reached the 3rd tier of the mortal rank, it had been able to communicate with him through thought. Strangely intelligent, the vine had become like a close companion over the years. Yes, you're absolutely right, Vine Bro. You've had it rough. All these years, your spirit leaves have been nothing but fodder for those Qingmu spirit rams, eaten, regrown, eaten again. Xiao Chen replied with a wry smile. When you need me, Vine Bro. When you don't, just green vine. Huh, the vine teased. No, you're always Vine Bro to me. Xiao Chen replied quickly, knowing full well that his escape hinged entirely on the vine's help. I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming myself for being powerless. Carefully, he channeled his soul energy into the vine's shadowy form within his spiritual sea. This daily practice over the past decade was the key to the vine's steady growth. The time had come. Xiao Chun resolved to break free from this life of darkness. Xiao Chun, has that guy left yet? I can barely hold back my breakthrough. It's time. The vine urged, its voice tinged with urgency. Go all out. That bastard should be gone for 2 months, Xiao Chun replied firmly. Were it not for deliberate suppression, the vine might have already reached the 5th tier, but higher ranks would only tighten the man's control. 10 years ago, Xiao Chun had instructed the vine to grow its roots deep and its leaves wide. A plant's roots determined its ability to absorb nutrients, and the vine had been diligently following this directive every day since. Now, over a decade later, even Xiao Chun couldn't fathom how deep its roots had reached. Because its roots had grown deep, Brother Vine had been absorbing nutrients at an increasingly rapid pace over the years. Xiao Chun gazed at the green vine that had occupied the courtyard for a decade, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Now, the pivotal moment had arrived, an opportunity to elevate Brother Vine's rank by 2 levels within 2 months. Brother Vine, your root system is unparalleled among those of your rank. After all these years of waiting, we can finally act without restraint. Xiao Chun clenched his fists. From now on, no one will control our lives anymore. Years of pent-up emotions erupted as Xiao Chun couldn't help but let out a triumphant howl. Brother Vine's tendrils trembled violently, seemingly even more exhilarated than its master. You're right. From now on, no one will even think about taking a single leaf from me. A few Qingmu spirit sheep grazing leisurely in the courtyard lifted their heads, staring in confusion at this eccentric pair of master and vine. Little did they know, their fate was about to take a drastic turn. A decade's worth of accumulation erupted in an instant. Thousands of roots beneath the ground surged with energy, and the green vine in the courtyard grew wildly. Countless tendrils lashed out like a swarm of green serpents, exuding an imposing aura. In the blink of an eye, Brother Vine's power had broken through to the 4th level of the mortal rank. Xiao Chen observed closely, his gaze unwavering. He noted that sharp spikes had sprouted from every single tendril. Though Brother Vine had yet to awaken any abilities, this transformation was already a qualitative leap. In the past, Brother Vine could only entangle enemies with its numerous vines. But now, with these spikes, it could finally be considered a true combat spirit beast. The power boost from the breakthrough was mutual. Xiao Chun felt his spirit and body strengthening significantly. Brother Vine, you must break through another level within a month. With your current strength, there's no need to fear these Qingmu spirit sheep anymore. These domesticated sheep have long lost their wild instincts. They're docile and poor at fighting. Brother Vine's tendrils swayed disdainfully. Though they may be physically strong, compared to the wild Qingmu spirit sheep in the mountains, who have already awakened abilities, these sheep are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Sensing the looming danger, the spirit sheep huddled timidly in a corner of the courtyard. Brother Vine arrogantly declared, from now on, not only will they stop eating my leaves, but they'll also become delicacies on someone else's dining table. Xiao Chun, don't worry. I won't need a month. Within half a month, I'll break through again. Brother Vine, now in its prime, was at a stage of rapid growth and strength. However, Xiao Chun frowned. It's a pity I don't have any storage equipment. I can't take these spirit sheep with me. The thought of the sheep he had painstakingly raised falling into the hands of his enemies filled him with frustration. Although he had a spirit beast space, it was only large enough to accommodate a miniature version of the green vine. Maybe, we should just slaughter them all. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. Even if we can't finish all the spirit meat, I won't let it benefit that person. Sensing his master's thoughts, Brother Vine's tendrils danced with excitement. Xiao Chen, don't worry. If you can't eat it, I surely can. Though Xiao Chen knew little about vine-type spirit beasts, he could clearly sense Brother Vine's intense hunger and exhilaration. It was almost instinctive. Whenever Brother Vine encountered these spirit beasts, his vines would tremble ever so slightly, as if already considering them the finest nutrients. Are you sure about this? Xiao Chen frowned at Brother Vine. Don't tell me you actually think you're some carnivorous beast now? These are 10th, 3rd, or 4th tier spirit beasts. They might not have many combat skills, but they're not exactly weak either. Aren't you worried you'll overdo it? Clearly, Xiao Chun had no idea about Brother Vine's capabilities. Even Brother Vine himself hadn't realized the subtle but significant differences setting him apart from others of his kind. His vine swayed gently, conveying a hint of indifference. If I can't eat them all, I'll just stop. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment and decided it made sense. In any case, he wasn't about to let the black-robed man benefit from this. Thinking about the value of these 10 spirit beasts worth at least 1,000 lower-grade spirit stone, she felt a surge of satisfaction. This trip had been worthwhile. Imagining the black-robed man's frustration upon discovering the loss, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication. When he grew strong enough, he'd settle the score with that man. Brother Vine, don't rush just yet, Xiao Chen said, looking at the greenwood spirit sheep that had accompanied him for years. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Let them go hungry for a few days first. Once they're too weak to resist, we'll proceed. He quickly adjusted his mindset. These spirit sheep were destined to be sold anyway. Their fate had already been sealed. Better a swift end than letting them starve to death. Brother Vine's vines swayed lightly. They eat my leaves, and I absorb their nutrients. We're even. The following days turned into the most carefree time Xiao Chun had experienced in over a decade. All he had to do was wait for Brother Vine to grow stronger. No worries, no responsibilities. 7 days later, the 10 spirit sheep had lost all signs of life. Their bodies were tightly wrapped in countless vines, which pierced them like fine needles, greedily drawing out their nutrients. Through their contract, Xiao Chun could clearly sense Brother Vine's growth accelerating once again. What a pity, Xiao Chun sighed. If not for the inherent limitations, Brother Vine's growth rate would have been astonishing. Still, A decade of effort was finally paying off. This was a transformation built on years of preparation. In just 12 days, Brother Vine broke through to the 5th level of the mortal tier. This breakthrough brought noticeable changes. Although the vines remained the same thickness, their surfaces were now covered with a layer of golden bark, significantly enhancing their toughness and strength. Brother Vine, can we leave now? Xiaochen asked. Almost. Let me finish absorbing these nutrients first, Brother Vine replied, busy tending to the spirit sheep that had been wrapped into green cocoons. After reaching the 5th level, the rate at which these cocoons shrank had noticeably increased. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiaochen. Could feeding Brother Vine with spirit beast meat be a faster way to boost his growth? But he quickly dismissed the idea. With Brother Vine's appetite, the cost in spirit stones alone would be astronomical. Brother Vine, at this rate, you'll hit your limit in just a few years. That's just how innate talents work. It's what you're born with, and it's hard to change. We'll deal with it when the time comes. One step at a time, Brother Vine said, his vines swaying leisurely. Besides, you've already made a contract with me. You can't get rid of me now. I think you'll become stronger and stronger in the future, so I won't starve. Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh, feeling like he'd become someone's lifelong meal ticket. Still, he had a faint sense that his beast-taming talent might really be exceptional. Once he advanced to a yellow-tier beast tamer, he could contract another spirit beast. Even if Brother Vine's growth hit a bottleneck, they would still have hope. Fine, if it comes to that, I'll take care of you for life, Xiaochen thought. If worse came to worst, they could settle in some remote place and live peacefully. After all, in a world where everyone could tame beasts, he was, at the very least, a legitimate beast tamer. Over a dozen days quietly passed, and the 10 green human dumplings were completely digested, leaving not the slightest trace behind. Xiaochen gazed at the now empty ground, marveling at Tung Ji's astonishing appetite. This seemingly gentle plant-type beast was, in truth, a staunch carnivore. What was even more surprising was how significantly these spirit-infused meats had contributed to Tung Ji's growth. In just over 10 days, its strength had advanced by an entire level, reaching the 6th tier of the mortal stage. Xiaochen smiled bitterly, consoling himself that, for someone his age, even among the weakest, this level of strength was relatively decent. The years of imprisonment had long since worn down his edges, leaving him with just one modest wish: to leave this cage alive. Xiaochen, my roots have extended to the outside world. Tung Ji's voice resonated in his mind. You can act at any time. Hearing this, Xiaochen's tense nerves finally relaxed. In just a few days, that person would return. If this escape attempt failed, a fate far more miserable awaited him. Fortunately, as a beastmaster, he was not entirely without resources. Every beastmaster gained a random innate skill upon contracting a spirit beast, and his would escape technique, derived from the tunneling abilities of plant-type spirit beasts, was now his key to survival. As long as Tung Ji's vines reached a place, he could swiftly travel there using this technique. Xiaochen did not know the exact location of this courtyard, but understood that Tung Gu had spent years extending its roots to the outside. With these roots as a foundation, growing new vines was a simple task. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Though his heart was pounding with excitement, he forced himself to suppress the impulse to leave immediately. After writing down those provocative words, Xiaochen felt a slight release of the bitterness in his heart. This place had trapped the entirety of his youth, clipping his wings and denying him freedom. Now, on the verge of reclaiming that freedom, he silently vowed to take back the time he had lost. With a single thought, Xiaochen's figure appeared thousands of feet away in the wilderness. At the same time, Tung Gu transformed into a palm-sized cluster of vines and retreated into his spiritual sea. Over the years, Tung Gu had been rooted in the earth so long that Xiaochen had almost forgotten about the existence of the spirit beast space. This unique space, possessed by all beastmasters, would greatly reduce Tung Ji's energy consumption, making it the ideal place for travel. When Xiaochen finally had the chance to survey his surroundings, his expression darkened. From the hillside, he could see rows of familiar houses just a few hundred feet ahead. Having been imprisoned in such a place for years, he recognized the structure of these courtyards all too well. The horrifying truth dawned on him: this was not the only courtyard. There were at least hundreds more like it. This meant that many others like him were likely being held captive here, reduced to nothing more than nourishment for spirit beasts. Xiaochen stood still, his vigilant gaze sweeping over the surrounding houses. This area was vast, and there was no doubt that the black-robed figures were not alone. He dared not linger any longer and quickly made his way deeper into the forest. If he were discovered now and captured again, the consequences would be unimaginable. The thought alone sent a cold sweat running down his back. The mountain wind howled, and the shadows of the trees danced. As Xiaochen moved forward, he calculated his next steps in his mind. This world remained an enigma to him. He had been abducted at an age when he should have been learning and growing. With no family and no attachments, the only thing etched into his memory was the place where he had been imprisoned. He had memorized the terrain here in detail, then turned and strode away with determination. One day, no matter how far, I, Xiao Chun, will return and take my revenge. This thought burned in his mind like a brand, an obsession that would stay with him for life. Xiao Chun was not one to forgive and forget. Such deep hatred would never go unanswered. So will I, came a low, resolute voice from Tung Gu, who shared Xiao Chun's thoughts. He then reminded him, but Xiao Chun, the mountains are teeming with beasts. You need to find a safe route to avoid them. Remember, in this world, the true rulers are the beasts. If humans hadn't learned to form contracts with spirit beasts, even the land they now inhabit would be impossible to hold on to. Before Tung Ji's words had fully sunk in, Xiao Chen stumbled upon a beast. Luckily, it was only a wind spirit mouse of the third tier in the mortal Runka wind-type creature that was small, agile, and notoriously hard to catch, but posed little threat. Xiao Chun initially paid it no mind, but when he remembered that this little creature's growth potential was even higher than Tung Ji's, his mood sank. He and the wind spirit mouse were both among the most unremarkable beings. As his thoughts churned, a sudden gale swept in from ahead. A massive bird, its entire body covered in blue feathers, dove down with a wingspan spanning several meters. Its sharp talons gleamed coldly, as if they could tear through solid rock with ease. Startled by the unexpected attack, Xiao Chun froze in place, momentarily forgetting even the instinct to dodge. Fortunately, the giant bird's target was the wind spirit mouse, which was already frozen in despair, awaiting its fate. This bird was clearly a ninth-tier beast, far stronger than Tung Gu in his current state. After a brief glance at Xiao Chun, the bird's eyes showed nothing but disdain and contempt before it spread its wings and flew away. At this moment, Xiao Chun was not even worth comparing to the wind spirit mouse. Though he felt deeply humiliated, now was not the time to dwell on it. The appearance of such a powerful beast once meant it could appear again. Xiao Chun exhaled sharply and broke into a run. He was acutely aware that he had just escaped one prison, only to face a life-and-death ordeal almost immediately. This forest was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Xiao Chun moved quickly along the edge of the mountain, not daring to take even a single step deeper into its interior. After walking several miles, he practically fled from the vast mountain range. Standing at a distance and looking back, the towering peaks still filled him with unease. Recalling the countless fearsome beasts hidden within the mountains, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. When you're not strong enough, it's better to find a safe place, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the horizon. A human city might be the best option. As he was deep in thought, planning his route to Dian City, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Startled, Xiao Chen spun around, only to find several young men standing behind him. He hadn't noticed when they had arrived. They appeared to be around his age, dressed in matching uniforms, and the most striking feature was the prominent Lin character embroidered on their clothing. Unfamiliar with the power structures in Dian City, Xiao Chun had no idea what the Lin insignia represented. Is this the Luoxia mountain? Xiao Chun asked, glancing up at the mountain peaks. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the landscape, creating a breathtaking view. If not for the powerful demonic beasts lurking within, this place would indeed be a remarkable sight. He realized Luoxia Mountain was one of the few places he knew little about. Yes, this is Luoxia Mountain, the largest mountain range near Dian City, one of the young men replied, his tone tinged with curiosity. May I ask why you're here alone? This place is teeming with dangerous beasts. Coming here on your own is far too risky. I see. Thank you for the information, Xiao Chen said with a polite bow. Could you tell me how far it is to Dian City and point me in the right direction? His past experiences had taught Xiao Chun to remain wary of others. Although these young men seemed harmless, he chose to keep his questions simple, merely asking for directions without probing further into their identities. Although Tung Ge had made significant progress in his abilities, he was still far from being able to fully protect himself. Standing on the official road outside Dian City, he listened to the occasional beastly roars in the distance, his heart filled with caution. This region was notorious for frequent appearances of demonic beasts, and even yellow-rank beast tamers sometimes encountered danger here. I am Lin Xian, a member of the Lin family from Dian City, a gentle voice called out. Young man, if you're heading back to Dian City, how about traveling together? Hearing this, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the speaker. Upon hearing the mention of the Lin family, his expression remained calm and unchanged, showing no reaction. This composure caught Lin Xian and his companion's attention. In Dian City, anyone who heard the Lin family's name would usually respond with admiration or reverence. The young man's indifference was rather unusual. The two subtly assessed each other. Lin Xian had sharp brows and bright eyes, carried himself with elegance, and exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly indicating his significant cultivation. His courteous and respectful demeanor toward a stranger also left a good impression on Xiao Chun. I am Xiao Chun. Thank you for the invitation, Brother Lin, Xiao Chun said, cupping his hands in a polite gesture. However, he declined with a slight smile. I'm used to traveling alone, so I'll head back to the city on my own. Although these people didn't seem to harbor ill intentions, Xiao Chun had grown increasingly cautious after past experiences of being captured. Lin Xian wasn't offended and pointed to the road ahead. That's fine as well. If you follow this road for 100 li, you'll reach the city. It's the only way in, so you won't get lost. By the way, he glanced at Xiao Chen's worn-out clothing and kindly reminded him, you'll need to pay 1 spirit stone to enter the city. Xiao Chen nodded in gratitude, though inwardly he regretted his decision. There were only a few hours left until nightfall, and even if he moved several times faster, he wouldn't make it to the city in time. Worse still, he didn't even have a single spirit stone. What kind of spirit beast have you contracted, young man? Lin Xian asked curiously. If it's fast, you might still make it before dark. Xiao Chen calmly extended his wrist. My spirit beast is a green vine demon. A green vine-shaped pattern appeared briefly before fading away. As soon as he said this, disdain flickered across the faces of Lin Xian's companions. To them, anyone who contracted a green vine demon was either desperate, lacked talent, or was a forcibly contracted servant. Although Lin Xian maintained a polite smile, the interest in his eyes noticeably waned. A beast tamer with a green vine demon contract had little potential in their eyes. Brother Xiao, we have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take our leave now. Before finishing his words, 5 wind wolves materialized on the ground. Though these spirit beasts were only at the 7th or 8th level of the mortal rank, their yellow-grade potential meant they were destined to advance to the yellow rank in the future. Xiao Chun stood motionless, watching as the members of the Lin family rode off on their wind wolves, their figures disappearing into the distance with a gust of wind. A flicker of undisguised envy crossed his eyes. That kind of height, that level of strength might never reach it in this lifetime. Although the Lin family was undoubtedly powerful, their demeanor was composed and restrained. Even though they likely looked down on someone as weak as him, they showed no trace of disdain. Xiao Chen pondered silently such a deeply rooted family might prove useful in the future. If he could somehow get his hands on a wind wolf, perhaps he could impersonate a member of the Lin family convincingly. He gazed at the swift and agile figures far away, recalling the rumors about the wind wolves. These spirit beasts were meticulously bred by the Lin family of Dian City, with some even mutating to reach profound strength at the Xian tier. Wind wolves were not only astonishingly fast, capable of riding the wind at great speed, but also formidable in combat. With their robust physiques, razor-sharp fangs, and the ability to unleash deadly wind blades, they were a force to be reckoned with. I need to catch up on some basic knowledge, Xiao Chen muttered, shaking his head. Not being able to recognize even the most common spirit beasts is just embarrassing. Initially eager to enter the city, he now felt less urgency. After all, rushing back wouldn't solve anything, was completely broke, unable to produce even a single spirit stone. As he walked, he began to plan his next steps. His first priority was finding a safe place to stay. Though unlikely, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that the mysterious black-robed, ghost-faced figure might send trackers after him, particularly spirit beasts skilled in hunting. Next was improving his own strength. If his green vine demon could reach the 9th level of cultivation, he'd feel slightly more secure. Though the green vine demon only possessed the innate potential of the mortal tier, reaching the 9th level would be its limit. Third, he needed to focus on learning whether it was methods for nurturing spirit beasts or techniques to enhance his own strength. He had to master them quickly. Even if the chances were slim, he had to strive to become a yellow tier beast master. At that point, he could contract a spirit beast. But before all that, he needed to find a way to acquire spirit stones to purchase the necessary manuals. By evening, he had put considerable distance between himself and Dian City. Occasionally, a figure riding a spirit beast would pass overhead, but finding a travel companion seemed unlikely. Xiao Chen couldn't help but envy those beast masters again. How wonderful it would be to have a mount for travel. Unfortunately, the green vine demon had almost no mobility and was entirely unsuitable as a mount. Brother Vine, can you suppress your aura a bit? For example, if you're currently at the 6th level, could you make it seem like you're only at the 3rd? Xiao Chen asked tentatively. No, I can't, the green vine demon responded bluntly. Xiao Chen sighed in frustration. Being so easily read by others was definitely not ideal. All right then, how about this, make it look like you have a broken branch or something obvious? It's obvious you're gravely injured and your strength is compromised. This request left Tungu even more puzzled. Instinctively, he extended his thick vines, their menacing appearance and natural expression of his innate nature. Shouldn't I appear stronger to stay safe? Besides, I don't even know how to do what you're asking. Tung Ji's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Xiao Chen looked at the naturally fierce green vine demon before him and sighed lightly. Forget it, just be yourself. He understood all too well that the nature of the green vine demon was to appear intimidating and powerful. It was a survival instinct. Asking a creature to overcome its innate nature would take a long time. Once Tung Ji's intelligence developed further, these disguising techniques would come more naturally to him. Several hours later, night had completely fallen, cloaking the land in darkness. Despite traveling at full speed, Xiao Chun had only managed to cover 30 miles. Continuing through the pitch-black night was far too dangerous, so he decided to move away from the main road and search for a place to rest. Dian City was merely a tiny outpost on the boundless wilderness. At this moment, Xiao Chun was traversing this vast expanse of wildlands. Being near human settlements, the beasts here were generally weak, and only occasionally would a low-level demon beast wander by. However, Xiao Chun had no interest in hunting right now. He had to stay vigilant against both beasts and humans. She considered the latter to be the greater threat. After walking another 5 or 6 miles, Xiao Chun's steps noticeably grew heavier. Tengu, let's set up camp here, he said, then quickly corrected himself. No, let's put down roots here. He stopped at a slightly sunken hollow in the ground. Directing Tengu, he had the vines naturally spread out around the area, blending seamlessly into the environment. The vine-woven shelter provided Xiao Chun with a sense of security, as it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover this temporary hideout. For any beasts below the 5th tier that pass by, try to kill them if there's an opportunity. For those above the 5th tier, as long as they don't provoke us, just act like you didn't see them, Xiao Chun instructed briefly. Exhausted from the day's journey, he soon fell into a deep sleep. That day, Xiao Chun had experienced dramatic highs and lows. Now, surrounded by layers of vines, he finally felt a rare sense of peace. Overhead, the moon hung high in the sky, its light reflecting off the green leaves of the vines like scattered stars. The occasional distant roars of beasts only added to the tranquility of the wilderness. For the first time in a long while, Xiao Chun slept soundly. There were no nightmares to disturb him, no chills to wake him, and no cries of spiritwood sheep to interrupt his rest. It wasn't until the next morning, when sunlight filtered through the gaps in the vines, that he slowly opened his eyes. Still groggy with sleep, Xiao Chun took a moment to gather his thoughts. As his mind cleared, he suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Haha! This isn't a dream, really made it out." In that moment, he was filled with certainty that this was the life he had longed for, and that each day ahead would be brimming with endless possibilities. Xiao Chun woke up from his sleep, feeling the soul power within him fully restored. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He left the courtyard with a light step, his relaxed mood seemingly enhancing his recovery ability. As a beast master, soul power was his core strength. Whether it was nurturing spirit beasts or engaging in daily cultivation, everything depended on it. Although Xiao Chun wasn't entirely sure of the exact methods to enhance his soul power, he had discovered that by depleting and restoring it daily, it gradually grew stronger. More importantly, he realized that the growth of his spirit beasts could also feed back into strengthening his own soul power. Today, we need to keep moving and get closer to Dian City, Xiao Chun thought as he walked. But we should avoid the main roads frequented by humans. If we can find a gathering spot for green vine demons, that would be even better. That way, Tengu wouldn't seem so out of place. Although his strength wasn't particularly formidable, Xiao Chun understood that human ingenuity was his greatest advantage. The plan he devised, which even Tengu hadn't considered, involved using a group of green vine demons to conceal their tracks. Xiao Chun, I can't sense the presence of my kin yet, but our numbers are vast. It won't be hard to find them. Tengu's voice echoed in Xiao Chun's mind. Outside Dian City, while it's not teeming with demons, encounters are frequent. Especially for us green vine demons, were quite common. The area outside the city, although perilous, was an ideal environment for Tengu's growth. Xiao Chun, currently destitute, had no means to survive within the city, let alone nurture spirit beasts. Life in the city would certainly be more comfortable with ample spirit stones, but arriving empty-handed was akin to being a slave. His years of captivity had left him unaccustomed to interacting with others. Unless he needed to procure supplies, he preferred wandering with Tengu alone. By logic, the outskirts of Dian City should have been relatively safe, given it was within human territory where powerful demons wouldn't venture lightly. However, half a day's journey revealed otherwise. Along the way, Xiao Chun frequently spotted intimidating presences, occasionally encountering groups of demons. While most were of the mortal rank, the occasional fleeting presence of yellow-ranked demons with their overwhelming aura sent chills down his spine. Thankfully, Tengu's keen sense of danger had alerted them in time, helping them avoid the patrol ranges of stronger demons. After nearly a day of trekking, they finally came across a verdant area teeming with life. Dozens of green vine demons had gathered there, most of them possessing 3rd or 4th tier strength, posing little threat to Xiao Chun. Tengu, find a suitable spot in the central area, Xiao Chun said cautiously, maintaining his distance. He was well aware that while these green vine demons weren't particularly strong, they harbored an instinctive hostility toward other species. If they detected the presence of an outsider, they would attack. Once Tengu settled in, Xiao Chun could use his would escape technique to infiltrate the group. Don't worry, Xiao Chun. My kin won't attack unprovoked, Tengu reassured him. That's true for you, Xiao Chun replied with a wry smile. But the green vine demons have a primitive hunting instinct. They'll definitely attack any other demon that intrudes. As plant-based spirit beasts, green vine demons could draw nutrients from the earth to sustain themselves, which meant they had little need for prey. This was also why many slaves chose to contract with green vine demons, because they required almost no cultivation resources while continuing to provide value. Though the individual strength of the green vine demons was not particularly impressive, the dense growth of dozens of them formed a natural defensive line. By choosing to settle here, Xiaochen essentially equipped himself with a loyal guard force. Within this territory of the green vine demons, the one known as Tenggu, possessing 6-layer strength, was undoubtedly the strongest. Following the rule of the survival of the fittest in the beast world, the numerous green vine demons retracted their vines and cleared a central path. Tung Ji's main vine stretched forward like an emerald green serpent, straight and imposing. These creatures, with their limited intelligence, acted purely on instinct, but their submission to the strong was deeply ingrained in their nature. Xiaochen soon arrived at the central area of the region. Tenggu, clear a space here about the size of a small courtyard and extend your roots outward to cover every corner, he instructed softly. This arrangement would allow Tenggu to monitor the surroundings constantly and ambush any passing low-tier beasts. If danger arose, Xiaochen could also use his wood escape technique to flee instantly. This was the only awakened technique he had, and it would be the foundation of his future survival. Standing in his newly established home, Xiaochen felt a strange sense of emotion. For the first time in over 20 years, he had a place he could call home. Though simple and modest, it gave him an unprecedented sense of peace. He could even sense Tung Ji's excitement, as being reunited with its kin brought it a deep sense of comfort. For now, I haven't figured out how to accelerate your growth, but focus on deepening your roots, Xiaochen said, scanning the surroundings. This area, spanning several hundred acres, would become Tung Ji's domain. The outer regions frequently saw 3rd and 4th-tier beasts passing by, providing both nourishment for Tung Ji's growth and a solution to Xiaochen's food needs. Remember to hide your vines within the green vegetation when hunting to avoid alarming your prey. After the hunt, make sure to clean up all traces of blood and other signs, Xiaochen reminded sternly. While powerful beasts often underestimated green vine demons, Tenggu at 6 layers, combined with its numerous kin, could even intimidate 6th-layer beasts into retreat. Within days, Tung Ji's vines had spread to every corner, transforming the area into an impenetrable sea of green. No outsider would have guessed that beneath this lush canopy, a human was hidden. The environment was pleasant, warm in winter and cool in summer. Once settled, Xiaochen turned his focus to nurturing spirit beasts. Each day, he would feed them with his soul energy, a skill he had learned from the black-robed man. When his soul energy was depleted, he would take short naps, discovering that sleep significantly sped up the recovery of his energy. Gradually, Xiaochen began to sense his own soul energy more distinctly. Within his sea of consciousness, 6 small white rings of soul energy had formed, indicating that he might have reached the 6th layer of strength. For someone his age, this level wasn't particularly extraordinary, but it was certainly not mediocre either. Considering that he had not deliberately cultivated his soul energy over the years, reaching this level was already quite remarkable. Xiaochen had a vague sense that his talent was decent, though he didn't know the extent of it. What he was unaware of, however, was the growing apprehension in the black-robed man's gaze as he observed him over the years. Xiaochen quickly adapted to life in Qingting Garden. This dwelling, woven entirely from green vines, became the only place in this world where he could rest peacefully. Over time, the surrounding vine demons grew accustomed to his presence, and their hostility gradually faded. He began patrolling the outer areas and occasionally took on the role of bait. This task was second nature to him. Whenever Brother Vine detected the presence of a powerful beast, Xiaochen would use his wood escape technique to appear, provoke the enemy, and lure it into a chase, ultimately leading it into the vine demon's ambush. 2 years passed quietly. During this time, Xiaochen's strength improved by leaps and bounds. More importantly, he discovered true happiness. Under his care, Qingting Garden had transformed into a comfortable home. Brother Vine's power also surged, reaching the peak of the 6th level and on the verge of stepping into the late mortal stage at the 7th level. During these 2 years, the Vine Demon Group demonstrated remarkable combat prowess. They successfully took down several 6th-level beasts, and the number of lower-level beasts they eliminated was countless. The entire group made significant progress, with most vine demons reaching the 4th level. Their vines grew sharp thorns, turning them into true offensive creatures. However, Xiaochen recently noticed a troubling issue. Prey was becoming increasingly scarce. After suffering numerous casualties, the beasts in the area had grown exceptionally cautious, instinctively avoiding this green territory. With Brother Vine on the brink of breaking through to the 7th level, the shortage of prey posed a serious obstacle. Xiaochen knew he couldn't just sit and wait. Using his sharper mind compared to the vine demons, he began devising proactive strategies. While the vine demons had formidable attack power, their slow movements made them suited only for defensive battles. Even against early yellow stage beasts, they relied on sheer numbers to gain the upper hand. Surveying the surroundings, several beast groups caught Xiao Chen's attention. The dozens of gray sparrow beasts were ruled out due to their ability to fly. The hundreds of wind spirit rats, though numerous, were too small and agile for the vine demons to effectively encircle. The ice frost python group in the distance was far too powerful to confront. After careful consideration, Xiao Chen determined that the pig beast group might be the most suitable target. No choice. You can only pick the soft persimmons to squeeze, Xiao Chen muttered, his gaze fixed on the group of pig-like beasts gnawing on wild grass in the distance. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. These beasts, known as pigler beasts, were known for their strength despite their low intelligence. As one of the most common low-tier demonic beasts in this world, they were on par with the green vine demons in reputation. The spiritual meat of pigler beasts was highly sought after in the human world, affordable, delicious, and easy to obtain. This made them the prime target for low-tier beast tamers. A small team could take down an entire nest, and if dozens were captured in one sweep, the haul could be worth hundreds of spirit stones. More importantly, this species had become one of the most successfully domesticated spiritual beasts in the human realm. Xiao Chen noted that the characteristics of this group of pigler beasts perfectly suited his plan. They thrived in herds, and most had awakened a frenzy skill. Once enraged, they would enter a berserk state, significantly boosting their combat power but losing all rationality, recklessly charging forward even in the face of danger. This made them the ideal bait to lure into an ambush. However, the strength of the pigler beasts before him gave Xiao Chen pause. Most of them were at the 5th tier, and if dozens of such beasts stormed into the green vine grove, the outcome would be uncertain. He couldn't bear to see his cherished green vine demons suffer heavy losses in a mutual annihilation. Brother Vine, you're close to a breakthrough, aren't you? Xiao Chen turned to ask. He had noticed that as Brother Vine's strength grew, his advancement had slowed significantly, perhaps even reaching a standstill. I don't know what's going on, Brother Vine replied with frustration. I should have broken through long ago, but now the energy requirements are getting ridiculous. It's nothing like how easily other green vine demons advance. Xiao Chen reassured him. Advancement can't be rushed. Let it happen naturally. For now, you need to keep your roots deep and steady to prevent those beasts from breaking through our formation. Don't worry, no beast would dare throw their lives away here. If they come, they'll tie them all up like dumplings. Brother Vine declared confidently. The smooth sailing of recent years had clearly made him a bit overconfident. He was unaware that Xiao Chen was planning a large-scale operation. Xiao Chen silently observed his companion. The unique fearlessness of plant-based demons was fully embodied in Brother Vine. Broken stems and severed leaves didn't faze them. This quality was what Xiao Chen admired most, and what he lacked due to his own past experiences. Brother Vine, I'm thinking of targeting that group of pigler beasts. What do you think? Then let's fight them. It's just a few dozen. Brother Vine responded without hesitation. While his courage was commendable, his assessment was clearly lacking. The pigler beasts' overall strength matched that of the green vine demons, and among them were 2 leaders at the 6th tier. If we can lure the enemies onto our turf, our chances of winning will be much higher, Xiao Chen mused aloud. If we win this battle, not only could you reach the 7th tier, but a few of the other green vine demons might also break through to the 6th tier. A clash between 2 equally matched groups of demonic beasts would undoubtedly be brutal. However, the green vine demons held a critical advantage via beast tamer on their side. Xiao Chen's residence, Qingting Courtyard, was located about 60 to 70 miles southwest of Dian City. This area, far removed from human settlements, rarely saw the presence of powerful beings, making it a haven for small to medium-sized beasts. Communal creatures like the ivy demons and swine beasts had made this place their home, each occupying their own territory and coexisting peacefully. However, recent events had disturbed this fragile peace. A territorial dispute had left the swine beasts anxious and on edge. The neighboring ivy demons had been gradually encroaching on their land. Though they would retreat after each warning, they would inevitably return the next day. At first, the swine beasts were baffled, until their cunning leader uncovered the ivy demon's scheme. They would advance 200 feet, but retreat only 100. This discovery enraged all 36 members of the swine beast clan. What further fueled their fury was the fact that the ivy demons were sheltering a despicable human. This human not only had the audacity to mock their mighty leader, but had also brazenly stripped the bark off their sacred tree, a centuries-old hazelnut tree. Although the massive tree, thick enough for 2 people to encircle with their arms, would not perish, it would be unable to bear its delicious nuts for years to come. This was an unbearable humiliation. The swine beasts vowed to throw this human into their muddy swamp. Yet, despite his average strength, the human proved to be exceptionally skilled at escaping. Dozens of attempts to capture him had all ended in failure, with him slipping through their grasp every time. Days of relentless pursuit had left the entire clan utterly exhausted. Even their leader, despite several berserk transformations, had only managed to graze the edge of the human's clothing. This infuriating human was none other than Xiao Chun. He hadn't intended to provoke these relatively mild-mannered swine beasts, but things had escalated to the point where he had no choice but to continue taunting them. After hours of chasing him, just as the swine beasts, panting and drained, were preparing to indulge in their beloved mud baths, they were met with a shocking sight. Their prized mud swamp had dried up. The once moist swamp had turned into cracked, parched ground, riddled with deep, dark holes. The simple-minded swine beasts didn't immediately connect this disaster to Xiao Chun. They were unaware that the water in the swamp had long been absorbed by the ivy demon's roots, and that the mysterious holes were also their handiwork. As the swine beasts stood dumbfounded, Xiao Chen's triumphant voice echoed from afar. "Ha! While you were busy chasing me, I stole your home." This provocation finally pushed the usually docile swine beasts over the edge. "It was you? You vile human!" they roared, their eyes burning with unprecedented rage. "Destroying the mud pit? You're desecrating all of us swine beasts." A furious roar erupted through the air. Although he couldn't understand their language, Xiao Chun grasped the rage of the swine beasts through their spiritual fluctuations. A mere mud pit held such significance to these creatures? He smirked inwardly. Had he known, he would have let Brother Vine flood it right away. Looking at the bloodshot eyes of the swine beasts before him, Xiao Chun realized his plan was halfway to success. These usually docile creatures were now teetering on the brink of berserk fury. Since that was the case, why not fan the flames a bit more? Ha ha, that's right. It was me who flooded it. Xiao Chun exaggeratedly waved his arms. And it won't be the last time. He'll do it every single day from now on. This provocation lit the fuse completely. Roar! Deafening growls reverberated as all 36 swine beasts simultaneously entered a berserk state. Their bodies swelled dramatically, growing to the size of tigers in the blink of an eye, their mass doubling in an instant. Seeing this, Xiao Chun didn't hesitate to activate his wood-release technique. "Brother Vine, save me." His figure vanished on the spot, leaving only a trail of triumphant laughter echoing through the green vines. The now mindless swine beasts charged furiously toward the vine garden. Each berserk swine beast possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds, and the sight of 36 of them stampeding together was awe-inspiring. Even the ground trembled under their collective weight. Feeling the vibrations beneath his feet, Xiao Chun couldn't help but feel a tinge of panic. Did I overdo it this time? Quick, raise the first barrier. At his command, countless vines wove together to form a wall. Each vine could withstand hundreds of pounds of force, and the green wall's defense should have been formidable. However, the berserk swine beasts, now devoid of reason, hurled themselves at the vine wall without hesitation. The sound of snapping and cracking filled the air as the thick vines were shattered in an instant, leaving the ground littered with broken branches and leaves. "Brother Vine, hurry." The second barrier. Xiao Chun had anticipated this and had prepared 9 layers of successive barriers. With each barrier the swine beasts broke through, their numbers would subtly dwindle by 2, though they remained oblivious, fixated only on charging forward. After breaking through 5 layers of barriers in succession, the dynamics on the battlefield began to shift subtly. The once massive herd of boar beasts had dwindled from 36 to just over 20. However, these frenzied beasts seemed entirely oblivious to their heavy losses, continuing their mad charge without hesitation. When the 6th barrier was finally breached, the boar beasts' momentum noticeably slowed. At this critical juncture, several 5th-tier green vine demons decisively joined the fray, their vine tendrils snaking through the air like living serpents to entangle the enemy. The strongest among them each targeted a 5th-tier boar beast, engaging in brutal, unknown combat. Meanwhile, the rest of the green vine demons spared no effort, sacrificing themselves to block the remaining enemies from breaking through the final 2 lines of defense. At the center of the battlefield, the 2 leading boar beasts demonstrated strength far surpassing their kin. Like moving mountains, they repeatedly tore through the encroaching vines with sheer brute force. Fortunately, the green vine demons' numbers were overwhelming. Though they couldn't deal a decisive blow to these 2 leaders, they managed to steadily drain their stamina. In contrast, the other boar beasts were struggling much more. Half an hour passed, and several boar beasts had already collapsed from exhaustion. While their power was undeniable, their reckless strategy of frontal assault against the green vine demons' formation proved costly. That said, the green vine demons were also in dire straits, with over half of their vines destroyed. The situation remained precarious. Still, with only the 2 leaders posing a significant threat, victory seemed within reach as long as they could outlast the beast's frenzy. "Xiao Chun, should I make a move now?" Tung Go, visibly agitated at the sight of his injured kin, could barely contain himself. "Not yet. Their frenzy will end soon," Xiao Chun analyzed calmly. "Both sides are evenly matched, but we're conserving our strength while they've wasted theirs in their mindless assault. These boar beasts are strong, but they've overexerted themselves. To ensure success, I'll provide support when the time comes." Though Xiao Chun, a 6th-tier beast tamer, lacked significant personal combat prowess, he was determined to contribute to the battle. Despite his limited experience, he resolved to act decisively for the sake of victory. Channeling all his soul power, he infused it into the green vine projection within his spiritual sea. At that moment, the two leading boar beasts launched a desperate assault on the final barrier. Their fatigue was evident, their movements sluggish. Now, attack! Xiaochen bellowed. Dozens of vines shot forth like arrows, striking at the two sixth-tier beasts. Tung Ge, undeterred by the odds, faced both adversaries heat-in. Whether empowered by Xiaochen's support or his own refined strength, he managed to entangle the two formidable beasts completely, rendering them immobile. The final line of defense remained unbroken. Though Xiaochen hadn't engaged in direct combat, the battle left his soul thoroughly drained. I hate taking advantage of others, but I have no choice if I want to grow stronger, he thought with a sigh. The outcome was decided. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, watching as the green vine demons cleaned up the battlefield. This battle marked the annihilation of a small boar beast herd. The one-time slaughter of 36 beasts was an outstanding achievement, certain to draw attention. If the spiritual flesh of these beasts were sold in the human world, it could fetch a price of 1 to 2,000 spirit stones. Xiao Chan gazed at the herd of pig-like beasts before him, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. These creatures were not only valuable for trading large amounts of spirit stones, but, more importantly, could provide a substantial supply of spirit-infused meat for Tung Ge. However, transporting such a large number of massive beasts to Dian City posed a significant challenge for him. The aftermath of battle was still evident. Chaos reigned outside the Qing Tung garden. Broken vines and shredded green leaves littered the ground, but Xiao Chen knew that, in time, this area would once again flourish with vibrant greenery, restored by the Qing Tung demons. What pleased him even more was the sight of several neatly arranged green cocoons outside the garden, the 6 largest of which had been personally wrapped by Tung Ge. For several consecutive days, Xiao Chen had been focusing his soul power on nourishing Tung Ge. The immense spiritual energy contained within these cocoons continuously flowed into it. And finally, on the 3rd day, Tung Ge broke through. To reach the 7th level of the mortal tier, Tung Ge had consumed far more spirit meat than other Qing Tung demons. This might have been due to its already superior strength compared to others of the same level, or perhaps it was slightly lacking in innate talent. Either way, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that Tung Ge had successfully advanced to become a mortal tier level 7 demon beast. That night, Xiao Chun was suddenly awakened from his sleep. He immediately sensed a significant enhancement in his soul power. The number of soul rings within his spirit had increased to 7, signifying that he had likely become a mortal tier level 7 beast tamer. Considering his age, this achievement had already surpassed more than half of his peers in Dian City. Although he had wasted much time in the past, his current rapid progress was truly gratifying. At that moment, Tung Ge's excited voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Chun, I've awakened my first innate skill. This was an opportunity that all mortal tier demon beasts could potentially attain, with another skill awakening possible upon advancing to the yellow tier. Xiao Chen immediately asked, what skill? Root entanglement. Tung Gu replied proudly. Though, it's a skill that many plant-type spirit beasts tend to awaken. Xiao Chen smiled with satisfaction. Finally, an offensive skill. It may not be particularly aggressive, but its controllability is very practical. Saying this, he casually picked up a stone and threw it toward Tung Ge. Instantly, a cluster of roots shot out from one of the vine joints, weaving into a net that accurately ensnared the airborne stone. Impressive. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This will make capturing prey much easier in the future. Roots swayed in the air like iron wires, strong and unyielding. Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the Qingting garden, a satisfied smile on his face as he observed the scene before him. The changes in Tung Ge after advancing to the 7th tier had exceeded his expectations. These resilient roots could not only trap enemies but, when combined with his awakened wood-release technique, formed a flawless combat system. Control first, teleport next, and then deliver a decisive strike. 2 months passed quietly, and the influence of Qingting Garden had expanded into the territory previously occupied by the pig beast. Within this area, several 5th-tier Qingting demons had broken through to the 6th tier, and many newly born Qingting demons were rapidly growing. Tung Ge had completely refined the pig beasts, stabilizing its strength at mid-7th tier. At this pace, breaking through to the 8th tier within a year seemed entirely achievable. Leaning against a swing woven from vines, Xiao Chen contemplated his plans for the future. The priority now is to start making money, he calculated silently. I not only need to sustain the current spirit beasts but also prepare for contracting a second one. He was confident that he could break through to the Huang level as a beast tamer within 10 years. Xiao Chen, are you planning to target those wind spirit mice? Tung Ge, perceptive as ever, picked up on his thoughts. That's the plan, Xiao Chen admitted with a nod. Now that we have your root entanglement, capturing those small demon beasts won't be an issue. Then leave it to me. I can wipe out their entire nest on my own, Tung Ge declared with confidence. Xiao Chen frowned, about to warn it against underestimating the enemy. when he suddenly noticed Ting's aura shift to one of heightened vigilance. This was rare. Ordinary demon beasts hardly warranted such caution. What's going on? Is there a powerful demon beast nearby? Xiao Chun immediately sensed the tension in the Qingting. There are demon beasts and humans. Ting's voice carried a heavy tone. 3 humans, accompanied by 3 spirit beasts. One of the humans is on par with your strength, and that flame demon tiger might even surpass me. A fire element spirit beast? Xiao Chun leapt off the swing, his expression turning serious. Among all potential opponents, fire element beasts were undoubtedly the greatest threat to the Qingting species. Even though dozens of Qingting demons could potentially take down a Huang-level beast at the cost of their lives, facing a natural predator like this could instantly negate any advantage they had. The principle that fire overcomes would had never felt clearer to Xiao Chun than it did at this moment. A single blaze could spell utter destruction for this horde of green vine beasts. Blazing flame Tagurdo, you know this spirit beast? Greenvine's words caught Xiao Chun off guard. He hadn't expected Greenvine to recognize a creature he himself had never heard of. This confirmed a critical truth. Demon beasts could indeed awaken their own inherited knowledge. I can't explain it, Greenvine continued. I just knew it the moment I saw it. The blazing flame tiger is a beast with innate talent surpassing the profound rank. Wait, Xiao Chun interrupted hastily. Do you mean above the yellow rank, or beyond the profound rank? This distinction was crucial. If its talent only exceeded the yellow rank, then the blazing flame tiger might one day ascend to the profound rank. The thought of such an extraordinarily gifted spirit beast sent a chill through Xiao Chen's heart. Whoever owned a creature of this caliber was bound to hold significant influence in Dian City. Greenvine, listen to me. Stay out of trouble and don't provoke them. People like that are way out of our league, Xiao Chen said, curling up in Greenvine courtyard, unwilling to take even a single step outside. He had no desire to investigate who these people were or why they had come. To him, as long as they didn't stir up trouble, things would likely remain peaceful. He only hoped they wouldn't harm the Greenvine beasts. But things rarely go as one hopes. Xiao Chun, you'd better take a look, Greenvine said urgently. Something's off. My brothers are already getting restless. Although the Greenvine beasts were not highly intelligent, they instinctively feared powerful spirit beasts like the blazing flame tiger. As wood-element creatures, they were especially sensitive to their natural nemesis. Their survival instincts could easily trigger extreme reactions, and a misstep might lead to a desperate attack. In situations like this, staying calm was paramount. All right, he'll take a look. Xiao Chen didn't dare to show himself recklessly. Instead, he used his wood escape technique to conceal himself among the dense foliage of the green vine beasts. Peering through the gaps, he observed the scene outside. It was just as Greenvine had described. 3 young men were standing at the edge of the green sea, gesturing toward it. Leading the group was a boy seated atop a powerful-looking beast. So this was the blazing flame tiger? Xiao Chen's first sight of the creature left him in awe. Though its strength was only at the mortal rank, the oppressive aura it exuded far surpassed ordinary mortal rank beasts. The crimson tiger was as tall as an adult, its claws sharp and glinting, its eyes large and penetrating, and its body radiated a powerful, majestic presence. Most striking of all was the layer of flames surrounding it, not ordinary fire, but a special blaze brimming with intense fire element energy. Perhaps the tiger's extraordinary nature made even the boy on its back appear remarkable, despite looking no older than 15 or 16. Generally, noble youths of that age wouldn't venture out to hunt personally, especially not in a place like this, which was ill-suited for such activities. As Xiao Chun pondered the mystery, the boy atop the tiger suddenly spoke. Xiao Hong, if you're bored, just set these green vine beasts ablaze and burn them all. Xiao Chun felt a surge of anger rise within him upon hearing those words. Bored? So you burn down the forest? What kind of twisted logic is that? If you need to vent, why not go hunt in the depths of the wilderness? He cursed inwardly. His gaze shifted to the towering flame tiger, which wagged its tail excitedly as if it agreed with the suggestion. Its massive jaws opened, and fiery elemental energy began to coalesce between its teeth. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was that this flame tiger, possessing a profound tier innate talent, actually seemed ready to follow the boy's impulsive suggestion. The flames within its maw grew brighter and hotter, and the scorching heat was already palpable. Xiao Chun had no choice but to step forward and intervene. After all, this was his homeland, and he couldn't allow it to be recklessly destroyed. Though Xiao Chun could rely on the numerous vine demons in the area, he was well aware of their limitations. Individually, the vine demons posed little threat, but under coordinated command, they could display remarkable combat power. However, against fire elemental attacks, these plant-based beasts were far too vulnerable. A single battle could spell the ruin of the vine garden he had painstakingly nurtured for years. Hold on, my friend. Let's not act rashly. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared before the group of 3, a carefully crafted smile of warmth on his face. His sudden appearance startled the trio. After all, in the wilderness, one always needed to be ready for unexpected confrontations. The boy atop the tiger remained motionless, but the two beast tamers behind him reacted immediately. In a flash, two black spirit beasts resembling large dogs materialized, their vigilant eyes locking onto Xiao Chun. Despite their canine appearance, the dense fire elemental energy radiating from their eyes and fur revealed their true identity. They were hellhounds, both profound tier beasts with strength at the 7th level of the mortal realm. 3 profound tier spirit beasts. Xiao Chun was alarmed, though he maintained a calm and humble demeanor. Please, brothers, let's keep things peaceful, he said, adopting a conciliatory tone in an attempt to defuse the tension. The group seemed somewhat wary of his impressive agility, and one of them cautiously asked, "Who might you be?" Xiao Chun studied the trio, maintaining a composed tone as he replied, "I am Xiao Chun, a member of the Lin family from Dian City. These vine gardens are cultivated by the Lin family, so I kindly ask for your understanding." He deliberately invoked the Lin family's name, knowing they held some influence in Dian City enough, he hoped, to deter these troublemakers. "So, you're from the Lin family," the boy said, his tone noticeably less hostile. "We're just passing through. No harm meant. Judging by your cultivation, you must be one of the Lin family's core members." "I'm merely a humble steward of the Lin family, not worthy of being called a core member," Xiao Chun replied modestly. "Judging by your bearing, you must hail from a distinguished clan yourselves?" "To be honest, Xiao Chun, we're not from Dian City, but we've certainly heard of the Lin family's reputation. Do you happen to know much about the surrounding area?" The boy's friendlier attitude eased Xiao Chen's nerves slightly, though he was still eager to see them leave as soon as possible. "I know a little," Xiao Chen replied cautiously, "but I wouldn't say I'm particularly knowledgeable." "That's perfect. We actually have a few questions to ask you," the boy said, much to Xiao Chen's dismay. He sighed inwardly. It seemed they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. "I am Su Lin, a 9th-tier beastmaster of the mortal level." The young man in luxurious robes slightly cupped his hands, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the young noble before him, who appeared much younger, would possess such remarkable strength. Fortunately, the other party had not acted recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "These two are my attendants." Su Lin gestured toward the two young men beside him, both 8th-tier beastmasters. The attendants were around the same age as Xiao Chun, which made Su Lin inwardly lament his own mediocre talent among beastmasters, especially compared to these rising talents. "Su Chun, Su Yang, at your service, Brother Xiao." The two attendants greeted respectfully. Xiao Chun studied the trio before him, thinking that such courteous and well-mannered individuals must come from extraordinary backgrounds. "Brother Xiao," Su Lin said somewhat awkwardly, "we arrived in Dian City a few days ago via teleportation. As you might have noticed, we're all at a critical juncture in our breakthroughs." Xiao Chun nodded in understanding. It was clear that these individuals were here for training. With Su Lin's 9th-tier mortal level cultivation, one more step would allow him to ascend to the yellow level. Xiao Chun noticed Su Lin's flame demon tiger, which only needed a single fire elemental crystal core to break through its bottleneck. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Chun. Such dignified individuals were undoubtedly heirs of prominent families. For people like them, obtaining a crystal core should have been an easy task, negating the need for personal risk. As he observed Su Lin again, Xiao Chun grew more certain that his background was anything but ordinary. "Brother Su, are you looking for fire elemental beasts?" Xiao Chun probed. "Fire elemental beasts would be ideal, but other attributes will do as well," Su Lin admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. "We could always sell them to exchange for what we need." He confessed that they had spent most of their spirit stones on teleportation and were now in a more precarious financial situation than Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun couldn't help but marvel. So, even high-level beastmasters with powerful spirit beasts could face financial struggles. "There are many beasts around here, but those at the 8th or 9th tier are quite rare," Xiao Chun mused. "However, about 5 miles from here, there are frost pythons. At least 1 or 2 of them should have reached the 8th tier of the mortal level." Su Lin's eyes lit up at the news. "Great. Then we'll hunt the frost pythons." Seeing his two attendants nod enthusiastically, Xiao Chun became convinced that these 3 were complete novices. This might not spell disaster, it could even turn into an opportunity for him. Xiao Chun understood that frost pythons were yellow-level innate beasts. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they could also exhale icy breath capable of freezing opponents entirely. More importantly, these pythons lived in groups, and where one appeared, there were often dozens of others nearby. Xiao Chun couldn't help but feel concerned about the trio's ignorance. Thankfully, frost pythons were highly territorial and generally avoided initiating attacks, which had kept him from worrying too much. However, anyone foolish enough to trespass on their territory would undoubtedly become their next meal. "My friends," Xiao Chun hesitated for a moment but decided to offer a kind warning. "Frost pythons never act alone. You must exercise extreme caution." As for the idea of cooperating, he held off on mentioning it for now. There was no point in negotiating terms just yet. Only these 3 were strong enough. Xiao Chun silently assessed their chances of survival. This was a rare opportunity, one that allowed him to reap the rewards while ensuring his own safety. No worries. We fear no beasts below Huangji, Su Lin said, patting his chest with confidence. Seeing this, Xiao merely nodded slightly. He had already given his warnings. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be on him. The place isn't far. If you encounter danger, you can retreat at any time. When the time comes, I will do my utmost to assist, Xiao said sincerely. It wasn't an empty promise. If he truly had a chance to help, he wouldn't stand idly by. Hearing these words, a trace of gratitude flashed in Su Lin's eyes. After experiencing the highs and lows of life recently, such genuine sincerity felt especially precious to him. Brother Xiao, the world is full of people who are selfish and deceitful, driven by profit. People like you are truly rare, Su Lin said with heartfelt admiration. I merely pointed the way and did what I could, Xiao replied nonchalantly. In that moment, even he felt like a decent person. Respect gleamed in the eyes of Su Lin and his two followers. To them, a person as noble as Xiao was a rarity. It was a pity that someone as talented as him was relegated to being a minor steward in the Lin family. Brother Xiao, wait for our good news. Su Lin cupped his hands in farewell before mounting his flame tiger and speeding southward. Courage, true courage. Watching them depart, Xiao couldn't help but marvel at their fearlessness, like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. But he didn't idle for long. He immediately began making preparations. Vine brother, quick, get ready. Seize this chance and break through to the 8th level, Xiao exclaimed. Previously, he wouldn't have dared to think about taking on that group of frost pythons. But now that someone else was acting as bait, why not give it a shot? This opportunity handed to him by fate, if he didn't seize it, wouldn't it be a waste? Under Xiao command, dozens of green vine demons quickly formed layered cages and erected multiple wooden walls. Drawing from the experience of taking down the swine beasts last time, he had made comprehensive improvements to the formation, adding over 50 new underground traps. This time, he was determined to succeed. Even among beasts of the same rank, their strength can vary greatly. A 9th rank beast with a profound grade talent can easily overpower a beast of the same rank, but with a mortal grade talent. As for those sacred beasts and divine beasts with noble bloodlines, they can even challenge higher ranks with ease, crossing boundaries in battle without difficulty. Xiao had clearly miscalculated, severely underestimating the combat capabilities of those 3 individuals. At this moment, the green vine demons had already set their ambush at the designated location, lying in wait for the arrival of the beast horde. Suddenly, a powerful and domineering roar echoed from the south, shaking the very air. It was the roar of the flame demon tiger, its presence instantly causing the surrounding beasts to tremble in fear. Following closely, 2 slightly weaker but equally imposing roars resounded. It was the 2 Huado beasts, whose strength was not to be underestimated either. Brother Tom, do you think that demon tiger can intimidate the frost serpents? One of the green vine demons asked nervously, clearly shaken by the display of power. Brother Tongue remained calm and unwavering. The frost serpents are no ordinary beasts. Not only are they strong and bloodthirsty, but their unity is also exceptional. Su Lin and his group are likely in for a tough fight. Truly, those from powerful factions possess extraordinary courage, Xiao remarked with a sigh. Xiao, weren't you the one who tricked them into going there? Brother Tongue exposed him bluntly. What do you mean trick? I simply told them the truth. Their choices are their own. Xiao defended himself while using his wood technique to swiftly cover several hundred feet southward, preparing to guide Su Lin and his group into the green vine formation. The battle lasted for nearly an hour, far exceeding Xiao expectations. He had initially assumed the trio would flee in mere moments, but to his surprise, they managed to hold their ground for so long. As Xiao pondered this, several figures approached rapidly. The 3 fiery red beasts, though still imposing, were visibly fatigued. They fought while retreating, with the 3 individuals taking turns covering the rear. Their coordination was seamless but clearly strained. When they drew closer, the sight before Xiao left him utterly speechless. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, 3 blood-soaked youths rode their spirit beasts. Though all bore injuries, each carried on their shoulders a staggering trophy of frost serpent's corpse, as thick as a bowl and stretching over 10 zhang long. Their ferocity and valor were truly beyond belief. This scene would remain etched in Xiao memory for years to come. 3 young men were sprinting toward him in disarray, dragging behind them the massive corpses of frost serpents. Despite their bedraggled appearance, an inexplicable sense of triumph and boldness emanated from them, as if they had just returned victorious from a great battle. Brother Su, over here. I'll cover you. Xiao eyes lit up as he caught sight of the enormous frost serpent corpses. These guys were truly something else. They had ventured deep into the serpent territory and slain the most formidable leaders in one fell swoop. Their daring hunting style, so different from the norm, left Xiao impressed. Upon closer inspection, the frost serpents were far stronger than he'd anticipated. One had reached the 9th tier of the mortal rank, while the other 2 were at the 8th tier. If that ninth-tier beast had broken through the green vine formation, the consequences would have been disastrous. Brother Xiao, these creatures are quite troublesome, Su Lin said, hurling a fireball the size of a basin behind him. The fireball exploded against a boulder, shattering it into fragments. Compared to Xiao Chen's wood-based techniques, Su Lin's combat spells were undeniably more destructive. Noticing Su Lin's hesitant expression, Xiao Chen realized that Su Lin was reluctant to lead the pursuing beasts toward their location. However, with dozens of frost serpents closing in at an alarming speed, there was no other choice. Don't worry too much. Those big guys have nearly exhausted their spiritual energy. They won't be able to use many more skills, Xiao Chen reassured. Hearing this, he felt more at ease. This battle might not be as difficult as their previous encounter with the wild boar beasts. Brother Vine, they're all yours. Xiao Chen executed 2 wood-based techniques in succession, swiftly appearing on the other side of the green vine forest. Moments later, Su Lin and his 2 companions arrived at his side, gasping for breath. Seeing their disheveled state, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a strange sense of balance in his heart. The natural barrier formed by the green vine spirits blocked the frost serpent's path, enraging the serpents. What shocked them even more was that these low-level green vine spirits actively attacked, with countless vines surging toward the serpent horde in a desperate frenzy. As the first, second, and third frost serpents charged into the green vine forest, they were quickly engulfed by the rolling green ocean. The group could only hear the serpents' enraged hisses, unable to see the fierce battle unfolding beneath the sea of vines. The green vine forest, now occupying the former territory of the wild boar beasts, had transformed into a massive battlefield filled with dangers and barriers. Watching this awe-inspiring scene, Su Lin was left speechless for a long time. Are you guys okay? Xiao Chen noticed that all 3 were injured, with blood still dripping from Su Yang's hand. Even their spiritual beasts bore scars. His gaze lingered on the blazing tiger, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Nothing serious, Su Lin replied, rubbing his sore cheek. If there hadn't been so many serpents, we would have taken them down much sooner. Next time we encounter beasts like these, we'll definitely make it out unscathed. It's just that our lack of real combat experience and coordination cost us a lot of skills. Though their experience was limited, their ability to reflect and learn was undeniably impressive. Xiao Chen chuckled. Congratulations to all of you, this was quite the haul. Just these 3 frost serpents alone could fetch a very high price. Such a beast was indeed a treasure trove. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the massive serpent's corpse on the ground as he quickly calculated in his mind. The scales could be used to craft armor, the flesh and blood could be utilized for alchemy and pill refinement. Just these 3 giant serpents alone could be exchanged for 1 to 2,000 spirit stones. There are still a few more corpses we haven't dragged back yet. We should make another trip later, someone suggested. What level were those serpents? They were all at the 7th level. Xiao Chen paused at these words, inwardly astonished. These people had managed to slay the most powerful of the serpents, which explained why only 1 or 2 7th-level serpents remained among the rest. If they coordinated properly, they might even have the strength to completely annihilate this group of frost serpents. Brother Xiao, Su Lin spoke up proactively. The remaining serpents here were killed by you, so we won't take them. You've helped us immensely this time, but we don't have much to offer in return. We'll find a way to repay you in the future. This was exactly what Xiao Chen had hoped for. He had wanted to make this request himself, but hadn't known how to bring it up. In the world of cultivation, the strong typically claimed the lion's share of the spoils. Now that Su Lin had proposed it on his own, Xiao Chen didn't have to go through the trouble of negotiating. Haha, there's no need to call it a favor. It was just mutual assistance, Xiao Chen replied casually. Su Lin was straightforward in his actions. Once he got what he wanted, he didn't linger. It's getting late. We need to return to the Yin City immediately. Brother Xiao, until we meet again. Carrying such a large haul of prey, they clearly wouldn't risk staying outside the city overnight. The battle here isn't over yet, so I won't see you off, Xiao Chen said, always maintaining a cautious distance from others. He preferred not to get too close, knowing that today's parting might mean they'd never cross paths again. With Su Lin and his group's talent, they would likely advance to yellow-tier beastmasters soon after returning to the city. Such strength at their age was rare, even in Yin City. Farewell, Brother Xiao. Safe travels, Xiao Chen replied. Under the setting sun, their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Xiao Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, a glimmer of joy flashing across his face. Once they were far away, there was now no one left to compete with him for the remaining prey. The ensuing battle lasted for another hour, not concluding until night had fully fallen. Thanks to proper preparation, the losses were far smaller than expected. Over 30 giant serpents were wrapped up into green, elongated bundles. Among these beasts, the stronger half was reserved for Brother Vine. Once Brother Vine absorbed all these bundles, he would be able to break through to the 8th level. At that point, the strength of the green vine demons would rank among the top in the area. Xiao Chen had already set his sights on several nearby groups of beast colonies. Once those were cleared, Brother Vine might even reach the 9th level. However, The ninth level marked the bottleneck to becoming a mortal tier beast, and only 1 in 100 could break through. Xiao Chen wasn't certain if Brother Vine could become that one, so when the time came, he would need to make a trip to the Yin City. In the grand scheme of this vast and boundless world, whether it was beast masters, demons, or humans, Xiao Chen knew far too little. Here, countless powerful beings exist alongside endless secrets. Xiao Chen gazed at the vast wilderness before him, memories of his past surfacing in his mind. Since he could remember, he had been confined to that courtyard, completely cut off from the outside world. His childhood memories of visiting human cities were hazy, like a thin veil shrouding them, leaving only fragmented images. Xiao Chen, are we going to take over the Frost Python's territory too? Tung Ji's voice interrupted his thoughts. Our territory is already large enough. Xiao Chen shook his head, his expression grave. If the green vine demon expands too much, it will surely invite trouble. One should only take on as much as they can handle. But you've reminded me of something. He turned to Tingu. Come on, let's go check it out. The frost python has been entrenched there for years. It might have left some treasures behind. Oh, and make sure to collect any bloodstains from the battle. The blood of the flame demon tiger could be incredibly beneficial for you. Cleaning up those traces will also prevent other powerful beasts from being attracted here. The frost python's territory spanned several miles, and it was rare for any beasts to dare trespass. After the recent earth-shattering battle, the area had become eerily silent. Xiao Chen knew this tranquility wouldn't last long. In a matter of days, new beasts would swarm in to fight for the territory. On this endless wilderness, the cycle of beasts falling and rising was an eternal pattern. Under the moonlight's gentle glow, Xiao Chen wandered the wilderness alone. As he entered the frost python's domain, a distinctive, pungent smell hit him. The ground was marked with the tracks of the giant snake, intertwined with the scars left behind by Su Lin and the other's fierce battle earlier in the day. The charred remains on the black rocks silently told the tale of the intense fight. Xiao Chen, this place once hosted a yellow-rank beast, Tungu said, his sharp senses quickly picking up on the surroundings. If the frost python had grown undisturbed, it could have reached the yellow rank. But in a place so close to Dian City, that wouldn't necessarily be good news. A yellow-rank beast could be worth thousands of spirit stones, enough to attract countless greedy eyes. Suddenly, Tung Ji's voice carried excitement. Wow, this is a treasure trove. Xiao Chen, I might need to stay here for a month or two. What did you find? Xiao Chen asked curiously. In human terms, this is fertile land. Tung Gu explained enthusiastically. Xiao Chen immediately understood, his expression turning a bit complicated. These beasts were surprisingly particular, even designating a specific spot for waste. But indeed, this rich soil would be incredibly beneficial for Tung Ji's growth. Now that they had the strength to protect themselves, staying here for a while wouldn't be a problem. Hey, there's a cave ahead. Tung Gu exclaimed with another discovery. The marks around the entrance were fresh, clearly indicating frequent visits by the frost python. Tung Gu cautiously extended his vines, and only then did Xiao Chen carefully approach the cave entrance. The moonlight poured into the cave like a stream of water, illuminating a scene that sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to a glaring patch of white, shimmering faintly under the moonlight in an eerie and otherworldly way. Focusing his attention, he took a sharp breath. It was no ordinary pile of bones. What stood before him was a towering mountain of bones, dozens of meters high. Human skulls and the remains of demonic beasts were stacked into a grotesque monument, glowing faintly in the pale light. A human skull faced him directly, its hollow eye sockets seeming to silently recount the brutal battles that had once taken place here. Clearly, this was the burial ground of the frost serpent. Those who had come to hunt it, be they human or beast, had ultimately become part of this macabre bone mountain. The roots of Vine Brother had already begun to extend toward the bones. As an indiscriminate, plant-based demonic beast, it could extract nutrients from virtually anything. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel. Even a creature as fearsome as the frost serpent kept its territory organized, designating specific areas for waste disposal and burial. Vine Brother's ability to refine and absorb was astonishing. Under its influence, the towering bone mountain quickly disintegrated into fine powder. Curious, Xiao Chen asked, Vine Brother, is there something special about these bones? Of course, Vine Brother replied. Each spirit bone contains unique elements. I can't fully explain it, but they're excellent nourishment for me. Though refining these spirit bones doesn't significantly enhance my strength, their value rivals that of a spirit crystal. By the next day, the bone mountain had vanished without a trace, not even a speck of dust remaining. Xiao Chen spent the entire night searching the surrounding area, but apart from a few ordinary-grade starry grass plants that could be exchanged for spirit stones, his findings were minimal. Vine Brother, however, had clearly benefited greatly. The entire valley's fertile soil had become a source of nourishment for its growth. Exhausted, Xiao Chen returned to the cave, looking for a cool spot to rest. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to an object at the former site of the bone mountain. It was a palm-sized jade plaque, or more precisely, a jade slip, a magical artifact used for recording information. Picking up the jade slip, Xiao Chun infused it with his spiritual energy for a brief investigation. He froze in place, his hands trembling as his eyes lit up with astonishment. He could hardly believe his luck. This was a cultivation technique for beast tamers. Such a rare and valuable technique, often worth hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones, was something he had thought he wouldn't encounter for years. Yet now, a complete copy of the Beast Tamer's Heart Sutra had appeared right before him. Several large characters imprinted themselves into Xiao Chen's mind, followed by a dense array of annotated texts and images. In an instant, a complete compendium of beast taming techniques unfolded in his consciousness. The characteristics, growth patterns, and cultivation methods for various mystical beasts were laid out in detail. Most importantly, it included comprehensive instructions for the spiritual cultivation of beast tamers and a systematic framework for assisting spirit beasts in their development. Xiao Chun was immersed in this sudden flood of knowledge, entirely unaware that the jade slip in his hand had crumbled into fine powder. This realization struck him abruptly. Was it a single-use jade slip? Judging by the vast and profound content it contained, the grade of this beast-taming codex was anything but ordinary. The mere record of spirit beast species and their traits numbered in the tens of thousands, each accompanied by meticulous cultivation plans. Beyond this, the codex systematically documented foundational knowledge for beast tamers. A tamer at the mortal rank could live up to 100 years. Those at the yellow rank could reach 200 years due to the nourishment of soul power. Mystical rank tamers could extend their lifespan to 400 years, and earth rank tamers could live as long as 800 years. This prospect filled Xiao Chun, who had just broken through to the yellow rank, with excitement for his long future ahead. What captivated Xiao Chun the most was the recorded soul refining technique, the only cultivation method included in the beast taming codex and the very essence of the entire manual. While the other beast taming knowledge was extensive, the soul refining technique was undoubtedly the most invaluable component. The codex also delved into the nature of soul power, explaining that it shared the same essence as spiritual energy, magical power, and elemental qi, differing only in their manifestations. Concepts such as mages and cultivators were mentioned, terms Xiao Chun had never encountered before, sparking his curiosity about the world beyond. In this world, where anyone could aspire to become a beast tamer, the strength of one's soul power directly determined their ability to bond with powerful spirit beasts. Xiao Chun understood that the manual he had stumbled upon beneath the Bone Mountain was worth far more than thousands of spirit stones. It was an inexhaustible treasure trove. Now, all this knowledge resided within his mind, waiting for him to study and digest it. Spending decades, or even centuries to comprehend its depths had become a realistic goal for him. Soul power, the fundamental energy of the world, is not only the foundation of a beast tamer's abilities, but also the key to a spirit beast's growth. Each time Xiao Chun performed his wood-release technique, the soul power within him would flow away like a gentle stream, with only a minor depletion. He was well aware, however, that awakening powerful combat skills would likely consume several times more soul power with each use. As a beast tamer, there are numerous ways to enhance soul power. The most basic method involves absorbing the ambient soul power present in the world, a process influenced by personal talent and the quality of one's cultivation techniques. Additionally, refining the flesh of magical beasts, consuming soul potions and soul pills crafted from heavenly herbs are all effective methods. Among these, the crystal cores of magical beasts, commonly referred to as soul cores, stand out as the most precious resource for enhancing soul power. Not only can these cores be used to refine medicines and pills, but they can also be directly absorbed and refined. However, for beast tamers, the most significant way to increase soul power is through the advancement of their contracted magical beasts. Each time a magical beast ascends to a higher rank, the beast tamer gains a substantial boost in soul power. Xiao Chen understood this deeply. As a level 7 mortal beast tamer, the majority of his soul power had been accumulated in this way. Naturally, much of this soul power was then reinvested into nurturing his magical beasts, creating a symbiotic relationship between beast tamer and beast. The process of cultivating the soul refinement technique was anything but easy. It took Xiao Chen's 6 months of effort just to grasp the basics. However, once mastered, the results were immediate and remarkable. With the help of the soul refinement technique, his cultivation speed increased several-fold. This gave Xiao Chen hope of advancing to the yellow tier as a beast tamer, which would allow him to contract another magical beast. The thought of this filled him with excitement and anticipation. Time flew by, and over the course of half a year, Tunggu had completely refined the group of frost pythons, with the fertile land becoming his best source of nourishment. In the following 6 months, Xiao Chun led Tunggu to sweep through several nearby magical beast clans, achieving rapid progress and strength. During this time, the 8th soul ring finally formed within Xiao Chen's spirit, elevating him to a level 8 mortal beast tamer at just over 20 years old. Meanwhile, Tung Gu experienced an explosive surge in power after absorbing the essence of these beast clans, further solidifying their growing strength. After Su Lin and the other two left, the hunting area fell into complete silence. Considering Su Lin's strength, he had likely already advanced to the yellow-ranked beast tamer, and Su Yang and Su Chun were most likely at the same level. For experts like them, hunting in a place like this was indeed an underutilization of their skills. After all, the value of a 9th-level mortal rank beast was only worth a little over 1,000 spirit stones, while the soul core of even a random yellow rank beast could fetch a much higher price. This rare tranquility, however, worked in Xiao Chen's favor. Over the past few years, he had been steadily expanding his territory with a group of green vine beasts. Time flew by, and he couldn't even recall the last time he had encountered another human being. During this period of solitude, he devoted himself entirely to studying the Beast Taming Heart Sutra. From barely recognizing one or two types of beasts at the beginning, he had now become proficient in identifying most common ones. His progress was undeniable. The only regret was that, due to the green vine beast being too low-level, the Beast Taming Heart Sutra did not include any methods for its cultivation. As a result, he had to rely on his own experimentation to nurture Tung Gu. The practice of the divine refinement technique made Xiaoqin increasingly aware of its extraordinary nature. This technique, divided into 9 levels, was complex and difficult to comprehend. Yet, even by cultivating just the first level, the benefits were evident. Not only did his soul power cultivation speed increase several times over, but the quality of his soul power also became much purer. Additionally, the soul power consumption during the use of his would escape technique was significantly reduced, and his recovery speed far surpassed what it had been before. This comprehensive improvement left him marveling. If only he had started cultivating this heaven-defying technique earlier, he might have already reached the yellow rank by now. Although his realm advancement over the past few years had not been particularly remarkable, Xiaoqin's foundation had grown increasingly solid, and the intensity of his soul power had more than doubled. The one who benefited the most, however, was Tung Gu. By continuously absorbing the essence of spirit flesh, its strength had steadily risen to the peak of the 9th level of the mortal rank. This level was a near insurmountable barrier for the green vine beast. Whether it could break through this limit would determine if Tung Gu had the potential to advance further. Watching Tung Ji's ever-extending vines, Xiaoqin couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Although its realm had stagnated, its size continued to grow, resembling a small, mobile forest. No matter where they went, Tung Gu could quickly create a lush green haven. Xiaoqin, I can break through again, Tung Gu declared confidently, its tone filled with unwavering determination. And why are you so sure? Xiaoqin asked. I can feel it, Tung Gu replied. You think I don't know that you just want to eat me out of house and home? Xiaoqin said helplessly, looking at his insatiable companion. Don't touch those beast corpses. They're meant to be sold for money, Xiaoqin said sternly, his eyes fixed on the intact remains of the beasts lying on the ground. Reflecting on the past 5 or 6 years spent in the green vine grove, Xiaoqin calculated his gains. Over the years, the spiritual energy absorbed by Brother Vine alone might have been worth over 10,000 spirit stones, yet any hope of a breakthrough in the short term remained slim. In contrast, Xiaoqin was confident in his own future within 5 years. He was certain to advance to the yellow rank, even without external assistance. It's time to make a trip to Dian City, Xiaoqin murmured to himself. I need to trade for cultivation resources and perhaps find an opportunity for Brother Vine to break through. His gaze swept over the surrounding green vine tribe, and a trace of reluctance surfaced in his heart. Over the years, they had fought side by side, sharing life and death, forming deep bonds. If possible, he wished to protect these green vine beasts. Without him, these powerful yet slow-moving creatures could easily become targets for passing experts. Fortunately, Brother Vine and a few elite green vine beasts had reached the 9th level of cultivation, which should allow them to defend themselves for the time being. This was largely thanks to Xiaoqin's relentless efforts over the years, hunting beasts and clearing the surrounding threats. Once everything is settled, perhaps I can take them into the depths of the wilderness. Xiaoqin pondered his future plans. Although the green vine beasts were slow, they could still move. Perhaps they could gradually make their way deeper into the endless wilderness. Having practiced the soul refining art, Xiaoqin's soul power had grown significantly stronger. However, he was reluctant to expend too much of it to expand his beast space. Brother Vine's advancement remained his top priority. For now, the small beast space he had created was barely sufficient, thanks to Brother Vine's ability to shrink into a palm-sized vine. Otherwise, things would have been far more difficult. The main purpose of this trip to Dian City was to sell his spoils of battle for cultivation resources. With limited storage space, Xiaoqin chose only the most valuable Itima 9th level wind spirit rat. Such a rare and powerful creature fetched a price far beyond its peers, making it the perfect foundation for his first fortune. Currently, Xiaoqin was an 8th level soul master, placing him at a mid-tier level of strength in Dian City. However, his tattered, mud-stained clothes, and the beast corpse slung over his shoulder made him an unusual sight, inevitably attracting attention as he walked down the road. Xiao Chun disliked interacting with others, and standing before the city gate now, the curious and peculiar gazes from those around him made him feel utterly uncomfortable. However, he had no other choice. He had to enter the city. Dian City, though it charged an entry fee, was the safest refuge for thousands of miles around. He glanced down at his tattered clothing, covered in scratches and smudges from crawling through tight spaces. The hunt for the wind spirit rat had come at a significant cost. Snatches of whispers from passers-by reached his ears. An 8th rank soul master, that's quite an impressive level. Look at his soul, petit even resembles a wind spirit rat. As he walked towards the city gate, nearly everyone he passed stole a second glance at him. Fortunately, his strength was nothing to scoff at, and more importantly, he had successfully captured a 9th-tier beast, which gave him confidence. At the gate, the guards were collecting the entry fee. Xiao Chun retrieved a piece of high-quality beast hide from his soul pet space, something he had intentionally kept to use in place of spirit stones. Brother, I've run out of spirit stones. Could I use this instead? He noticed the greedy glint in the guard's eyes and knew he was likely getting the worst end of the deal. Consider the entry fee on me, the guard said cheerfully. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun strode through the gate, fearing the man might change his mind. Setting foot in Dian City for the first time, the sight before him was awe-inspiring. Towering city walls, hundreds of feet high, seemed to pierce the clouds. They were designed not only to fend off ground-dwelling beasts, but also to guard against flying ones. The walls were lined with powerful beast tamers, and the air was thick with the aura of yellow-rank spirit beasts. Some even stronger presences made Xiao Chun too intimidated to look directly at them. This human city, the only one within thousands of miles, housed a population of 30 to 40 million. Its north-south expanse stretched over 200 miles. It was said that, by human city standards, this was relatively small. Some settlements could accommodate populations exceeding 100 million. Xiao Chun originally wanted to explore the entire city, but for now, he decided to stick to the southern district. His years of experience had instilled a cautious nature in him, and even though he had no money at the moment, he remained vigilant. He quickly found a shop where he exchanged the wind spirit rat and some miscellaneous items from his storage space for 1,000 spirit stones. Although he wasn't sure if this was a fair price, it was still a considerable sum. Instead of rushing to purchase cultivation resources, he first stored the spirit stones in his soul pet space and decided to improve his appearance. In human society, the most important thing was not to stand out too much. An hour later, Xiao Chun emerged in a clean set of new clothes, looking completely transformed. After washing up, he finally resembled someone of decent standing. From today onward, he was officially a beast tamer. Standing before the bronze mirror, Xiao Chun gently smoothed the brand new beast tamer uniform, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This outfit seemed to grant him a new identity, allowing him to finally live openly in this world, just like everyone else. Or at least, so it appeared on the surface. Vine brother, he murmured to himself. We need to start earning spirit stones seriously from now on. He began counting on his fingers. Breaking through to the yellow rank would require a substantial amount of resources, and afterward, he would need to purchase a decent quality spirit beast. The thought made Xiao Chun rub his temples. It was going to be a hefty expense, though he had no clear idea of the exact amount. Standing amidst the bustling streets, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a pang of unfamiliar loneliness. Having left the group of ivy demons, his primary source of survival resources had been cut off. While he had long been used to being on his own, the feeling was especially pronounced now in the midst of the lively crowd. One step at a time, Xiao Chun muttered, shaking his head as he decided to start with the essentials. After hearing about a large market in the southern part of the city, he immediately set out for it. The southern market sprawled over a vast area, with countless shops lining the streets and a massive central plaza dedicated to trades between beast tamers. The air was filled with a cacophony of vendors shouting their wares. Yellow rank green with spirit sheep meat. 2 spirit stones per pound. Earth element soul cores on sale, 600 spirit stones each. Custom soul liquid mixing, 30 spirit stones per session. Yellow rank spirit beast cubs, take one home for 600 spirit stones. As he wandered through the market, Xiao Chun calculated in his mind. A yellow rank spirit beast priced at 600 spirit stones was bound to be of ordinary quality, likely with limited combat ability, much like the greenwood spirit sheep. After all, a fully grown yellow rank greenwood spirit sheep alone cost more than 600 spirit stones. Though Xiao Chun had already mastered parts of the beast tamer techniques related to demonic beasts, his knowledge of spiritual herbs, natural treasures, and crafting materials was still lacking. After making a round through the market, he was amazed by the variety of goods and learned a great deal. The 1,000 spirit stones he had in hand seemed like a decent amount, but they wouldn't go far when it came to purchasing truly valuable items. After some deliberation, Xiao Chun decided to buy a few bottles of soul power potions. Investing in his own strength was never a wrong choice. As he reflected on the countless demonic beasts he had hunted over the years with his IV army, a twinge of regret crept into his heart. If he had kept even half of the spirit meat to sell back then, he would surely have amassed tens of thousands of spirit stones by now. Just as he was lost in thought, a vendor's shout caught his attention. Buying 200 pounds of latest-stage spirit leaves. 100 spirit stones. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up as he realized that even latest-stage spirit leaves could fetch a good price. Xiao Qin stood in the Qing vine garden, his gaze sweeping over nearly 10 vine demons that had reached the late mortal stage. Their branches were lush, covered with vibrant spirit leaves, shimmering faintly in the sunlight with an aura of spiritual energy. At this moment, it felt as though he was looking at a mobile treasure trove. Brother Vine. Xiao Qin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the first vine demon he had tamed. You're at a bottleneck now, right? Plucking a few leaves shouldn't affect you much, would it? As soon as the words left his mouth, the vine demon immediately tensed, its tendrils subtly retracting. As a spirit beast, its instincts for sensing danger were exceptionally sharp, though it hadn't expected the threat to come from its own master. Xiao Qin, what are you trying to do? The vine's suspicion resonated directly in Xiao Qin's mind through spiritual communication. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, Xiao Qin replied, Oh, nothing special. I just thought, since you have so many vines, maybe I could help you trim them a bit. Don't even think about it. The vine demon instantly understood Xiao Qin's true intentions. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up with an idea. How about this? I'll get you a wood element spirit core in exchange. This offer made the vine demon fall silent. Its longing for a wood element spirit core began to waver its resolve. After a moment, its tone softened noticeably. The leaves will grow back. It's not a big deal. But obtaining a spirit core in the wilderness requires killing a yellow stage beast. Seeing the vine demon's hesitation, Xiao Qin seized the opportunity. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get the spirit core. At that moment, Xiao Qin felt as though he had discovered a new path to wealth. With so many vine demons in the Qing vine garden, harvesting a batch of spirit leaves every 2 months could yield thousands of spirit stones. Though the price per leaf wasn't high, the sheer quantity made it worthwhile. As Xiao Qin was about to leave, he noticed a merchant purchasing a large amount of high-grade spirit leaves. Curious, he approached the man and asked, Brother, what are you planning to do with so many high-grade spirit leaves? Surely it's not for feeding Qingmu spirit sheep? After all, 200 pounds of leaves wouldn't even last them a few meals. The merchant glanced at Xiao Qin with slight disdain. Buying spirit leaves is naturally to feed spirit silkworms. What? Do you think I'm going to eat them myself? Spirit silkworms? Xiao Qin's curiosity was piqued. He searched his memory of the beast-taming scriptures, but couldn't find any mention of them. Perhaps the scriptures were too vast, and he hadn't yet come across that section. This realization made Xiao Qin think he might be able to explore a new avenue. Qingmu spirit sheep, being larger spirit beasts, often attracted unwanted attention, but spirit silkworms were different. Small and easy to carry, they could be conveniently stored in a spirit beast space. Brother, may I ask, what's the cost of raising spirit silkworms? Xiao Qin inquired further. Though the merchant looked slightly impatient, he still answered, the cost is very low. An initial spirit silkworm only costs 1 spirit stone. If you're interested, I can sell you a batch. Xiao Qin quickly did the math in his head. The cost was well within his budget. If I buy 1,000, can you offer me a discount? And so, Xiao Qin unexpectedly stumbled upon the perfect entrepreneurial project for himself. At this moment, Xiao Qin was completely captivated by the business opportunity before him. So much so that he had entirely forgotten about buying the soul power potion he originally intended to get. His gaze was fixed intently on the young silkworms, and he was already calculating in his mind how to invest all his spirit stones into the celestial farming venture. This price is negotiable, absolutely a bargain. The vendor's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement, and his voice trembled slightly with enthusiasm. Clearly, he hadn't expected this customer to purchase 1,000 young silkworms at once. Such a large transaction filled him with secret joy. He quickly calculated. With so many green vine demons and the emergency spirit leaves provided by Brother Vine, this deal would be profitable no matter what. Just as Xiao Qin was about to pay, a deep voice suddenly sounded nearby. Young man, hold on. The speaker was a burly man with a muscular frame, his entire body exuding strength, though his face appeared honest and straightforward. He continued, the initial investment for spirit silkworms may seem low, but do you know the mystery of the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm? With each transformation, they shed a layer of cocoon, and with every advancement, the quality of spirit leaves required increases significantly. Most cultivators can't even sustain them through the second transformation before giving UPA. Single silkworm consumes several pounds of high-grade spirit leaves daily. Who could afford such a cost? Thank you for the warning, big brother. Xiao Qin carefully examined the 9th-rank beast tamer in front of him and felt an inexplicable sense of goodwill. Although he was usually cautious around others, he couldn't muster any wariness toward this man named Luo Cheng. Xiao Qin had always trusted his instincts. Haha, it's nothing. Luo Cheng laughed heartily. Young man, If you're looking to earn spirit stones through farming, I suggest you choose Greenwood's spirit sheep instead. That's a much safer route. This suggestion was indeed reasonable, and Xiao Chun understood it well. Although raising sheep took longer, the returns were stable. However, he still declined politely. Big brother, I don't have many spirit stones with me, so I'm afraid I can't afford to raise Greenwood's spirit sheep. In truth, there were two reasons he didn't mention. One, he didn't want to revisit certain painful memories, and two, he lacked a safe location for raising them. Comparatively, the small size of spirit silkworms was much more suitable for someone like him who needed to stay on the move. My name is Luo Cheng. The burly man introduced himself cheerfully. You're still young, yet your strength is already impressive. Honestly, with your abilities, you don't need to rely on farming. There are plenty of ways to earn spirit stones. The quickest is to hunt down spirit beasts. Over the years, Xiao Chun had indeed hunted many spirit beasts, but targeting higher level ones was another story. Still, he wasn't one to pass up any opportunity to earn spirit stones. Brother Luo Cheng, may I ask what spirit beast you've contracted? Xiao Chun blurted out, unaware that casually inquiring about someone's spirit beast was considered impolite. Many beast tamers deliberately kept their spirit beasts a secret. Even if the species was revealed, their abilities were typically confidential. Such a question immediately exposed Xiao Chen's inexperience as a beast tamer. However, Luo Cheng didn't seem to mind such formalities and answered straightforwardly. I was lucky enough to contract an earth element mammoth. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart leapt with joy. He immediately recalled the description of mammoths in the beast taming codex: immensely strong and proficient in earth element techniques. They were practically born to be heavy lifters. Brother Luo Cheng, I have a favor to ask of you, Xiao Chen said, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I need to make a trip out of the city to transport some goods back. Don't worry, Brother Luo, I won't shortchange you. I'll pay you 200 spirit stones for a round trip, Xiao Chun said as he quickly calculated in his mind. If he could sell the spirit leaves from those green vine demons in Dian City, he could easily make at least 2,000 spirit stones. Looking at the burly man before him, with his honest and straightforward smile, Luo Cheng, Xiao Chun felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. In this unfamiliar city of Dian, it was the first time he had actively sought someone out for cooperation. This inexplicable sense of trust was something even he found hard to comprehend. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. As a ninth-tier beast master, taking on a simple transportation task seemed like a waste of his abilities. There were plenty of low-tier beast masters in the market who specialized in such work. The beasts they contracted, like oxen-serpent hybrids, might not excel in combat, but they were excellent for hauling goods. Many of these beast masters relied on such jobs to support their families. Yes, we can be back within half a day, Xiao Chen added. Luo Cheng, though straightforward in nature, was by no means simple-minded. Earning 200 spirit stones in just half a day sounded too good to be true, and it made him suspicious. Brother Xiao, tell me honestly, what's the danger in this job? There's some danger, Xiao Chen admitted frankly, but I can assure you, it's minimal. The biggest risk might be the goods getting robbed, but given how close we'll be to Dian City, and considering our combined strength, the chances of that happening are slim. Besides, the total value of the spirit leaves isn't outrageous. Brother Xiao, you seem like an honest man. This time, they'll trust you. Luo Cheng agreed without hesitation. Yet, he found it odd that he had accepted such a job, one that was akin to a porter's work, something he would never have considered in the past. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He wasn't sure what part of him gave off an honest man vibe. What surprised him even more was how readily Luo Cheng trusted him. In the cutthroat world of cultivation, such a trusting nature could be quite dangerous unless one had formidable strength. At this moment, both men unknowingly regarded the other as a somewhat naive youth. Brother Luo, let's explore the city a bit before heading out. To be honest, this is my first time in a place like Dian City, and am not very familiar with it, Xiao Chen admitted. Ah, I see. Luo Cheng nodded in understanding. You must be from one of the tribes out in the wilderness, right? No wonder your demeanor is so cautious and reserved. Is it that obvious? Xiao Chen sighed inwardly, realizing he still hadn't fully adapted to the city's atmosphere. Yet, a hint of curiosity stirred in his heart. What exactly were these tribes Luo Cheng mentioned? No matter how hard he tried to appear natural, his guarded demeanor still made him seem out of place. Xiao Chen's instinctive tightening of his shoulders and evasive glances only made his attempts to conceal his unease more obvious. Brother Xiao, didn't the elders of your tribe come with you? Luo Cheng asked warmly, then added with a smile. Well, with your level of ability, traveling alone shouldn't be a problem. Through Luo Cheng's introduction, Xiao Chen finally gained a clearer understanding of the true nature of the endless wilderness. In addition to the countless beasts roaming the land, numerous human tribes were scattered across the territory. Residents from these tribes often came to Dian City to trade, bringing their unique local specialties in exchange for essential supplies. What surprised Xiaochen even more was that some of the stronger tribes were no less powerful than cities like Dine City. By the way, Brother Xiao, Luo Cheng suddenly remembered something. Have you joined the Beast Tamer Guild yet? Many people from the tribes make their first trip to the city just for that. Although Xiao Chun found Luo Cheng quite talkative, the information he shared was eye-opening. Especially the mention of the Beast Tamer Guild. This was something Xiao Chun had never heard of before. Noticing Xiao Chen's puzzled expression, Luo Cheng explained. Almost all beast tamers are members of the guild. In a world dominated by beasts, the Beast Tamer Guild is one of the key pillars ensuring humanity's survival. He went on to elaborate that while humans were relatively weak, it was the leadership of the Beast God Temple that allowed them to endure the relentless beast tides. The Beast Tamer Guild, as a significant branch of the Beast God Temple, served as a unifying organization for all beast tamers. It was said that the most powerful beast tamers in the world hailed from the guild. Just in Dine City alone, there are tens of thousands of organizations affiliated with the guild, Luo Cheng added. For instance, a ninth-tier force like the Lin family must have at least a Xian-rank beast tamer to hold their position. Xiaochen silently weighed the pros and cons of joining the guild. In his opinion, even if everyone else joined, it didn't necessarily mean he had to follow suit. Brother Luo, are you a member of the guild as well? Xiaochen asked. A faint look of embarrassment mixed with nostalgia appeared on Luo Cheng's face. To be honest, I used to be one of the 7 tigers of Dian. Seeing Xiaochen's confused expression, he clarified. It was a group I formed with 6 other brothers who called ourselves the Dian's 7 Tigers, and we were an affiliated organization under the guild. When he mentioned the 7 Tigers, Luo Cheng's tone was a mix of pride and deep regret. Unfortunately, my 6 brothers never returned from a mission. Now, I'm the only one left in the 7 Tigers. If I can't recruit new members, the group will likely be disbanded. With the 6 stronger members of the 7 Tigers gone, is there even a need for this organization to exist? Xiaochen asked casually. Hearing this, Luo Cheng immediately frowned, slamming the table as he exclaimed, Of course, there's a need. Do you know how much it costs to establish the 7 Tigers? A whopping 100,000 spirit stones. More importantly, as long as there's at least one yellow-tier beast tamer in the group, we can receive a monthly subsidy of 1,000 spirit stones from the Beast Tamer Guild. If we disband now, all those benefits will be gone. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. It costs that much to form an organization? And the monthly subsidy is that generous? He couldn't help but start calculating in his head. For a novice beast tamer, the monthly subsidy alone was a significant income. Big brother, what are the actual benefits of joining the Beast Tamer Alliance? Xiaochen pressed further. A gleam of excitement flashed in Luo Cheng's eyes. Besides the monthly spirit stone subsidy, the biggest benefit is being able to take on tasks from the Beast Tamer Guild. The rewards for these tasks are quite lucrative, especially for low-tier beast tamers like us. Task earnings are often much higher than income from other sources. He paused briefly before continuing. The contribution points earned from tasks can be exchanged for various resources at the guild. This is also one of the Beast God Temple strategies to unite humanity. After all, the more beast tamers we nurture, the more demonic beasts we can eliminate, securing more survival resources for humanity. Big brother, Xiaochen suddenly said, Can I join the 7 Tigers? Luo Cheng's eyes brightened, and he patted Xiaochen's shoulder. Of course you can. From now on, I'll share half of the rewards with you. I have one request, Xiaochen added. Can we change the group's name? Sure, but it'll cost 10,000 spirit stones, Luo Cheng replied. Xiaochen immediately waved it off. Never mind then. Changing a name for 10,000 spirit stones? This Beast Tamer Alliance really knows how to make money. Luo Cheng eagerly dragged Xiaochen to the Beast Tamer Guild. The process of joining the group was straightforward, though Xiaochen winced a bit at the cost of the 100 spirit stone identity token. Fortunately, Luo Cheng offered to pay for it. From now on, you're the leader, and I'm the deputy leader, Xiaochen suggested. Luo Cheng laughed. Then you can call me Big Brother, and I'll call you Little Brother. Or should I say Second Brother? Whatever you prefer. Xiaochen replied with a grin. Luo Cheng gave a serious reminder. Second Brother, you must take good care of this identity token. It not only lets us communicate and check contribution points, but also serves as the key to activating various teleportation arrays. Once we're stronger and save up enough spirit stones, Big Brother will take you on trial missions. What are trial missions? Xiaochen asked curiously. For example, if a tribe is under siege by demonic beasts, we can use the teleportation array to go there directly and rescue the people. But that's just one type of trial mission, Luo Cheng explained. Each trial mission was fraught with deadly danger, and accepting one required a hefty payment of spirit stones. This naturally piqued Xiaochen's intense curiosity about the teleportation array in Dine City. Those beast tamers who command spatial abilities can transport people anywhere, Luo Cheng explained. It's thanks to these powerful individuals that humanity has managed to survive, surrounded as we are by fierce beasts. Xiao Chun was utterly stunned. Spatial abilities? Did this mean these formidable beast tamers could send people to any corner of the world at will? He couldn't help but feel a deep yearning, though he sighed inwardly. Reaching such a level in this lifetime seemed like an impossible dream. And so, somewhat bewildered, Xiao Qin found himself joining the Beast Tamer Guild, becoming the deputy leader of the Seven Tigers Squad and forming a brotherly bond with Luo Cheng. Although the Seven Tigers Squad was relatively mediocre and received no special treatment within the guild, they could take on some tasks once their current obligations were fulfilled. Gradually, Xiao Qin's wariness of Luo Cheng began to fade. After completing the formalities, the two rode a massive mammoth out of the city. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Xiao Qin finally asked, "Second brother, can you tell me now what kind of goods we're transporting into the city?" "Nothing special," Luo Cheng replied casually. "Just some leaves from a green vine demon to sell in Dine City." "Oh, by the way, big brother, there's something else you should know. Me first spirit beast was a green vine demon." "What?" Xiao Chan was stunned for a long moment before recovering. "You must have decent talent. Why would you choose a spirit beast like that?" Luo Cheng chuckled and explained, "Big brother, my green vine demon is unique. While its early development might be slow, its future potential rivals that of any high-tier beast. It will soar to great heights one day." His words were as much to reassure Xiao Chun as they were to convince himself. "I see. I don't know much about spirit beasts like that," Xiao Chun replied. Luo Cheng then pulled out a crystal-clear core from his pocket. "I have a wood element core here. Maybe it will be useful to you." Xiao Chun was taken aback. Spirit beast cores were incredibly valuable, easily worth thousands of spirit stones. Such a generous gift upon their first meeting? Though conflicted, he didn't hesitate to accept it, storing the core in his beast space. "Thank you, big brother. I will repay you many times over in the future." Inside the beast space, Brother Vine immediately extended countless tendrils to envelop the core tightly. Xiao Chun watched silently, fully aware of the immense energy contained within a single core. Perhaps once Brother Vine fully absorbed this core, it would lead to unimaginable surprises. Xiao Chun resolved firmly in his heart, no matter how many precious cores it might take, he would see this through to the end. There was a 1% chance of breaking through to the yellow rank, and even such a slim possibility was something Xiao Chun wanted to seize. His gaze fell on the vine demon beside him, Tungu. Compared to others of its kind, this green vine demon was indeed exceptional. The two of them walked along a forest path, their conversation revolving entirely around spirit beasts. Luo Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice brimming with undisguised pride. "Second brother, my mammoth elephant is incredibly strong and has unparalleled defense. Against lower-level opponents, sheer brute strength alone is enough." "Big brother, what skills has your spirit beast awakened?" Xiao Chen asked. "My Xiao Meng has awakened Rock Shield, which covers its body with a sturdy layer of stone. Its defense was already remarkable, and now it can move freely even amidst hordes of beasts." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Mine is Meteor Strike, which summons meteors from the sky to attack enemies. The power is immense, but the accuracy is a bit hard to control." "Haha, as long as the power's there, that's all that matters." Luo Cheng laughed heartily. "Mine is Root Bind, which can immobilize targets. One controls, the other attacks. Our combination is perfect." The two of them delved into the details of tactical coordination. Xiao Chun, who had always been a lone wolf, suddenly realized the value of having a trustworthy companion. In a world teeming with powerful individuals, there were few he could truly trust, and perhaps Luo Cheng was one of them. Before they knew it, Qingting Courtyard was already in sight. That day, Xiao Chen spoke more than he had in his entire life. Luo Cheng stared in astonishment at the countless green vine demons before him. "Xiao Chen, there must be over 100 vine demons here. Can you really command all of them?" "To fully subdue, so many would surely require a significant amount of manpower. These are all my companions," Xiao Chen explained with a smile. "Today, I'll collect some spirit leaves, and I'll repay them double in the future." The ninth-tier green vine demons were as intelligent as humans, and Xiao Chen's sincerity naturally earned their cooperation. The vines broke off one by one, neatly piling themselves in front of him. "Xiaoming, transform into your largest form," Luo Cheng commanded. The mammoth elephant instantly expanded to the size of a small mountain. With its strength, transporting tens of thousands of pounds of goods was no problem. Its colossal size not only allowed for efficient transport, but also served as a deterrent to any would-be thieves. While the Qingting leaves were valuable, the difficulty of stealing them made it an unappealing target. It wasn't until they paid the city entrance fee that Xiao Chen finally relaxed. Luo Cheng grinned and said, "See, brother? I told you I'd be back in Dian City in half a day." He had originally thought this mission would be complicated, but it turned out to be nothing more than transporting Qingting leaves. By now, the mammoth elephant was loaded with green leaves, resembling a moving emerald mountain. By the end of the trip, they had earned over 2,600 spirit stones. Xiao Chen kept the majority and handed the remainder to Luo Cheng. Finally, Xiao Chen managed to save up 3,000 spiritual stones, a number that filled him with a sense of accomplishment. "Second brother, I think it's time for you to start raising spirit silkworms." his elder brother said excitedly. The divine silkworm's 9 transformations every time they molt. You can harvest a batch of silk. It's a guaranteed profit. Besides, with your green vine demon, you won't have any trouble supplying them with vine leaves. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he took out 1,000 spiritual stones and purchased a full 1,000 spirit silkworm eggs. Seeing such a large transaction, the seller enthusiastically explained, "Young man, the best thing about spirit silkworms is how easy they are to care for. As long as you ensure a steady food supply, they practically take care of themselves. Although they're only ordinary grade spirit insects at birth, if they successfully molt twice, you can double your investment of 1,000 spiritual stones." To accommodate the spirit silkworms, Xiao Chun had to clear out half of his spirit beast space. Though the silkworm larvae were currently no bigger than caterpillars, he knew that as they grew, the existing space would eventually become insufficient. It seemed he'd have to spend some soul power daily to expand the spirit beast space. With this batch of spirit silkworms and his green vine demon, this was undoubtedly the most suitable way for Xiao Chun to earn spiritual stones. Satisfied with his plan, he turned his attention to the remaining 2,000 spiritual stones. "Big brother, I want to buy a powerful weapon." Xiao Chun voiced his thoughts. His recent combat experiences had made him deeply aware of his lack of battle strength. Although his physique and strength had improved through nourishing his soul power, they still weren't enough to make a significant impact in actual fights. His wood release technique and the green vine demon's root entanglement were supposed to be a perfect combination, but they lacked sufficient offensive power. "What? You want to spend 2,000 spiritual stones on a weapon?" Luo Chung asked in surprise, then explained. "With 2,000 spiritual stones, you could indeed buy a yellow-tier soul weapon. When paired with soul power, such a weapon would be quite formidable, enough to allow a human to contend with beasts of the same level." But, although Xiao Chun wanted to enhance his combat strength, he wasn't planning to spend all his spiritual stones on a weapon. If he could save some to buy soul power elixirs, that would be even better. "Xiao Chun, you might not need an especially powerful weapon right now," Luo Chung advised. "With your current strength, you're at most going to face yellow-tier opponents. If you buy an overly advanced weapon, your soul power might not even be able to utilize its full potential. Take my advice, get a heavy weapon instead. In battles among low-tier beast tamers, raw strength often outweighs other factors. Look at Xiao Minjit's his strength advantage that allows him to dominate in fights. When one's soul power is not strong, the damage caused by a 500-pound giant axe is not much different from that of an ordinary soul weapon." Xiao Chen stood inside the weapon shop, holding a 600-pound sky-splitting axe. This seemingly ordinary gigantic axe was priced at just 200 spirit stones. While others dismissed such a cumbersome weapon for its lack of agility, for Xiao Chun, who needed to coordinate with Tung Gu, it was exactly what he required. "That's why you're my big brother." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "With what you just said, I immediately realized what type of weapon suits me best." And so, the weapon he originally intended to spend 2,000 spirit stones on was replaced with this sky-splitting axe, costing only 200 spirit stones. Although Xiao Chun was already quite strong, wielding the 600-pound axe was still a bit challenging for him. "Just practice hard for a while," Luo Chung advised earnestly. "You don't need to show off with fancy moves, being able to swing it and hit your target is good enough." As one of the founders of the Dian Seven Tigers group, Luo Cheng's extensive combat experience made his advice particularly reliable. With plenty of spirit stones left to spare, Xiao Chen took out 1,000 spirit stones and purchased 8 bottles of mortal-grade soul power elixirs, each costing 100 spirit stones. With the remaining 1,200 spirit stones, he bought a yellow-grade with elemental crystal core. Now, he only had a few scattered spirit stones left in his pocket, but he believed the investment in Tung Ji's growth was well worth it. Luo Chung, being very familiar with Dian City, led Xiao Chun to several shops known for fair prices. During their shopping trip, Luo Chung himself also bought a large amount of supplies. Xiao Chun roughly estimated that his big brother had spent tens of thousands of spirit stones just today. "Second brother, this money took me 10 years to save," Luo Chung explained. "These supplies are all for preparing to break through." A faint smile appeared on his face as he continued. "I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Congratulations, big brother." Xiao Chun said sincerely, genuinely happy for him. He felt lucky to have just formed a bond with this big brother, who was now on the brink of advancing to a yellow-grade beast master, officially stepping into the realm of beast masters. "Once I break through, I'll need to figure out how to contract a second spirit beast," Luo Chung said. "Even a young spirit beast at the profound grade or higher costs at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. The particularly outstanding ones can even go for several million lower-grade spirit stones." Hearing those numbers, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Big brother, why don't you come with me outside the city? While I can't promise much, I'm confident we can earn spirit stones at a decent pace." In the past, Xiao Chen's individual strength was insufficient, and many things held him back. But with Luo Chung by his side, their combined efforts were bound to yield significant rewards. Xiaochen thought it was just a casual suggestion, but to his surprise, Luo Cheng seriously considered it before replying. I think that could work. After all, combat is the best way to improve one's strength. Xiao Ming is currently refining an earth elemental crystal core, and within a month, it should break through to the yellow grade. Big brother, are you agreeing to this? Xiaochen asked in disbelief. Why wouldn't I? Luo Cheng chuckled. Let's treat it as a team activity for our Seven Tigers group. As the leader, it wouldn't make sense for me not to go. Besides, I need to ensure you have some ability to protect yourself before I can feel at ease. He glanced at Xiao Chun, whose current state was indeed a bit concerning. And it's not entirely for your sake, Luo Cheng added. Like I said, I'm about to break through. Xiao Chun stood on the streets of Dian City, gazing at the few remaining spirit stones in his hand, silently calculating in his mind. Staying in the city would only waste spirit stones for nothing. It might be better to head to the area where the green vine beasts gather. The safety there is comparable to being inside the city. He turned to glance at Luo Cheng beside him, a trace of doubt surfacing in his heart. In just a single day, he'd done quite a lot for this so-called second brother, gifting him crystal cores, recommending him to join the Beastmaster Guild, and now planning to take him outside the city to train. Such enthusiasm made Xiaochen wonder if he was being too impulsive. But then again, he thought, he didn't have much of value on him anymore, so there wasn't much to worry about. His gaze shifted to the green vine not far away, and he fell into thought. Ordinary spirit beasts required a whole month to refine a single crystal core, but this vine brother was truly unique, absorbing half a crystal core in just half a day. Such an abnormal refining speed was astonishing, yet the increase in strength was negligible, like a glutton who eats excessively but struggles to gain weight. Upon closer observation, Xiaochen realized the green vine's changes weren't entirely absent. On its vibrant green leaves, an extremely faint pattern flickered in and out of sight. Perhaps this was a subtle sign of its strength improving too faint to be easily noticed. Second brother, Xiaochen patted Luo Cheng on the shoulder. I've stored all the important items in my spirit beast space. If you're ready, we can set off anytime. Before leaving, the two made a stop at the Beastmaster Guild. This time, it wasn't just to accept missions, but also to prepare for Luo Cheng's potential breakthrough. Although their current strength only allowed them to take on mortal grade missions, they boldly accepted 2 yellow grade tasks. The guild's mission rules were straightforward. Mortal grade beastmasters could accept up to 5 mortal grade tasks and 1 yellow grade task simultaneously. Xiao Chun didn't hesitate to choose the most challenging ones. One required killing 100 mortal grade 9th layer beasts, with a reward of 2,000 contribution points. The other was even more daring, killing a single yellow grade beast for a reward of 5,000 contribution points. As his identity token glowed faintly, Xiao Chun stared at the information displayed on it. Dian City, 7 Tigers Squad, Xiao Chun. Contribution points, 0. This jade token was not only connected to its user's soul, but also accurately recorded the achievements of their contracted beasts. Each beast slain would earn a corresponding amount of contribution points. Can I take on more tasks? Xiao Chun asked. The staff member patiently explained. Of course you can, but keep in mind that once you accept a task, you must complete it. Otherwise, you'll face a penalty of 10 times the contribution points. Hearing this rule, Xiao Chun carefully chose the kill missions. The guild's reward system was highly enticing. Killing 1,000 mortal grade beasts would earn 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 beasts would grant 100,000 points, and 100,000 beasts would bring a staggering 1 million points. However, such seemingly lucrative tasks were rarely taken. Failure would result in sky-high penalties, enough to bankrupt even a profound grade beastmaster. Xiao Chun stood in the mission hall, decisively taking on several highly challenging tasks without hesitation. This unexpected choice was perfectly in line with his usual way of doing things. His gaze swept across the mission scrolls as the corners of his lips curled into a subtle smile. Given his strength among the ranks of demonic beasts, these seemingly impossible tasks were not entirely out of reach. Second brother, why not start with something easier? His elder brother Luo Cheng suggested kindly, unaware that Xiao Chun had already selected the most challenging tasks, one of which included eliminating 109th tier mortal level demonic beasts as the most basic requirement. Sure, big brother, I'll act within my limits, Xiao Chun replied with a smile, though he had already begun calculating the potential rewards in his mind. 1 contribution point was equivalent to 1 spiritual stone. If he completed these tasks and added the spoils from slaying beasts, his wealth could easily reach hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. And if he could complete the mission to kill 10,000 mortal-level demonic beasts, he would earn a staggering reward of 1 million contribution points. As a first-time visitor to the mission hall, Xiao Chun listened to Luo Cheng selecting tasks while curiously observing his surroundings. The hall was bustling with people, and he noticed that most were taking on mortal-level tasks, followed by yellow-level tasks. As for tasks above the profound level, no one seemed to dare attempt them, and Xiao Chen's current access didn't allow him to view the specifics of those high-level missions. In the most prominent spot in the hall, several eye-catching public missions were posted. A heaven-level mission required venturing to Demon Island to retrieve a demonic beast cub. A profound-level mission involved slaying a single profound-level beast during a beast-tied defense battle. And another heaven-level mission called for discovering an unknown species of demonic beast. While these missions appeared open to all, they realistically required at least profound-level strength to even consider attempting. Xiao Chun glanced down at the identity token in his hand, which recorded only basic information about him, the 5 tasks he had taken, and his current contribution points. He couldn't help but wonder how the token would change once he reached the yellow level. Just as he was about to look away, a painting displayed at the top of the hall caught his attention. It depicted a figure clad in a black robe, wearing an ink-black, ghostly mask. The image struck him deeply, triggering a surge of memories. His pupils contracted sharply, and his body trembled uncontrollably at the sight. Below the painting was a list of missions. Earth-level mission: eliminate any peripheral member of the Nether Hall. Heaven-level mission: eliminate any member of the Nether Hall. Saint-level mission: eliminate any protector of the Nether Hall. Divine-level mission: eliminate any elder of the Nether Hall. The appearance of these missions stirred a storm within Xiao Chen's heart, which had initially been filled with mere curiosity as he browsed. Xiao Chen stood there, his gaze fixed on the portrait, too shocked to speak. It turned out that the owner of that distinctive attire was not an isolated case, but a member of a terrifyingly powerful organization, the Nether Hall. His hands trembled slightly, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. A Heaven-tier mission it required slaying a Heaven-tier beast to complete. This meant that even an ordinary member of the Nether Hall possessed strength comparable to a Heaven-tier beast. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Did this image scare you? Luo Qing noticed Xiao Chen's unusual behavior and interrupted his thoughts. Relax, with our level of strength, how could we possibly cross paths with people like that? As he spoke, Luo Cheng's eyes lingered on the ghostly mask in the portrait, his brows furrowing unconsciously. Even though it was just a painting, the chilling aura it exuded still made him uneasy. He vividly remembered the first time he saw this image. He had been so frightened that he felt a piercing cold all over. What if one day I have to face them? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask. What else can you do? With me around, what are you afraid of? Luo Cheng thumped his chest confidently. Though his words seemed unreliable, they somehow managed to dispel most of the cold fear that had gripped Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted back to the past. After escaping from that small shack, he had struggled to survive in the wilderness for years, believing he had completely left his past behind. But reality hit him like a cruel blow. His enemies were unimaginably powerful, so much so that he wasn't even qualified to be their opponent. Even if he poured his entire life into improving himself, he might never reach their level. When they left the city again, Xiao Chun was clearly distracted. He calculated silently the person in question was at least a peripheral member of the Nether Hall, which meant they were at least Earth tier in strength. In Dian City, such formidable individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Luo Qing noticed Xiao Chen's unusual demeanor. Instead of answering directly, Xiao Chun said with determination, Big brother, I want to become a yellow tier beast tamer, and one day I'll reach mystic tier and Earth tier. It was a vow not only to Luo Cheng, but also to himself. To achieve his goal, he decided to do whatever it took to enhance Vinebro's strength. If one beast core wasn't enough, he'd get 2. If slaying one beast wasn't enough, he'd keep hunting one after another. The news about the Nether Hall, while bringing immense pressure, had also ignited an unrelenting fire of determination within him. Second brother, you've got to take things one step at a time, Luo Cheng said earnestly. First, focus on refining those soul power elixirs over the next few days. As someone with experience, he understood how young beast tamers often aimed too high too soon. Mystic tier and Earth tier weren't goals that could be achieved overnight. Big brother, do you think it's impossible? Nothing's truly impossible. Who doesn't have dreams? Luo Cheng replied with a smile. Back in the day, my dream was to become the #1 in Yen City and capture a sacred beast just for fun. Hearing this, Xiao Qin couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was an outrageous dream, but who could say it was entirely unattainable? By dusk, they finally set out from the city. Most people were heading back into the city at that hour, and only beast tamers as strong as Luo Cheng dared to spend the night outside the city. Once they returned to Greenvine Courtyard, Xiao Qin immediately began his training. It was his first time using soul power elixirs, and he didn't dare to be careless with a single detail. Since cultivating the Beastmaster's manual, Xiao Qin had mastered the knack of refining soul power. Despite the high level of this soul refining technique, it seemed unusually effortless in his hands. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Xiao Chun felt the soul power potion circulating within his body. Compared to his previous method of absorbing the free-floating soul power in the air, his current practice was as easy and natural as drinking water. By the end of the day, he had completely refined nearly half a bottle of soul power potion in efficiency equivalent to 4 or 5 days of arduous training in the past. Big brother. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked over at Luo Cheng, who was nearby. At this rate, I can refine a bottle of soul power potion in about 3 days. Does this seem a bit slow? At that moment, his spiritual sea held 8 fully formed soul rings, and the ninth was faintly taking shape. Although he felt his soul power growing rapidly, he had no reference point to determine whether this pace was fast or slow. Luo Cheng was taken aback by his words and replied with a serious expression, "Haven't I told you before? In cultivation, one must not be overly ambitious. Forget 3 days. Most people would consider it impressive to refine a single bottle in a month. And you, big brother? How long does it take you?" Xiaochen pressed further. "My talent is decent, but even for me, it takes 6 or 7 days to refine a bottle," Luo Cheng admitted. "And once you break through to the yellow rank, refining yellow rank soul liquid will take even longer." Hearing this, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. By Luo Cheng's standards, refining a bottle in 6 or 7 days was already considered highly talented. If he could manage it in just 3 days, wouldn't that make him a true prodigy? "Big brother, it seems my talent for beast mastery is quite extraordinary. From now on, let me take care of you." Xiaochen grinned with delight. If he hadn't wasted so many years, his strength might have already surpassed the yellow rank. Luo Cheng picked up Xiaochen's soul power potion with a grave expression, examining it closely. "Are you really able to refine a bottle in just 3 days? You've seen it with your own eyes, big brother. I wouldn't dare to lie. Perhaps my cultivation method is somewhat unique." "This requires further observation," Luo Cheng said, his face more serious than ever. "Remember, under no circumstances should you reveal your cultivation method to anyone." Looking at the young man before him, Luo Cheng couldn't hide his astonishment. A unseen-a-century beast mastering prodigy. Why had he chosen to contract a low-grade spirit beast like the Vine Demon? If the Beast God Temple found out, they would undoubtedly focus on nurturing him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was already older, and his first spirit beast choice had been a mistake. "Second brother, your talent is truly remarkable," Luo Cheng said earnestly. "Although your starting point is low, many people have lost their first spirit beasts in battle and still went on to become powerful beastmasters. With your aptitude, raising the Vine Demon to the yellow rank shouldn't be difficult. But be cautious when choosing spirit beasts in the future. Another wrong choice would squander your incredible potential." Luo Cheng, like an elder brother, gave Xiao Chen meticulous advice. Although Luo Cheng's knowledge was limited, he firmly believed that Xiao Chen's talent was no less impressive than that of the elite disciples from the prominent families of Dian City. "Thank you, big brother, for your guidance. I will definitely keep it in mind." Xiao Chun nodded solemnly, his thoughts swirling with countless possibilities. He even began to suspect whether the misfortunes of his past were somehow connected to his beast-taming talent. In the days that followed, Xiao Chun devoted himself entirely to cultivation. With the aid of soul power elixirs, his cultivation speed astonishingly increased by 7 to 8 times. This incredible improvement left Xiao Chun both shocked and deeply aware of how inefficient his previous cultivation methods had been. However, such a rapid cultivation pace came at a steep cost. Every 3 days, 1 bottle of soul power elixir was consumed, and each bottle cost 100 spirit stones. This meant a daily expense of over 30 spirit stones. If he were to rely on elixirs for long-term cultivation, the annual cost would exceed 10,000 spirit stones. Once he advanced to the Huang tier, the resource consumption would be even more staggering. "I wonder how these soul power elixirs are made." Xiao Chen pondered to himself. "If I could learn to refine them on my own, I could save a significant amount of spirit stones." Meanwhile, Qing Tung's progress was equally remarkable. By the 6th day, it had fully refined its first crystal core. Although it hadn't broken through or grown additional vines, Xiao Chen sensed a subtle, yet profound transformation within it. Without hesitation, he handed Qing Tung a second wood element crystal core. "Brother Vine, once you refine this core, we'll earn even more money." Xiao Chen resolved to help Qing Tung break through its limits. Every day, besides his rigorous training, he took time to use his soul power to nurture Qing Tung. In his sea of consciousness, the shadowy image of the vine grew increasingly vibrant and lifelike. Early the next morning, a loud cry jolted Xiao Chen awake. He saw Luo Cheng riding atop Xiao Meng, laughing heartily. "Second brother, we did it." Xiao Chen immediately noticed the different Xiao Meng's physique had grown more robust, and its aura had undergone a significant transformation. This was the hallmark of advancing from the 9th level of the mortal tier to the Huang tier. "Congratulations, big brother. Both of you have advanced." Xiao Chen offered his heartfelt congratulations. Xiao Meng's advancement to the Huang tier signified that Luo Cheng had officially become a Huang tier beastmaster, capable of contracting a second spirit beast. Although Luo Cheng hadn't awakened a second skill, this came as no surprise. After all, the awakening of new skills when a spirit beast breaks through a major tier depends entirely on chance, and it might not occur until reaching the Xian tier. However, the spirit beast itself was guaranteed to awaken a new skill. Xiao Meng's first skill, Rock Shield, granted it an exceptionally strong stone barrier. Now that it had advanced to the Huang tier, The power of this skill would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Xiaochen curiously looked at Xiao Ming, waiting for it to showcase its second skill. Suddenly, Xiao Ming raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Xiao Chun immediately felt a heavy pressure under his feet, as if his legs were shackled by invisible iron chains. It wasn't just him. Nearby groups of green vine demons were also affected. Their once high-reaching vines drooped down, clinging close to the ground. What kind of magic is this? Xiao Chun tried to lift his feet, but found every step unbearably difficult, as though his legs were weighed down by heavy stones. Luo Cheng didn't answer directly, but instead smiled with a look of pride on his face. This technique is called Earth's Power, also known as gravity magic. Within its range, all living beings are subjected to several times the normal gravitational force. Xiaochen immediately realized the value of this skill. Its area effect nature, combined with its control capabilities, could not only restrict the movement of enemies, but also complement Luo Cheng's meteor shower attack perfectly. More importantly, when the enemy's movements were hindered, Xiao Ming's massive size could unleash its full potential in devastating collisions. Right now, Xiao Ming can only exert double gravity, Luo Cheng explained. But as its strength grows, its power will increase. At 10 times gravity, enemies won't even be able to stand. Second brother, the hunting plan can begin now, Luo Cheng added. Their mission was clear: hunt down numerous demonic beasts, gather spiritual meat for Brother Vine, earn spirit stones, and complete their assigned tasks. From the lowest fancier beasts to the Huang-tier ones, nothing would be spared. The two decided to lead the Green Vine Demon Group southwest. That area was far from Dian City, where the demonic beasts were generally stronger. Though their movement was slower with the large group of Green Vine demons, advancing only around 10 miles a day, they weren't in a rush. They planned to hunt along the way, gradually venturing deeper into the endless wilderness. Big brother, after selling the green vine leaves, they'll share some spirit stones with you, Xiaochen said. We'll talk about that later, Luo Cheng replied, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze, however, was filled with surprise as he observed Xiaochen's combat strategy. The slow-moving green vine demons could infiltrate the territories of other group-dwelling demonic beasts and effortlessly wipe out entire clans. All Xiaochen and Luo Cheng had to do was direct the battle from the sidelines, yielding substantial rewards. In this vast wilderness, the number of demonic beasts was staggering, especially low-tier ones like wind spirit mice, which were practically everywhere. For them, this was nothing short of an inexhaustible treasure trove. This type of beast was undoubtedly the perfect choice for Xiaochen to farm data. Before long, he stumbled upon a nest of wind spirit mice, which was incredibly fortunate. This group of wind spirit mice contributed over 100 task data points, directly completing 1% of the mission to slay 10,000 mortal rank beasts. Watching the numbers on his identity token steadily rise, Xiaochen flashed a satisfied smile. With the cooperation of the green vine fiends, hunting became significantly easier. The vines were responsible for restraining the targets, while Vine Bro delivered the final, fatal blow. In this manner, they pushed forward across the wastelands for over 10 days. Along the way, they frequently encountered herd beasts like swine beasts and wind spirit mice, achieving resounding victories each time. Even when they occasionally came across large groups of 9th-layer mortal rank beasts, Luo Cheng was able to handle them with ease. Unknowingly, they had ventured over 100 miles deep into the wastelands, and the silhouette of Dian City had long disappeared from the horizon. The beasts here were noticeably stronger, prompting Luo Cheng to issue a cautious warning. Second brother, this area seems to be where yellow rank beasts are active. I suggest we set up a base camp here. Indeed, venturing further without preparation would be extremely dangerous. A single powerful yellow rank beast could easily annihilate their entire group. Reflecting on the past 10 days, their harvest was far greater than all the beasts Xiao Chun had hunted in the past few years. Every green vine fiend carried several bundles of spirit meat wrapped in green leaves, and Vine Bro was especially loaded with what looked like spirit meat dumplings. Although it hadn't shown any signs of advancing to the next rank yet, it was still growing rapidly. At this point, Vine Bro had exhausted its soul power potion and completely refined its second crystal core, yet it continued to consume hundreds, even thousands of pounds of spirit meat daily. It devoured all types of spirit meat without hesitation, like a bottomless pit. Big brother, we need to carefully plan how to set up the most secure defensive formation, Xiaochen said. We must ensure we can handle any yellow rank beasts. The advantage of having so many allies was undeniable. Combining a large-scale gravity spell with the countless entangling vines of the green vine fiends would have devastating power. Now, 3 of the green vine fiends in the formation had advanced to the 9th layer of the mortal rank. While their awakened skills might not be very powerful individually, their combined use produced astonishing results. However, the biggest challenge remained: how to lure in those highly intelligent yellow rank beasts. As the lowest-ranked member of the Beast Tamer Guild, Xiaochen boldly accepted 6 tasks on his first mission, 5 at the mortal rank and 1 at the yellow rank. Moreover, He chose the most challenging tasks available. He opened the task panel, where the data displayed his current progress with precision. Task 1. Defeat mortal rank beasts 596-1000. Task 2. Defeat mortal rank beasts 596-100000. Task 3. Defeat mortal rank beasts 596-100000. Task 4. Defeat 9th layer mortal rank beasts 6100. Task 5. Defeat 8th layer mortal rank beasts 281000. Looking at these numbers, Xiaochen calculated silently. Although the sheer quantity required for these tasks was daunting, with the help of his green vine beast, he had already successfully wiped out several groups of beasts. Especially the first task completing, it would earn him a generous reward of 10,000 contribution points, which didn't seem out of reach for him. Compared to collection or escort tasks, which often required teamwork, these solo kill missions were much better suited to his lone wolf style. Watching the progress increase every day gave Xiaochen a strong sense of fulfillment that he found deeply addictive. What he didn't know, however, was that very few beast tamers dared to take on such an overwhelming number of kill missions. While the rewards were lucrative, the risks were extremely high. Good luck might allow someone to eliminate a large number of beasts at once, but bad luck could lead to a fatal encounter. At that moment, Luo Cheng noticed something unusual about Green Vine. Big brother, the number of crystal cores and flesh Green Vine has been refining lately is astonishing. I feel like its power has already far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th layer mortal rank Green Vine beast. That's pretty normal, Luo Cheng explained. Even within the same 9th layer mortal rank, the difference in strength can be huge. Some heaven rank beasts, when at this level, can even challenge ordinary yellow rank beasts. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Does that mean if we keep nurturing it, Green Vine could potentially achieve the strength of a yellow rank beast? In theory, yes, Luo Cheng replied cautiously. But Green Vine's growth potential is ultimately limited. Elevating it to yellow rank strength would require an enormous amount of resources. Those resources might yield better results if invested in other spirit beasts. Xiaochen, I suggest you focus primarily on improving yourself for now. Buy more soul power potions, and work on breaking through to the yellow rank as soon as possible. Once you form a contract with a second spirit beast, you can concentrate on nurturing that one. Green Vine's development should be gradual, don't rush it. Luo Cheng's advice was undeniably rational, yet Xiaochen couldn't fully agree. Over the years, Green Vine had been his closest companion. Now that he had access to resources, how could he hold back? Since he hadn't secured a second spirit beast yet, he decided to pour all his efforts into cultivating the partner who had been by his side for so long. In his heart, he thought so, but outwardly he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Big brother, you're absolutely right. I'll work hard in that direction." Luo Cheng seemed to catch some of Xiao Chen's inner thoughts and added, "Xiao Chen, every beast tamer walks their own path. There's no absolute right or wrong, just follow your instincts." With Luo Cheng's cultivation now fully stabilized, they began planning how to take down a yellow-tier demonic beast. Xiao Chun took out a water element crystal core and said, "Place the crystal core in the green vine garden, and this will be done." Using a crystal core as bait is indeed a clever way to lure in a big catch, Luo Cheng agreed. Although it's a water element core, beasts of other elements can still absorb its energy, though the effect might be weaker. But with so many green vine beasts around, would any demonic beast dare to come? There will definitely be some demonic beasts that come, Luo Cheng explained. The vast majority of demonic beasts instinctively underestimate green vine beasts. For a physically powerful yellow-tier demonic beast, it could rampage through a formation of green vine beasts with ease. To enhance the bait's appeal, Luo Cheng nearly emptied his spirit beast space of all its resources, including various spirit meats and items favored by demonic beasts. It was an unapologetic trap, waiting for some unsuspecting yellow-tier demonic beast to succumb to temptation. Surprisingly, the results came quickly. Just half a day later, a yellow-tier gray finch beast was drawn in. This gray finch beast was massive, larger than a fully grown boar beast. Its wings gleamed like metal under the light, its talons were razor-sharp, and its piercing eyes exuded a chilling intensity. Xiao Chun immediately sensed the disdainful mental fluctuations emanating from the beast. This yellow-tier demonic beast had clearly seen through the trap, but like many others of its kind, it underestimated the power of the green vine beasts. The oppressive spiritual pressure it released made Xiao Chun feel immense strain, yet Tengu appeared completely unaffected, as if oblivious to the tension. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng maintained a low profile, deliberately concealing the fact that he was a yellow-tier beast tamer, so as not to alert the beast and risk ruining their plan. Facing the formidable gray finch beast, Xiao Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. The monstrous bird's wings were sharp as blades, diving through the skies above the Qing Tung courtyard. Its movement caused countless vines to burst from the ground, surging wildly toward the heavens. Even though some of the vines had activated their awakened abilities, they were still no match for the gray finch beast's overwhelming power. Its wings, like twin razor-sharp swords, severed the vines effortlessly. Shattered branches and fallen leaves scattered in its wake, unable to slow it down in the slightest. This scene confirmed Xiao Chen's fierce Qing Tung demons at the 9th level of the mortal rank were utterly incapable of standing against a yellow rank beast. Even the strongest of the vines, Tung Gu, had yet to act, but the vast difference in rank left Xiao Chun with little hope. Foolish human, delivering a crystal core to me on a silver platter, the gray finch beast mocked, its voice dripping with disdain. Quick, stop it! Xiao Chun finally shouted, knowing full well that the vine's resistance would likely be futile. Still, this step was necessary not only to exhaust the gray finch beast's strength, but also to create an opening for Tung Gu to strike. It's useless. That crystal core is mine today. The gray finch beast's greedy eyes were locked firmly on the water element crystal core. To it, consuming the core would mean ascending to the 3rd level of the yellow rank. As it watched the vines fall one by one under its relentless assault, it finally broke through the last line of defense, the crystal core now just within reach. These seemingly intricate layers of defense were nothing more than a joke to a true powerhouse. As the lowest tier of yellow rank beasts, the gray finch beast usually confined itself to bullying mortal rank creatures on the outskirts, cowering before other yellow rank beasts. But now, with the crystal core so close, it dreamed of finally being able to dominate even the likes of that giant serpent. However, just as it was about to seize the core, a sudden force dragged its body downward, as if an immense weight had anchored it to the ground. Before the gray finch beast could realize it had been caught in a gravity spell, a vine had already coiled tightly around its body. Though the crystal core was within its grasp, it found itself unable to take flight. This unexpected twist left it momentarily stunned, but not overly concerned. Confidently, it swung its steel-like wings toward the vine, aiming to slice through, only to discover that this time, it failed to sever it completely. Whether it was the effect of the gravity spell or a misjudgment of its own strength, the vine remained intact, held together by a resilient inner layer. To the proud gray finch beast, this was a grave humiliation. Break! It roared furiously, preparing to strike again. But before it could, dozens of vines simultaneously wrapped around its body, with countless sturdy roots extending from within the vines to reinforce the hold. A yellow-rank Qing Tung? The gray finch beast finally sensed that something was amiss. Ordinary vines couldn't possibly possess such tenacity. Within moments, it was thoroughly ensnared, unable to move. This unexpected turn of events far exceeded its expectations, and for the first time, panic began to creep into its heart. Just as the ash finch was contemplating an escape plan, a massive boulder suddenly fell from the sky, slamming heavily onto its back. A wave of excruciating pain surged through its entire body, as though its internal organs were being churned. The sheer force of the impact was unmistakably the result of a yellow tear spell. The ash finch's heart sank. It immediately realized it had fallen into a trap. As an experienced beast, it didn't hesitate to counterattack, preparing to unleash its most powerful spell to break free. However, this was precisely the moment Xiao Chun had been waiting for. Would release. Sky-splitting axe, slash, he roared, swinging the massive 600-pound axe with precision honed through countless practice sessions. The ash finch had no time to dodge and was forced to endure the crushing blow heat-in. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chun quickly retreated after landing the strike. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng, who had been ready to assist, stood frozen in shock. Before them lay the severed head of the massive bird, its neck bearing a gaping wound the size of a bowl, blood gushing out in torrents. Second brother, your combat instincts are truly remarkable. You struck a fatal blow in one move. Luo Cheng praised. Big brother, honestly, I just swung randomly, Xiao Chen admitted, still somewhat in disbelief as he stared at the blood dripping from the axe blade. But the evidence was clear. The yellow-tier ash finch stood no chance against the combined efforts of the green vine and a yellow-tier beastmaster. This was our first time facing a yellow-tier beast, and managing a one-hit kill is already impressive, Luo Cheng said as he began to take stock of their spoils. The ash finch's feathers alone were worth hundreds of spirit stones, comparable to a beast at the 7th or 8th level of the mortal tier. Even more valuable was its wind elemental core, which could fetch thousands of spirit stones on the market. Xiao Qin opened his task panel and saw that he had completed his first yellow-tier mission, earning a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Though such growth missions could only be completed once, earning so much with a single decisive strike was already a significant achievement. Big brother, you should keep the core, and let Brother Vine have the flesh, Xiao Qin suggested. After all, without Luo Cheng's intervention, they wouldn't have been able to take down the ash finch. Plus, Luo Cheng needed more spirit stones to advance further after his breakthrough to the yellow tier. The distribution seemed entirely fair. The next phase of their goal was Cleardo slay hundreds, if not thousands, of yellow-tier beasts. Reflecting on the earlier battle, though it lasted only moments, it unfolded as a gripping and fierce clash right in the heart of the dense green vines. The battlefield, encircled by layers of thick foliage, concealed the events within from other beasts. Only the faint, unique aura of the crystal cores lingered in the air. For the first time, Tungu consumed the blood and flesh of a yellow-tier beast. However, the refinement process was no different from before. As always, it wrapped its prey into a massive meat dumpling, with countless tendrils hungrily piercing into the flesh, ravenously absorbing the essence of energy. Though Tang Ji's strength had clearly improved, breaking through to the next level still seemed to require more time. With the success of their first battle, the two brothers gained a surge of confidence. 10 days later, they managed to hunt down a passing gray finch beast, marking Luo Cheng's completion of his first yellow-tier kill mission. Upon advancing to a yellow-tier beast tamer, one could simultaneously accept 5 yellow-tier missions and 1 profound-tier mission. The importance of these 6 slots could not be overstated. Once a mission was accepted, it had to be completed, as abandoning it would result in a penalty 10 times harsher than the reward, enough to deter anyone from giving up. When Luo Cheng learned that Xiao Chun had boldly taken on 5 kill missions at once, his astonished expression was etched deeply into Xiao Chen's memory. Hunting hundreds or thousands of beasts is one thing, but you actually dared to accept missions requiring tens of thousands, even 100,000 kills? Just hunting that many mortal-tier beasts alone would take over a decade. Isn't that why I have you, big brother? Xiao Chen replied with a grin. What good am I for that? Luo Cheng grumbled, though he was already strategizing for Xiao Chun. After a moment of thought, he stated solemnly, Second brother, I need to return to Dian City to exchange for a new identity token. That way, I can take on more yellow-tier missions. From now on, I'll handle the yellow-tier beasts, and you can focus on cleaning up the mortal-tier ones. It seemed to be the best plan Luo Cheng could devise. Without the threat of yellow-tier beasts, Xiao Qin's army of vine demons would become an unstoppable force in this region, facing no opposition. Another month had passed. Although Tungu had fully absorbed the essence of the 2 Huang-tier beasts, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. On the other hand, Xiao Qin's soul power had surged to the 9th level of the mortal tier, giving him hope of advancing to the Huang tier within 3 to 5 years. By then, he'll be able to form a contract with a second spirit beast, Xiao Qin said, gazing into the distance with a look of anticipation. Big brother, have you thought about what kind of spirit beast you'll choose for your second contract? Xiao Qin asked, turning to look at Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng shook his head, his expression troubled. This is really giving me a headache. Our first spirit beast already set a high standard, so the second one has to be even stronger. But with our current strength, it's nearly impossible to venture deep into the wilderness to capture one ourselves. I guess we'll have to buy one with spirit stones. Speaking of purchasing spirit beasts, Luo Cheng continued. Take Xiao Ming, for example. My 6 elder brothers pooled their money to buy him, and it cost a whopping 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. 200,000. Xiao Chen exclaimed, his jaw practically dropping. The figure far exceeded his expectations and made him realize how capable Luo Cheng's brothers must be, not only forming an organization, but also investing such a massive amount in nurturing a low-tier beast tamer. Big brother, is your talent really that extraordinary? My talent's decent, Luo Cheng replied with a smile. But more importantly, one of those 6 brothers is my actual blood brother. Hearing this, Xiao Chen fell into thought. Some people are fortunate to have benefactors in their lives, while his own path seemed much harder. For my second contracted spirit beast, I want to aim for something with a higher grade, Xiao Chen said, his eyes shining with determination. He'll need to take on as many missions as I can and work hard to earn 1,000,000 contribution points. He understood clearly that whether it was buying a spirit beast, nurturing one, or improving his own cultivation, all of it required an enormous amount of spirit stones. Not to mention the additional expenses for equipment, armor, and soul power potions. Big brother, once Tengu advances to the Huang tier, I want to join you on a trial mission, Xiao Chen suggested. It's dangerous, but it's also the best opportunity to achieve merit. Like during the city defense battles, if you're strong enough, you can slay a large number of beasts in one go. Luo Cheng's expression suddenly turned serious. There's no rush for the trials. That place is far too dangerous. Even my brothers, who were all Xiantier beast tamers, didn't make it back alive. Xiao Chun was stunned by this revelation. 6 out of the 7 great yin tigers had reached the Xiantier, making them elite among elites, yet they had perished in the trials. The danger of that place was unimaginable. Big brother, you've never been to the trial grounds, have you? No, I haven't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here chatting with you, Luo Cheng replied with a light-hearted smile. But don't worry, your big brother has plenty of battle experience. What Xiao Chun didn't know was that Luo Cheng's eldest brother had passed away shortly after contracting his spirit beast, leaving Luo Cheng to figure everything out on his own. Fortunately, Xiao Ming had been a pleasant surprise, demonstrating remarkable prowess among low-tier beasts. Slaying 100,000 mortal-tier beasts is still a long way off, Xiao Chen calculated silently. He'll start with a smaller goal, killing 10,000 within a year or two. The rewards from those missions should add up to at least 100,000 contribution points. With the resources they had gathered, their wealth had accumulated to hundreds of thousands. After being away from Dian City for nearly a year, both Xiao Chun and Brother Tung had improved their skills, but hunting beasts was still no easy task. Even with the help of numerous green vines, they found it difficult to deal with late yellow-tier beasts. Hunting yellow-tier beasts proactively is too risky, Xiao Chun analyzed cautiously. We can only wait for them to come to us. However, when it comes to mortal-tier beasts, we can deal with them without hesitation. After months of scouting and stationing in the area, they had become intimately familiar with their surroundings. Within several miles, there were more than 10 yellow-tier beasts. Fortunately, these beasts were solitary by nature and kept a considerable distance from one another. Only the flying beasts, with their large range of activity, might discover the spirit cores in the area. Big brother, should we lure those beasts over here? Luo Cheng asked eagerly, clearly experienced in such matters. Xiao Chen shook his head and replied, no need to provoke them. Just focus on hunting mortal-tier beasts. Once we've cleared out most of their food sources, the yellow-tier beasts will be forced to move elsewhere. Hearing this strategy, Luo Cheng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at his elder brother in a new light. Their first target was a yellow-tier level 3 Ashbera powerful earth-type beast that fed on spirit ants and enjoyed devouring spirit flesh. They chose it because Xiao Meng needed earth-type spirit cores to grow. Brother Tang's training was entirely different from Xiao Meng's. It not only involved practicing awakening skills, but also emphasized teamwork and coordination. The same skill could produce vastly different results depending on the spirit beast. Currently, Brother Tung's root bind had far surpassed many plant-type beasts of the same tier. Brother Tung's greatest advantage lay in its ability to directly refine large amounts of spirit flesh. Although Xiao Meng could also refine spirit flesh, the results were far inferior to Brother Tang's. If the spirit flesh could be processed into elixirs or spirit liquids, the effects would be even better. This was why plant-type spirit beasts generally had lower cultivation costs, though Brother Tung was an exception. Xiao Chun had already invested tens of thousands of spirit stones into it. Tung, I have a task for you, Xiao Chun said. Relocate all the nearby spirit ant nests to the green vine garden. With Brother Tang's current range of vine coverage, this task was well within its ability. Xiao Chun, it's one thing for you to raise spirit silkworms, but now you're even raising ants. Luo Chung asked, bewildered. I'm not planning to raise spirit ants, Xiao Chun waved dismissively. Raising these creatures yields little return. Just raising you has already worn me out. How would I have the energy for anything else? Hearing this, Brother Ting immediately felt wronged and sent a telepathic message. All the prey I caught myself, I never let you get hurt, and I've even helped you earn a lot of contributions. How have I exhausted you? Xiao Chen froze for a moment, then realized he had misspoken. Indeed, no matter how many resources he invested, it was Brother Tung who earned them back. He was simply trying to cultivate stronger spirit beasts with fewer resources. All right, I was wrong, Xiao Chen admitted honestly. I've poured my heart and soul into this for you. That's the truth. Before Xiao Chun could finish speaking, Tung Gu impatiently interrupted. Enough with the chatter. Get to work already. There are more battles lined up ahead. What surprised Xiao Chun was Tung Ji's fearless attitude toward any fight. In fact, when facing enemies of the Huang tier, there was even a flicker of excitement in its eyes. Tung Gu eagerly exclaimed, Xiao Chun, give me a few more wood-type crystal cores, and wrap up a few Huang tier zombies for me. I can definitely break through this time. Damn it, that's what you said last time. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. I want to break through too. After completing 2 more kill missions, I'll make a trip back to Dian City and exchange the contribution points from the rewards for crystal cores. I refuse to believe you can't break through. Seeing Tung Ji's strength grow day by day brought Xiao Chen some comfort. Honestly, breaking through isn't as crucial right now. Tung Ji's current strength is already close to the first level of the Huang tier. True power matters the most. Over the next few days, the entire Qing Tung Garden was bustling with activity. With its superior strength, Tung Gu went on a rampage in the area. The other Qing Tung demons at the 8th and 9th levels weren't far behind either. Although they moved more slowly, their roots could extend nearly a mile, giving them a considerable range in combat. Xiao Chun lounged leisurely in the Qing Tung Garden, sipping tea while watching the task panel numbers climb rapidly. They could have gone on such a rampage earlier, but their lack of familiarity with the surroundings had made them cautious, fearing they might attract multiple Huang tier beasts at once. Soon enough, the simplest kill mission was completed, killing 1,000 Fantier beasts, 10001000, with 10,000 contribution points in hand, plus the rewards for defeating Huang tier beasts. His total contribution points had reached 20,000. However, several of the more challenging kill missions would take longer to accomplish. Now, all that remained was to wait for the grisly beast to show up. Looking at the dense swarm of spirit ants outside Qing Tung Garden, Xiao Chun felt confident in victory. He settled down to cultivate, waiting for the right moment. A few days later, a thunderous beast roar jolted Xiao Chun awake, accompanied by the faint tremor of the ground. Luo Cheng was already standing outside Qing Tung Garden, silently observing the fierce clash between two enormous creatures. This was Xiao Chen's first time witnessing the terrifying combat power of Huangtier beasts up close. The mammoth resembled a moving mountain, its thick limbs and long tusks exuding an intimidating presence. The grizzly beast was no less formidable, with its muscular frame and razor-sharp claws glinting menacingly. As the battle began, the mammoth charged with the force of a thunderstorm, its tusks like twin swords aiming straight for the grizzly beast. The grizzly beast dodged nimbly, countering with a powerful swipe of its claws aimed at the mammoth's abdomen. The two beasts collided, producing dull, resounding impacts. Dust filled the air on the barren land, as if the entire world trembled under the ferocity of their fight. The mammoth, with its rock armor skill, significantly reduced the damage it took. Combined with its immense strength and stamina, and the occasional use of gravity manipulation, it gained the upper hand in this brutal melee. Meanwhile, the grizzly beast relied on its earth wall summoning skill, repeatedly deploying it throughout the battle. The earthen wall crumbled effortlessly before Xiao Meng, its thick structure reduced to a cloud of dust in an instant. This scene made Xiao Chen's eyes light up as he finally realized just how powerful his spirit beast truly was. Although the grizzly beast was 2 levels stronger than Xiao Meng, in a contest of raw strength, Xiao Meng held the upper hand. Standing to the side, Luo Cheng watched the battle unfold with a calm, confident smile. Xiao Chen couldn't help but reflect that their earlier caution had been unnecessary. Luo Cheng explained, "This is my first time facing a yellow-tier beast directly, so I wasn't sure how it would go. But now it's clear among these outer yellow-tier beasts, Xiao Meng is truly extraordinary." As the battle continued, the situation became increasingly clear. The grizzly beast was covered in bloody wounds, its injuries severe. Seeing this, Xiao Chen decided to let Teng Gu join the fight. With a burst of energy, Teng Gu unleashed dozens of vines that surged toward the grizzly beast like serpents. Roar! A furious cry echoed across the area. The grizzly beast, enraged by the audacity of a green vine demon daring to provoke it, felt its pride insulted. But before it could react, Teng Gu had already wrapped it tightly in vines. The grizzly beast struggled fiercely, snapping several vines with its immense strength, showcasing its power far beyond that of a gray sparrow beast. However, more vines quickly replaced the broken ones, and at the same time, Xiao Meng seized the opportunity to land a heavy stomp on the grizzly beast's chest. With one final, unwilling roar, the grizzly beast collapsed completely. The battle ended, and silence returned to the surroundings. Xiao Chun let out a long breath, his heart still pounding. This was the first time they had defeated a yellow-tier beast heathen, and the experience felt entirely different from any previous encounters. Luo Cheng retrieved a fist-sized yellow crystal core and tossed it to Xiao Meng. "Let's leave the grizzly beast to Xiao Meng. As an earth element beast, this will be immensely beneficial for its growth. They'll take it back to Dian City and exchange it for some items Xiao Meng might need." This battle gave them a clearer understanding of their own strength. Over the next 2 months, they became more proactive, hunting down all 8 yellow-tier beasts in the surrounding area that were below the 3rd level. Xiao Meng led the charge, while Xiao Chun directed the green vine demons to clean up the battlefield. They practically wiped out every beast within a 10-mile radius. During this time, they also managed to capture a wood element beast, allowing Teng Gu to refine its crystal core. Teng Gu absorbed a significant amount of blood and essence daily, steadily advancing to the 1st and 2nd levels of the yellow tier, though breaking through to the next stage still seemed far off. After half a year of battles, the green vine demons had established themselves as the dominant force in the region. Xiao Meng successfully advanced to the 2nd level, but what surprised Xiao Chen most was that one of the 9-level green vines broke through its limits after absorbing an abundance of blood and essence. This left him feeling a bit frustrated for Teng Gu, while the other green vine demons seemed to grow effortlessly. Teng Gu had shown no progress for years. Upon reflection, though, it made sense. After all, only 1% of green vines ever reached the yellow tier, so Teng Gu's situation wasn't entirely unexpected. Inside Qingting Garden, an unfamiliar yellow-tier demon beast suddenly appeared, leaving Xiao Chun feeling uneasy. Although his spiritual beast, Teng Gu, was quite formidable in combat, this unexpected situation still made him uncomfortable. "Second brother," Luo Cheng said softly, gazing at the desolate land they had called home for the past 3 years. "Your strength should be close to a breakthrough, right?" Indeed, over the past 3 years, Xiao Chun had not slacked off for a moment. By diligently practicing the Beast Mastery Manual daily, he could clearly feel his soul power growing steadily. With the aid of a soul power potion, breaking through the yellow tier seemed within reach. Reaching such a level at the age of 30 was considered a respectable achievement in the cultivation world. "Big brother, why don't we head back to Dian City first?" Xiao Chen suggested. "We can turn in the mission and take a short break." Although the two brothers had grown accustomed to life in Qingting Garden, it was time to exchange their 3 years of hard-earned gains for much-needed resources. Over the years, Luo Cheng had taken on several high-difficulty missions and was close to completing most of them. Among these, the most challenging task, a mission requiring the slaying of 100,000 beasts, had seen him take down 12,000 mortal tier demon beasts so far, though there was still a long way to go to meet the goal. If it weren't for you, big brother, I probably wouldn't have been able to complete even 1 or 2 missions, Xiao Chen said sincerely, expressing his gratitude. Without Luo Cheng's help, his kill count would likely be less than half of what it was now. Xiao Chen had successfully completed 5 of his own missions. He calculated that once they returned to submit the missions and combined the rewards with his accumulated resources over the years, he might be able to afford a high-quality spirit beast egg. Of course, superior spirit beasts were always expensive, and the cost of nurturing them increased with their talent. Beasts like Qingting demons were popular because they were easy to care for. This was why many people forced slaves to sign contracts with Qingting demons. Not only could they continually generate value, but they also had some combat ability, and most importantly, they were inexpensive to maintain. Over the years, the brothers had hunted numerous yellow-tier demon beasts. After feeding the Qingting demons outside Qingting Garden with mortal-tier beasts below level 8, their strength had greatly improved. Now, dozens of them had reached the late mortal tier. Meanwhile, the spirit silkworms they had been raising for years finally underwent a breakthrough a few days ago, shedding their skins and spinning cocoons to produce their first batch of silk. Although the initial cost of purchasing spirit silkworms was low, their upkeep was quite expensive. Fortunately, Qingting leaves were abundant and readily available for Xiao Chun. After undergoing the first transformation of the divine silkworm's 9 evolutions, these silkworms had grown as thick as a thumb, their translucent bodies exuding an extraordinary aura. Big brother, Xiao Chun calculated. If we sell everything we can and combine it with the mission rewards, I should be able to gather 200,000 contribution points. Such wealth was remarkable even among yellow-tier beast masters. Second brother, keep your spirit stones for yourself, Luo Cheng said, waving his hand. Your 200,000 spirit stones won't significantly impact my plan to purchase a spirit beast. Over the years, I've scoured the surrounding areas and acquired plenty of rare treasures. Xiao Chen calculated the profits he had earned over the years from slaying beasts. He had accumulated 600,000 to 700,000 spirit stones, yet purchasing a high-grade spirit beast would require millions. He glanced at Luo Cheng and noticed a flicker of urgency in his eyes as well. After all, the earlier a spirit beast was nurtured, the better. Many beast tamers, even at the end of their lives, failed to bring their spirit beasts to their highest potential. Let's put the matter of spirit beasts aside for now, Luo Cheng said. The most pressing task is to transport these materials back to Dian City. The Qingtung Garden was over 100 miles away from Dian City, and the mountain of resources forced the two to make multiple trips. Fortunately, Luo Cheng's spirit beast space was quite spacious. Working together, they estimated they could finish the task within a month. The vast quantity of Qingtung leaves alone was worth a fortune, and they were determined to sell everything. This place is the habitat of the Qingtung beasts. We must ensure its secrecy, Xiao Chen cautioned. Otherwise, it would be so much easier to just have buyers come to us. He gazed at the massive herd of Qingtung beasts before them, especially the rare yellow-grade Qingtung vines, and felt the weight of keeping this hidden. A single yellow-grade Qingtung vine could continuously produce spirit leaves. If outsiders discovered this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Big brother, one day we should get a flying spirit beast. Then the trips to Dian City would take less than half an hour, Xiao Chen said, full of anticipation. Flying spirit beasts are incredibly expensive, Luo Cheng shook his head. Unless you settle for a talentless mortal grade one. Even a common yellow-grade cub costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. In truth, Luo Cheng had underestimated their haul. It took them over 2 months to completely clear out the Qingtung Garden. During these 3 years of working side by side, Xiao Chen not only escaped his loneliness, but also laid a solid foundation for his future. After tallying their earnings, the two completed their tasks. Xiao Chen ended up with 270,000 spirit stones, while Luo Cheng had amassed 700,000. Such a fortune made Xiao Chen feel, for the first time, the beauty of the world. The brothers made a point to celebrate in the southern market of the city, indulging in fine spirit wine brewed with rare medicinal herbs. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiao Chen eagerly explored pet stores, auction houses, and battle arenas. For the first time, he rode a flying spirit beast, witnessed the awe-inspiring might of a profound-grade beast tamer, and marveled at the sheer power of profound-grade spirit beasts. These experiences filled many gaps in his life. Xiao Chun, after my elder brother passed away, I was just as alone as you, Luo Cheng remarked, watching spirit beasts soar across the sky. Now, though I've lost my brother, I've gained a reliable one. You should visit the city more often in the future. Don't shut yourself away in the Qingtung Garden all the time, Luo Cheng said, patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder. It's funny, initially, I only planned to stay in Qingtung Garden for a month, but I ended up staying for years. These years have been fruitful, but it's time for me to return to my own path. Second brother, am now a yellow-grade beast tamer, Luo Cheng said seriously. With this level of strength, I can now attempt many things that were out of reach before. In a few days, they'll join some friends from the city to venture deep into the wilderness. Xiao Chun had long anticipated this day, so he wasn't surprised when it finally came. Standing in front of the gates of Dian City, he watched Luo Cheng, who was about to depart, with a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. Big brother, staying at Qingting Courtyard isn't so bad, Xiao Chun said softly. It's safe there, and the earnings are decent. A few more years of work, and you could save enough spirit stones to buy a good spirit beast. Luo Cheng shook his head, his gaze resolute. Qingting Courtyard is safe, yes, but to obtain a truly powerful spirit beast, I must venture deep into the wilderness. It's dangerous, but if luck is on my side, I might directly bond with a spirit beast cub and soar to new heights. Xiao Chun and Luo Cheng were polar opposites in personality. Xiao Chun was cautious and conservative. As long as he felt secure, he could spend his entire life at Qingting Courtyard. Luo Cheng, on the other hand, craved adventure. If it weren't for looking after Xiao Chun, he would have left long ago. Big brother, please be careful, Xiao Chun said, clenching his fists. When you return, he'll have become a yellow-tier beast tamer. Then, we can take on trial missions together. After 3 years of fighting side by side, Xiao Chun had completely let down his guard around Luo Cheng. For someone who had always distrusted others, this was a rarity. Perhaps it was because they shared similar pasts. Luo Cheng patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder. Take care of yourself too. If Qingting truly can't help you progress, take my advice, use your spirit stones to buy a Xiantier gifted spirit beast. Watching Luo Cheng leave, Xiao Chun stood alone on the bustling street, feeling an unprecedented sense of loneliness. But soon, he composed himself. After all, he was used to being on his own. Vine, what do you think of Big Brother's suggestion? He asked. After a long silence, Vine finally replied, Xiao Chun, I don't think he'll be able to break through. Maybe you shouldn't waste any more spirit stones on me. Hearing these words from Vine, who had been his companion for so many years, Xiao Chun felt a sharp pang in his chest. Over the years, he had poured an immense amount of resources into Vine's growth, yet a breakthrough still eluded them. Vine, one last time, Xiao Chun said through gritted teeth. I have 270,000 spirit stones on hand. He'll invest it all in you. If it still doesn't work, he'll contract a second spirit beast and let you take your time. There's no rush. He began meticulously researching various methods for cultivating spirit beasts. Ordinary spirit beast cores could be purchased for just over 1,000 spirit stones, while better ones cost several thousand or even tens of thousands. Beyond that, there were numerous rare materials for spirit beast cultivation, things he could never afford in the past. Now that he had a fortune, he was determined to make every single spirit stone count. In this world, with enough money, it seems you can buy just about anything you desire. Yusho Zhai, one of the most prestigious trade guilds in the human world, has a branch in the southern market district of Dian City that is particularly eye-catching. This is no ordinary shop. It's practically a massive garden spanning nearly 10,000 acres. Towering 7-story buildings dominate the landscape, exuding grandeur and a touch of luxury. Within the grounds, various habitats for spirit beasts are thoughtfully arranged, giving the impression of a miniature, self-contained city. As Xiao Chen stepped into Yusho Zhai, his eyes were met with an array of rare treasures. However, upon seeing the price tags, his once comfortable savings suddenly seemed insignificant. A single bottle of Huangtier Divine Power Potion cost 1,000 spirit stones, while a Wu Ling pill, designed to enhance a spirit beast's comprehension, was priced at 100 mid-grade spirit stones. To put this into perspective, one mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. That's a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for just one pill. The shelves were lined with a dazzling variety of spirit beast elixirs, such as Ningxin Dan, Huaxing Dan, and Peiling Dan, but unfortunately, none of them suited Teng Ge. Just as Xiao Chun was sighing in disappointment, he noticed the price of a low-grade Xiantier Crystal Core 100,000 spirit stones. His eyes lit up. Teng Ge, can you refine a Xiantier Crystal Core? Xiao Chun asked. Without hesitation, Teng Ge replied, what can I refine? If I can't do it right away, it'll just take my time. A single Xiantier Crystal Core was worth as much as hundreds of Huangtier ones. This exorbitant price stemmed from the fact that humans found it nearly impossible to tame Xiantier beasts, making mass production unfeasible. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen spent 200,000 spirit stones to purchase 2 Xiantier Crystal Cores, an amount equivalent to the cost of a spirit beast like Xiao Meng. To his surprise and delight, Xiao Chun discovered that Beast Tamer Guild contribution points could be directly used at Yusho Zhai. This was a testament to the guild's extraordinary influence in the human world. With 70,000 spirit stones remaining, Xiao Chun didn't hesitate. He spent 60,000 on 60 bottles of Huangtier Soul Power Potion, enough to sustain him for a year after advancing to the Huangtier. The last 10,000 spirit stones went toward purchasing Hui Yuan Dan, in preparation for awakening a second skill or contracting a new spirit beast in the future. In just half an hour, over 200,000 spirit stones were gone. As Xiao Qin finished reviewing his purchases, he noticed another customer at the counter casually spending 1,000,000 spirit stones on a few bottles of creation spirit elixir. This extraordinary potion, capable of gradually improving a spirit beast's aptitude, cost a jaw-dropping 300,000 spirit stones per bottle. This moment made Xiao Chun realize a harsh truth. A spirit beast's aptitude could indeed be changed, but the cost was astronomical. For someone like Tingu, improving his aptitude would likely require several barrels of creation spirit elixir. At 300,000 spirit stones for just one small bottle, such a luxury was far beyond Xiao Chen's reach. After spending so many spirit stones, Xiao Chen still had over 1,000 left. Though not a fortune, it was enough for him to live comfortably in Dian City for a while. At the moment, Xiao Chun wasn't in a rush to return to Qingting Courtyard. He glanced at the 2 profound-grade crystal cores in his storage bag, his brows furrowing slightly. Such precious items would undoubtedly attract attention, and leaving the city with them would almost certainly invite trouble. Dian City was teeming with experts, and the skills awakened by beast tamers were incredibly diverse. Xiao Chun was well aware that his recent purchase of 2 profound-grade crystal cores had likely caught the eye of some interested parties after all. It was highly conspicuous for a mere mortal-grade beast tamer to buy such expensive items. Fortunately, Dian City had strict laws prohibiting private fights. After weighing his options, Xiao Chun decided to stay in the city for the time being. He deliberately found a place to settle near the Beast Tamer Guild. While he couldn't afford the luxurious inns and restaurants, setting up a small stall in the southern market district seemed like a viable option. A stall cost only 10 spirit stones per day, and with his current savings, he could last at least 100 days. Even better, he could take the opportunity to do some small business. While Xiao Qin didn't have any goods to sell himself, his vine companion could prove quite useful. With its current strength, it could easily produce dozens of pounds of spirit leaves daily. Xiao Chun procured a reclining chair and set it up beside his stall, intending to keep the business running day and night. He didn't plan to actively seek customers. Instead, he would take naps when tired and let customers decide whether to buy or not. As for the latest mortal-grade spirit leaves, he intentionally set an outrageous price in spirit stones per pound, a cost rivaling that of yellow-grade spirit leaves. At such a sky-high price, no one would likely take the bait, which suited him just fine. Relaxed, Xiao Chun lay back on the chair, quietly practicing his spirit refinement technique, enjoying the peace and solitude. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged at the edge of the street stall, feeling the fullness of the 9 soul rings in his spiritual sea. With the aid of the Huangtier soul power elixir, breaking through his bottleneck seemed just around the corner. Ever since he started practicing the Beast Mastery Sutra, his cultivation path had become remarkably clear. Although bottlenecks occasionally appeared, advancing to the Huangtier was now a certainty. This was not only due to his exceptional talent, but also linked to the high grade of the Beast Mastery Sutra. Over the years, his cultivation may not have been fast, but it was exceptionally solid. Unfortunately, he had yet to master any offensive techniques, leaving his abundant soul power with no outlet to shine. The items displayed on his stall had remained untouched for an entire month. The surrounding vendors had long grown accustomed to this peculiar beast master, who spent his days meditating and cultivating, showing no interest in doing business. Over the past month, he had exchanged only a few words with others. Perhaps it was his unapproachable demeanor combined with his impressive cultivation level that deterred people from striking up conversations. Meanwhile, Tungu, though not yet breaking through, had successfully refined a Xiantier crystal core. Such a leap in refinement would ordinarily be a death sentence for an average beast, but Xiao Chun, unaware of this, had handed the crystal core over to Tungu without hesitation. Fortunately, Tungu experienced no adverse effects. Though the refinement was slow, it was remarkably steady. By now, Xiao Chen no longer focused on Tung Ji's progress, dedicating himself instead to refining his own soul power. For a Fantier cultivator, refining a Huangtier soul power elixir was naturally a slow process. Yet, at the moment the third elixir was fully refined, Xiao Chun felt a stirring within his breakthrough was imminent. Everything unfolded naturally, as if it were meant to be. The nearby vendors didn't even notice that this young man had undergone a profound transformation. In his spiritual sea, the 7 soul rings merged into one, transforming into a crystalline white orb. In an instant, a surge of soul power coursed through his entire body. This barrier's breakthrough marked a qualitative leap. Over the next few days, his soul power would continue to transform his physique, significantly enhancing his strength and constitution. If he could now lift a 600-pound battle axe, it wouldn't be long before wielding a 1,000-pound giant axe became effortless. This breakthrough also brought an unexpected surprise. The spiritual beast space suddenly expanded to the size of a small room. In the future, he would need to continuously use his soul power to open up even more expansive realms. Within the spiritual beast space, Tungu, sensing his master's advancement, was overjoyed. Xiao Chun had now truly stepped into the realm of a beast master. The pressure on Tung Ji's heart eased considerably. It quietly calculated. If the main account were to fail, it would simply contract another alt account. With no hope of its own breakthrough, it placed its hopes on the second account. At this thought, Tung Ge's mood lightened somewhat. Xiao Chun silently vowed, "Once my realm stabilizes, I will do everything in my power to help you break through." He firmly believed that this time, Tung Ge would shatter its shackles. Although Tung Ge was still at the fan tier, it already had the ability to fight across tiers. Such capability could only belong to a spiritual beast with at least Xiantier talent. "Xiao Chun, why don't you consider getting another spiritual beast?" Tung Ge's suggestion echoed in his mind. Xiao Chun, like Tung Ge, had exceptionally high standards when it came to choosing a contracted spirit beast. Ordinary spirit beasts were not even worth their consideration. At the very least, the beast needed to possess a Xian-level talent. If they could find one with De-level talent, that would be even better. After his breakthrough, Xiao Chun was filled with hope. Though he was currently short on resources, he firmly believed that he would eventually earn enough spirit stones. After more than a month of quiet recovery at his stall, he finally took a significant step forward. Arriving at the Beastmaster Guild headquarters, Xiao Chun carefully examined the pristine jade token in his hand, his eyes glowing with joy. From this day forward, he was officially a member of the Beastmaster Guild. Previously, as someone who had not even reached the Huang level, he wasn't considered a real member. This task token, crafted from De-level materials, was incredibly valuable, requiring a hefty fee of 100,000 spirit stones just to process. Though Xiao Chun couldn't afford it at the moment, he was allowed to offset the cost with contribution points in the future. Looking at the massive negative balance displayed on the token, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. A guild staff member explained the many features of the token in detail. It could be used to remotely accept tasks, contact other beastmasters, trade contribution points, and even issue tasks independently. However, each feature came with a significant cost. Issuing a single task alone required a 10,000 spirit stone fee. Xiao Chun inwardly complained. Calling this a small handling fee is outright daylight robbery. Gradually, he began to understand why there were so many tasks listed on the token. Aside from those officially issued by the guild, most were posted by other beastmasters. Despite the high costs, the token undeniably provided a convenient trading platform for the community. The token's benefits didn't stop there. Xiao Chun immediately found his older brother's identification number and couldn't wait to share the news of his promotion. To his surprise, the token also supported long-distance transfers of contribution points and spirit stones, though the symbolic 10 transaction fee was quite painful. Although the Beastmaster Guild services came with steep prices, Xiao Chun felt at peace when he thought about the substantial benefits he could gain from them. It was undeniable that the Beastmaster Guild truly represented the pinnacle of human civilization. He was still puzzled about how such a small token could accomplish so many tasks. Xiao Chun closely examined the token in his hand, which clearly displayed the task information. Mortal level mission, slay mortal level beasts 12, 306100000. This bounty worth 1,000,000 contribution points had only been completed 1/10 of the way, even after 3 years of diligent effort. The token's interface flickered, showing that he could take on 5 more tasks, for yellow level and 1 profound level. Xiao Chun scanned the options and immediately locked onto a high reward task: slay 100 yellow level beasts for a reward of 100,000 contribution points. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. Though it was no small challenge, if he were to do it alone, it might take him 7 or 8 years. After some thought, Xiao Chun made a bold decision. He accepted another, even more challenging task: slay 10,000 yellow level beasts for a reward of 10 million contribution points. This was undoubtedly a long-term goal that could take decades to achieve, but he knew his strength would continue to grow. Since he had already managed to slay 10,000 mortal level beasts, taking down an equivalent number of yellow level beasts in the future was not an impossible dream. The earlier he accepted such a task, the better, as every kill would count toward the progress. As for the remaining 2 yellow level tasks and 1 profound level task, Xiao Chun decided to put them on hold for the time being, waiting for the right opportunity. As a first-layer yellow level beastmaster and the deputy leader of the Dian 7 Tigers group, he was well aware of his current situation. Although the 7 Tigers group had dwindled to just 2 members, barely maintaining the status of a low-level organization, it was not on the verge of disbandment. He pondered whether recruiting another yellow-level beastmaster might allow him to claim more spirit stones from the organization. He decided to bring this up with his elder brother at a suitable time. After returning from the Beastmaster Guild, Xiao Chun resumed his usual corpse-like lifestyle. He knew that in no more than half a month, once Brother Ting fully refined the second crystal core, he would have to leave this place. Renting a house in Dian City cost dozens of spirit stones per day, so renting a stall for 10 spirit stones a day was undoubtedly the more economical and safer option. Of course, this choice was largely dictated by his tight financial situation. The long-term corpse-like lifestyle had trained Xiao Chun to fall asleep anytime, anywhere, even in the bustling streets. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his light dozing. Boss, how many of these spirit leaves do you have? At first, Xiao Chun didn't pay much attention, as the market was always filled with the sound of haggling. Boss, are you doing business or not? The voice repeated, this time with a hint of annoyance. They'll take all these spirit leaves. Do you have anything else? Xiao Chen had been wondering which vendor was being so inattentive to a customer when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. What did you say? Spirit leaves. He then noticed a young woman standing in front of him. She was dressed in fitted gear and held a long sword. Though her face bore a trace of irritation, her features were delicate and refined. Xiao Chen could tell at a glance that her strength surpassed his own, and she seemed to be equipped with a few soul artifacts. You're looking for spirit leaves? 10 spirit stones per pound, no bargaining. Xiao Chen got straight to the point with a crisp and direct tone. How many of these spirit leaves do you have? Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately sat up straight in his chair. It seemed this generous customer genuinely wanted to make a bulk purchase. How much stock of spirit leaves was left? Could it be that what he had on hand wasn't enough? Xiao Chen glanced at the woman in front of him and quickly realized she was here to purchase spirit leaves. The high price of 10 spirit stones per pound made him take a closer look at her. Such a lucrative deal was exactly what he had been hoping for. How much do you need, miss? Xiao Chen asked cautiously. I'll take as much as you have, the woman replied without hesitation. Her words stunned Xiao Chen for a moment, and his eyes lit up. This was no ordinary customer. Fighting the urge to exaggerate his stock, he carefully considered how much his vine companion could produce and replied cautiously, 1,000 pounds. To Xiao Chen's surprise, the woman immediately nodded in agreement. Without further ado, she retrieved an identification token, its official insignia confirming her status as a beast tamer of at least the Huang rank. The transaction was completed swiftly, and Xiao Chen's contribution points shifted from a negative 10,000 to a negative 9,000 in an instant. My name is Su Wan, the woman said, noticing the change in his contribution points with a hint of surprise. I assume these leaves were cultivated by you? If you have more of these spirit leaves in the future, I'll take them all. The price will always be fair. Xiao Chen felt indifferent about the name, but the surrounding stall owners collectively gasped. Su Wan was a renowned figure in Dian City not just because she had contracted a powerful earth-ranked spirit beast, but also because she was a core member of the Su family, one of the 4 great clans of Dian City. Alongside the Lin, Wang, and Zhang families, the Su family was part of the Beast Taming Alliance's 9th-tier forces, each with formidable beast tamers at their helm. Miss Su, I have plenty more of these spirit leaves, and their quality will only improve in the future. However, the price may need to be adjusted accordingly. Xiao Chun said respectfully, secretly thrilled that his first major contact turned out to be such a prominent figure. Money is not an issue. If you have stock, just send word, and I'll send someone to collect it. Su Wan replied before turning and walking away. You're going to strip me bare at this rate, the vine spirit grumbled with a disgruntled expression. This just proves how valuable you are. Xiao Chun replied excitedly. At this price, we'll recoup a lot of costs. He examined the vine's leaves closely. Aside from being a darker shade than ordinary green vine leaves, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about them. Hey, vine bro, come to think of it, why are your leaves worth so much? Is it because you eat more, so the quality of your leaves improves? How would I know? As long as we're making money, who cares? The vine spirit replied, grinning from ear to ear over the 1,000 spirit stones they had just earned. With its growth rate, it could produce another batch of leaves in about a month, far more profitable than raising those greenwood spirit sheep. Even after Su Wan left, the surrounding stall owners were still abuzz with chatter. Curious, Xiao Chun turned to the vendor at the neighboring stall and asked, Boss, is Su Wan really that powerful? I never realized you were a Huang rank practitioner, senior. Please forgive my ignorance, the vendor quickly said with a respectful tone. In the world of beast tamers, seniority was determined solely by strength, not age. No need for formalities, Boss Zhou. Senior, Su Wan's talent in beast taming is truly exceptional, the vendor whispered, lowering his voice. With a heavenly level soul force talent and a heavenly level affinity for spirit beasts, her spirit beasts grow at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. This revelation sent a jolt through Xiao Chen's heart. The term spirit beast affinity was foreign to him, but he quickly grasped its connection to how a beast tamer's soul force could accelerate the growth of spirit beasts. In Dian City, such a heavenly level talent was as rare as a phoenix feather. What was even more astonishing was that Su Wan's first contracted spirit beast had already reached the earth level. As for her second spirit beast, it remained a mystery. The reason was simple: she had never needed to summon it in battle. With just one spirit beast, she could easily overwhelm her opponents. As a core figure of one of the 4 major families in Dian City, Su Wan was constantly surrounded by a retinue of followers, often making it unnecessary for her to take action personally. Each family had earth-level beast tamers as their backbone, demonstrating their formidable strength. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly. If only I had known how wealthy she was, I would have demanded a higher price in our previous deal. But on second thought, There might still be opportunities to earn more spirit stones from her in the future. This thought instantly lifted his mood. Looking at Su Wan's achievements, Xiao Chun felt an immense pressure. Starting with an Earth-level spirit beast was already a lifetime goal for most people, yet it was only her beginning. He pondered silently. Even if he gave it his all, he might only barely reach others' starting points. Reflecting on the gap between himself and these prodigies, and the challenges posed by potential rivals in the future, Xiao Qin's determination only grew stronger. Time had passed quickly. In just half a month, Tung Gu would complete the refinement of the second profound-level crystal core. By then, Xiao Qin no longer planned to stay in Dian City. Enough time had passed that no one should still be after his crystal core. Xiao Qin began contemplating his future. Perhaps it was time to venture deeper into the wilderness and find a spirit beast to contract as his own. While his solitary lifestyle had brought him peace, it also made him realize the limitations of being alone. If he could gather a group of reliable companions like Luo Cheng, the road ahead might be much smoother. With the help of the Green Vine Demon, his situation had already improved significantly. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Chun left Dian City on foot. Without a mount, he had no choice but to walk. Although he was already a yellow-level beast tamer, his lack of flight skills left his traveling speed no different from that of an ordinary person. As he pondered the issue of finding a mount, a squad of Wind Wolf riders galloped out of the city gates in perfect formation. Xiao Chun immediately recognized the emblem of the Lin family renowned in Dian City for their powerful Wind Wolf rider unit. Dozens of riders charged down the main road, creating an awe-inspiring sight. What was even more remarkable was that all these Wind Wolves exuded the aura of yellow-level spirit beasts, a testament to the strength of the four great families. Standing by the roadside, Xiao Chun watched as the Wind Wolf rider squad stirred up a trail of dust and disappeared into the distance. Xiao Chun gazed at the group of knights riding wind wolves in the distance, a trace of envy surfacing in his heart. Although wind wolves only possessed a yellow tier talent, having such a spirit beast was still a decent choice. As he pondered, an angry curse suddenly erupted beside him. Tsh! That group of reckless riders kicked up so much dust, I ended up eating a mouthful of it. Wind wolves? What's so great about them? If I ever run into you in the wild, they'll make you regret being born. The voice clearly waited until the knights were far away before daring to vent. Xiao Chun turned toward the source of the voice and saw a young man, his features proper and his aura not weak. However, his mouth was anything but clean. Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, the man grew even more irritable. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and he'll gouge your eyes out. Xiao Chen frowned. He was not one to provoke trouble, but he would never allow himself to be bullied. For those he couldn't defeat, like the black-robed men from the Nether Hall, he would bide his time, knowing that revenge could wait 10 years. But this Beastmaster, barely in his 20s and at the 8th level of the mortal tier, was hardly worth worrying about. You said you'd gouge out my eyes? Xiao Chen asked calmly. So what if I did? Got a problem with that? The man retorted provocatively. If you do, why don't you ask my spirit beast if it agrees? Xiao Chun smirked inwardly. He had considered making a move right there at the city gates, but on second thought, it was wiser not to draw too much attention to himself. After all, he didn't want word spreading about a yellow-tier beastmaster with a green vine demon, as his spirit beast it might attract the notice of the Nether Hall. Oh, I'd like to see how your spirit beast plans to disagree. You've got some nerve talking back, the man roared in fury, summoning a giant wolf nearly as tall as a person. It was a swift wind wolf, a spirit beast with a profound tier talent, known for its speed and agility. So it's a swift wind wolf, Xiao Chen remarked, unimpressed. Just a bigger version of a wind wolf. What's so special about that? With that, he turned and headed toward the depths of the wilderness without hesitation. You're asking for it, the man yelled furiously. I won't bother with you today. They'll be on my way. Xiao Chen wasn't running out of fear, simply didn't want to fight at the crowded city gates. Since the man owned a swift wind wolf, he likely had some background. It would be better to handle this in a more secluded location. The man was momentarily stunned by Xiao Chen's sudden retreat, but quickly recovered. You've got some sense after all, knowing when to run. Xiao Feng after him. Wang Su hadn't intended to escalate the situation, but seeing Xiao Chen flee ignited his temper. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Feng hit him with a wind blade. Hearing the whistling wind behind him, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. He realized things were taking a dangerous turn. Initially, he had only planned to teach this foul-mouthed man a lesson in private, but it seemed the other party was aiming to kill. A wind blade struck his back, leaving a bloody gash. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had already advanced to the yellow tier, and his body, strengthened by soul energy, was far more resilient. Coupled with the distance, the attack caused pain but no serious injury. The sharp wind blade, if it had struck, would have been enough to take Xiao Chen's life. At that thought, Xiao Chen's eyes turned icy cold, and his voice carried a suppressed fury. Damn it! Are you trying to kill me? In his eyes, there was always a principle to follow when dealing with matters. If someone cursed him, he would curse back. If someone threatened his life, he would fight back with his own life. Tongue, get ready. With a thought, The palm-sized green vine burrowed into the ground, its roots slithering like snakes, rapidly spreading deeper into the wasteland. The power of the Gale Wolf's wind blades was not to be underestimated, and Xiao Chun dared not let his guard down. He immediately employed his wood-based evasion technique, darting and weaving unpredictably, vanishing and reappearing every few steps. Ha 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 ha. From behind, Wang Su's mocking laughter rang out. So you're just some useless loser without any offensive skills? And your spirit beast? Seriously? It's just a green vine demon? I've never seen anyone contract with a green vine demon and still act this arrogant. Xiao Chun ignored the derision coming from behind him. Using Tung's roots as his guide, he ran across the wasteland for nearly half an hour. Now that he was on guard, those wind blades could no longer touch him. Yet, even after covering several miles, the boy riding the Gale Wolf still pursued him relentlessly. Damn it, that Gale Wolf is fast. Xiao Chun was panting heavily, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. There was no one else around now. This was the perfect place to settle the score. Turning to face Wang Su, who was mounted on the Gale Wolf, Xiao Chun rested his hands on his knees, catching his breath. Despite his exhaustion, his gaze was chillingly cold. Beside him, a bare vine whipped through the air, its tendrils eerily devoid of leaves. Wang Su rode up on the Gale Wolf, laughing triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Out of breath already. Xiao Chun didn't respond. Instead, in an indifferent tone, he gave Tung a simple command: kill him. His voice, devoid of any emotion, sent a sudden chill through Wang Su. For the first time, Wang Su noticed Xiao Chen's eyes that were cold and devoid of any human warmth. Is he really going to kill me? Wang Su finally sensed the danger, though he continued to put on a brave front. Xiao Feng, tear him apart for me. But before the Gale Wolf could act, countless vines surged like frenzied serpents, snapping and striking. Their speed and sheer number made them impossible to avoid. In an instant, the massive body of the Gale Wolf was completely ensnared. No matter how agile it had been before, there was now nowhere to escape. How is this possible? Wang Su barely managed to cry out before the vines wrapped around him as well, binding him tightly. Even his throat was constricted, leaving him unable to utter another sound. In the blink of an eye, the outcome was decided. A yellow-rank beastmaster. Wang Su finally realized the truth, but it was too late. Looking into Wang Su's terrified eyes, Xiao Qin spoke his final words with an icy calm. You curse me, I curse you back. You want my life, so I'll have to take yours first. Xiao Qin did not linger and quickly headed deeper into the wasteland. His steps were steady, his gaze calm, and his unflinching demeanor after defeating his opponent made it clear he was no stranger to taking a life. He was well aware that, although the fight had been relatively quiet, its proximity to Dian City could still draw unwanted attention. After traveling non-stop for half a day, Xiao Qin finally reached the edge of the wasteland. This area, while part of the wasteland, was still within the territory of low-tier demonic beasts. At this point, Wang Su was barely clinging to life, wrapped tightly in vines like a cocoon, his body drained of nearly all its vitality. He could no longer even muster the strength to speak. In Xiao Chen's eyes, Wang Su was already as good as dead. It was then that the Gale Wolf displayed intelligence far beyond that of ordinary beasts. Through a mental connection, it conveyed a message to Xiao Chun. Master, if you are venturing further into the wasteland, I am willing to serve as your mount. This unexpected proposal made Xiao Chun pause. If it had been any other request, he would have ignored it outright, but the offer of a mount was worth considering. Returning on foot would take at least an entire day, but with the Gale Wolf as transportation, he could save both time and energy. Fine, release them, Xiao Chun commanded. The vines loosened their grip, and both Wang Su and the Gale Wolf collapsed to the ground like lifeless husks, staring at Xiao Chun in terror. Wang Su had never been so close to death, and the stranger's ruthless methods left him deeply shaken. You have half an hour to recover. If you can't, then don't bother staying alive, Xiao Chun said coldly. Terrified, Wang Su immediately sprang into action, pouring a potion down his throat and forcing a walnut-sized pill into the Gale Wolf's mouth. Xiao Chun couldn't identify the pills, but they were clearly of great value. Soon, Wang Su's complexion improved slightly, while the Gale Wolf recovered rapidly, not only standing up, but even breaking through to a higher cultivation level. This pill was originally meant to help it break through, but I had no choice but to use it now, Wang Su explained with a bitter smile. He knew full well that even with the Gale Wolf's breakthrough, it was no match for the man before him. Your name is Wang Su? Xiao Chen asked. Are you from the Wang family of Dian City? No, you've misunderstood, Wang Su hurriedly clarified. I have no connection to the Wang family. Our surname is just a coincidence. Everything I've achieved in cultivation is thanks to the wealth my parents left behind. Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully. If you're telling the truth, I'll spare your life for now. Not out of mercy, but because I do need a mount. He had already decided to keep Wang Su in the Qingvine Garden and use the Gale Wolf, now at the 9th tier of its rank, as his personal mount for future travels. Rest assured, master. Xiao Feng will be the perfect mount. Wang Su exclaimed, relieved beyond measure that his life had been spared for such an unexpected reason. He remained uneasy for a long time, only feeling reassured that Xiaochen wouldn't take his life after returning to Qingting Garden. The speed of the Gale Wolf far exceeded expectations, reaching their destination in just 2 hours. What unfolded before his eyes was a vast ocean of green, a seemingly endless expanse of dense vines, stretching out across an enormous area that left him speechless. Standing before this sprawling domain of vines, Wang Su felt a wave of despair. Everywhere he looked, he spotted several 9-layer vine demons. But what shocked him even more was the presence of other yellow rank vine demons here, aside from the infamous Vine Bro. When did these vine demons become so powerful? Wang Su muttered to himself, observing the strange sight of humans and these low-intelligence vine demons coexisting peacefully. He even began to doubt whether he was dreaming. Xiao Chen's voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Su, you are free to move around within the range of these vine demons. Your job is to command them to hunt other beasts. After all, these vine demons need someone to coordinate them to unleash their full potential. He paused for a moment, his tone growing colder. Don't get any funny ideas. Even if you manage to escape, it'll only lead to your death. As we venture deeper into the wilderness, yellow rank beasts are everywhere. You wouldn't survive on your own. Oh, and in your spare time, don't forget to help me take care of the spirit silkworms. A glint of calculation flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. I've noticed that you're quite well off. Since your parents left you a fortune, hand it over. Wang Su was on the verge of tears, filled with regret. He shouldn't have impulsively chased this killing star outside Dian City. Xiao Chun, however, was pleased with Wang Zu's arrival. Finally, he had someone to handle the miscellaneous tasks, allowing him to focus entirely on his cultivation. He now understood why so many people were eager to train slaves and followers. The convenience of having someone take care of the trivial matters was truly delightful. To Xiao Chen's surprise, among Wang Zu's possessions was a bottle of legendary creation spirit elixir, said to improve the aptitude of spirit beasts. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun had Vine Bro absorb the treasure worth 300,000. Wang Su, watching from the side, was seething with rage, unable to conceal his fury. Xiao Chun, however, remained indifferent, knowing full well that taking someone else's belongings would inevitably lead to resentment. Wang Su, I've taken quite a bit from you today. While I argue it's my rightful due, I admit you've suffered some losses. They'll compensate you. At the very least, while you're serving as my mount, they'll cover all the expenses for raising Xiaofeng. In this wilderness teeming with beasts, getting some spirit meat is as simple as pie. Do your job well, and not only will you stay safe, but you'll also earn generous rewards. From now on, for every yellow-ranked beast we kill, they'll give you a reward. Xiaochen could empathize with Wang Zu's situation, knowing how it felt to be in a hopeless predicament. He preferred not to push people to the brink. Either kill them outright, or give them hope. Whether it was due to Vine Brothers' accumulated efforts or the miraculous effects of the elixir, good news arrived the very next day. Vine Bro had finally advanced to the yellow rank. Although it was slightly delayed compared to expectations, the breakthrough was a success nonetheless. Tung Ji's advancement brought unexpected rewards. Xiao Chun felt the soul power within him surge like a tide, propelling him from the early stage of the first level directly to the late stage. Although he regretted not awakening a new skill, such random occurrences were never something one could force. At this moment, Tungu had already broken through to the yellow tier, though the changes in appearance were quite subtle. The color had deepened slightly, and the leaf veins became more distinct. These unassuming changes were exactly what Xiao Chun hoped for. Being mistaken for an ordinary green vine demon of the mortal tier would be ideal. The increase in power brought significant changes. The vines became much tougher, easily subduing a yellow tier early stage beast. The roots extended over 2 miles, greatly expanding their reach. What delighted Xiao Chen the most was Tung Ji's newly awakened skill wood spirit arrow ring. The leaves transformed into a dense barrage of arrows, whistling as they struck enemies. This area effect attack was the perfect weapon against groups of beasts. Xiao Chen knew that this skill would become indispensable in future missions. With the surge in power, Tung Ji's vines increased in number as well. Xiao Chen immediately decided to proceed steadily, gradually advancing deeper into the wilderness. After staying in Dian City for a while, Xiao Chen returned to the Green Vine Garden, only to find that the previously cleared area had once again become inhabited by numerous beasts. This was the nature of the wilderness frequent beast replacements. Among them, 2 newly advanced yellow tier beasts appeared, providing the perfect opportunity for Tung Gu to hone its skills. With Xiao Feng as his mount, Xiao Chen's movements became much more efficient. Each day, he rode on Xiao Feng's back, commanding the Green Vine Demon to conquer all in their path. Xiao Chun had already treated Xiao Feng as his own spirit beast, and Wang Su could only silently accept this. In just half a month, Xiao Chun had once again cleared the beasts within a few miles, even taking down 2 yellow tier beasts. Such astonishing combat efficiency left even Wang Su deeply impressed. A massive number of green vine demons had formed hundreds of cocoon-like boundless, a spectacle grand enough to leave anyone deeply impressed. Xiao Chun, in high spirits, took out 10 bottles of soul power potions from his storage bag and handed them to Wang Su. Seeing this unexpected gift, Wang Su felt a tinge of gratitude, but that emotion quickly turned to anger upon hearing Xiao Chen's next words. Wang Su, you need to step up and get Xiao Feng to break through to the yellow rank as soon as possible, Xiao Chen said, patting his shoulder. Having a yellow rank spirit beast as a mount is undeniably impressive. The following days became monotonous yet methodical. From dawn to dusk, they relentlessly hunted the demonic beasts in the area. Every 2 weeks, they advanced 2 miles forward, eliminating all beasts they encountered, regardless of their strength. Xiao Chun would ride Xiao Feng back to Dian City every 2 months, both to sell the accumulated materials and to trade spirit leaves. Ever since Brother Vine advanced in rank, Xiao Chun had doubled the price of spirit leaves from 10 spirit stones per pound to 20. Surprisingly, Suwan had no objections to the price hike and continued to take as much as she could, no matter the quantity. A year passed swiftly. Nourished by an abundance of spirit meat and aided by a wind element crystal core, Xiaofeng finally broke through to the yellow rank. Subsequently, Wang Su also advanced to become a yellow rank beastmaster. Over this year, the strength of the green vine court steadily grew. Another green vine demon ascended to the yellow rank, significantly boosting their combat power. After nearly a decade of cultivation, the green vine demon population had grown from just a few dozen to several hundred, thriving with remarkable progress. What Wang Su hadn't anticipated was how he had gradually adapted to this lifestyle. Even more surprising was that his cultivation speed had actually accelerated compared to before. Though he harbored resentment toward Xiao Chun, he also felt an innate sense of fear. Despite both being yellow rank beastmasters, Wang Su was acutely aware of the vast gap between their abilities, especially the seemingly ordinary green vine demon, whose true combat strength was enough to send shivers down his spine. Through his inquiries, Xiao Chun learned that Wang Su was not a member of the Wang family, alleviating any concerns about retaliation from powerful factions. At this point, both of them were faced with the question of contracting a second spirit beast. Brother Chun, I'm a yellow rank beastmaster now, Wang Su said cautiously. I know you won't just let me go, but can I at least take on some tasks at the Beastmaster Guild? Surely that's reasonable. The Beastmaster Guild's identity token held significant value for them. Over the past year, Xiao Chun had completed several yellow rank tasks and earned substantial rewards. Your request is reasonable, Xiao Chun said after a moment of thought. But I need to feel assured. You can go into the city alone, but Xiao Feng must stay here. If you don't return within the agreed time, I will kill your spirit beast. This threat sent a chill through Wang Su's heart. Losing his first spirit beast would be an unbearable disaster for him. We've been around each other long enough for you to understand my character, Xiao Chen continued. I won't deliberately make things hard for you, but if you cross the line, I will follow through on my words. Hearing this, Wang Su unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. He hadn't expected Xiao Chen to agree to his request so readily. Perhaps this seemingly cold-hearted person wasn't entirely devoid of compassion. In truth, Xiao Chen wasn't a bad person. He simply lacked social interaction from a young age, which made him appear more aloof and reserved. Don't worry, Brother Chun. I'm just heading into the city for a bit. I'll be out in no time, Wang Su said, standing at the city gate with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. As a newly advanced yellow rank beast tamer, he couldn't hide his excitement, though there was a trace of helplessness in his expression. With no backing, no connections, and even his last bit of money spent entirely on cultivation, he had put everything on the line. But the investment had proven worthwhile. The swift wind wolf he had purchased at a high price back then had now become his greatest asset for survival. Xiao Chen watched Wang Su's departing figure and couldn't help but marvel at this unexpected surprise. A year ago, who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary guy could break through to the yellow rank? Even more surprising was that Wang Su's arrival had brought an opportunity for Brother Tung, helping him overcome a bottleneck. Although Brother Ting's progress was no longer as rapid as it had been at the mortal rank, he was steadily advancing and was expected to break through the second level within a year. 5 miles outside the city, Xiao Chun waited patiently. Before long, he saw Wang Su rushing out with his identity token in hand, eagerly volunteering to become the third tiger of the Dian 7 tigers to prove his loyalty. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction until an unforeseen twist shattered the calm. In the distance, a disheveled figure was sprinting down the road. It was Wang Su. Barefoot, with one sleeve torn to shreds, he was nonetheless full of energy, shouting as he ran. Brother, save me. Every now and then, he'd glance back and yell provocations. You bastards, what are you so smug about? I'm a yellow rank beast tamer too. Just you wait, me brother won't let you off. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chun immediately understood what had happened. This guy's sharp tongue had clearly gotten him into trouble again. Suddenly, Wang Su shouted, swift wind technique, and his speed surged. Xiao Chen's brows furrowed at the sight. He distinctly remembered that Wang Su's awakening was supposed to be the eye of the storm. Clearly, this kid had awakened another skill when the swift-winged wolf advanced, but had kept it a secret. It seemed he had been planning an escape route all along. Although it was obvious Wang Su had brought this trouble upon himself, Xiao Chun decided to step in and help. After all, Wang Su had behaved relatively well over the past year. Who would have thought he'd stir up such a mess as soon as he gained some freedom? Swift wind, intercept. Brother Tongue, take action, Xiao Chun commanded, preparing to rescue this troublemaker who had clearly bitten off more than he could chew. Xiao Chen's sharp gaze quickly identified the two pursuers. One was a yellow rank beastmaster, the other a level 8 mortal rank beastmaster. Judging by their attire, they were from the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Dian City. This level of strength is hardly a threat, Xiao Chun sneered inwardly. However, he was well aware of the risks of taking action outside Dian City. The Wang family wielded immense power and was known for their domineering ways. If things got messy, the consequences could be severe. To make matters worse, Wang Su, clueless about the gravity of the situation, had chosen to provoke someone he couldn't afford to offend. With a swift gesture from Xiao Chun, Tung Ge and Xiao Feng sprang into action with perfect coordination, their combat experience honed over years. The two Wang family pursuers, focused entirely on the chase, were completely unprepared for an ambush. After all, who would dare strike lethally against members of the Wang family right outside the gates of Dian City? Wang Su, counterattack, Xiao Chun commanded in a low voice. Wang Su hesitated. Were they really going to kill? But not daring to disobey, he immediately unleashed the eye of the storm. Simultaneously, Tung Ge's roots entangled the enemies. Xiao Feng's spirit wood sword rained and wind blade struck, and Xiao Chun teleported behind the pursuers, bringing his sky-splitting axe down with devastating force. Their seamless assault annihilated the yellow rank second layer stag and the level 8 mortal rank beast in an instant. The two beast masters didn't even have time to react before their heads hit the ground. Wang Su stood frozen, muttering, They're just dead like that. What are you standing around for? Pack up and move. Xiao Chun barked sharply. Fortunately, the pursuers' beast spaces were nearly empty, allowing them to gather everything quickly. Mounting Xiao Feng, they sped off toward the endless wasteland. Big brother, what's going on? Wang Su asked, still stunned. What's going on? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've caused? The Wang family might send a profound rank beastmaster to hunt us down. We need to escape now. Xiao Chun scolded, inwardly relieved that he had prepared in advance. Tung Ge's roots, extending 2 miles away, had allowed him to detect the pursuers in time. Your mouth is a real disaster. If you're going to insult someone, at least pick an easy target. Tu only noticed the pursuers were flying. Wang Su stammered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness for your quick thinking, big brother. Otherwise, we'd be finished. Xiao Chun frowned deeply. We can't let our guard down yet. Their ability to fly is far faster than our running speed. Let's hope they stop to investigate the battlefield. And pray we didn't kill anyone important. He couldn't have imagined that a simple outing would lead to such a mess. Right, they won't catch us. Wang Su hastily cast a wind acceleration spell on Xiao Feng. Instead of heading straight for Qing Tung Courtyard, Xiao Feng randomly picked a direction across the wasteland and sprinted at full speed. After running for several hours, Xiao Chen finally stopped and carefully listened for any sounds behind him. Confirming that there were no pursuers, he allowed his tense nerves to relax slightly. Big brother, do you think we might be overreacting? Wang Su asked cautiously. I hope that's the case, Xiao Chen replied, his brows furrowed. We shouldn't have been exposed this time, but we must act with more caution in the future. Especially Xiao Fenjit must not be revealed so easily. Big brother, if it weren't for you running around with Xiao Feng, Wang Su started to say, but a sharp look from Xiao Chen cut him off. Better safe than sorry. What if someone witnessed today's battle? By the time they returned to Qingtang Courtyard, night had already fallen, blanketing the land in darkness. Xiao Chun immediately retrieved several corpses from the spirit beast space and gave decisive orders. These 2 spirit beast carcasses cannot be sold. Let Xiao Feng eat them directly. Tung Ge, make sure to dispose of these 2 beast tamers thoroughly and cleanly. Turning to Wang Su, Xiao Chen's tone grew even sterner. Memorize their faces and thoroughly search their belongings. See if you can find any clues about their identities. When they discovered a yellow rank beast tamer token on one of the bodies, Xiao Chen's heart sank completely. Wang Hao, a direct descendant of the Wang family and a prominent figure among the younger generation, he muttered. The other one is just his attendant, a second-rank beast tamer. Not much of a concern. Not much of a concern? He reached this level of cultivation at just 20 years old. Wang Su couldn't help but retort with a hint of mockery, feeling a trace of satisfaction at the situation. Seeing Xiao Chen's questioning glare, he quickly explained, I didn't expect him to be so easily provoked. I just couldn't stand his arrogance and said a few things. Recalling the harsh words Wang Su had spoken when they first met, Xiao Chun could only shake his head in exasperation. Forget it. For now, the priority is to avoid Dian City for at least 6 months. As they sorted through the spoils of battle, They found several valuable items, including soul power potions and resources for cultivating spirit beasts. However, a troubling thought suddenly struck Xiao Chun. We can destroy the bodies, but this token. His voice carried a hint of panic. If we keep it in the spirit beast space, could it be traced back to us? In a world full of beast tamers with all kinds of special abilities, it's not impossible. They've created such powerful identity tokens and achieved long-distance teleportation woes to say they can't track us through this token. The thought sent a shiver down Xiao Chen's spine. Without hesitation, he mounted Xiao Feng. Wang Su, I need to go out and deal with this token. Big brother, what's wrong? What do you think? This is all because of you. Xiao Chen snapped. I need to eliminate every single risk. Wang Su, feeling wronged, muttered under his breath. Why is it always my fault? I only said a few things, I didn't kill anyone. But seeing the resolute look in Xiao Chen's eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. In the year they had spent together, this was the first time he had seen his older brother so cold and ruthless. Shut up, Xiao Chen growled, barely restraining his anger. Stay here and guard the place. I'll deal with you when I get back. With Xiao Chen's spirit beasts under his command, he wasn't worried about Wang Su causing trouble. A beast tamer without a spirit beast wouldn't dare act recklessly. After Xiao Chen disappeared into the distance, Wang Su finally dared to mutter under his breath. So strong, why doesn't he just contract a mount for himself? Grumbling, he busied himself tending to the spirit silkworms scattered across the ground. These silkworms, having undergone their first molt, would fetch a good price after their second. Over the past year, Wang Su had been responsible for raising them, growing their numbers from an initial 1,000 to over 10,000. Thinking about Xiao Chen's promise of a 30% profit share, and looking at the endless supply of green vine leaves, and the large number of beasts hunted daily by the vine demon, Wang Su suddenly felt a spark of hope. When things improved in the future, he planned to buy some slaves to help with the work. Just the profit from the price difference could make him a fortune. The wind wolf, Xiaofeng, sped through the night, carrying Xiao Chun on its back. They had been traveling for half a day. Xiao Chun was moving along the boundary between the territories of mortal tier and yellow tier beasts, unaware that this boundary was actually a circular zone centered around Dine City. Since he had been traveling in a straight line, it was highly likely he had already entered the domain of yellow tier beasts. Suddenly, a river about 30 meters wide appeared before him. Xiao Chun was taken aback, had never heard of a river existing in the wilderness. Under the moonlight, the water's surface shimmered peacefully, and the surrounding silence created an illusion of tranquility. Completely captivated by this serene environment, Xiao Chun failed to notice that the wind wolf beneath him had started trembling. Xiaofeng, how about we make this place our home in the future? It's really nice here, he said softly. Only then did he realize that his mount's legs were shaking slightly. Are you tired? Then let's take a break. With agility, he leaped off Xiaofeng's back and took out a large piece of yellow tier spirit meat. Instead of roasting it over a fire, he retrieved his heaven-opening axe and made a precise cut in the meat, skillfully hiding his identity token inside. This valuable piece of spirit meat was an irresistible temptation for any beast, ensuring they would swallow it whole. Brother Vine, can you help me place this meat somewhere a yellow tier beast will find it? Xiao Chen said. Well, stay here for a few days and see if anything interesting happens. He showed no concern for the eerie silence of the area, nor did he consider whether it was wise to provoke a yellow tier beast. Worse still, he remained oblivious to the pair of eyes watching them from the shadows. Xiao Chun, what is this place? The green vine demon appeared, immediately sensing an overwhelming pressure. Its beastly instincts were far sharper than a human's. This might just be our future home, Xiao Chun said enthusiastically. We'll build the green vine courtyard right by the river. What a prime location. Living by the water, it's practically a luxurious riverside mansion. There must be water monsters and spirit fish in the river, although I'm not sure how difficult it would be to catch aquatic beasts. Just then, an intense aura began to stir, signaling that some powerful presence had been provoked by Xiao Chen's arrogant remarks. Xiao Chen, keep your voice down. The green vine demon, unusually tense, warned him. If you have something to say, use telepathic communication. Xiao Chen glanced at Brother Vine's uncharacteristically cautious demeanor and scoffed. Brother Vine, you've seen so much of the world by now. Why are you acting so timid? This isn't even the depths of the wilderness. If some beast dares to show up, we'll just deal with it. Years of smooth sailing had made Xiao Chun increasingly overconfident and reckless. Xiao Chun still didn't use telepathic communication, but spoke his thoughts out loud instead. This action immediately provoked a strong reaction from Tengu. My ancestor, can you just shut up for once? Tengu's voice was laced with obvious anxiety. Don't call me ancestor. Why should I shut up? Xiao Chun frowned and retorted. Normally a cautious person, he seemed to have lost his sense of danger upon realizing the immense power disparity between himself and the potential threat. Tengu urgently reminded him. Haven't you noticed that Xiao Feng hasn't said a single word? I can't even send out mental waves right now, so I can only communicate with you using telepathy. Don't you realize there's something wrong with this place? I swear, I was only gone to the spirit beast space for a short time, and you've already caused this much trouble, Tungu said helplessly. At this moment, Xiao Qin seemed more like the one who needed looking after. Finally, Xiao Qin began to sense the gravity of the situation. Are you saying some big creature has emerged from the depths of the wasteland? Or perhaps you've already wandered into the depths of the wasteland yourself? Tungu countered. How far have you gone? Scratching his head, Xiao Qin replied. I've been running for about half a day, but I've been sticking to the edges. Tungu sighed in exasperation. How could you suddenly become so dense? With Xiaofeng's speed, running for half a day would take you hundreds of miles. Hundreds of miles isn't a problem. I was really sticking to the edges. Xiao Qin stubbornly argued. If there was danger, I wouldn't be so reckless. This self-preserving individual, who always calculated everything meticulously, had clearly made a misstep this time. You must have taken a wrong turn, Tungu declared. That's absolutely impossible. Xiao Qin still refused to admit it. The air is filled with the presence of high-level demon beasts, and you're telling me it's impossible? Tungu was so agitated he could barely contain himself. Xiaofeng hasn't spoken, and it's running faster and faster. Could it be that it's scared and trying to escape? Also, weren't you the one who told Xiaofeng not to speak recklessly? Indeed, Xiao Chun had always preferred silence, even disliking the mental chatter from spirit beasts. To him, Xiaofeng was nothing more than a simple mode of transportation. He had never considered the possibility of real danger. All right, fine, your analysis might have a point. Xiao Chun finally admitted. Tungu, your intelligence seems to have skyrocketed after your breakthrough. Tungu continued his analysis. It's obvious that these two spirit beasts are being completely suppressed by some presence. They can't even speak. It's likely that when they encountered that creature, they couldn't muster any will to resist. Have you figured out what it is yet? Xiaochen asked. If we can identify it, maybe the power gap isn't as big as we think, and there's no need to be so afraid. How did I end up with a master like you? Tungu lamented for the first time, his disdain for Xiaochen palpable. Xiaochen no longer had the luxury of pondering where things had gone wrong. The immediate priority was to survive this ordeal. In a short moment, he pieced together the situation. They had likely strayed into the depths of the endless wasteland and were now being targeted by a powerful demon beast. Judging by the current circumstances, the creature was at least at the mid-stage of the yellow rank, possibly even latest stage. Demon beasts possessed a wide variety of abilities, and some were adept at concealing themselves. Instead of speculating whether there was truly a powerful creature in hiding, it made more sense to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Xiaochen forced himself to stay calm and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Outwardly, everything seemed serene, but he could feel an oppressive and suffocating sense of impending danger. In desperation, Xiao Chun forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and loudly exclaimed, Haha, senior, everything I said earlier was just a joke. It's a unique form of human humor. You might not be familiar with it. I've long known this is your territory. You have impeccable taste. This is such a great place you've chosen. I was just passing through and couldn't resist stopping to admire it. Xiao Qin spoke as he carefully placed the specially prepared spirit meat bait into the spirit beast space. His voice echoed through the night, only to be met with an unsettling silence. Well, it's late at night, so I won't disturb your peace any further. I'll take my leave now. Xiao Chun turned to mount Xiaofeng and leave, only to find that Xiaofeng stood motionless, as if frozen in place, unable to take even a single step. Seeing this eerie scene, a bitter feeling arose in Xiao Chen's heart. Haha, it seems Senior is very hospitable and wants us to stay as guests, he forced a calm tone. But I really don't want to trouble you too much. Perhaps I should just leave now. The surroundings remained deathly silent. This silence was more chilling than any sound, and the inability to sense the presence of the other party set off alarm bells in Xiao Chen's mind. All right, stop pretending. I know you're hiding in the shadows. Xiao Chen dropped the pretense altogether. I'll be honest, I got lost and ended up here by accident. He knew all too well that reasoning with a beast was usually futile. The vine spirit beast anxiously sent a mental message. Quickly extend your roots far away, and I'll use the wood escape technique when the time comes. You think I don't want to? In the presence of such a strong being, it's better to do nothing and leave it to fate. But Xiao Chen refused to sit and wait for death. He had to find a way to save himself. Still not speaking, huh? Then let me tell you. I actually plan to use this piece of spirit meat to lure and hunt a big one. Any beast below the heaven rank can be easily slain, he boasted deliberately. Yet, the presence in the shadows remained utterly still. This unusual patience made Xiao Chen uneasy. If not for the strange behavior of his two spirit beasts, he might have doubted whether this so-called beast even existed. What the hell do you want? Xiao Chen's patience was wearing thin. Hiding in the dark, acting all mysterious? If you've got the guts, come out and fight. I don't care if you're earth rank or heaven rank. I'm not afraid of you. His voice unconsciously grew quieter as he spoke. Just then, two faint points of light appeared in the darkness, bright, deep eyes. Beyond that, Xiao Chun could see nothing, as though the beast's form had completely merged with the night. Sensing the faint yet oppressive aura, Xiao Chen's mind raced. The beast's strength seemed to be only at the yellow rank, but how could it emit such an overwhelming presence? Suddenly, a possibility struck him: this might be a king-rank beast with extraordinary innate talent. The thought made Xiao Chen's breathing quicken. Ignoring the approaching beast, he frantically searched his mental sea for any mention in the beast taming manual of high-rank beasts capable of hiding in the shadows. The beast seemed intrigued by his actions and suddenly spoke. Human, did you just say you wanted to claim this place for yourself? If you make this your home, where should I move my home to? The voice wasn't a mental projection, but actual spoken words. A talking beast. Xiao Chun was stunned, though he quickly masked it with a nervous laugh. I was just joking. Surely you know humans love to joke around. He hurriedly changed the subject. Just like your Shadow Clan, you enjoy hiding in the dark, right? Huh. The Shadow Clan is a distinct branch among the many beast species, much like the Undead Clan or the plant-based beasts. Among them, the Shadow Demon Wolf, Shadow Poison Scorpion, and Shadow Spirit Fox are the most common. These creatures are naturally adept at blending into darkness, giving them a significant advantage in nighttime combat. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Chen flipped through the Beast Mastery Manual and unexpectedly found records about the Shadow Clan. This realization made him sigh. With all what he currently knew about beast species was likely less than 1/10th of the total. It seemed he would need to dedicate time every day to studying the Beast Mastery Manual and gradually absorb this vast knowledge. At this moment, an emotionless voice echoed from the darkness. Knowing about the Shadow Clan won't save your life, human. You should understand the traits of our kind. The voice sent a chill down Xiao Chen's spine, as if he were conversing with death itself. Xiao Chen recalled the description from the Beast Mastery Manual. The Shadow Clan, born hunters. Facing such a group with innate skills, running away was clearly not an option. Huh. You won't kill me, because you're no ordinary member of the Shadow Clan. Xiao Chen forced himself to remain calm, staring at the glowing eyes that were steadily approaching in the darkness. His mind raced as he considered what value he might still have to bargain for his life, even if it meant surviving for just one more second. As a king among shadows, have you fallen so low as to end up in a place like this? Don't you want to return to where you belong? Xiao Chun was taking a gamble. The presence of such a high-tier beast in this area was highly unusual. Even if one ventured hundreds of miles deeper into the wilderness, encountering such a powerful being would still be improbable. He recalled a specific entry in the Beast Mastery Manual that detailed a certain beast, the Shadow Panther, the king of the night, an unparalleled predator of incredible speed. Even among wind-tier beasts, it was considered top-tier. What was even more astonishing was that the Shadow Panther's innate ability was ranked above the Sky tier, with no upper limit. No wonder its mere presence, despite his yellow-tier cultivation, had rendered his two spirit beasts completely incapable of resisting. The Shadow suddenly halted, seemingly surprised by Xiao Chen's words. You've figured out my origins? With no way to retreat now, Xiao Chen pressed on with his gamble. The Shadow Panther should be dwelling deep in the wilderness where spiritual energy is abundant. Your appearance here is far too conspicuous. Meeting me today is your fortune. If you encounter other powerful humans, like a mystic-tier beast master, they would be overjoyed to capture a spirit beast of such high caliber. Xiao Chen secretly exhaled in relief, knowing that the Beast Mastery Manual mentioned the Shadow Panther possessed exceptional intelligence. Such smart beasts often weighed pros and cons carefully, which meant there was still room to negotiate. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have already rushed forward and torn him apart. Standing under the moonlight, Xiao Chun felt the oppressive aura around him, but couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. Impossible. A deep voice echoed from the darkness. You didn't discern my form at all. You're just blindly guessing. What Xiao Chen didn't know was that the Shadow Demon Panther was staring intently into his eyes. From its perspective, Xiao Chen's eyes reflected only the full moon. There was no trace of the Shadow Demon Panther at all. This was the panther's innate ability. The reflections in its prey's eyes often betrayed what they were seeing. Brother, no need to rush. Xiao Chen suppressed his inner tension and spoke slowly, word by word. Whether I can see you or not doesn't matter. What I said is the truth. You're facing difficulties, and I just happen to be able to help you. That's what really counts. Holding his breath, Xiao Chun could already feel the beast's aura brushing against his face. The Shadow Demon Panther's voice carried a mocking tone. A mere human who can only contract with two low-level spirit beasts, how believable is that? In reality, the Shadow Demon Panther had overestimated him. Xiao Chun had only contracted with a single green vine spirit. Brother, that's easy to prove, Xiao Chun said quickly, thinking on his feet. We can work together. With my help, you'll grow stronger in no time. The Shadow Demon Panther sneered inwardly. A noble Shadow Demon Panther accepting help from a weak human? Absurd. Seeing this, Xiao Chen immediately upped the stakes. How about this? Think of an opponent you can't handle, and I'll help you eliminate them. After that, I can provide you with Fortune Spirit Liquid and all the resources needed from the human world to cultivate spirit beasts. With your measly strength, You think you can kill a high-level beast? The shadow demon panther scoffed. Why not give it a try? 10 days, give me 10 days, and I'll make it happen. Shao Chen promised desperately. You really have fortune spirit liquid? The shadow demon panther's tone wavered. It was a priceless treasure worth 300,000 spirit stones per bottle. Shao Chen pointed to the green vine spirit beside him. Of course. Look at this green vine spirit with its mediocre potential. It's grown to this level under my care. Though the green vine spirit seemed insignificant to the shadow demon panther, it was indeed outstanding among its kind. After a moment of silence, the shadow demon panther slowly spoke. You said you'd help me kill a beast. One at the profound rank, can you handle that? Shao Chen almost wanted to cry. With his current yellow rank strength, taking on a profound rank beast was a death wish. But he maintained a confident facade. Of course I can. Not just profound rank. If it's an earth rank beast, there's still a chance. The shadow demon panther didn't respond. Suddenly, a glowing black claw emerged from the darkness, while the rest of its body remained hidden. The claw snatched a piece of spirit meat, and then revealed a crystalline jade token. After examining it closely, the panther asked, "This is the token you're talking about? Isn't that enough?" Shao Chen countered. You hid the token in the meat and expected a yellow rank beast not to notice? If they were that stupid, they'd have been extinct by now. Only then did Shao Chen realize his oversight. In truth, he had just wanted to discard the identity token in an uninhabited place. Whether or not it would be eaten by a beast was something he hadn't even considered. As long as the Wang family doesn't set their sights on me, it shouldn't be a big problem. Shao Chen calculated silently in his heart. He looked down at the hard-earned token in his hand, feeling a bit restless. Yes, I just lack experience. The shadow panther narrowed its cold, gleaming eyes slightly, and then spoke. I'll catch a yellow-tier beast and force it to swallow this spiritual flesh along with the token. Then, I'll drive the beast into that one's territory, and that's it. Hearing this, Shao Chen couldn't help but nod to himself. This plan was indeed far more clever than what he'd initially thought of. He deeply felt the intimidating intelligence of high-tier beasts, which rendered humanity's pride in their intelligence meaningless. By comparison, he much preferred dealing with the straightforward vine demons. Brother Shadow, you truly are a natural-born hunter. This move of yours is brilliant. Shao Chen quickly flattered him, not caring whether or not the beast appreciated the compliment. Better to say it anyway. The shadow panther shot him a cold glance. Human, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I don't know if that pest will take the bait. If this works, I'll spare your life. But if it fails, its voice suddenly grew icy. Then for trespassing into my territory, you'll have to pay the price. This simple yet pure threat sent a chill down Shao Chen's spine. To encounter a beast of such a level on the outskirts of the wilderness was an unbelievable twist of fate, and yet it had happened to him. It wasn't until the next morning that Shao Chen finally got a clear look at the shadow panther in its entirety. Its sleek and muscular body exuded raw power and speed, with its blackest ink fur reflecting an eerie sheen in the morning light, as if it could devour all light. Most striking of all were its gem-like eyes, deep, sharp, and ever-changing. Its pupils would contract into thin slits with its mood or dilate into pools when locking onto prey. At this moment, the beast lay just 2 zhang about 7 meters ahead of Shao Chen, rendering him too terrified to move. Although the thought of escaping crossed his mind, the memory of the panther's terrifying speed quickly extinguished his hopes. Shao Chen, this creature has at least late yellow-tier strength. The voice of the vine demon echoed in his mind. Its natural talent is so strong that it might even be able to challenge black-tier beasts. Brother Vine, you're yellow-tier, too. Why are you so useless? Shao Chen retorted inwardly, only to mock himself moments later. What can I do? It's not like I have a choice. Facing an opponent like this, my instincts won't even let me muster the courage to resist. Well, since there's nothing else to do for now, you might as well use this time to get used to it, the vine demon consoled him. You'll encounter even stronger beasts in the future, so you'd better learn how to face them. I'm already adapting. Shao Chen grumbled, but the vine demon suddenly grew excited. And let me tell you, this place is actually a treasure trove. Give me a few more days, and I might just break through to the 2nd level. Shao Chen glanced at the vine demon's roots, which extended into the unknown distance, and thought to himself that this guy could always find opportunities, even in situations like this. Breaking through a level in just over a year, such a cultivation speed was truly astonishing. At this moment, Shao Chen found himself within the Demon King's territory. Unexpectedly, the place was serene, so much so that even common demonic beasts dared not approach. The efficiency of the Shadow Panther was truly impressive. Early in the morning, it had left for merely half an hour before returning with everything arranged. Now, all Shao Chen could do was wait for that life and death judgment. His survival was entirely up to chance. He could only hope that the token would indeed summon someone from the Wang family, and that they wouldn't let him down. Time dragged on painfully in this state of torment. Shao Chen felt like a prisoner awaiting the sword hanging above his head to fall, each moment filled with an indescribable pressure. Though he wasn't one to talk much by nature, the oppressive silence was almost unbearable. Brother, Xiao Chen finally broke the silence, his gaze falling on the trembling Xiao Feng and the newly captured yellow-tier green bull demon nearby. That green bull you caught is still alive. How about letting my spirit beast lend a hand? Of course, his suggestion was not without ulterior motives. Killing a yellow-tier demon would help him complete a task. The Shadow Panther opened its eyes slightly and cast him a cold glance. Is brother really what you should be calling me? Xiao Chen awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Of course not. How about I call you Brother Panther instead? Seeing the Shadow Panther close its eyes in silent approval, he quickly seized the opportunity. Brother Panther, shall I help you deal with this prey? While we humans may lack strength, we're quite skilled at preparing food. This spot by the river is perfect convenient for cleaning and grilling. If you don't object, I'll take that as a yes. I don't ask for much, just that Brother Panther enjoys the feast. Xiao Chun was already devising his plan. Not only would he complete the kill task, but had also gather nutrients for Vinebro. He decided to let Brother Panther have the best cuts of meat, while the leftovers and blood would serve another purpose. Green Vine, clean up this mess so it doesn't disturb Brother Panther's rest. With that, Xiao Chen picked up an axe and got to work. Truth be told, his grilling skills were far from exceptional, and his control over heat was rather imprecise. However, since Brother Panther was accustomed to eating raw meat, a light roast would suffice. He even brought out some rare seasonings from his spirit beast space spices that ordinary beasts would never have encountered. After toiling for half a day, Xiao Chen finally finished grilling over 100 pounds of prime meat. Throughout the process, Brother Panther remained silent, which, to Xiao Chen, was a relief. No objections meant tacit approval. High-tier demonic beasts were indeed extraordinary, consuming over 100 pounds of spirit meat and gnawing the bones clean without uttering a single word. Seeing that his efforts hadn't been met with displeasure, Xiao Chen secretly felt fortunate. As the old saying goes, actions speak louder than words. He thought back to his time at Greenvine Court, where he couldn't even be bothered to sweep the floor. Now, for the sake of survival, he was working tirelessly. Whenever Brother Panther was present, he didn't dare make a sound. But as soon as Brother Panther went out hunting, he would immediately get busy with his two spirit beasts. Heading out for a hunt and returning to a clean, comfortable home, Xiao Chun was determined to prove his worth and wasted no time putting his plan into action. Brother Vine, let's set it up like Qingting Courtyard, Xiao Chun instructed while organizing his thoughts. Make the vines here thicker to block the scorching sun, and leave an opening over there so Brother Leopard can see the moon. Xiao Feng, use your wind magic to clear out these leaves and dust. From his storage bag, he took out a batch of precious spirit silks, intending to craft a cozy bed for Brother Leopard. These silks were part of his treasured collection, but he deemed it a worthy sacrifice to win Brother Leopard's favor. Today, Brother Leopard's hunting trip was unusually long, likely because yesterday's roasted meat had suited its palate. This time, it dragged back two yellow-tier demonic beasts. Xiao Chen specifically instructed Brother Vine to butcher them on the spot to preserve the freshness of the meat. Incidentally, completing a yellow-tier kill mission this way was an unexpected bonus. Brother Leopard enjoyed a grand feast, while Brother Vine and Xiao Feng got to share the leftovers. Everyone got their share. Xiao Chen felt he had done everything he could to survive. However, things took a completely unexpected turn. What have you done, human? A thunderous roar suddenly echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. Xiao Chen's heart nearly leapt out of his chest at the sound of the voice, brimming with murderous intent, but he forced himself to remain calm. Brother Leopard, welcome home, he said with a strained smile. I noticed your living space was a bit plain, so I thought I'd tidy it up for you. Who gave you the right to act on your own? The shadow demon leopard snarled. Don't think you can do whatever you please just because you know how to roast a few pieces of meat. If I don't get a proper explanation, you won't live to see another day. The chilling aura of killing intent sent shivers down Xiao Chen's spine. He knew this powerful beast could tear him apart at any moment. With no other choice, he hastily came up with an excuse. Brother Leopard, you're like the bright moon in the sky, too dazzling. Xiao Chen began to sweet-talk. If a strong adversary passes by, they could easily spot you. Before you've fully grown in strength, it's wise to keep a low profile. The ordinary appearance of the vines is perfect for concealing your brilliance temporarily. Though his words seemed a bit far-fetched, they hit a sensitive point. Xiao Chen guessed that Brother Leopard must have formidable enemies. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hiding in such a remote place. As he spoke, Xiao Chun led Brother Leopard into the carefully arranged Qingting courtyard. Despite the rushed preparations, Brother Vine's abilities had made the place elegant and refined. When the shadow demon leopard sat on the bed crafted from spirit silk and soft grass, a flicker of surprise flashed in its eyes. The conditions aren't great for now, so I hope you don't mind settling here temporarily, Xiao Chun said cautiously. In a few days, I'll get you a better one. Xiao Chun said as he stood in the Qingting courtyard, introducing it to Brother Leopard. With your strength, you're naturally not afraid of the scorching sun. But having some shade is always better. It lets you enjoy the view while keeping out those uninvited intruders. Xiao Chun guided Brother Leopard on a thorough tour of the Qingting courtyard, explaining the functions and features of each area in detail. The usually irritable brother leopard gradually calmed down during the visit, occasionally nodding slightly in approval. Brother leopard, increasing your strength is the top priority, Xiao Chun said seriously. This courtyard not only offers you a perfectly quiet environment for training, but with the help of the vines and the breeze, it also makes it difficult for outsiders to track you. Once I gather more resources, I'm confident your strength will improve significantly. Brother leopard maintained his aloof demeanor in response to Xiao Chen's words. Though he said nothing, he didn't object either. To Xiao Chun, that was already the best outcome, though Brother Leopard clearly wouldn't trust him easily. As long as he could be useful, his chances of survival would remain intact. Xiao Chun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at his situation. Once a proud beast tamer, he was now reduced to being Brother Leopard's personal chef. Still, it wasn't all bad a day alone. He had managed to hunt 2 yellow-tiered demonic beasts, a level of efficiency far beyond what had achieved in the past. Meanwhile, Vine Brother was overjoyed. Not only had he scored the remains of the demonic beasts, but had also discovered an ideal place for cultivation. Xiao Chun, the riverbed here is like a treasure trove of nutrients. Vine Brother exclaimed excitedly. There may be powerful water demons in other areas, but if I can stay here for a while, it would be incredible. For plant-type demonic beasts, finding nutrient-rich soil was a rare blessing. After some explanation, Xiao Chun came to understand that this fertile ground was equivalent to yellow-tier fertilizer, capable of supporting numerous yellow-tier demonic beasts. Once we've settled in, we should try fishing in the river, Xiao Chun suggested, thinking that Vine Brothers' roots would be perfect for catching fish. If they could snag some yellow-tier spirit fish, it would be even better. Xiao Chun, why don't we just make this place our home? Vine Brother proposed. My kin could also benefit greatly if they came here. Xiao Chun silently calculated their position. They were 300 to 400 miles from Dian City, beyond the city's sphere of influence, and already within the endless wilderness. While the area was relatively barren, it was more than sufficient for their needs. Do you think I don't want to claim territory? Xiao Chun said helplessly. The problem is, we don't have the strength. For now, let's just focus on making the most of what's in front of us. Over the next few days, Xiao Chun devoted himself to preparing food for Brother Leopard, maintaining incredibly high standards, sometimes only using the finest half of a demonic beast's spiritual meat. Naturally, the extra parts benefited the 2 spirit beasts. Brother Leopard's eyes, gleaming with intelligence, swept across the scene and instantly discerned Xiao Chen's intentions. Unconcerned, it flicked its tail nonchalantly. This area was teeming with Huang-tier beasts, and capturing a few would be a piece of cake. It could even use its abilities to drive an entire group of Huang-tier beasts here, if necessary. As Brother Vine's roots stretched out in all directions, Xiao Chen's understanding of the area became increasingly clear. Beyond Dian City, it was undoubtedly a realm dominated by beasts. Wherever one looked, beasts roamed the land, with Huang-tier and Fan-tier beasts roughly split evenly. From time to time, Brother Vine would silently strike, hunting down 1 or 2 weaker beasts, regardless of their tier, accepting all that came its way. This served both as sustenance and as a means to help Xiao Chun accomplish his seemingly unattainable hunting task. Days passed, yet Xiao Chun remained clueless about the token's whereabouts and couldn't fathom who Brother Leopard was scheming against. It wasn't until the 7th day that Brother Leopard suddenly leaped out of the Qing Tung courtyard, its eyes blazing as it fixed its gaze on a distant valley. Curious, Xiao Chun followed its line of sight, but saw nothing unusual. However, Brother Leopard gave a smug smile, glancing around while perking up its ears to listen. Huh, that snake is done for. Brother Leopard suddenly declared. Human, why would that token attract your kind's powerful figures? Although Xiao Chun couldn't see or hear anything unusual, Brother Leopard's words made the situation clear. Members of the Wang family had finally tracked him down. He exhaled deeply, wondering if this meant his life was finally out of danger. Facing this highly intelligent beast, Xiao Chun chose not to hide the truth anymore. In Dian City, there's a prominent family called the Wang family. I killed one of their core members. That token was his identity symbol, so of course, they would stop at nothing to investigate. Will those humans come here? Brother Leopard narrowed its eyes. This isn't human territory. They wouldn't conduct a large-scale search here. Xiao Chun was secretly pleased. If the Wang family really found their way here, their focus would undoubtedly shift to this shadow demon leopard. Human, you're right, Brother Leopard mused. If I hadn't deliberately suppressed my aura and hidden myself with these vines, it would indeed be easy to expose myself. It paused before continuing. By the way, what's your name again? After having Xiao Chun cook for it for several days, this was the first time it had asked for his name. I am Xiao Chun, a human. You've accomplished half of what you promised. That snake won't survive, Brother Leopard said. Xiao Chun quickly asked, what do you mean by half? Helping me deal with that snake ordeal is fulfilled. I won't kill you, Brother Leopard said slyly. However, you also promised to help me obtain the fortune spirit liquid, and that hasn't been done yet. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly. It seemed his life was spared, but freedom remained a distant dream. Brother Leopard, With your status and honor, you always keep your word, don't you? I always do. But those were your promises, not mine. Brother Leopard retorted. Xiao Chen felt like slapping himself. Why had he made such casual promises back then? Xiao Chen, rest assured, there will be rewards for you as well. Brother Leopard stood up. Soon, those humans will likely take that snake away. And I must retrieve what I need too. It turned out that Brother Leopard's true goal was not to slay the mysterious Xian-rank beast, but to obtain a certain treasure guarded by the creature. Though the valley was 10 miles away, with Brother Leopard's lightning-fast speed, he could reach it in an instant. At this point, Xiao Chun took out his identity token and transmitted the details of the situation to Wang Su. This token was a device for long-distance communication, capable of sending messages across 1,000 miles instantly. Once Brother Leopard's figure disappeared in a flash, Xiao Chen quietly let out a sigh of relief. At least his life was no longer in immediate danger. Helping Brother Leopard seek the miraculous spiritual liquid seemed like an acceptable compromise. Brother Tong, Xiao Chen calculated in his mind. Since we've encountered such a powerful beast, why not seek cooperation? If we could gain its assistance, our mission efficiency would undoubtedly improve. By then, we could exchange a portion of the generous mission rewards for resourceful. That'd be the best of both worlds. He pondered further. I should first establish a rapport with it. If negotiations fail, we can always look for an opportunity to escape. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel regretful. If Luo Cheng and the others had the strength to handle this beast, he could at least request reinforcements from his elder brother. His thoughts turned to the matters of the Wang family, hoping they had been thoroughly resolved, leaving no lingering troubles. Looking further ahead, he considered that if he could gain Brother Leopard's trust, he might even leverage its power to find himself a contract spirit beast. With that in mind, he resolved to do everything in his power to serve this formidable figure in the coming days. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain, Brother Leopard gazed through the dense foliage at two humans riding a flying beast, speeding toward Dine City. Two humans and two Xian-rank beasts barely managed to deal with that snake. Their strength is truly mediocre. The shadow demon leopard muttered before vanishing and reappearing on the ground. Today, I will ascend beyond the Xian rank, it vowed silently. One day, I will return to the 10,000 mountains and claim my revenge. This region had once been the territory of a Xian rank, 6th layer fire-scaled python. Typically, beasts reaching the 6th layer would migrate to more suitable habitats, but this python had stubbornly remained. There had to be a reason. Its overwhelming presence had deterred all surrounding beasts from approaching its domain. When the shadow demon leopard appeared, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The humans had already harvested the best spiritual herbs, leaving behind only ordinary mortal grade ones. However, the shadow demon leopard clearly had a different objective. It strode directly to a wide cave and began searching meticulously. Eventually, it stopped in front of a stone wall. So cleverly hidden. If I were of the Shadow Clan, I might have missed this entirely. As soon as it finished speaking, it unsheathed its sharp claws and struck the stone wall with immense force. The seemingly indestructible rock crumbled like soft clay under its claws. It kept digging downward for over 10 feet before halting. Beneath the stone wall lay a hidden realm, a bottomless black chasm. The shadow demon leopard's massive figure vanished in an instant, merging seamlessly into the abyssal darkness of the cavern. This was a darkness so absolute that the phrase, pitch black, hardly did it justice. The black corridor seemed to devour all light, forming an abyss so deep it felt bottomless. Anyone who laid eyes on it would instinctively feel a surge of fear and the urge to retreat. Yet the shadow panther, Heizei, stood unwavering at the entrance, its gaze fixed on the pitch-black depths. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct thought echoed from within the void. Thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands. At last, a descendant of the Shadow Clan has found their way here. Heizei's expression remained calm, as though it had anticipated this moment. As a member of the Shadow Clan, I've come to meet my predecessor. Though its tone was steady, every strand of its fur was taut, brimming with both anticipation of potential opportunity and vigilance against possible danger. You sense my call, which means you are exceptional. I never expected it to be a panther from the Shadow Clan. Perhaps this is fate. The voice from the depths was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Predecessor, are you dying? Heizei asked bluntly. Indeed. I am merely clinging to my last breath. The voice replied, weak yet composed, exuding an air of transcendence over life and death. Did you summon me to collect your remains? Heizei questioned directly. That is one reason. But more importantly, I am here to offer you a chance to walk an extraordinary path. Of course, this also means you will bear unimaginable consequences. After a long silence, the voice finally spoke again, revealing its name. Countless years ago, I was once called the Shadow Emperor. As the words faded, the voice disappeared, leaving the cavern in silence. Without hesitation, Heizei stepped into the deepest darkness. In my current state, what do I have to fear from consequences? I, Heizei, am determined to grow stronger no matter the cost. Xiao had no idea what had transpired. All he knew was that when Brother Panther returned, it had already broken through to the Xiantir beast realm, and with exceptional talent at that. In this region, it was now nearly unmatched, marking the beginning of its rise to power. Seeing Xiao Qin's envious expression, Heizei spoke indifferently. Xiao Qun, our deal is off. I no longer need your humans' so-called spiritual elixirs. I have my own path to follow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qun could barely hold back his laughter. This was like a windfall dropping from the sky. He had been worrying about how to get rid of Leopard Bro, and now the other party was volunteering to leave. This place is yours now, Hei said calmly. Xiao Qun was momentarily stunned. Leopard Bro, this is your place. Are you really just giving it up? This was never my home, Hei's replied with an even gaze. I was merely staying temporarily. Now, there's no reason for me to remain. I'll be leaving shortly. Xiao Qun looked at Hei's with mixed emotions. He had originally planned to build a good relationship with him so he could ask for help in finding powerful spirit beasts in the future. Now, it seemed all those plans were for nothing. You've given me a great opportunity, so I'll return the favor with a chance of your own, Hei said slowly. I'll bury an ancient bone underground. It belonged to a mighty predecessor, and it will surely benefit your spirit beast. We of the Shadow Clan revere nature and the universe. If that predecessor can help create a strong warrior after death, I believe they would be pleased. Leopard Bro, what level of power did this predecessor possess when they were alive? Xiao Qin asked curiously. I don't know the specifics, but supposedly, they were an emperor. Xiao Qin rolled his eyes inwardly. This was too much of an exaggeration. If Hei had said it was a heaven-tier beast, Xiao Qin might believe it. A saint-tier beast? He could reluctantly accept that. But to claim it was an emperor? That was obviously a lie. Outwardly, however, Xiao Qun maintained a respectful demeanor. Thank you so much, Leopard Bro. I will never forget this kindness. If you ever need my help in the future, I will face any danger for you without hesitation. Good. I'll remember those words, Hei said seriously. But my path ahead is destined to be extraordinary, and I can't promise you anything in return. Xiao Qin quickly smiled. No need, no need. Just being able to spend a few days with someone as remarkable as you is already a great fortune for a weak human like me. Very well then. I'm leaving now. The beasts around this area aren't particularly strong. As long as you don't provoke any profound tier beasts, you should survive, Hei said as he prepared to depart. Oh, and I forgot to mention I am Hei of the Shadow Clan. Before the words had fully settled, Hei's figure vanished into thin air, so quickly that Xiao Qin couldn't even see how he left. What Xiao Qin didn't know was how his actions bringing the Wang family to slay the beast occupying this cave had profoundly affected Hei's. Nor could he understand why Hei's had left such a significant opportunity behind for him. The beasts around here aren't strong? Xiao Qin murmured to himself. That might be true for you. The location of Qingting Courtyard was indeed excellent, and Xiao Qun was quite fond of it. However, he wasn't confident he could hold on to this prime piece of land for long. A single misstep, and it could easily be taken away from him. Fortunately, the nearby beast seemed unaware that Hei's had already left. The lingering pressure it left behind still kept the surroundings in check. Xiao Qin pondered to himself. So it's called Hei's? It even left its name before departing. Hopefully, it won't cause me too much trouble. He turned to Tungu and issued a command. That skeleton may not be the remains of some great emperor, but it's at least left behind by a Xiantir beast. Quickly refine its energite might help you break through to the second tier. Looking back on recent events, Xiao Qun felt quite satisfied. Though he had been constantly on edge, he had managed to avoid any major losses. Over the past 10 days, Tungu had astonishingly defeated 16 Huang-tier beasts, an achievement that truly exceeded expectations. Suddenly, Xiao Qun remembered something important. Oh right, Tungu? Hei's left in such a hurry that we still have the corpses of 2 Huang-tier beasts unprocessed. These could be worth thousands of spirit stones. Without delay, he got to work, extracting the beast cores first, then collecting the valuable spiritual meat, leaving the rest for the spirit beasts to feast on. At this moment, Tungu was fully immersed in absorbing energy, vaguely sensing the immense power contained within the remains of the Xiantir beast. As it continued refining the energy from the spiritual meat and bones, its strength finally broke through to the second tier of the Huang tier. This breakthrough also elevated Xiao Qin's soul power, and he decided to use the newfound energy to expand his spirit beast space, enlarging it from a small room to the size of a larger one. Tungu, do you think I could ever form a contract with a powerful spirit beast like Brother Leopard did? Xiao Qin couldn't help but sigh. That guy's progress is insane. It's like he's cheating. Advancing to the Xianir seems as easy as drinking water for him. Even as he celebrated Tung Ji's breakthrough, he couldn't resist grumbling a bit. After careful consideration, Xiao Qun decided to settle down here. Though this place was a few hundred miles from Dian City and occasionally dangerous, its distance from human activity made it an ideal spot for spirit beasts to thrive. He planned to not only establish the Green Vine Garden here, but also relocate the entire Green Vine Beast clan to this area. Now that Brother Leopard had left, Xiaochen finally had the chance to carefully observe the surrounding environment. A river, over 10 feet wide, flowed through the area, teeming with fancier spirit fish. With Brother Leopard gone and the high-tier beast's oppressive presence lifted, the fish in the river began to move about more actively. Tungu reminded him, Xiaochun, this river may not be wide, but it's very deep. I'm certain there's something big lurking in its depths. Xiaochun stood by the riverbank, his gaze sweeping across the river, which spanned several dozen meters wide. Amid the rushing sound of the turbulent currents, he could sense that this was no ordinary river. The ceaselessly surging waters hinted at the presence of powerful creatures lurking beneath the surface. He had observed the area from a distance with Xiaofeng and found the situation far more complex than he had anticipated. 10 miles out on either side, latest-stage Huang-tier beasts had claimed their territories. Within this 10-mile radius alone, the number of Huang-tier beasts was no fewer than several dozen. What was even more concerning was that many of the fancier beasts here had the potential to break through to the Huang-tier within a year or two if left to grow undisturbed. This place has become entirely a domain of beasts, Xiaochen thought to himself. He surmised that Luo Cheng and the others, when carrying out their missions, likely only dared to venture this deep. However, the methods we use to deal with fancier beasts clearly won't work here, Xiaochen murmured, his eyes fixed thoughtfully on the distant riverbank. These Huang-tier beasts are exceptionally cunning. Wiping them out completely is unrealistic. Without absolute strength, one must know when to hold back. So, I plan to visit a few of our neighbors as the master of Qing Tung Garden, Xiaochen said in a resolute tone. The news of Brother Leopard's departure will spread sooner or later, so I intend to come clean about it myself. Are you out of your mind? Brother Vine gasped in shock. Without Brother Leopard's deterrence, we won't survive a few days. The corner of Xiaochen's mouth lifted in a faint smile. What if I tell them that Brother Leopard and that Xiantier serpent were both slain by human experts? These beasts are already aware that a few powerful human cultivators have recently arrived in the area. They're lying low right now, afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, Xiaochun explained further. If a human has taken over Brother Leopard's territory and Brother Leopard suddenly disappears, this story will actually seem more believable to them. Half-truths are the most effective way to deceive, Xiaochen said, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. But we can't push them too far. If they feel their lives are genuinely threatened and summon a Yao, all our efforts will be for nothing. Xiaochen's true goal was simply wanted a 5-mile radius of land to raise spirit silkworms. To his surprise, when he used this reason to visit the Huang-tier beasts, they all believed him without question. This guy must have some real skills to cultivate the Qing Tung demon to the Huang-tier. Eliminating the 2 strongest beasts just to raise spirit silkworms? I'd believe that. But as long as it doesn't affect our interests, it's best not to meddle with human affairs. Such whispers began to spread quietly among the beasts. This was indeed hard to believe. Xiaochen spent several days visiting several powerful yellow-ranked beasts within a radius of dozens of miles. With each visit, his confidence grew stronger as if he truly had a formidable force backing him. Although he could have coasted through the next 6 months relying solely on Brother Leopard's lingering reputation, safely escorting hundreds of green vine beasts to their destination required clearing the path ahead. He needed to spread the word. He and Wang Su were both yellow-ranked beast tamers, and combined with the strength of the green vine beasts, they were not to be underestimated. Before leaving, Brother Leopard had told Xiao Chun that the world of beasts had its own rules, and even the strong rarely broke them lightly. Although Xiao Chun was human, leading a group of hundreds of green vine beasts already constituted a significant tribe. Once he understood the rules, things became simpler. Clear the way in advance, offer the necessary benefits, and let the strength of this green vine beast legion speak for itself, enough to make others think twice before acting. Thus, Xiao Chun led the massive group of green vine beasts, progressing steadily about 10 miles each day. Observing the orderly and non-aggressive nature of this group, the surrounding forces wisely refrained from causing trouble. Finally, through what seemed like an unbelievable method, Xiao Chun successfully relocated the hundreds of green vine beasts to their new home. Haha, did we really make it? Xiao Chun, I have to say, we're incredible. This is beast territory. Wang Su shouted excitedly. The days of constant tension had finally come to an end. Though they were now further from Dian City, making escape even harder, he felt a strange sense of relief. Xiao Chen glanced at Wang Su and remarked nonchalantly, with that mouth of yours, I think you're better suited to a place far away from humans. Then he added, first, secure the territory. In the future, when hunting beasts, make sure to go farther. These neighbors of ours are, in a way, our shield, so we need to maintain good relations with them. No single person's strength is limitless, and these green vine beasts are slow to act. In the future, we might need to cooperate with stronger neighbors. Besides, some latest-stage yellow-rank beasts have the potential to advance to the mystic rank. Dangerous tasks like hunting beasts? They'll leave those to you. You can borrow Xiaofeng. At this point, Wang Su seemed to have given up entirely. If not for Xiao Chen's insistence, he wouldn't even bother raising his spirit silkworm anymore. Perhaps this was his way of expressing that he was willing to settle down. Xiao Chun, I think I'm starting to understand how tribes are formed. Now that we have a small piece of land, do you think we might eventually grow into a tribe? Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh and curse. You've got some wild dreams. On the plains, you'd need thousands, if not tens of thousands of people to form a tribe. Even then, a tribe of tens of thousands isn't guaranteed safety, let alone just the two of us. Wang Zu's comment, however, gave Xiao Chen pause for thought. While the start had been smooth, the challenges ahead were bound to be even greater. As a yellow-ranked beast tamer, Xiao Chun and his companions remain at the bottom of society in this world. In the wilderness teeming with yellow-ranked beasts, their situation is far from optimistic. With no sturdy walls or powerful beast tamers to guard them, their current defense relies almost entirely on the green vine beasts. This kind of defense is far too one-dimensional. Xiao Chun frowned as he looked at the green vines in front of him. Green vine beasts are excellent at defense, but their weaknesses are obvious. If a high-rank fire-type beast were to attack, the entire green vine garden could go up in flames. For this reason, Xiao Chen placed particular importance on the river within their territory. Instead of trying to tame other difficult spirit beasts, we should divert the river into our land. He pondered for a moment. Or perhaps dig a large pond. That way, the green vine beasts would have an effective fire deterrent. Brother Vine, we need to build a reliable fortress, Xiao Chen said to the strongest green vine beast. It should be layered and alternating, strong enough to withstand the charge of a large group of beasts. The green vine beasts demonstrated remarkable expertise in meeting these construction demands. Don't worry, when it comes to home defense, the green vine clan is the most dependable. Brother Vine confidently assured him. These green vine beasts, who had followed Xiao Chun for years, did not disappoint. In just a few days, hundreds of green vine beasts worked together to construct a fully fortified, seamless green vine fortress. While this fortress was capable of withstanding attacks from yellow-rank beasts, it still fell short against black-rank beasts. Even so, it provided a much-needed sense of security. As time passed, two more green vine beasts advanced to the yellow rank, including Brother Vine. The green vine formation now boasted 4 yellow rank members. However, these yellow rank beasts were still relatively weak, no match for Xiao Feng, and certainly not comparable to Brother Vine. Brother Vine had now reached the second tier of strength, a feat largely attributed to the nutrients it absorbed from the earth under Xiao Chen's guidance and the consumption of significant amounts of spirit meat. The gift of a bone from Brother Leopard further accelerated its progress. While its rank hadn't increased much, its combat capabilities were now comparable to black-rank beasts with innate talents of the same level. Though the changes were subtle on the surface, Xiao Chun could sense that Brother Vine was undergoing a profound transformation. Only with a sense of security can there be a sense of belonging, Xiao Chun said, gazing at the green vine fortress that would serve as their long-term home. For the first time, he felt a bit more at ease. Brother Vine, this is still beast territory, Xiao Chun reminded. Make sure your clan stays disciplined and keeps a low profile. Don't stir up trouble. When there's not enough spirit meat, draw strength from the world around you. Green vine beasts were indeed easy to sustain, thriving wherever they took root. In the following 6 months, Xiao Chun lived an extremely low-profile life, rarely stepping outside. This sparked curiosity among other beasts. During this time, he focused primarily on practicing the divine refinement technique and worked on developing his territory in his spare moments. After achieving success in small-scale spirit silkworm farming, Xiao Chun significantly expanded the operation. What began with just 1,000 silkworms had now transformed the entire green vine fortress into a thriving kingdom of spirit silkworms. Xiao Chun, this method of raising spirit silkworms is truly ingenious, Brother Vine remarked with genuine admiration. From now on, all I need to do is harvest the silk. Looking at the thriving Qing vine base in front of him, Xiao Chun couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of this farming method. The vast expanse of Qing vine creatures, though not particularly intelligent, continuously shed their leaves, providing an excellent environment for the spirit silkworms to thrive. As far as the eye could see, green leaves spread densely across the land, with spirit silkworms of various sizes leisurely spinning silk on the foliage. New green shoots occasionally sprouted from the ground, hinting at more Qing vine creatures preparing to emerge. Wang Su, in a few days, find some help to harvest the cocoons, Xiao Chun said to his companion beside him. To establish this spirit silkworm farm, they had sold everything they could. But this investment would soon pay off at the current scale. They could earn a stable income of 10 to 20,000 spirit stones a year. Once the spirit silkworms underwent their second metamorphosis, the profits could even double. The abundant Qing vine leaves also made it possible for the silkworms to undergo a third transformation. While the initial returns weren't particularly high, the income would multiply exponentially over time. Xiao Chun finally felt like he had built a stable enterprise, one that would generate a steady flow of spirit stones even if he did nothing at all. However, there was still a pressing issue. Wang Su, We need to start working on the hunting missions, Xiao Chun said with a frown. When they first accepted these tasks, they hadn't thought much about it. But now they had only managed to complete part of the mission to kill 100 yellow-tier beasts, with just over 10 taken down so far, thanks in large part to Brother Bao's help. As for the mission to kill 10,000 beasts, that seemed nearly impossible to achieve in this lifetime. The Qingvine creatures, while excellent for defending the base, were of little help in actively hunting beasts. High-tier beasts, in particular, were extremely difficult to capture. Unless a reckless beast wandered into the Qingvine fortress, completing the hunting missions would rely solely on their own strength. Fortunately, the Qingvine fortress was now well established. Even if they ventured out to hunt, there was no need to worry. The yellow-tier Qingvine creatures had decent intelligence, and their sheer numbers deterred most yellow-tier beasts from attacking. Moreover, since Qingvine creatures lacked flesh and blood, they held no appeal to carnivorous pack beasts. Wang Su, Xiaofeng has also broken through to the second level, Xiao Chen added. Your awakening skill is impressive, highly effective for both offense and defense. The three of us working together should be able to complete part of the yellow-tier beast hunting mission. Sounds great. A single yellow-tier beast is worth 10,000 contribution points. Have been wanting to tackle this mission for a while now. Wang Su responded excitedly, unaware that Xiao Chen's mission required killing over 100 beasts. Your Gale technique significantly boosts speed, and your Eye of the Storm is an excellent area attack skill. Combined with Xiao Feng's wind blades and Brother Vine's greenwood spirit arrows, our area damage is already quite formidable. Xiao Chun analyzed their combat strengths. If one day we combine Big Brother's gravity technique with the meteor technique, the destruction they could cause in a horde of beasts would be unimaginable. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he turned to Wang Su and said, Brother Tung, it's time for us to go out and earn some spirit stones. Over the past year, Brother Tung had been living quite comfortably. He hadn't made a move in a long time, and his growth in strength had become a mystery. Recently, even his consumption of spirit meat had noticeably decreased, yet he surprisingly didn't complain. If you're going out, take that skeleton with you. Brother Ting suddenly made a request, referring to the remains left behind by Brother Leopard. Xiao Chun was momentarily stunned. Although it was the remains of a mystic-tier beast, he was reluctant to make room for it in the spirit beast space. It takes up so much space. Brother Tung, we might not even be gone for that long. However, Brother Tung was unusually adamant, showing an unprecedented level of insistence on the matter. No, you have to take it. This is very important to me. Seeing Brother Ting so serious, Xiao Chun didn't argue further. He simply transferred the skeleton, along with the soil from half a room's area, into the spirit beast space. There, Brother Tung transformed into a half-human-tall green vine, its roots tightly wrapped around the skeleton, never leaving its side. It's peculiar, Xiao Chen mused. How can a mystic-tier skeleton be so durable? Those mountain-sized bones I had before were completely refined in no time, and back then, Brother Tung was only at the mortal tier level. Xiao Chun, have you ever considered that this might be the skeleton of an earth-tier beast? Brother Ting also found it puzzling, as the skeleton had brought him many unexpected surprises. Impossible. Xiao Chen immediately dismissed the idea. An earth-tier beast couldn't exist in this area. If it did, we'd be done for. He couldn't help but agree with himself. An earth-tier beast would be far too terrifying. Even the top experts of the major families in Dian City were only at the earth-tier level. This place just isn't suitable for us. If we encounter a mid-level yellow-tier beast, we'll have to run. Wang Su, let's head back to our original hunting grounds. Xiao Chun decided swiftly. Since their mission only required killing yellow-tier beasts, it made sense to target weaker early-stage yellow-tier ones for safety. Besides, he had another important goal, to kill 100,000 mortal-tier beasts. That's how it should be. We were the true hunters in that area. By now, Little Wind had grown to a height of 2 zhang, enough to carry both of them with ease. With Wang Su's wind acceleration technique, they quickly crossed a dangerous region, sprinting over 100 miles, and finally reached the border between mortal-tier and yellow-tier beast territories. Here, Xiao Chun let out a sigh of relief. With Little Wind's mystic-tier talent, dealing with ordinary yellow-tier beasts was more than manageable. Meanwhile, Brother Tang's roots could now extend up to 2 miles away, ensnaring all beasts within a radius of several miles wherever they went. Wang Su, if we encounter a tough opponent, we'll team up. Otherwise, let them handle it themselves. With no imminent danger, Xiao Chun was happy to relax, only needing to monitor the task board for updates on their kill count. By the end of the day, their mortal-tier beast kills had increased by over 1,000, and they had even taken down 1 yellow-tier beast. Their growing strength made hunting much easier. This time, they had learned their lesson and no longer ventured recklessly into the heart of the wilderness. Without any danger, their daily gains were both steady and substantial. These leisurely days brought Xiao Chen the most comfort. He didn't have to worry about much, only occasionally heading to Dian City to sell the materials they had acquired from hunting. Over the past 6 months, they had trekked 200 miles along the outskirts. Initially, Xiao Chun kept a meticulous record of the number of beasts they hunted, but after Teng Ge cleared out the 100th wind spirit mouse nest, he gave up counting. Along the way, they wiped out nearly every beast they encountered. Even when facing plant-based creatures like the green vine demon, Teng Ge showed no mercy, while Xiao Chen tirelessly collected large quantities of green vine leaves. During this time, they also came across other beast tamers, but they only exchanged distant glances, maintaining an unspoken understanding to keep their distance. A kill count of 100,000 might seem daunting, but with focus and dedication, it wasn't impossible. There was an endless supply of mortal tier beasts, constantly replenishing. The areas they had cleared 6 months ago were now teeming with new beasts once again. Unlike other beast tamers, Teng Ge had near limitless hunting capabilities. Take Xiao Feng, for instance. I wouldn't bother hunting so many mortal tier beasts due to the high energy consumption and low returns. This was the balance of nature. While the green vine demon had almost no mobility, it possessed advantages that other beasts could never match. For others, it was an energy-draining battle. For Teng Ge, it was an energy recharge. Now, it only took Teng Ge the time of a single meal to refine a mortal tier beast. Every day, its vines were adorned with hundreds of green bundles. This left Xiao Chun increasingly puzzled by his spirit beast. Other yellow tier spirit beasts had nowhere near the same demand for mortal tier beast flesh, but Teng Ge seemed like a bottomless pit, perpetually hungry. Mortal tier hunting missions were a rare opportunity for low-level beast tamers. With persistence, these tasks could always be completed. However, few, like Xiao Chun, pushed such tasks to the extreme. Despite the time and effort required, Xiao Chun possessed extraordinary patience. Day after day, their kill count soared. Another 6 months passed, and Xiao Chun not only advanced to the second level of the yellow tier, but also completed a yellow tier hunting mission, slaying 100 yellow tier beasts. Averaging 1 kill every 3 days was an impressive feat among beast tamers of the same level. 4 yellow tier beasts below level 3. Teng Ge could handle them effortlessly on its own. This one-time mission offered a generous reward of 100,000 contribution points. The remaining mortal tier tasks were also nearing completion, with only a few thousand beasts left to reach the 100,000 target. Wang Su's gains were equally remarkable. Xiao Feng, with its exceptional agility, specialized in hunting down elusive prey. Their early mornings and late nights paid off, yielding not only various spiritual herbs, but also a surprising find of dozens of horned eagle eggs, which brought Wang Su a windfall of 300,000 spirit stones. As a wind element beast, the horned eagle was naturally gifted at the yellow tier, incredibly fast, suitable both as a mount and in combat. This made it extremely valuable. If its potential were slightly better, Xiao Chun might even consider forming a contract with one. In many powerful factions, disciples with weaker talents often chose to contract with such highly practical spirit beasts. Xiao Chun and the green vine demon went out hunting, originally planning for a journey of a few months, but it unknowingly extended to a full year. Though they returned to Greenvine Fortress a few times during this period, everything in the fortress remained peaceful and undisturbed. Finally, this endless, exhausting life is coming to an end, Xiao Chun said with a stretch, sighing. This year has been truly tough. Hearing this, the green vine demon immediately retorted, "What did you just say? I'm the one killing all these beasts, and you have the nerve to call it tough? Haha, why make distinctions between us?" Xiao Chen replied with a laugh. "Even though I didn't personally fight, I've been by your side the entire time, haven't I? True support is about companionship. You'll understand that someday." "Lazy as always, and you won't even admit it," the green vine demon grumbled. Xiao Chen quickly defended himself. "Do you think I don't want to help? It's not like I've awakened any attack skills. Besides, all the soul power I've painstakingly cultivated every day has been used to support you, hasn't it? I've been working myself to the bone for you. And anyway, how many other spirit beasts can compare to you? With this kind of kill count, only you could accomplish it." The green vine demon's mood improved immediately. "You're right. From now on, you can just sit in the shade while I hunt, maybe, well, even be more efficient that way. But do you really think I'm stronger than other spirit beasts?" "Of course," Xiao Chen answered without hesitation. "Brother Vine is one of a kind. There aren't many beasts out there who can break through their natural limitations." Over the past year, the green vine demon had been brimming with energy every day. The amount of spirit meat it refined had become uncountable, and a chilling legend had even spread across the wilderness. A massive green vine, blotting out the sky, with spirit meat dangling from it like green dumplings. During this year, Xiao Chun had completed 2 of the major kill missions he had taken on. However, the remaining 2 tasks, killing a Xian-tier beast and 10,000 Huang-tier beasts, seemed far more challenging and might take years to accomplish. It had been 6 years since he and his elder brother had taken on their first Fan-tier mission. In those 6 years, they had completed a staggering task of killing 100,000 enemies. Across the entire Dian city, fewer than 100 people could achieve such a feat, and to do it within 6 years was a mark of the most formidable warriors. When Wang Su saw Xiao Chen finish such a monumental task, He couldn't help but feel admiration. Big brother, people like you are truly one in a million. That's all thanks to Brother Vine. Xiao Chen replied with satisfaction. To be honest, Xiao Feng can't compare. Big brother, why are you still hung up on Brother Vine's natural talent? Wang Su shook his head. Does Brother Vine even resemble a fancier beast anymore? I'd believe you if you said it had Tiantir talent. Honestly, you're the one who should feel lucky Brother Vine hasn't abandoned you. Xiao Chen nodded. You're right. Brother Vine is already exceptional. I was just casually saying that. His gaze shifted to the future. Right now, I have 1.3 million contribution points. Not only can I buy a decent spirit beast, but I can also purchase a lot of urgently needed supplies. He silently calculated, realizing that these contribution points might sustain his cultivation with soul power elixirs for years to come. Xiao Chen stood by the window, calculating his wealth. Over the years, he had not only amassed a significant number of contribution points, but also obtained a considerable amount of spirit stones through trade. A rough estimate put his total assets at nearly 1.5 million spirit stones, enough to purchase 5 bottles of creation spirit elixir. This meant he could finally start preparing to contract a second spirit beast. What's your plan for your second spirit beast, Wang Su? Xiao Chen turned to ask. Recently, Wang Su had also completed several missions, and with his hunting gains, he had accumulated over 500,000 in wealth. He shrugged. What else can I plan? I'll just buy one directly. I'm not too picky. As long as I can get a spirit beast like Xiao Feng, I'll be satisfied. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. For most beast tamers, acquiring such a high-quality spirit beast was a rare feat. Raising a spirit beast was always a gradual process, requiring consistent effort day after day. All right, it's your call, Xiao Chen said, then added. But seeing how impressive Vine Bro has been, I'm tempted to contract a green vine demon myself. Wang Su's face darkened slightly at the mention. You must have stepped in some serious luck to come across a spirit beast like Vine Bro. Clearly, he still harbored some resentment over Vine Bro's exceptional combat power. After all, being outshone by a green vine demon would frustrate anyone. Xiao Chen gave a faint smile. Maybe it's just fate. Then, he shifted the topic. By the way, how much support did your parents give you back then? The question immediately put Wang Su on alert. Xiao Chen, I already gave you everything back then. We're on the same side. No, you're not plotting something, are you? Seeing Wang Zu's tense expression, Xiao Chen chuckled, exasperated. Relax, I have principles. I'm not after your spirit stones. I was just curious. Not much, just a million contribution points, Wang Su replied. Xiao Chen was stunned. A million contribution points was an astronomical figure for ordinary people, something unattainable in a lifetime. Do you know how your parents died? Killed by spirit beasts, Wang Su said in a low voice. It happened during a beast tide that attacked a city. Millions lost their lives. Although it hadn't occurred in Dian City, the sheer scale of the casualties still shocked Xiao Chen. Fortunately, Dian City, with its population of tens of millions, was a stronghold unlikely to face such a catastrophe. After all, everyone here was a beast tamer, and even those with the weakest talents could command a green vine demon in battle. Wang Su, when my big brother returns, let's join a trial mission together. Some things you just have to experience firsthand, Xiao Chen suggested. Wang Zu's expression immediately turned conflicted. Big brother, most human deaths come from spirit beasts. The rest either die of old age or from internal conflicts. I've understood since I was young, if you want to live well, don't mess with trials. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Su, who never wanted to venture far from Dian City and even avoided taking on beast hunting missions. He understood. With Wang Zu's yellow-rank beast tamer abilities, contracting 2 spirit beasts and sticking to safe missions could indeed provide a comfortable life. We'll talk about it later, Xiao Chen said after a pause. But your plan might not work out. Why not? Wang Su asked. Because of that mouth of yours, Xiao Chen said bluntly. Haven't you noticed? You don't have a single friend in Dian City. Xiao Chen stated the facts in a calm tone, completely unaware of the weight his words carried. After hearing him, Wang Su's expression darkened slightly, and he couldn't help but retort sarcastically. The way you're talking, it's like you have a ton of friends or something. The air froze instantly. Such exchanges seemed to have become the norm between them. Wang Su didn't dare openly clash with Xiao Chen, yet he often found himself stuck in these awkward silences. For two people who inherently distrusted each other, this manner of interaction was, in a way, reasonable. Let's not dwell on this. Wang Su changed the subject. Let's head into the city together. With my contribution points exceeding 1,000,000, I might be able to purchase a decent contract spirit beast. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. A Xian rank talent is the baseline. If I'm lucky, I might even come across a D rank spirit beast with average combat aptitude. Riding on Xiao Feng's back, they sped towards Dian City. Wang Su continued analyzing. Honestly, for most beast tamers, a spirit beast talent isn't the most critical factor. Plenty of Xian rank talent spirit beasts never reach their expected potential in their lifetime. Most people prefer practical Xian rank beasts over highly talented ones that are challenging to nurture. The higher the talent, the harder the spirit beast is to train. That's common knowledge in the field, Xiao Chen agreed. Some Tian-rank beasts live for thousands of years. By the time they reach their peak, their original owners might already be long gone. Xiao Chun, I've been thinking about choosing a fire type for my second spirit beast, Wang Su said enthusiastically. The combination of wind and fire is incredibly powerful. Wind and fire is indeed a good match, Xiao Chen recalled. I once saw someone with a blazing flame tiger. It was incredibly strong. Realizing that it was a D-rank talent beast, he quickly added, but spirit beasts of that level would cost tens of millions of contribution points, far beyond reach. Wang Su scoffed. Don't kid yourself. People who own beasts like that wouldn't even show up in places like this. The comment reminded Xiao Chen of something. He found it suspicious that the boy named Su Lin had appeared in this area, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Who cares? It was just a brief encounter, anyway. Unknowingly, they found themselves on a familiar road. Xiao Chen recognized it as the main route connecting the Luoxiao mountain range and Dian City. It was here, a decade ago, that he had first encountered humans other than the black-robed figures members of the Lin family. Reflecting on the fact that he was now a Huang-rank beast tamer with exceptional progress, a mix of emotions surged in his heart. He even felt a fleeting urge to visit that courtyard, but he quickly suppressed the thought his current strength was far from enough to seek revenge. It was broad daylight, and the road was bustling with people. Many were riding spirit beasts, some traveling in pairs like Xiao Chun and Wang Su. Among the various spirit beasts, Xiao Chen's Xiaofeng, a Huang-rank swift wind wolf, stood out prominently. Along the way, Xiao Chen silently observed the diverse travelers around them. Most of the people here were mid-level mortal-tier beast tamers, with a few at the late stage, and even fewer yellow-tier tamers scattered among them. Amidst this crowd, Xiao Chun and Wang Su stood out, attracting curious or envious glances from passers-by. Xiao Chun remained indifferent to the attention, while Wang Su walked with his head held high, clearly enjoying the spotlight. Even his beast, Xiao Feng, seemed to slow its pace subconsciously. Just as Wang Su was basking in his sense of superiority, a sharp cry pierced the sky. Everyone looked up to see a yellow-tier level 3-horned eagle soaring overhead, its back carrying a young rider. The sudden appearance of such a striking scene even caught Xiao Chen's attention. Any beast tamer capable of commanding a yellow-tier level 3-horned eagle was undoubtedly powerful. It's just a flying spirit beast. What's the big deal? Wang Su muttered indignantly. I've sold dozens of horned eagles before and wouldn't even bother contracting with such a low-level creature. Damn it, next time I see you, I'll hit you with a wind blade and knock you down. Xiao Chen shook his head with a wry smile, wondering if he should start keeping a bit more distance from this Lustung companion. Wang Su wasn't a bad person at heart, but clearly had no filter when he spoke. Fortunately, the horned eagle flew quickly and disappeared into the distance, likely sparing them from any trouble Wang Zu's reckless words might have caused. Wang Su, watch your mouth next time, Xiao Chen warned. What? I didn't say anything wrong. Just because you're the boss doesn't mean you can stop me from speaking the truth. You can speak the truth, but if you're going to test my patience like this, you're crossing the line, Xiao Chen replied, his tone cautious. He couldn't help but feel that Wang Zu's antics were deliberate, either as a way to create an opportunity to escape or to stir up trouble for him. Come on, boss, you know me. I'm just blunt, that's all. Just know your limits. Xiao Chen replied, dropping the subject. For now, no harm had been done, but he resolved to keep Wang Su confined to Qingting Fort in the future to avoid unnecessary complications. Though their recent time together had been amicable, Xiao Chen never let his guard down completely. No matter how often Wang Su called him big brother, Xiao Chen found it difficult to fully trust anyone. It was a deep-rooted habit he couldn't change, for better or worse. In the distance, the towering walls of Dian City loomed, an awe-inspiring sight every time they approached. As soon as they entered the city, Xiao Chen received a message from Su Wan. Xiao Chen, he'll be waiting for you at the southern market. This talented young woman was one of his most important clients. Every time he came to the city, he would sell her a batch of spirit leaves from his vine beast. From the initial price of 10 spirit stones per pound to the current 30, Xiao Chen was now considering raising it to 40. Su Wan's habit of never bargaining had only fueled his growing greed. Wang Su, we're about to meet someone important. When you see her, just stand to the side and try not to speak, Xiao Chen instructed. The Su family, one of the 4 great families of Dian City, had a significant presence in the southern market. Xiao Chen led Wang Su into the Su family's shop with practiced ease, completely oblivious to the watchful gaze observing them from the second-floor inner courtyard. Big brother, didn't you say you don't have many friends? How do you know people from the Su family? Wang Su asked, his face full of curiosity. They're not friends, Xiao Chen lowered his voice. It's a business partner, a highly skilled beast tamer. Someone willing to spend extravagantly to raise spirit beasts. Rich and easy to deal with. Wang Zu's eyes lit up. And you've been hiding such wealthy connections? We're brothers who should be making money together. Well, that's why I brought you here. Xiao Chen led Wang Su through the front shop and into the courtyard. The courtyard was meticulously designed, with a front shop and a rear courtyard that struck a balance between convenience and privacy. The multi-story building even offered a clear view of the scenery outside. Wait here. Someone will come to collect the goods soon, Xiaochen said quietly. Over the past 6 months, he had gathered thousands of pounds of spirit leaves. This time, he expected to earn at least 10,000 spirit stones. The output of Brother Vine was far superior to any large-scale spirit silkworm operation, and every sale of the leaves filled him with satisfaction. Waiting a little longer didn't bother him. After a while, Wang Su grew restless. Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? They're probably delayed, Xiao Chun replied, cautioning him. When they arrive, don't say too much. Just stand quietly. When have I ever been the type to run my mouth? Wang Su grumbled, clearly unaware that their contact was a woman. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently at the top of the stairs. Hey, Xiao Chun, look at that. She's a real beauty. Wang Su blurted out. Following his gaze, Xiao Chun saw an icy yet stunningly beautiful face. The usually gentle and approachable Su Wan now carried a sharp, piercing look that seemed capable of cutting through steel. Annoyed, Xiao Chun kicked Wang Su. I told you to keep quiet. Then, turning to Su Wan, he hurriedly explained, Miss Su. He's from a remote tribe and doesn't know how to speak properly. Please forgive him. Su Wan fixed Xiao Chun with a cold stare that made his heart race nervously. After a long pause, she didn't lash out but instead asked in a frosty tone, Oh? In what way does he not know how to speak properly? Caught off guard, Xiao Chun forced a smile and tried to smooth things over. Well, he's not very worldly and lacks tact. Seeing someone as breathtakingly beautiful, graceful, and stunning as you, Miss Su, left him tongue-tied. It's an honest compliment, blurted out without thinking. After all, he's just a simple man from the wilderness who only knows a few words. Wang Su opened his mouth to speak, but promptly received another kick from Xiao Chun. The coldness on Su Wan's face eased slightly, though traces of displeasure remained. Oh, so it was an honest compliment from the heart? Absolutely, absolutely. There's no other intent behind it. I see, she said, her tone still sharp. It's not like you'd think him some fool with more money than sense. The atmosphere froze instantly. The two men exchanged nervous glances, shaking their heads frantically. Of course not. Who would think that? If you heard something like that, it must have been a misunderstanding. At that moment, Xiao Chen deeply regretted bringing this troublemaker along. He had planned to discuss raising the price today, but now he didn't dare mention a single word. Although the beginning was somewhat unpleasant, the deal was ultimately concluded successfully. Xiao Chen glanced at the identity token displaying an additional 10,000 contribution points, and an involuntary smile appeared on his lips. This steady income left him very satisfied, especially when he saw the progress of the spiritual leaves, which was even more gratifying. Miss Su, the quality of the next batch of spiritual leaves should be even better, Xiao Chen remarked with a hint of suggestion, already laying the groundwork for raising the price next time. A few months from now would be another good opportunity to earn a wave of spirit stones. After receiving the spirit stones, Xiao Chen turned to leave for some shopping, but was stopped by Su Wan. Xiao Chen, are you planning to contract a second spirit beast? Xiao Chen paused for a moment, surprised. Miss Su, does your Su family also deal in spirit beasts? He thought to himself, is she trying to earn back the spirit stones he just received? Immortal maiden, not just you, but all of you. Wang Su quickly interjected. Yes, I'm also preparing to contract a spirit beast. He calculated inwardly that if this person truly had considerable wealth, buying a spirit beast from the Su family's store might even save him some money. Immortal maiden Su, we both indeed need to prepare for contracting a second spirit beast, Xiao Chen said, unconsciously following the use of immortal maiden in his address. Since we're somewhat acquainted, could you offer us a discount on spirit beasts? The change in title wasn't entirely for saving spirit stones. It was a habit picked up under Wang Su's influence. Su Wan didn't seem to mind Xiao Chen's subtle intentions. Instead, she looked at him seriously and asked, Xiao Chen, if you don't mind me asking, is your first contracted spirit beast the green vine demon? I must say, you've raised it quite well. In light of your green vine demon, I'm willing to give you a chance. These words left Xiao Chen slightly displeased. What's wrong with having a green vine demon as a spirit beast? What does it mean to say in light of the green vine demon? Could it be that Brother Vine's reputation surpasses his own? Immortal maiden, you guessed correctly. I did contract a green vine demon, Xiao Chun replied with a natural smile on his face. It was the only skill he had mastered in that courtyard, smiling while cursing inwardly. When dealing with that black-robed man, he always wore a smile despite his inner resentment. After years of doing business with Su Wan, it was only natural that she could discern some things. However, what was the meaning behind that flicker of sympathy in her eyes? Who said contracting a green vine demon made someone inferior? Isn't it selling for a good price now? Xiao Chun, I have no intention of delving into your past, Su Wan said warmly. A person should be like you, positive and ambitious. Even if the spirit beast is ordinary, one must strive to surpass oneself. Such a person is truly admirable. She paused briefly. As you know, my Su family is one of the 4 great families of Dian City, a 9th-tier force. Xiao Chun, of course, was aware. Who in all of Dian City wouldn't know? Being appreciated by a prodigy like her, he wasn't sure how to respond. Cultivating Brother Vine wasn't exactly an inspiring or tragic tale, it was simply a choice made out of desperation. Every ninth tier force aspires to rise to the 8th tier. Do you know the conditions for such a promotion? Xiaochen shook his head. Such matters had nothing to do with him. He didn't even know how one became a ninth tier force in the first place. To advance to an 8th level faction, it's not only necessary to meet strict requirements for the number of strong individuals, but also to complete a special task establishing a human survival territory within the domain of beasts. These territories act as fortified strongholds, constantly expanding the living space for humanity. The Beast Tamer Guild places great importance on this, offering generous rewards to any faction that successfully establishes such a territory. It is a task open to all, and any group can participate. Xiaochen deeply understands its significance. Though he doesn't live within Dian City, he benefits greatly from its protection. Without the existence of this mighty city, his home, Qingting Fort, would likely have long been overrun by Xiantier beasts. Miss Su, you're not suggesting that we participate in establishing a territory, are you? Xiao Chun and Wang Su both had the same thought, and couldn't hide the worry on their faces. Opening up a territory in a beast's domain meant facing constant threats of beast attacks, a risk far too great. Su Wan shook her head lightly, her gaze carrying a hint of appraisal. You might want to go, but your spirit beasts aren't up to the standard. This kind of task requires elite-level participants. This statement directly excluded Xiao Chun from the elite ranks, leaving him with no choice but to sigh in resignation. Then, what does all this have to do with me contracting a spirit beast? Xiao Chun couldn't help but ask, feeling that despite Su Wan's formidable strength, her way of speaking often circled around the point. Xiao Chun, would you like to own a Dethier spirit beast? Su Wan suddenly dropped a bombshell question. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. Did she even need to ask? Of course, he would want one. But he quickly calmed himself. It would have to be at least a Dethier talent spirit beast. Don't try to fool me. I can't afford a spirit beast like that, Xiao Chun said, waving his hands dismissively. Besides, what does this have to do with everything you were just talking about? Su Wan's lips curved into a faint smile. Let me put it this way. My Su family has specifically opened up a territory for me, and it's almost complete now. This statement immediately made Xiao Chun realize Su Wan's extraordinary status in her family. The contribution points they received annually from the Beast Tamer Guild alone must be an astronomical figure. So, Xiao Chun asked cautiously, if you're willing to tell me the method for cultivating Qingting demons, I can help you obtain a decent spirit beast. A Dethier one isn't out of the question. Su Wan finally revealed her true intention. So that was it. After all the build-up, it was about showcasing her strength and resources, offering a high-level spirit beast in exchange for the secret method of cultivating Qingting demons. Miss Su, you could have just said that directly. Why go through all the trouble? Xiao Chen remarked. I wanted you to understand my situation, Su Wan replied earnestly. If I can cultivate a batch of Qingting demons like yours, it would be of extraordinary significance to my territory. Xiao Chun gazed into the distance, a flicker of understanding flashing in his eyes. There should be a group of herbivorous spirit beasts over there, he mused. If we can cultivate a batch of yellow-tier green vine demons, it could save us a significant amount of spirit stones in the long run. Fairy Su, why not directly seek out some high-tier plant-type spirit beasts? Xiao Qin turned to ask. There are many types of plant-based spirit beasts, not just green vine demons. While the spiritual leaves of the vine here have their unique qualities, they're still far inferior to those of high-tier spirit beasts. Other plant-type spirit beasts are too costly, Fairy Su explained, her gaze resting on the vine. Besides, this particular vine of yours is indeed unusual. Although Xiao Qin wasn't entirely sure what made the vine special, he thought about how much spiritual meat it had absorbed. Its leaves were indeed fuller and lusher than those of ordinary vines. I'm afraid I might disappoint you, Xiao Qin said, shaking his head. The way I've been cultivating it is actually quite simple, just feeding it spiritual meat continuously. So far, it's devoured at least several thousand mortal-tier spirit beasts. Hearing this, Huang Wan remained composed, showing neither disappointment nor doubt. If such a method truly worked, it would have been discovered long ago. Wasting so much spiritual meat on cultivating a vine with limited growth potential now, that's truly a reckless endeavor. She paused. But I must admit, getting your hands on that much spiritual meat is quite impressive. As I thought, there's no special method behind it, Fairy Su remarked with a slightly condescending tone. But no matter. I can offer you an opportunity to obtain a high-tier spirit beast. She continued. To establish that territory, the Su family deployed numerous powerful cultivators and took down several formidable spirit beast leaders to secure a foothold. Even a few of the family's earth-tier spirit beasts had to step in. Together with many experts from allied families, they managed to slay a mighty spirit beast and brought back a spirit egg. Xiao Qin nodded expressionlessly, already indifferent to the idea of so-called high-tier spirit beasts. Seeing Fairy Su steer the conversation back to her family's achievements, he couldn't help but wonder why she was so eager to boast. That spirit egg is quite unique, Fairy Sue added. Although it still retains a trace of vitality, it's almost like a dead egg and could perish completely at any moment. Our family disciples have all tried forming a contract with it, but none succeeded. Considering you've managed to cultivate this vine to such a level, you might have a chance. Why not give it a try? If you succeed in hatching it, you'll have an earth tier or higher spirit beast egg, which is practically priceless. While our family hasn't yet identified the exact species, its value is undoubtedly extraordinary. Really? I can try. Such a spirit egg could easily sell for millions, but you only need to pay 1 million spirit stones, and it's yours. Xiaochen sneered. You're just looking for a fool to swindle. If it were merely 10 or 20,000 spirit stones, he might have considered it, but 1 million? He could only decline. Who's the fool here? Fairy Sue huffed. An opportunity like this is 1 in 1 million, or I can let you try it for free once. But you have to agree to one condition. Su Wan's voice carried a hint of mischief. Xiaochen raised an eyebrow. Try it for free? That doesn't sound very convincing. What's the condition? From now on, you have to supply me with spirit leaves consistently, and you can't raise the price. Su Wan looked directly into Xiaochen's eyes, speaking each word clearly. Xiaochen chuckled inwardly. This woman, who already owned an entire territory, was still bargaining over such a small matter. However, he had always been easygoing and was happy to play along. Agreeing now wouldn't hurt, and as for the future, that would depend on his mood. Weighing it up, trading this condition for a chance was worth it. Su Wan's thoughts were simpler. Hundreds of members of the Su family had attempted to bond with this spirit egg, all to no avail. This seemingly ordinary Xiao Chun was unlikely to be any different. Besides, the spirit egg didn't have much time left. Rather than letting it go to waste, it was better to use it as an opportunity to earn some goodwill. If not for Xiao Chen's earlier rich and foolish comment that annoyed her, she wouldn't have been so petty. Now, she was determined to get something out of him to soothe her irritation. Both had their own plans, yet each thought they were getting the better deal. Naturally, the agreement was quickly reached. What Xiao Chun hadn't expected was that Su Wan immediately took out the spirit egg from her storage pouch. This spirit egg has been with you all along? Xiao Chun asked, a little surprised. Of course, Su Wan replied matter-of-factly. The territory is mine, the spirit egg is mine. What's so strange about that? Xiao Chun fell silent. Casually pulling out a treasure worth millions of spirit stones, this level of extravagance was indeed astonishing. The spirit egg was only the size of a fist, with a dull, grayish-black surface that appeared utterly ordinary, no different from a regular chicken egg. Xiao Chun examined it closely but saw nothing remarkable. Its surface was rough, its vitality faint, and there was not the slightest trace of divine energy. If an ordinary merchant had presented such an item, it wouldn't fetch even a few spirit stones. Su Fairy, you claim this is the spirit egg of a land-grade spirit beast. Xiao Chen's tone was tinged with doubt. In his mind, this plain-looking thing didn't even measure up to a common spirit egg, let alone something so extraordinary. But the moment he reached out to touch the spirit egg, something unexpected happened. The egg trembled slightly, and a peculiar sensation surged into his heart. This unborn life exuded a sense of connection that he couldn't explain. He could feel a strong will to survive, and amidst the faint energy fluctuations, there was a hint of inexplicable familiarity. This sense of familiarity left Xiao Chen puzzled. He was certain he had never seen such a spirit egg before, nor experienced such an aura. Could it be that he was somehow destined to bond with it? Xiao Chun, I wouldn't lie to you, Su Wan said seriously. This spirit egg is indeed extraordinary. If it were just an ordinary one, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Give it a try. Whether it works or not is all part of the process. Xiao Chen found himself caught in deep conflict. For some reason, a powerful urge suddenly surged within him. He must save this little life. I have a feeling that within a day, the vitality of this spirit egg will completely vanish. Xiao Chen stood before the spirit egg, his heart caught in deep conflict. The vitality of the spirit egg before him was incredibly faint. Even if he succeeded in forming a contract, there was no guarantee the spirit beast hatched from it would survive. As a beast tamer, he knew all too well that at the yellow rank, he could only contract one spirit beast. If the beast were to die, there would be no way to replace it. Yet, an inexplicable emotion surged within Xiao Chun. Known for his rationality, he found himself strangely drawn to this fragile spirit egg. The feeling was as sudden as it was undeniable, as though it was destined by some unseen force. He even had a strong premonition. If he let this opportunity slip away today, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Fairy Sue, what if it doesn't survive after hatching? Xiao Chen turned to Su Wan, seeking her advice. Su Wan's expression remained calm. For a spirit beast of this grade, once it hatches, it's incredibly unlikely for it to perish. Besides, the real challenge is whether it can hatch at all. Although he had already made up his mind, Xiao Chun deliberately tried to shift some responsibility onto Su Wan. If anything goes wrong, I'll have to ask you for compensation. Without further hesitation, Xiao Chun bit his finger, letting his blood drip into the spirit egg. As his soul power seeped into it, he immediately sensed a faint yet extraordinarily resilient life force. Almost instinctively, he began channeling the spirit refining technique. In that moment, he finally understood why this spirit egg had felt so familiar to him. Suddenly, his soul was pulled into a strange space. Before him stretched a vibrant, multicolored world. Towering trees reached into the clouds, melodious chirping filled the air, spiritual herbs grew freely across the land, and blossoms adorned the valleys. Most striking of all were the unique birds soaring through the skies. Their bodies resembled those of gray sparrows, but their distinct shapes and vivid colors set them apart. They were neither as massive as azure birds nor as fierce as horned eagles. Just as Xiao Chun was reeling from the realization that he might be about to contract an ordinary flying bird, it was too late to pull his hand back. The spirit egg suddenly cracked open, and a clear, melodious, and ethereal cry resounded in his mind. That sound carried a yearning for life, a curiosity about the new world, and an indescribable mix of emotions. The cry was like the purest sword tone, instantly clearing Xiao Chen's mind and soul. No, this is definitely not a gray sparrow beast. Xiao Chen stared intently at the newborn spirit beast in front of him, his brows tightly furrowed. Although its fur, body shape, and even the tiniest expressions were identical to a gray sparrow beast, his instincts told him that things were far more complicated than they seemed. Yet, the little creature was so fragile that it tugged at his heartstrings. It had fainted the moment it was born. Xiao Chen's face darkened as he immediately used his divine sense to transfer the little one to the spirit beast space, a sanctuary where it could receive the best care and nurture. At this moment, his primary concern wasn't the identity of the spirit beast, but its precarious life, force any slight misstep could lead to its untimely demise. Standing nearby, Su Wan observed Xiao Chen's grim expression and felt a pang of guilt so intense that she was at a loss for words. She had never imagined Xiao Chen would actually manage to hatch the spirit egg, let alone that it would turn out to be a gray sparrow beast. The Su family had long failed to form a contract with it because the creature was too weak, already on the brink of death. This egg had been retrieved from the lair of a powerful demonic beast. How could it result in something as seemingly insignificant as a gray sparrow? Xiao Chun, however, had already concluded that this was no ordinary spirit beast, but a powerful one in disguise. Still, he chose not to reveal his suspicions just yet. His demeanor shifted, and the usual respect he showed Su Wan was gone. With restrained anger on his face, he demanded, "Miss Su, is this what you call a heaven-tier gifted spirit beast?" Su Wan was rendered speechless by the question. Xiao Chun pressed on, his tone sharp. "My first contracted spirit beast was the green vine demon. Were you planning to saddle me with a useless spirit beast this time, so you could control me completely in the future?" Nearby, Wang Su had already begun discreetly scanning the surroundings, ready to make a quick escape if a fight broke out. If it came to blows, Xiao Chun would stand no chance against Su Wan. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still retained some semblance of reason. Though his anger was palpable, he refrained from taking any drastic action. Tu never had such an intention. Su Wan hurriedly explained. "The gray sparrow is actually quite remarkably, at least it's highly practical. I promise you, it'll help you nurture it to the yellow tier, maybe even the profound tier. As a flying spirit beast, it's far superior to ordinary ones. If you could cultivate the green vine demon, surely you can do the same with this gray sparrow." Xiao Chun, "I've always believed there are no useless spirit beasts, only incompetent beast tamers. With your talent, you're bound to make it extraordinary." Even as Su Wan finished her explanation, she felt the weakness of her own argument. It was the best excuse she could muster, but even she didn't fully believe it. Xiao Chen suppressed his fury, feigning an expression of grief and indignation. He opened his mouth several times as if to say something, only to hold back. His acting was clumsy, unable to convey anything more dramatic. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared angrily, "Don't think you can brush this matter aside so easily. From now on, the price of spirit leaves will double." Xiao Chen stood in front of the Su family trading firm, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. Several times, he wanted to explode in anger, but each time, he forced himself to hold it back. As a low-ranking beast tamer who had only contracted a green vine spirit, he was powerless against a prominent force like the Su family. In the end, he lowered his head and silently followed Wang Su out of the trading firm. Behind him, Su Wan watched their departing figures, a faint sense of unease stirring in her heart. In her eyes, the type of spirit beast a minor figure contracted was of little importance, but as a long-term business partner, she didn't want to strain the relationship too much. How could this happen? Su Wan massaged her temples. An egg that seemed extraordinarily rare, even fooling the experts in the family, turned out to be just a gray sparrow. However, she gazed thoughtfully at Xiao Chen's retreating figure. To successfully contract a dying spirit beast, and even raise a green vine spirit to the yellow rank, this boy's talent as a beast tamer is indeed remarkable. I should consider offering some compensation later. On the street, Xiao Chen's face remained clouded with anger. But when his eyes caught a new string of numbers suddenly appearing on his identity token, he could barely suppress a grin. He quickly lowered his head, continuing to feign a look of dejection. After walking some distance, Wang Su couldn't hold back his frustration anymore and cursed, "Damn it. I've always said women are the most ruthless. And you, how could you fall for something like this?" That egg looked ordinary from the start. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder with a smug expression. "Don't worry. Even if you've lost your second spirit beast, you've still got me to back you up." Wang Su laughed heartily, feeling triumphant at the thought of finally having the chance to be the big brother. Little did he know, the pitiful person he was consoling was secretly calculating how to make good use of the 100,000 contribution points he had just acquired. Xiaochen remained silent in response to Wang Zu's insincere comfort. His attention was entirely focused on the faint image of a small bird that had appeared in his spirit space. There, a tiny creature, no bigger than half a fist, lay quietly, whether unconscious or asleep, he couldn't tell. Brother Vine's green leaves hovered in the air, gently fanning the little one, creating a warm and tender scene that filled Xiao Chen's heart with a rare warmth. Who would have thought that Brother Vine, usually so rough, could be this thoughtful? Xiao Chun murmured as he carefully channeled his soul power, cautious not to overwhelm the little creature with too much at once. Brother Vine, noticing the addition of a grayish new member in the spirit space, was visibly excited. "Xiao Chun, a gray sparrow spirit beast, isn't bad at all. At least now I'm officially the big brother here." "This isn't an ordinary gray sparrow spirit beast," Xiao Chun corrected. "It's actually a rather height-year spirit beast. But for now, we'll use its appearance as a gray sparrow to keep others from suspecting anything. Brother Vine, let's call it Xiao Hui Little Gray from now on." "That name doesn't even come close to being as great as mine," Brother Vine grumbled. "But fine, it'll do. At least now you've got a flying spirit beast." "Yeah," Xiao Chun replied, glancing at the small creature's diminutive size. He sighed regretfully. "It's just too small to serve as a flying mount. But that's not too big of an issue." "Oh, by the way, Xiao Chun," Brother Vine suddenly asked, "what's the second skill you awakened?" Xiao Chun focused intently, sensing the newly awakened Gungjin sword chi. This powerful metal element technique condensed in his palm, forming a sharp sword aura about a foot long. The sword chi shimmered with a cold metallic luster, capable of effortlessly slicing through solid rock and delivering lethal damage to enemies. Finally, a decent offensive technique, Xiao Chun thought to himself with satisfaction. Although it wasn't a long-range attack, it was a significant improvement over his previous abilities. He understood clearly that as a representative of metal element techniques, the power of Gungjin's sword chi would not disappoint. However, to unleash its full potential, he would need to refine his skills further and perhaps learn some complementary water element techniques. At this moment, Wang Su approached curiously and asked, "Big brother, what wind element technique did you awaken?" Xiaochen glanced at him and replied casually, "Wind binding, a low-powered control skill." He deliberately avoided mentioning the unusual situation where the wind element spirit beast, Little Gray Sparrow, had somehow triggered his awakening of a metal element technique. This secret was something he intended to take to his grave. Hearing this response, Wang Su let out a sigh of relief and then enthusiastically said, "Big brother, I'm planning to buy a Huodo as my second spirit beast. It's a fire element beast with pretty solid overall abilities." Xiao Chen nodded in approval. He understood Wang Su's reasoning. Wind and fire techniques complemented each other, significantly enhancing their combined power. Moreover, fire was particularly effective against green vine demons. However, Xiao Chen chose not to point out these thoughts. For now, his attitude toward Wang Su remained relatively amicable. This was partly because Wang Su had helped Brother Ting advance to the yellow rank, and partly because Wang Su had not yet shown any signs of betrayal. Of course, Xiao Chun maintained a healthy sense of caution. Aside from Luo Cheng, he had never truly trusted anyone. If Wang Su ever dared to act against him, Xiao Chun would have no qualms about eliminating him. Fortunately, while Wang Su had a sharp tongue, he wasn't foolish. He knew better than to provoke someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even when he occasionally stirred up trouble, it was either to test Xiao Chen's limits or to look for an opportunity to escape. But at present, there was no way Xiao Chun would let Wang Su leave. Wang Su knew the location of the Green Vine Pavilion and some of Xiao Chen's secrets. Until Wang Su gained the ability to protect himself, he would remain under soft confinement within the Green Vine Fortress. A standard Huodo cost 200,000 spirit stones, while one with excellent bloodlines could go up to 500,000. Wang Su only had a little over 500,000 spirit stones, so this purchase would leave him nearly broke. As for Xiao Chun, his own spirit stones were allocated for specific uses. The yellow rank soul power potions alone required one bottle every 3 days, and he had purchased a 5-year supply, which consumed nearly half of his spirit stones. The remaining 300,000 were used to buy 3 profound-grade spirit cores for Brother Tongue. Although the detailed training plan for Little Gray hadn't been fully finalized, Xiao Chun had already acquired the essentials. Dozens of foundation strengthening pills for spirit beasts and a batch of Qingbi pills specifically designed for flying spirit beasts. Lastly, he upgraded his own weapon to a soul-grade battle axe, ensuring he was well prepared for future battles. A soul weapon for 20,000 spirit stones wasn't particularly expensive. Xiaoqian carefully examined the heaven-cleaving axe in his hand. Its functionality was surprisingly simple once infused with soul power. The originally 1,000-pound axe would become as light as a feather, feeling as though it weighed only a few dozen pounds. Xiaoqian, you already have the Gongjin sword qi as an attack skill. Do you really need this axe? Wang Su couldn't help but ask. Xiaoqian's lips curved into a faint smile. It's precisely for concealing my true strength. As a beast master, he deeply understood the importance of hiding one's capabilities. Just like how Wang Su had awakened a new skill but hadn't revealed a single detail about it to him. When enemies believe the heaven-cleaving axe is his strongest weapon, unleashing the Gongjin sword qi would catch them completely off guard. Speaking of which, ever since Wang Su contracted his second spirit beast, though he hadn't explicitly mentioned it, his barely concealed excitement clearly indicated that he had awakened an impressive skill. Xiaoqian didn't pry into it, maintaining their unspoken mutual understanding. After a round of shopping, the 1.5 million contribution points Xiaoqian had were nearly depleted, leaving only 20,000 points. With sufficient supplies prepared, Xiaoqian had no desire to linger in the bustling Dine city. Although Wang Su seemed reluctant to leave the lively city, he quietly followed along. The journey back was uneventful, and Wang Su caused no trouble. Perhaps his growing confidence in his own strength made him believe he no longer needed external assistance to gain his freedom. However, as long as Xiaoqian kept Xiao Feng, his mount, by his side, Wang Su wouldn't be able to stir up any major issues. Unless the day came when Wang Zu's strength truly surpassed Xiaoqian's, everything would remain firmly under control. Upon returning to Qingting Fortress, Xiaoqian immediately threw himself into intense cultivation. Where it used to take 3 days to consume a bottle of soul power potion, he could now completely refine it in just 2.5 days. This method of cultivation was extravagant, but the speed at which his soul power improved was astonishing. In contrast, Wang Su, without access to soul power potions, could only rely on painstaking self-cultivation. In the world of beast masters, where resources were always in high demand, Xiaoqian grasped every hard-earned resource tightly. One morning, a month later, a long-awaited commotion arose from the spirit beast space. Chirp, chirp. Xiaoqian, who had been immersed in cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Hui had finally awakened. Over the past days, Xiaoqian had poured soul power into sustaining Xiao Hu's life, watching it recover from a near-death state to increasingly vibrant health, with its heartbeat growing stronger by the day. Although Xiao Hu's dull gray appearance wasn't particularly striking, Xiaoqian felt a genuine affection for it from the bottom of his heart. Chirp. Xiao Hui couldn't speak yet or communicate through spiritual waves, but Xiaoqian somehow instinctively understood its meaning. This will be your home from now on. From today, we are family, Xiaoqian said gently, looking at the tiny gray creature in front of him. Considering the little one's limited understanding, he kept his explanation simple. Due to the unique nature of their contract, the little gray creature was naturally close to Xiaoqian. He wasn't in a hurry to push it into cultivation. Instead, he focused on ensuring it grew up healthy and strong. There would be plenty of time to apply pressure once it became sturdier. Squeak, squeak. The little creature, though not fully comprehending, immediately displayed an astonishing appetite, devouring a spiritual silkworm in one gulp from the spirit beast space. Xiaoqian was momentarily stunned. This tiny creature had just consumed a silkworm worth a significant amount of spiritual stones. Seeing it eagerly eyeing another silkworm, Xiaoqian nodded to himself. Good appetite. It seems half a Peiyuan pill daily should be manageable. With a quick sense check, he confirmed that the creature was currently at the first level of the mortal rank. Although it was a high-level spirit beast, it seemed unusual compared to its peers. Typically, high-level spirit beasts were born with strength equivalent to the 6th or 7th level of the mortal rank, and some with extraordinary talent could even reach the yellow rank at birth. This little one, however, appeared inherently weak and frail. But since the contract had been signed, Xiaoqian no longer dwelled on its specific species. As time passed, Xiaoqian's 2 spirit beasts showed remarkable growth. The little gray creature, despite its small size, could consume spiritual silkworms several times its own size. Within a month, it had already broken through to the 2nd level. Yet this achievement was still a far cry from Wang Su's Huidou, which had started with 3rd-level mortal rank strength. 2 months later, Xiaoqian, through diligent practice of the spirit refining technique and the aid of ample soul power elixirs, successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the yellow rank as a beast tamer. He maintained a consistent training regimen, exhausting his soul power daily before meditating to recover. Now, Xiaoqian began encouraging the little gray creature to leave the spirit beast space and hunt on its own, though its prey was still limited to the ever-present spiritual silkworms. This habit caused both Xiaoqian and Wang Su some headaches. The creature's appetite was insatiable, consuming a large number of spiritual stones daily. Overall, however, Everything was progressing positively. With his soul power steadily increasing, Xiao Chun could now wield the sky-cleaving axe for an hour and unleash the Gengjin sword Qi 10 times consecutively. The steady improvement of his two spirit beasts, combined with abundant cultivation resources, filled Xiao Chun with hope for the future. Half a year of training flowed by like a quiet stream, and Xiao Chun's life was both peaceful and fulfilling. One day, he received a message from his elder brother, along with 200,000 contribution points. In the letter, his brother excitedly shared, "Second brother, I've successfully formed a contract with a second spirit Biasta high-quality Earth-tier beast. Once I complete this guard mission, I'll come back and take you on a trial mission." As Xiao Chun read the letter, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Although he and Luo Cheng rarely exchanged messages, perhaps only once a year, every message he received brought him warmth. His elder brother contracting an Earth-tier spirit beast was undoubtedly a monumental achievement. Xiao Chun couldn't help but think about his own little Meng. Had it already advanced to the third or fourth level of the yellow tier? Reflecting on his elder brother's years of hard work, Xiao Chun felt a wave of emotion. He picked up his pen to reply, "Big brother, I have good news to share as well. I've also contracted a second spirit beast." Pausing briefly, he added, "I believe it might also be Earth tier in talent." Although he wasn't entirely sure of Xiao Hui's exact tier, its performance strongly suggested it was not low. Xiao Hui's growth speed, while not exceptionally fast, was slightly quicker than Teng Ji's. However, the spiritual energy contained within Xiao Hui far surpassed that of Teng Ge at the same level. Back at Greenvine Fortress, Xiao Chen noticed that not only Xiao Hui but even Teng Ge's progress had slowed significantly. While Xiao Feng was on the verge of breaking through to the next level, Teng Ge had shown no signs of advancement. As the 6-month mark arrived, Xiao Chun set out alone on Xiao Feng to the city of Diyan, selling all the spirit leaves and silk he had collected. Apart from purchasing necessities, he also acquired a large batch of spirit silkworms. Now, the number of spirit silkworms in Greenvine Fortress had grown considerably. Wang Su was busy tending to them daily, and Xiao Chun generously shared the spirit stones Wang Su had earned. "Teng Ge," Xiao Chun said, looking at his old companion, "You're improving every day, but why haven't you broken through yet? Have you noticed that breaking through even a small level now seems harder than advancing an entire major tier before?" "Xiao Chun, there's no need to rush," Teng Ge replied in a much calmer tone. "Breakthroughs will come naturally in due time." Though his tier advancement had slowed, Teng Ji's combat power was already formidable. Even before reaching the yellow tier, he could contend with early-stage yellow tier beasts. Now, his strength was on par with earth-tier spirit beasts of the same level. What comforted Xiao Chun was that Xiao Hui had broken through 2 levels in the past 6 months and had now reached the 3rd level of the mortal tier. Although he had yet to fully understand Xiao Hui's specific abilities, he had witnessed it effortlessly hunt down 5th-level gray sparrows while still at the 3rd level of the mortal tier. Such strength was clear proof of Xiao Hui's extraordinary potential. Within the serene confines of Qingting Fort, Xiao Chen's days were peaceful yet fulfilling. Unlike the typical trend where cultivation slows with higher realms, his progress had actually accelerated compared to his early stages. This was largely thanks to the ample supply of soul power potions. Meanwhile, subtle changes were taking place within Qingting Fort. In the massive pond dug out inside the fort, various types of spirit fish swam freely in significant numbers. This abundance was owed to Teng Ji's unique abilities. Its roots had extended to nearby rivers, allowing it to catch a large number of spirit fish every day. Though Teng Ge was not particularly skilled at hunting demonic beasts, its fishing prowess was remarkable. To maintain this tranquility, Xiao Chun had established a mutual non-aggression pact with the surrounding demonic beasts. The 5-mile radius of Qingting Fort had remained unchanged for years. Over time, Xiao Chun had built amicable relationships with the leaders of neighboring demonic beasts. However, this peaceful morning was abruptly disrupted. A sudden violent trembling of all the vines within the fort occurred. The green tendrils danced in the air, forming a magnificent defensive barrier. This reaction was an instinctive response from the Qingting demon, signaling an impending threat. "Xiao Chun, it seems those wolf cubs from the north are up to no good." Teng Ji's warning made Xiao Chen's heart tighten. The so-called wolf cubs from the north referred to a pack of white wolves located 7 or 8 miles away. This wolf pack was no ordinary group. 3 of them had reached the yellow rank in strength, with the Wolf King at the formidable yellow rank level 8. As earth elemental demonic beasts, the white wolves were comparable in strength to wind wolves, but their unity and expertise in group combat had earned them a fearsome reputation in the region. "White wolves? I'll go check it out." Xiao Chen was puzzled. From his memory, the white wolf leaders were known for their integrity, and they had often helped each other in the past. He couldn't comprehend why they would suddenly turn hostile. In an instant, Xiao Chen channeled his soul power and arrived at the northern side of Qingting Fort. The scene in the distance made his expression dark, and dozens of white wolves were charging in his direction, raising a massive cloud of dust that obscured the sky. "Teng Ge, prepare all the vines for battle." Though Xiao Chun was reluctant to provoke a fight, he was determined to make anyone who disrupted the peace pay the price. Something's off, Xiao Chun. There seems to be something behind those white wolves. Tang Ji's words caught Xiao Chun's attention. As the wolf pack drew closer, the truth became clear. The Wolf King's howls carried not just fury, but also a distinct messageo warning. It turned out that the wolves were being pursued. The Wolf King was severely injured. Xiao Chun turned to the small wind wolf by his side. Xiao Feng, you're from the wolf race too. Can you understand what it's trying to convey? Hearing this, Xiao Feng's expression turned unusually anxious. Hunters are here. Run. This response sent a chill through Xiao Chun. This area had become a hunting ground for high-level demonic beasts. Even the Gale Wolf pack had to fleet. His hunter must at least possess yellow rank level 8 or 9 strength. Xiao Chun frowned deeply, quickly analyzing the perilous situation. If even the White Wolf pack couldn't escape, there was little hope for the slow-moving green vine fiends. Xiao Feng, have the Wolf King give a detailed report, Xiao Chun ordered decisively. Xiao Feng let out a howl that reverberated through the mountains, instantly invigorating the entire White Wolf pack. At that moment, Wang Su rushed over, his face filled with panic. Big brother, what's going on? Ask Xiao Feng, and you'll know, Xiao Chen replied curtly. As Wang Su's spirit beast, Xiao Feng could convey the entire situation to its master with a single thought. After learning the truth, Wang Su instinctively moved closer to Xiao Feng, secretly calculating his odds. If the battle turned unfavorable, he could at least rely on Xiao Feng's gale technique and natural speed to ensure his own safe retreat. Suddenly, an earth-shaking beast roar shattered the skies. Xiao Chun immediately deduced that this was a peak yellow rank beast, and it likely possessed overwhelming power akin to that of Brother Leopard, capable of crushing others of the same rank. Though the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the green vine fiends he had cultivated for 10 years now, numbering 6 or 7. Clenching his teeth, he made his decision. Brother Vine, looks like we'll have to fight it out today. As the White Wolf pack drew closer, the hunters finally revealed themselves, 4 robust, spotted white tigers, each with yellow rank level 7 or 8 strength. To everyone's astonishment, humans were seated on the backs of the tigers. Beast tamers. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The sight reminded him of the Foam Wolf Legion from the Lin family in Dian City. However, to tame so many identical white tigers, this faction was clearly far more formidable than the Lin family. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Since the opponents were yellow-ranked beast tamers, they likely had other spirit beasts waiting in reserve. While their side had the advantage in numbers, the outcome was uncertain, and the potential for further trouble loomed large. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. He had hoped to raise spirit silkworms in this remote area to earn some money, but trouble had still found him. Big brother, we have so many green vine fiends, let's take them on. Wang Su suddenly shouted. Xiao Chen glanced at him, as if seeing through his thoughts. But now wasn't the time to confront Wang Su's motives. The immediate priority was to address the crisis at hand. Wang Su, go gather the other nearby leaders right away. Only by working together can we overcome this challenge. Xiao Chen issued his final command. Since the green vine fiends were too slow and lacked intelligence, this task could only be entrusted to Wang Su. Xiao Chun gazed at the battle in the distance, his mind racing with thoughts. He wasn't sure if Wang Su would heed his advice, but the survival of Qingting Fort had become the most pressing matter. A bloody battle was now the only choice. In the distance, the wolves displayed an inspiring sense of unity. During this desperate retreat, the strongest alpha wolves and the aged ones selflessly stayed at the rear of the pack, sacrificing their lives to carve out a path for the future of their kind. Xiao Chun, these white tigers are around the 8th level in strength. Teng Ji's voice reached him. But compared to Bao Gu, they're still far behind. Xiao Chen noticed that Teng Gu was no longer the same as before. Facing beasts that far exceeded his level, he now remained calm, a stark contrast to the timid figure he had been when he first encountered Bao Gu. The white tigers possessed Xian-level talents, yet both their abilities and strength were far inferior to Bao Gu. The fact that such spirit beasts could be produced in bulk raised suspicions about the power behind them. It likely wasn't from Dian City. Tengu, let's take on the strongest one together, Xiao Chen said in a low voice. The white tiger, which had reached the 9th level of the Huang rank, was relentlessly suppressing the Wolf King, while the Beastmaster on its back hadn't even made a move yet. Xiao Chun, the power gap is too wide. We can't win. Teng Ge hesitated. What about with the Wolf King's help? That could work, but the key is the Wolf King's reaction. If it chooses to flee when we attack, the consequences would be dire. No problem. Worst case, they'll sever a vine, and you can escape immediately. Right now, we can only trust the Wolf King. If it refuses to cooperate, then it's not worth saving. Fortunately, these white tigers weren't fire element spirit beasts. The two quickly reached an agreement. Xiao Chun and the Wolf King would distract the white tiger, while Tengu would aim to eliminate the strongest beastmaster. To ensure the success of their ambush, they had to conceal their human presence. Half a mile away, the tremors caused by the charging spirit beasts were clearly audible. Suddenly, 4 green shoots burst from the ground, rapidly growing into arm-thick vines. The dense roots coiled around the legs of a white tiger. Though the tiger broke free with brute strength, the brief pause caused the beastmaster on its back to be thrown off by inertia. Wolf King, attack! Shao Chen shouted, flashing to the Wolf King's side and raising the sky-splitting axe to strike at the beastmaster's head. However, the sudden assault didn't fluster the opponent. A massive stone shield materialized, solidly blocking the powerful blow. The beastmaster's face showed disdain. A wood element technique? Is this all you've got, cheap ambush tricks? Shao Chen's hands went numb from the impact. His axe had accomplished nothing, and the opponent had seen through his tactics at a glance. Despite the setback, he didn't falter. He raised the sky-splitting axe again. One strike is all I need. Sky-splitting axe. My shield can withstand thousands of pounds of force. You think your strength is enough? The beastmaster sneered. Shut up and take this. Shao Chen roared, swinging the massive axe downward. Shao Chen swung his axe down with full force, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Your shield is indeed powerful, but why doesn't it cover your whole body? He remarked while secretly observing his opponent's combat pattern. After a few probing attacks, he quickly discerned a pattern. The opponent's shield always moved with the trajectory of his axe, as if predicting his attack's direction. Seizing this fatal flaw, Shao Chen's eyes turned cold. As the heaven-splitting axe came down again, his Gungjin sword chi was already silently prepared. Just as his opponent asked in confusion, "What did you say?" a sharp streak of sword energy slashed across his throat before he could finish speaking. Without hesitation, Shao Chen activated his wood escape technique, vanishing instantly from where he stood. The strike was clean and decisive, leaving no chance for the opponent to react. Even though beast tamers had physical strength far beyond ordinary people, their fragile throats were still no match for the sharpness of sword energy. Shao Chen didn't even have time to collect the spoils of battle. He retreated to a safe distance before turning back to survey the battlefield. By this time, the situation had changed drastically. The Wolf King and Tungu were locked in fierce combat with the most formidable white tiger, while the other white wolves had engaged the remaining tigers. The beast tamer Shao Chen had killed lay lifeless on the ground, and suddenly, his spirit beast space cracked open. A powerful 9th-level yellow-rank giant eagle emerged, soaring into the sky. Shao Chen's heart sank. Facing such a formidable flying spirit beast, victory seemed impossible, and even escaping appeared grim. However, to his surprise, the giant eagle, after sensing its master's death, did not seek revenge. Instead, it let out a cheerful cry and flapped its wings, flying off into the distance. So, when a beast tamer dies, their spirit beasts gain freedom? Shao Chen mused in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward once more. A precise Gungjin sword chi struck the white tiger's waist. The Wolf King immediately clamped its jaws onto the white tiger's throat, refusing to let go, while Tungu took advantage of the moment to manipulate vines that burrowed into the white tiger's veins. Just as Shao Chen prepared for a second sneak attack, the battle took a sudden turn for the worse. The surrounding white tigers had already defeated the other white wolves, and the remaining 3 beast tamers each summoned a second spirit beast majestic giant eagles, all identical in their disciplined formation, clearly the handiwork of a powerful organization. Tungu, retreat. Shao Chen decisively ordered a withdrawal. Against such a formidable force, continuing the fight was futile. However, the Wolf King seemed oblivious to the command, clinging tenaciously to the white tiger's throat, refusing to release its grip. As Shao Chen looked closer in confusion, he noticed the Wolf King's abdomen was already bloodied and mangled, pierced clean through. Such sights were no longer unfamiliar to Shao Chen. The law of nature dictated that beasts hunted to survive, and it was only natural for the Wolf King to fight to protect its pack. Shao Chen could accept this harsh reality, but the remaining members of the White Wolf clan clearly could not. They huddled within the safety of Greenvine Fortress, their gazes filled with hatred as they watched the group of hunters, 3 latest-stage yellow-rank beast tamers, 3 latest-stage white tigers, and 3 powerful giant eagles. The only consolation was that the opponents did not possess any fire elemental spirit beasts. Shao Chen quickly assessed the situation. Although there was a significant disparity in individual strength, his side was not to be underestimated. Even if the dozens of white wolves tried to flee, the hundreds of vine demons could easily outlast them with sheer numbers. As long as they remained within this area, they were in a relatively safe position. Several beast tamers stood side by side, staring at the massive fortress of vines before them, their faces filled with frustration. They were well aware that, despite their overwhelming advantage in strength, their soul power was ultimately finite. Once their soul power was depleted, they would likely have achieved nothing more than cutting down countless vines in vain. Shao Chen stood in front of the vine fortress, locking eyes with the 3 beast tamers, his gaze brimming with blatant provocation, as if silently taunting them. "Come on. If you dare, try and break in." The beast tamers curiously sized up Shao Chen, clearly not expecting to encounter a human here. What surprised them even more was that this human had just killed their strongest team leader. However, It seemed the leader was not well looked after his death. Not only did his spirit beast scatter, but even his teammates showed no sign of grief on their faces. Finally, one of the beast tamers spoke up and questioned, as a fellow human, why are you siding with these spirit beasts? We are disciples of the beast taming palace, patrolling the wilderness. Are you declaring yourself an enemy of the beast taming palace? Beast taming palace? Xiaoqin mused silently. This evidently powerful faction was one he had never heard of before, which likely meant it was located far from here. Since the beast taming palace is so far away, are you truly disciples of that palace? This remote area holds no particular significance. Why go to such lengths to come all this way? Xiaoqin countered. Indeed, by normal logic, hunting would typically be done closer to home. Our reasons for being here are none of your concern, but our identities are beyond question. One of them took out an emblem, prominently engraved with a striking beast head symbol. Xiaoqin's mind stirred. Could it be that these individuals were also lost and ended up here? The hypothesis seemed plausible. Even if you are from the beast taming palace, you have no authority to act recklessly within someone else's territory, do you? At these words, the three beast tamers were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Territory? This is newly claimed territory. What? Did you think these vine demons built such a fortress on their own? Or that an ordinary person could command a wolf pack? I am a member of the royal family of Dian City. No matter how powerful the beast taming palace may be, this is still Dian City's domain. The group hesitated, conflicted. They had been so focused on hunting that they had failed to carefully observe their surroundings. How could there be human activity in what was supposed to be spirit beast territory? Brother, this must be a misunderstanding. Your territory appears to be still under development. We didn't see any markings, one of them said. While they hadn't heard of the Dian City royal family, they understood that any faction capable of claiming new territory was not to be trifled with. As peripheral members of the beast taming palace, they were reluctant to stir up unnecessary trouble. Xiaoqin found himself in a dilemma. If he appeared too weak, his bluff would be exposed immediately. On the other hand, acting too aggressive would be a gamble he couldn't afford. As he deliberated, the other side proposed. Brother from the royal family, you killed our team leader, and he, in turn, killed one of your lead wolves. How about we call it even and let this matter rest? Xiaoqin was well aware that this matter was far from being resolved. The other side simply hadn't figured out his true capabilities yet. He was already contemplating how to lure these people into Greenvine Fortress once they dared to step inside. Even if it meant sacrificing half of the Greenvine demons, he would make sure they never left. Just then, a sharp cry echoed from above, carrying an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spine. The three beast tamers reacted with astonishing speed, immediately mounting their respective beasts and fleeing in different directions. Clearly, they understood the terrifying power of a Xiantier beast and had no intention of fighting it. Even Xiaoqin was startled by this sudden turn of events. A Xiantier beast appearing near Greenvine Fortress? Did this mean they'd have to consider relocating? Brother Xiao, we can't let these disciples of the beast taming palace escape. A familiar voice rang out from the skies. Brother Long San? Xiaoqin looked up in surprise. Long San was his neighbor, a powerful dragon hawk. Just a few days ago, Xiaoqin had given him some human-crafted pills. It seemed that his acts of kindness hadn't been in vain. They had now become a lifeline. I recently broke through to the next level and hadn't had the chance to inform you, Long San said, a hint of pride in his voice. Xiaoqin quickly understood. If it weren't for these intruders, Long San likely wouldn't have revealed his strength so easily. The three beast tamers, riding their giant eagles, fled in panic. Although Xiaoqin was skilled in combat, he couldn't match their speed. However, he knew that with the dragon hawk's swiftness, they wouldn't get far. It didn't take long before Long San returned, having resolved the matter. For corpses, the disciples of the beast taming palace were now neatly laid out in front of Greenvine Fortress. Long San's massive form descended from the sky, stirring up a fierce wind that showcased the overwhelming power of a Xiantier beast. Xiaoqin, these bodies are yours to handle. The beast's corpses are also yours, but I have one request, Long San said. Xiaoqin hadn't expected such generosity from Long San and quickly responded. Brother Long, just say the word. He'll make sure it's done. Use these beasts' corpses to trade for 2 wind element Xiantier cores for me. 2 wind element Xiantier cores were worth over 200,000 spirit stones, far exceeding the value of these beasts' remains. But Xiaoqin understood that this was Long San's compensation, as well as a test of his reliability. Rest assured, Brother Long will head to Dian City in a few days to take care of it, Xiaoqin promised solemnly. Long San seemed satisfied with this answer. Though he wasn't certain if this human had any real connection to the Wang family, Xiaoqin's sense of propriety and adherence to rules made Long San feel it was acceptable to let him stay here. The way beasts interact is vastly different from human social rules. Although Long San is a Xian rank beast, killing another beast of the same rank is an almost impossible task, let alone obtaining a Xian rank crystal core. By contrast, the human world seems much simpler. Almost anything can be bought as long as you have enough spirit stones. After Long Sen quickly departed, Xiao Chun immediately instructed, "Brother Tongue, clean up the site thoroughly. Don't leave even the slightest trace of blood." He frowned, deliberating on how to handle the carcasses of the beasts. Selling the bodies of the white tigers and the large eagles together could arouse suspicion among those familiar with the beast-taming palace. Although the spiritual meat of these late Huang-rank beasts could fetch a significant number of spirit stones, it would be safer to have Brother Tongue refine them instead. As Xiao Chun pondered, he meticulously inspected the items left behind by the beast tamers. The most valuable discovery was over 100 bottles of soul power potions, worth approximately 100,000 spirit stones, enough to exchange for 2 Xianrank crystal cores, which made this venture worthwhile. The rest of the items were mostly miscellaneous. The resources used for cultivating spirit beasts had likely been taken by Long San, but discovering these soul power potions was an unexpected bonus. He continued his search, sorting out the identity tokens of the deceased individuals. They would need to be destroyed far away to avoid any connection. As for the beast-taming palace attire, keeping a few sets might prove useful in the future. However, the standard soul tools, clearly custom-made by the beast-taming palace, would not be practical to use openly in the future. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's attention was drawn to a palm-sized, pitch-black token. It shimmered faintly with an eerie glow, bearing an intricately carved, lifelike, yet sinister ghostly face. The sight of the emblem sent a shudder through Xiao Chen. It was the mark of the Netherworld Hall, the very symbol that frequently haunted his nightmares. Unlike the masks he had encountered before, this time it appeared in the form of a token. Xiao Chen's mind swirled with questions. What connection could exist between the beast-taming palace and the Netherworld Hall? Could some of these individuals be peripheral members of the Netherworld Hall, or had they obtained this token from elsewhere? However, with his current strength, these mysteries would have to remain unresolved for now. "Brother Tong," Xiao Chun said gravely, "dispose of all the beasts and humans' bodies. Completely erase every trace of their presence. Burn the beast-taming palace attire as well. Make sure there are no loose ends." "Got it," Brother Tongue responded energetically, secretly pleased that even with Xiao Chun acquiring a second spirit beast, he still relied on him, as always. "By the way," Xiao Chun added, "keep the crystal cores from the 3 large birds for Xiao Hui. It's a flying spirit beast, so they'll be useful for it." Seeing Xiao Chun nod, Brother Ting focused intently on cleaning up the scene. After erasing all traces, 2 hours had passed. Xiao Chun sat within Qing Tung Fort, unable to calm the turbulence in his mind caused by the black jade token in his hand. As his thoughts drifted, an unusual feeling suddenly surged within him. "Brother Tong, why do I feel like something's off?" he murmured to himself, his brows furrowed. Moments later, Xiao Chen abruptly snapped out of his daze. "That's it, someone's missing." His eyes scanned the surroundings, but Wang Su was nowhere to be seen. Recalling that he had sent Wang Su next door to seek reinforcements, Xiao Chen realized he had completely forgotten about it. If he were coming back, he'd have returned by now. Since he hasn't, he likely never will. Xiao Chen muttered quietly, his tone calm. This outcome was not unexpected, and it stirred little emotion in him. He had long seen through Wang Su's yearning for freedom. Xiao Chen stood and gazed into the distance. Since he's gone, the benefits of Qing Tung Fort naturally have nothing to do with him anymore. As long as he doesn't come looking for trouble in the future, we're even. Though indifferent by nature, Xiao Chun was principled and valued loyalty. To leave silently was far more dignified than breaking ties in conflict. In fact, Xiao Chun had started noticing signs ever since Wang Su contracted his second spirit beast. Now, while Wang Su was gone, Qing Tung Fort unexpectedly gained 31 white wolves. These earth element beasts, despite their yellow tier talent, had displayed remarkable loyalty during the recent fierce battle. While other beasts fled for their lives, this pack of white wolves never abandoned their comrades. The once over 100-strong wolf pack had suffered devastating losses in the fight. The strongest alpha wolf and many elder white wolves sacrificed themselves to protect their kin, all falling to the white tiger. Of the 3 yellow tier white wolves, only one remained the youngest and most promising, Bai Lang. Now at the 6th level of the yellow tier, Bai Lang had become the new alpha. Xiao Chun remembered that during his last visit to the wolf pack, this white wolf had only been at the 3rd or 4th level. Such astonishing growth was truly noteworthy. Out of courtesy, Xiao Chun visited the wolves' territory. To his surprise, despite their injuries, all the white wolves struggled to their feet, their gazes filled with respect and gratitude. Bai Lang, larger and more imposing than Feng, exuded a fierce aura honed through years of battle. "Thank you, Qing Tung tribe, for your efforts in saving the White Wolf clan." Bai Lang lowered his head in sincere gratitude. "It's Qing Tung Fort, not Qing Tung tribe." Xiao Chen instinctively wanted to correct him, but decided the name didn't matter. "Chief Bai, there's no need for formalities. I was only honoring the agreement with the White Wolf clan. As friendly neighbors, we support one another and avoid conflict." This had originally been a simple verbal agreement, one Xiao Chun hadn't taken too seriously. His intervention had been driven by the overwhelming strength of their enemy, necessitating cooperation. However, at this moment, Bai Lang and the other white wolves appeared unusually solemn. From this day forth, the White Wolf clan and Qing Tung tribe are eternal allies, never to betray each other, Bai Lang declared. This was unlike any ordinary White Wolf clan. Typically, White Wolves would never form a formal alliance with Qing Tung beasts. Yet here they stood, each wolf exuding an air of solemnity, as if preparing for a sacred ceremony. Within the fortress of Qingting, 31 white wolves stood solemnly. Their bodies bore the scars of battle, yet their posture remained proud and unyielding. Moonlight cascaded over their snow-white fur, casting a silvery glow that accentuated their innate majesty. At the forefront of the pack stood Bailang. Suddenly, a golden rune lit up on its forehead, radiating an enigmatic brilliance. The ancient power contained within the rune made Xiao Chun instinctively hold his breath. As the rune emerged, a strange energy ripple began to flow among the wolves, as though a sacred ritual was about to commence. Xiao Chun watched the scene before him and couldn't help but think of the bond between beast tamers and spirit beasts. Confused, he met Bailang's gaze, his mind swirling with questions. Could this be some kind of pact ceremony? I truly know nothing about the rules among these mystical beasts. At that moment, a green vine burst forth from the ground, standing upright in front of Bailang. The entire Qingting fortress seemed to respond, with countless vines swaying gracefully as specks of light flowed into the mysterious rune. Xiao Chun was stunned by the sight. Even the Qingting spirits understand such rituals? The solemn voice of Tung Gu resonated. By the oldest rules, with heaven and earth as witnesses and souls as the medium, the Qingting clan and the White Wolf clan hereby form an alliance. This bond shall endure through generations, never to be broken. As his words concluded, the power of the pact condensed in the air. Xiao Chun was astonished to find that this agreement bore a striking resemblance to the bond between beast tamers and spirit beasts. Tung Gu explained that any who broke the pact would suffer a backlash. This was the law of nature. The signing of this pact held profound significance. Though the White Wolf clan, weakened by recent losses, had been forced to shrink their territory from a radius of 20 miles to just 5 or 6, their alliance with Qingting Fortress forged a close bond between the two clans. While not fully unified, they were now inseparably intertwined. Bailang, as for the White Tiger, you may divide it among your pack, Tung Gu said. Our great vengeance is fulfilled. It's time to look to the future. A few days later, the new territorial boundaries were finally established. As long as the White Wolf clan remained peaceful and refrained from provoking other tribes, they could live securely within their domain, barring the invasion of a powerful beast or the sudden rise of a rival clan strength. Bailang gazed into the distance, his tone resolute. The White Wolf clan has long been accustomed to partings and loss. From now on, I will continue down this path. To die in battle protecting my kin is my greatest honor. Though Xiao Chen's perspective differed from the wolves, he couldn't help but be moved by this unwavering determination. As an ally, Xiao Chen took out a handful of Peiyuan pills from his storage bag and handed them to Bailang. These pills will greatly benefit the growth of your clan. A trace of surprise flickered in Bailang's eyes. Without hesitation, he accepted the pills. Raising his head with a determined gaze, he said, "The wolf tribe does not accept favors without repaying them. We will return this kindness in the future." "No need for repayment," Xiao Chun said with a faint smile. "However, if you have the capacity, you might help Brother Tung with a small task such as slaying 10,000 yellow-tiered demonic beasts." At these words, Bailang's expression froze. He stared at Xiao Chun with suspicion, as if reconsidering whether to return the pills. 10,000. Xiao Chun shrugged. "It's just a reference number. More would be even better. To be honest, I accepted a hunting mission with a very generous reward." Bailang couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "You humans always have such wild fantasies. Forget 10,000. If we could hunt even 1,000 yellow-tiered demonic beasts, the White Wolf tribe would already rank among the great clans." Xiao Chun explained that completing this hell-level difficulty mission would require cooperation. Whether it was the White Wolf tribe, other nearby powerful clans, or Xiantier experts like Long San, they could all join forces. The only requirement was for Brother Tung to deliver the final blow to meet the mission's criteria. Bailang, Xiao Chen's gaze was sharp. "Have you ever dreamed of your tribe commanding tens of thousands of battle wolves one day?" Bailang's eyes sparkled, and his tone was filled with longing. "If that day truly comes, I will lead my wolf brothers deep into the heart of the wilderness. It is said that the world's deepest secrets are hidden there. Every demonic beast is born with an instincta yearning to venture into the wilderness's depths, as if some mysterious force is calling us." This revelation surprised Xiao Chun. It was the first time he had heard of such a notion. At least from his observations, the low-tier green vine beasts he encountered seemed to lack such a strong inclination. "This world is vast beyond imagination," Xiao Chun mused. "Beyond the endless wilderness, there are the 10,000 mountains, the demon marshes, and the abyss of purgatory. According to the Beast Taming Codex, there may be countless worlds like this one. We must explore them one by one, and Greenvine Fort is merely the starting point. Bai Lang couldn't resist teasing him. You humans may not be the strongest, but your ability to dream big is unmatched. Just stepping into the wilderness's heart would already be a monumental blessing. Xiao Chun found Bai Lang's attitude amusing. Despite his wariness of humans, this Wolf King could engage in light-hearted conversation with him. Haha, every world needs those who dare to dream of the stars. Xiao Chun said seriously. Forming an alliance with the Greenvine tribe is the wisest choice you've made. This decision will propel the White Wolf tribe to new heights. With sufficient contribution points, regular supplies of pills and crystal cores, your growth will be unstoppable. Humans are known for their unreliable words, Bai Lang said, fixing Xiao Chun with a piercing gaze. But this time, I believe you. He seemed to already be envisioning a brighter future for his tribe. Then, Xiao Chun seized the moment. Could I borrow one of your clansmen as a ride? I need to make a trip to Dian City. Xiao Chun stood in front of Qingting Fort, his brows slightly furrowed. The few Xiangrade crystal cores he owed Brother Long San needed to be repaid as soon as possible, which meant he had to head to Dian City. Unfortunately, his contribution points were insufficient, so he would first have to borrow some from his elder brother, Luo Cheng. Amount? Bai Lang tilted his head, momentarily confused. In his view, if this human were to travel on foot, not only would it take days to reach Dian City, but he'd likely end up as a meal for some beast along the way. Xiao Chen smiled and explained, I'm actually inviting you to travel with me. Brother Bai, you strike me as someone with great ambition. In the human world, there's a saying, read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. If you're willing, I can show you the wonders of the human world. These words made Bai Lang's eyes light up. As the leader of the White Wolf clan, he was always courageous and curious about the unknown. Moreover, Xiao Chun mentioned that the human world held treasures that could help his clan grow stronger, which only fueled his excitement. Witnessing such prosperity would not only broaden his horizons, but also inspire him to approach future tasks with greater dedication. Though Xiao Chun had lost Xiao Feng, he had gained a far more powerful companion. For Xiao Chun, this was merely a simple supply trip. For Bai Lang, it was an opportunity to step into a completely new world. Especially after discovering the remarkable effects of human elixirs and spiritual liquids on his wolf brethren, Bai Lang could no longer contain his enthusiasm. Upon returning to the tribe, Bai Lang immediately initiated reforms. He decreed that the wolves must start with basic habits, regularly trimming their fur and turning it in, protecting cubs encountered during hunts and relocating them to Qingting Fort, and adopting a strategy of surrounding but not killing any Huang-grade beasts that entered their territory, leaving them for the Qingting leader to handle. As natural herders, the White Wolf clan would also take responsibility for managing the Qingmu spirit sheep soon to be introduced into Qingting Fort. Although these orders initially puzzled the clan, the wolves' strong sense of discipline ensured their unconditional compliance. Behind these reforms lay a single goal: learning spiritual stones. Whether through selling wolf fur, trading beast cubs, or assisting Xiao Chun with his tasks, all these efforts promised substantial returns. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, had found himself a team of capable and free helpers. The upcoming Qingmu spirit sheep farming venture at Qingting Fort would become a model of cooperation between the Qingting and White Wolf clans. The two leaders had already reached an agreement. Xiao Chun would make an initial investment of spiritual stones, and the profits would soon follow. After returning from Dian City, Xiao Chun wasted no time in visiting the new overlord in the East Long San, the Xiangrade Dragon Eagle. Not only did he repay the owed crystal cores, but he also gifted a bottle of Xiangrade elixir so valuable that even he couldn't afford to use it himself. This generous gesture earned him a significant reward, an expanded hunting range for the Qingting and White Wolf clans, and more importantly, the potential for future collaborations. If everything went according to plan, the Huang-grade beasts in this region would all eventually fall under Brother Tung's decisive control. After dealing with these beasts for a long time, Xiao Chun gradually figured out the way to handle them. Especially when interacting with higher-ranked beasts, he understood one important truth. Being honest often worked better than trying to outsmart them. I won't hide anything from you about this batch of crystal cores, Xiao Chun said, sitting on a mossy stone as he laid everything out for Long San. Once the task is done, you'll naturally get your fair share of benefits. Hearing this, a sly glint flashed through Long San's golden-slit pupils. Haha, who would have thought I'd get to profit from a human someday? The Xian-ranked beast seemed unusually excited, as if taking advantage of a human was something to boast about. Brother Long San, if you ever have any items you can't deal with in the future, I can help you out for free, Xiao Chun offered, throwing out an olive branch at the right moment. Long San felt secretly pleased this human seemed to understand the value of reciprocity. But in Xiao Chen's mind, he had another plan altogether. If the resources of the wilderness could be brought into the human world, the price difference would be substantial. Brother Xiao, do you know, Long San said in a lowered voice, besides human cities, the major beast clans also have their own settlements. Unfortunately, The journey is far and fraught with countless beast territories. Even Xian-rank flying beasts struggle to reach them. Brother Long San, one day, you will surely soar freely across every sky in this world, Xiao Chen replied. Though his words were somewhat empty, they resonated deeply with Long San. Receiving a few Xian-rank crystal cores and a bottle of rare elixir further boosted his confidence. The two chatted cheerfully, and by the time Xiao Chen left, he had gained quite the haul. Several Huang-rank spiritual herbs, a batch of Huang-rank crystal cores, and various miscellaneous items. This first deal went smoothly, giving him hope that other clans would be just as easy to work with. In the days that followed, Xiao Chen began visiting the surrounding clans one by one. He often repeated his favorite line. Qingting Fort is not just mine, it's ours. As neighbors, we share a common fate to enjoy blessings together and face hardships together. He said this so often that even he began to sound genuinely sincere. Among the hundreds of Huang-rank beasts in the area, each transaction brought only modest profits, but the sheer volume made up for it. More importantly, these deals wove a network of mutual benefit and coexistence around Qingting Fort. If a strong enemy ever appeared, they wouldn't be completely isolated. With Long San advancing to the Xian rank, the surrounding territories were reorganized. Though Qingting Fort occupied only a small corner, it now had a powerful protector. Since Wang Su's departure, he had not returned, which gave Xiao Chen some peace of mind. Even if Wang Su did come back with reinforcements, the protection of a Xian rank beast meant Xiao Chen no longer had to worry as much. Time flew by, seasons changing from spring to autumn. Over the past 2 years, Brother Ting advanced to the 3rd level of the Huang rank after refining a few white tigers and giant eagles. Although this step took longer than expected, it was a solid and steady progression. Over the past 2 years, Qingtian Fortress has made remarkable advancements. Not only have 2 new yellow-tier Qingtian vines been added, but the number of Qingtian demons has also expanded to nearly 800. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui, the gray sparrow-like spirit beast and Xiao Chen's trusted companion, has been steadily advancing a rank every 6 months. Now, it has reached the 7th level of the mortal tier. Though its small frame and unremarkable gray feathers remain unchanged, its intelligence has grown significantly, rivaling that of Tengu. Tengu, how could you let a mere mortal tier gray sparrow out of your sight? Xiao Chen's furious voice echoed through Qingtian Fortress. How many times have I told you not to let Xiao Hui eat those spirit silkworms? However, such outbursts had become a common occurrence in the fortress, and the residents, unperturbed, continued with their tasks. Tengu defended himself helplessly. It's so small, how am I supposed to keep it in check? Besides, it's still growing. What's the harm in eating a few spirit silkworms? This only added fuel to the fire, and Xiao Chun exploded with anger. What's the harm? Do you know how much those silkworms are worth in spirit stones? Deep down, though, Xiao Chen knew that Tengu hadn't even tried to stop it. Xiao Hui, starting today, I will personally oversee your training, Xiao Chen announced sternly. Every day, you must hunt on your own, refine 1 Qingbi pill and 1 Peiyuan pill, and spend 2 hours practicing your skills. But I'm already doing all of that. Xiao Hui tilted its head and replied. I've been hunting beasts for a while now. Those spirit silkworms were just a snack. Xiao Chun was momentarily speechless. Focused as he was on refining his soul power, he had seemingly overlooked the little creature's growth, even though all his soul power was invested in his 2 spirit beasts. Then double the pill refinement. Xiao Chen quickly adjusted his strategy. If you can refine 1 pill, you can definitely refine 2. For once, Tengu agreed. Xiao Hui, Xiao Chen is right. You have great potential, so you need to work twice as hard. When it comes down to it, you can't rely on Xiao Chun. We have to depend on ourselves. Got it, big brother. Xiao Hui obediently replied to Tengu, its demeanor unusually well-behaved. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, was left speechless, his face darkening as he tried in Filetto say something several times. Just then, a series of wolf howls echoed from outside Qingtian Fortress. While it was not unusual for the wolf clan to howl at the moon, this time, Xiao Chen detected a distinct change in the aura behind the sound. Has Bai Lang broken through again? Yes, it's the 2nd breakthrough in 2 years. His growth has been remarkable, Tengu explained. He's now at the 8th level of the yellow tier, and the White Wolf tribe's pack has recovered to over 100 wolves. Their overall strength is nearly back to what it was 2 years ago. Look at him's reached another breakthrough with just Peiyuan pills. Xiao Chun grew increasingly irritated, frustrated by the stark contrast in progress and unable to vent his mounting anger. Xiao Hui, a small yet incredibly powerful creature, remains an enigma. Xiao Chen knows very little about it. Its species is unknown, its abilities unclear. The only certainties are its astonishing appetite and its ever-growing combat prowess. As Xiao Hui's strength continued to increase, its value in battle became more apparent. This prompted Xiao Chun to delve deeper into the mysterious companion's abilities. Xiao Hui, is your skill really just turning your claws golden? Xiao Chun asked with a frown. After observing Xiao Hui hunt multiple times, this seemingly simple phenomenon left him utterly baffled. Xiao Hui lifted its head, a proud glint in its eyes. Not just my claws-me beak can do it too. As it spoke, a faint golden light shimmered across its sharp beak. It added confidently. Once I get stronger, my wings will be able to do it as well. Strange, Xiao Chen muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You can easily hunt 8th-tier mortal beasts with just this simple skill. Xiao Hui tilted its head, looking puzzled. I'm just hunting normally. Isn't it normal to be a little faster? Normal, my foot. Xiao Chen exclaimed, visibly agitated. A common gray sparrow trying to hunt beasts stronger than itself would be a death wish. This has to be connected to your golden transformation. He continued, more contemplatively. Your skill is different from tongue guess. Yours seems to grow stronger with practice. Tongue guess 2 skills root bind and azure with spirit air only became more powerful as his overall strength increased, and their effects couldn't be improved through practice. Xiao Hui, however, seemed capable of enhancing its skill through continuous training. Xiao Chun, Xiao Hui suddenly said, not only can I easily hunt beasts, but I can also break hard rocks with no effort. I even left claw marks on your axe. This statement immediately triggered Xiao Chen's fury. You touched my soul weapon. However, his anger quickly gave way to shock. The toughness of his heaven-cleaving axe far exceeded that of ordinary stone. Seeing Xiao Chen's reaction, Xiao Hui shrank back like a guilty child and muttered, I didn't use much strength. I just wanted to try it out. Xiao Chen quickly retrieved the heaven-cleaving axe to inspect it. Sure enough, there was a clear scratch. Use your claws and try again, he commanded. Following his orders, Xiao Hui struck again. A flash of golden light gleamed, and its sharp claws sank halfway into the axe. This soul weapon, forged from precious spiritual iron, crumbled like soft clay in the face of Xiao Hui's attack. Xiao Chun was utterly stunned. Tengu, could you achieve something like this? Xiao Chen turned and asked. Tengu remained silent for a long moment before admitting he couldn't. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. I figured it out. I finally understand what your skill is. Xiao Hui looked at him curiously, waiting for the answer. It's armor penetration. Xiao Chen exclaimed with excitement. Or you could call it defense breaking. Some beasts are known to awaken metallic spells with this kind of ability, but your defense-breaking power is absolutely terrifying. Xiao Chen suddenly realized something, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He finally understood the true power of Xiao Hui's skill. It wasn't some useless ability, but a genuinely divine technique. His thoughts raced, and he could already envision future battles. Those heavily armored crocodile turtle beasts and the fully equipped beast tamers would lose their advantage in front of Xiao Hui. Even more exhilarating was the fact that Xiao Hui was only at the 7th level of the mortal tier and already displayed such incredible power. Once it grew stronger, defeating high-tier beasts would no longer be an impossible dream. His gaze shifted to the system interface as he checked his task progress. Yellow-tier beast elimination task, 25610000. Not bad, he muttered to himself. I've already completed almost 3%. This realization made him aware that he would need to be more cautious when accepting future elimination tasks. While pondering, Xiao Chen recalled other types of tasks. Delivery missions were more troublesome as they required him to personally deliver materials to the recipient to complete them. He had never tried private tasks or posted any himself after all. Posting a task cost 10,000 contribution points, which was no small amount. Let's focus on raising Xiao Hui to the yellow tier first, Xiao Chen resolved. With 2 yellow tier spirit beasts, he would be able to handle latest-stage yellow tier beasts with ease. However, figuring out how to nurture Xiao Hui became a challenge. Although the Beast Taming Codex documented methods for cultivating over 10,000 types of spirit beasts, it didn't cover his 2 unique ones. He had already figured out a straightforward approach for Tengu, feeding it plenty of resources. Though progress was slow, it was effective. As for Xiao Hui, Xiao Chen decided to take a different approach. He began searching for beasts with similar traits, flying spirit beasts, metal attribute, large appetite, and capable of cross-dire battles. When he finally found a match, he was stunned. No way. Xiao Chen exclaimed in disbelief. This little guy is holding itself to the standards of a sacred beast. Flipping through the Beast Taming Codex, he found the answer. The Golden Winged Roc. A metal attribute aerial sovereign of the heaven tier and above. Its majestic and commanding presence left Xiao Chen in awe. Xiao Hui, you have the potential of a sacred beast. Xiao Chen exclaimed sincerely, already determined to follow the Golden Winged Roc's cultivation guidelines for Xiao Hui. He failed to realize, however, just how costly such a method would be. Hearing this, Xiao Hui nervously shrank its neck. Xiao Chun, if you're unhappy about something, just say so. Don't butter me up, I wouldn't mind training harder. It fidgeted anxiously, worried that its recent theft of spirit herbs had been discovered. Xiao Chen stood in the ancient and quaint library, holding a yellowed copy of the Beast Mastery Manual. His gaze was fixed on the section detailing the cultivation methods for the Golden Winged Roc. The book clearly emphasized that while top-tier spiritual beasts are born with extraordinary potential and are destined to become powerful, a solid foundational cultivation could enable them to reach even greater heights. The cultivation of metal element spiritual beasts focuses on three key aspects: strengthening their physique, enhancing their cultivation, and most critically, accumulating gung metal chi to hone their sharp essence. However, when Xiao Chun read the requirements for the golden winged rock's cleansing process during its juvenile stage, he froze as if struck by lightning. The formula for the cleansing elixir listed dozens of rare and precious ingredients: 10 stalks of heaven-grade purple spirit grass, 3 types of heaven-grade or higher spiritual ores, 10 pounds of heaven-grade spiritual blood. Every single material on the list was of heaven-grade quality at minimum. Xiaoqin quickly did the math. Just one heaven-grade spiritual herb would cost tens of thousands of spiritual stones. To gather all the required materials would likely demand billions of contribution points. The standards for a ruler of the skies are truly astronomical. Xiaoqin shook his head with a bitter smile, deeply aware of his current limitations. Fortunately, the cleansing process only needed to be completed before the age of 100. For spiritual beasts, which often live thousands of years, this timeline was more than sufficient. Some plant-based spiritual beasts could even live for tens of thousands of years, so there was no need to rush. Although he couldn't prepare the cleansing elixir for now, Xiao Chun decided to follow the recommendations in the Beast Mastery Manual and provide Little Gray with some basic spiritual medicines. These medicines were available at the Beast Taming Pavilion, with the most basic ones being yellow-gray pills. However, their prices were double those of the soul power potions Xiao Chun regularly used for his own cultivation. This meant that to maintain rapid progress, he would need to spend thousands of spiritual stones daily. After careful consideration, Xiao Chun chose to provide Little Gray with gold essence pills and profound connection pills. Gold essence pills could enhance the quality of a metal element beast's metal spiritual energy and refine its physique, while profound connection pills were designed to improve a spiritual beast's cultivation. Though these yellow-grade pills were expensive, their effects were significant. To fund this endeavor, Xiao Qin sold off a batch of silkworm threads and green vine leaves. His spirit silkworms had been raised for several years, with the earliest batch having cocooned twice. Not only had he recouped the initial investment, but the silk from the third cocooning was comparable to materials of the profound grade. The yellow-grade spirit leaves from his green vine fortress also had a considerable yield. Through these spirit silkworms alone, Xiao Chun earned 50 to 60,000 spiritual stones annually. As a yellow-grade beast master, combined with other sources of income, his yearly earnings had already surpassed 200,000 spiritual stones. Now, as Xiao Chun gazed at the scene before him, he couldn't help but recall the days when he hunted mortal-ranked beasts. Back then, although the number of beasts he killed was astonishing, he still managed to complete his missions. The generous rewards from those tasks greatly benefited every low-ranking beast tamer. He glanced down at his storage pouch. The soul power potions that were supposed to last him 5 years had already been depleted by half. However, these efforts were not in vain. Had now advanced to a yellow rank level 3 beast tamer. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chun, his eastern neighbor, the sovereign of the mystic rank, Long San, had also achieved a breakthrough. In just 2 short years, Long San progressed from the first level of the mystic rank to the second. An impressive feat. This breakthrough was largely thanks to the 2 crystal cores and the bottle of mystic rank essence elixir that Xiao Chun had provided. When the strongest spiritual beast in a region advances, it often signals a shift in the area's balance of power. However, since Long San had just reached the second level of the mystic rank, his strength still fell short compared to other mystic rank beasts in the vicinity. As Xiao Chun had predicted, Long San chose to remain low-key for the time being. On this vibrant and thriving wilderness, countless beasts perished each day, while many new lives were born. 2 years ago, Xiao Chun had purchased 200 young Qingmu spirit sheep. Now, those lambs had grown into fully mature spirit sheep, each weighing over 100 pounds. In an area spanning 100 acres, located at the border between Green Vine Fortress and the Wolf Clan's territory, a dedicated space had been set aside for raising these Qingmu spirit sheep. The Wolf Clan demonstrated an innate talent not only as exceptional hunters, but also as natural herders. A single white wolf could efficiently manage over 100 Qingmu spirit sheep, far exceeding Xiao Chen's expectations. Although mortal rank Qingmu spirit sheep weren't particularly valuable, once they advanced to the yellow rank, their crystal cores and spirit meat could be sold for a substantial profit. A single yellow rank Qingmu spirit sheep could fetch over 1,000 spirit stones, while raising a lamb required only a minimal investment of around a dozen spirit stones. Greenvine Fortress had cultivated a large number of green vines, significantly reducing the cost of raising the sheep. Qingmu spirit sheep were docile creatures that could survive on the simplest spirit leaves, making them ideal for breeding. Male sheep with slow growth rates were slaughtered for their spirit meat, while the females were kept to continue reproducing. Over the past 2 years, members of the White Wolf tribe had gradually introduced other herbivorous beasts to the farm, including small creatures resembling rabbits and mice. With a bit of luck, these beasts might multiply and eventually form independent colonies. From the beginning, Xiao Chun had envisioned raising Qingmu spirit sheep as a long-term endeavor. This was why he had dedicated such a vast area of land solely to their breeding. However, he never expected that one day, the White Wolf tribe would drive an entire herd of beasts back to the farm. When Xiao Chun received news from Tung Ge and rushed to the farm, the sight before him left him astonished. Dozens of white wolves were herding a group of massive creatures toward the farm. These were Qingmu wild oxen, water element beasts with yellow rank potential. Like the Qingmu spirit sheep, they were gentle by nature, but their size was far greater. Each adult Qingmu wild ox weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Naturally, their appetite was also much larger than that of the sheep. While some human factions had attempted to breed Qingmu wild oxen, only powerful organizations with significant resources could manage it. The scale of Qingmu wild oxen farming was far smaller than that of Qingmu spirit sheep, making their spirit meat even more valuable. Xiao Chun surveyed the 50 or 60 Qingmu wild oxen before him with satisfaction. Such a large number was rare on the wilderness plains, as these beasts often fell prey to others. Even with the addition of so many spirit beasts, the 100-acre farm still felt spacious. White Wolf brothers, if you encounter beasts like these again, don't hunt them, bring them all back here, Xiao Chun called out to the wolves. A chorus of howls erupted in response, filled with pride and excitement from the wolf pups. You've all proven yourselves so capable. It's time I stepped up as well. Bai Lang, we must expand and strengthen our breeding enterprise. Bai Lang grinned widely, as if envisioning a future filled with countless herds of cattle and sheep. However, with raw meat still stuck between his sharp fangs, his smile looked more intimidating than joyous. Wolf King, you'd better stick to howling. That fake human smile of yours is just creepy. A woo. A resounding and spirited wolf howl echoed across the skies, brimming with exhilaration. The scale of Qingting Fort's livestock farming was expanding rapidly, and the associated tasks were increasing as well. After Wang Su left, most of the responsibilities fell solely on Xiao Chun. After careful consideration, he decided to expand his workforce. Recruiting other beast tamers was an option Xiao Chun dismissed outright, couldn't bring himself to trust outsiders. After much deliberation, purchasing slaves seemed to be the most reliable choice. While most slaves could only contract low-grade spirit beasts with limited growth potential, Xiao Chun himself had signed a contract with the Qingting spirit, and he had never felt ashamed of it. On the market, the price of low-grade slaves was even lower than that of a single Qingmu spirit, just a few hundred spirit stones would suffice. Although Xiao Chun could have gone directly to Dian City to make purchases, he knew that leaving the city with a group of slaves would easily attract unwanted attention. To ensure safety, he decided to use his identity token for the first time and issued a special task. The purchase of 12 high-quality slaves, no older than 20, with contracts exclusively with Qingting spirits. This requirement was not particularly harsh, as roughly 80 of slaves were contracted with Qingting spirits. Only specially trained combat slaves would be bound to spirit beasts with higher innate talents, which required a significant investment. To Xiao Chen's surprise, the slave traders in Dian City were so numerous that even the most specific demands seemed to be met immediately. As someone who had once been forced into slavery himself, Xiao Chun felt little joy in this transaction. Soon, he finalized the deal. The cost of 12 slaves, along with the task issuance fee, totaled 130,000 contribution points. This was his first time conducting such a large-scale transaction with strangers, so he took every precaution to ensure everything went smoothly. In the southern wilderness of Dian City, about 100 miles from the city, lay the border between the territories of mortal tier and yellow tier spirit beasts. A stern-faced middle-aged man sat astride a white tiger, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Behind him stood 20 youths, dressed in luxurious clothing that failed to hide their frail figures and fearful expressions. Beneath their fine garments were scars from whippings, stark evidence of the inhuman torment they had endured. We've been waiting for nearly an hour, the middle-aged man said impatiently. Kids, your luck might be running out. Could it be your destined to be cannon fodder? His words caused the youths' faces to pale with terror. At that moment, a young man appeared abruptly, as if out of thin air. It was Xiao Chun, who had likely used some concealment technique or teleportation skill. If I needed cannon fodder, why would I bother buying young and healthy slaves? Xiao Chun said calmly. I'm interested in their potential. As he spoke, he held up his token. The payment is settled. Thank you for your efforts. Without waiting for a reply, Xiao Chun turned to leave, clearly unwilling to engage further with the slave trader. The middle-aged man, after confirming the payment, broke into a smile. The profits from this transaction were substantial, undoubtedly his most lucrative deal in recent times. Young man, if you ever need to purchase slaves in the future, come directly to me, the middle-aged man said with a practiced smile. From docile to fierce, we have it all. Shadow Cage has been specializing in the slave trade for 20 years. The mention of Shadow Cage made Xiao Chun pause slightly, a faint ripple stirring in the depths of his memory. This massive slave trading organization had indeed heard of it before. If the need arises, I will surely visit, Xiao Chun replied briefly. then led the 12 newly acquired slaves deeper into the wilderness. As they stepped into the edge of the barren land, pairs of glowing green wolf eyes emerged from the shadows. Unfazed, Xiao Chun strode confidently toward the largest alpha wolf and leapt onto its back. What was even more astonishing was that the 12 slaves each found their own mounts among the pack. Although the white wolves were individually unremarkable in strength, their coordination was as precise as a finely tuned machine. Every turn, every formation shift, demonstrated a remarkable sense of discipline. Even their retreat was executed with an orderly formation, revealing hidden strategies. Watching the wolf pack vanish into the horizon, the middle-aged man appeared deep in thought. However, he quickly refocused on what truly mattered. So long as he could make a profit, it didn't matter who the buyer was. Reaching Qingting Fortress, the 12 slaves knelt uniformly on the ground. Xiao Chun gazed at their youthful faces, each marked with the sinister tattoo of the character for slave. A mix of emotions churned in his heart. Compared to their plight, his own time confined in a small yard seemed almost fortunate, at least he wasn't branded with a mark of eternal servitude. Master, they called out in unison, their voices filled with ingrained submission. The sound stirred memories of Xiao Chen's own past, making his heart grow even heavier. Your task is simple, he began. Manage the day-to-day affairs of Qingting Fortress, starting with taking care of these spirit silkworms. Xiao Chen had intended to give them an adjustment period, but his words instead elicited expressions of fear. To them, the idea of such an easy life was unsettling. Slaves were meant to be exploited to their limits, not given rest. You each have Qingting demons as your spirit beasts. This is your home now, Xiao Chen added, noticing the distrust in their eyes but understanding their reluctance to believe in anyone. These 12 high-grade slaves, whether in personal strength or the level of their spirit beasts, were all uniformly at the 4th stage of the mortal rank. This unnatural uniformity left Xiao Chun with a subtle sense of unease. In the days that followed, Xiao Chun deliberately allowed them freedom to move as they pleased. Yet, these slaves, conditioned by years of harsh treatment, initially became anxious without strict supervision. Some even wished for punishment to feel a sense of normalcy. But time proved to be the best healer. After 2 months, not only had they meticulously cared for the spirit silkworms, but they had also transformed Qingting Fortress into a spotless haven. The silkworms were now scientifically categorized and raised in layers, significantly improving their survival rate. Their waste was processed into spirit fertilizer, a valuable trade commodity. Even the fences of the breeding pens were polished to a gleaming finish. After 3 months of intense secluded training, Xiao Chen finally achieved a significant breakthrough. His soul companion, Xiao Hui, advanced to the 8th level, greatly enhancing his soul power. Riding this wave of progress, he attempted to push through to the 4th realm. However, despite consuming over 30 bottles of soul power elixirs, he still fell just short of the threshold. The progress I've made in recent years is already remarkable, Xiao Chen mused, staring at the empty vials in his hand. I mustn't let impatience cloud my judgment. Shifting his focus, his attention turned to another pressing matter: the 12 high-priced elite slaves he had recently acquired. Over the past few months, their performance had been outstanding. Without needing explicit instructions, they managed their assigned tasks with precision and diligence. Of course, at a cost of 10,000 spirit stones each, they were far more than mere housekeepers. As the morning sunlight streamed into the courtyard of Qingvine Fortress, Xiao Chun summoned the 12 slaves to gather before him. Master, they greeted him in unison, bowing with unwavering deference. Their disciplined demeanor had become second nature by now. Xiao Chun found satisfaction in maintaining this order. It made management much smoother. Their time under his care had visibly improved their physical condition. They looked healthier and more robust. Yet, when facing him, their eyes still instinctively avoided his gaze, betraying an ingrained sense of caution. Xiao Chen hesitated, suddenly realizing an awkward oversight: didn't know any of their names. What are your names? He asked. Master, we have yet to be granted names, one of them replied respectfully. As it turned out, in this world, slaves did not possess names unless bestowed by their owners. Please grant us names, Master, they chorused. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen declared, my surname is Xiao. From now on, you will all share my surname. He scanned the group, his mind racing with ideas. Suddenly, inspiration struck. 3 months ago, you were all at the 4th level of cultivation. Have any of you advanced since then? 2 individuals stepped forward, each now at the 5th level of the mortal stage. Excellent, Xiao Chen nodded approvingly. You shall be named Xiaolingi, and you, Xiaolinger. As he spoke, he wrote down the names for them to see. Whoever is the 3rd to reach the 5th level will be called Xiaolingsan. Turning to one of the 2, Xiao Chen asked, Xiaolingi, tell me about your awakened talent. Master, Xiaolingi replied with reverence. My awakened skill is called endless vitality. It allows me to convert soul power into greenwood spirit energy, which can accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. However, I can currently only enhance mortal-grade herbs, and each herb can only be affected once. Beyond that, the effect diminishes. Xiao Chen listened intently, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. This was only the beginning of what these 12 could offer. Xiao Lingyi lowered his head, a hint of self-doubt flickering in his eyes. He was well aware that his cultivation skill was often undervalued. Only if he could someday break through to the yellow rank and gain the ability to cultivate yellow rank spiritual herbs would his true worth be recognized. But breaking through to the yellow rank was no easy feat. Many spend their entire lives without ever achieving it. This may not be a combat skill, but it is of great importance here in Qingting Fort, Xiao Chen's voice rang out. From now on, you no longer need to tend to the spirit silkworms. Focus solely on training your skill. Within a year, I want you to cultivate all the vines here. In the future, we will plant more spiritual herbs, enough to keep you busy for years. He glanced around at the others and continued. If anyone else awakens a cultivation skill, the same applies. Use your talents to maximize your value. Once everything is running smoothly, I will establish performance standards. Those who meet them will be rewarded with spirit stones and soul power elixirs. At these words, a spark of excitement lit up in the eyes of every slave. To them, spirit stones and spiritual elixirs were unattainable luxuries. For ordinary slaves, having enough to eat and wear while avoiding punishment was already a blessing. Clearly, they were incredibly fortunate to have encountered such an extraordinary master. To these slaves, Xiao Chun was indeed exceptional. Not only was he powerful and wealthy, but he also appeared to have an impressive background. Few would dare to establish an enterprise in the wilderness, but Xiao Chun had done so. Xiao Linger, what skill have you awakened? Xiao Chun asked. Master, I have awakened the spirit wood healing skill, which allows me to use wood spirit energy to treat injuries, Xiao Linger replied. Good. This support skill could save lives in the wilderness. From now on, you will accompany the White Wolf unit on hunts. For every White Wolf you heal, you will receive a reward, Xiao Chun said. Thinking to himself that the White Wolf unit would naturally cover the cost of these spirit stones, and they would likely be more than willing to do so. He then turned to Xiao Lingyi. List the talents of all 12 individuals and assign tasks based on their abilities. Among the 12, their strengths were relatively similar, with no clear distinctions. However, Xiao Lingyi was the strongest, and many responsibilities would fall to him in the future. Despite his youth and timid demeanor, he exuded a sense of sincerity and simplicity. Even after enduring hardships, his eyes still shone with clarity, a quality that Xiao Chun particularly appreciated. The other slaves also trusted him, evident from their interactions and his gentle nature. Judging from their appearances, these 12 seemed reliable. Of course, some matters needed to be made clear. You 12 are now one unit, bound together as brothers through life and death, Xiao Chun said seriously. You will share honor and disgrace, live and die as one. Joining Qingting Fort gives you a chance to rise. As long as you are willing, I will provide opportunities. Xiao Chen initially wanted to call them his brothers, but found it too close to express. Focus on your work, and no one will trouble you. You are free, he said calmly but firmly. However, let me make this clear. Anyone who betrays Qingting Fort will end up as fertilizer for the vines. Having faced similar hardships, the group could sense the unwavering resolve behind his calm words. Yes, master, the 12 responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. They had glimpsed a ray of hope, and their current circumstances were far better than they had imagined. These high-grade slaves, though expensive, proved to be well worth the investment. Xiao Chen didn't need to micromanage, as they handled everything with precision. Among the 12, half had awakened support skills, and the others had practical abilities. One of them had even awakened the wood escape technique, just like Xiao Chun. While their skills were not particularly extraordinary, they were all practical and reliable, exactly what Qingting Fort needed. The right fit is the best choice. After spending 130,000 contribution points to purchase 12 slaves, Xiao Chun was left with just over 50,000 spirit stones. Looking at his dwindling assets, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Years of hard work had not made him wealthier, but instead left him even more strapped for resources. If not for the soul power potions he had stockpiled in the past, he might have already been in dire straits. This kind of struggle was all too common for beast tamers. Because of this, people would risk their lives to take on dangerous missions. Xiao Chun considered himself fortunate. In recent years he had managed to maintain his cultivation without encountering any serious dangers. He glanced at his contracted spirit beast, the green vine demon. Although Vine Bro lacked a clear path for cultivation, its slow progress was understandable. Fortunately, all the extra spirit meat was reserved for it. As for Little Gray, while its exceptional talent promised a resource-intensive future, even allowing it to grow naturally would make it far from weak. However, Xiao Chen wasn't content with just the long to lay a stronger foundation for Little Gray to help it achieve greater heights in the future. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled Xiao Ling's awakened ability, boundless vitality, which could not only accelerate the growth of spirit herbs, but also enhance the green vine demon. An idea struck him. Every spirit beast had one opportunity to be enhanced with such a skill. If Vine Bro were to receive this ability, could it directly break through to the 4th tier? This thought left Xiaochen restless. Although there was only one chance in a lifetime, if it succeeded, that one time would be enough. Vinebro, in a few days, I'll take you out. Before he even finished speaking, Vinebro, sensing his thoughts, responded eagerly. Why wait a few days? Let's go now. It seemed to be filled with anticipation for the spirit bone within its body, though the refining process was excruciatingly slow. Speaking of that spirit bone, it was indeed peculiar. The remains left behind by Leopard Bro had been absorbing energy for years with little noticeable progress. To think that Vine Bro could refine a yellow-tier spirit beast in just a few days now made it clear the grade of this bone must far surpass that of a profound tier beast. Finding someone with the boundless vitality ability was no easy task. It wasn't as if he could just issue a mission for it. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of a potential helper. Vine Bro, it's been months since we sold any spirit leaves. Let's head to Dine City. A powerful family like the Su clan would surely have beast tamers with such abilities, or perhaps the Su clan themselves did. Asking Su Wan for help might work, especially since she still owed him a favor for causing him to contract a gray sparrow beast. Before setting off, Xiaochen paid a visit to Long Third Bro, a ritual he had made a habit of. As someone under Long Third Brother's protection, Xiaochen always put effort into maintaining their relationship, often bringing back spirit crystals and profound tier pills as gifts. This time, instead of using the White Wolf clan's transportation as usual, Xiaochen decided to try something new. Little Gray had now reached the 8th level of the mortal tier, making it easy for it to carry him. The only issue was that Little Gray's small size made it unsuitable as a direct mount. But Xiaochen had already planned for Tishi commissioned a sturdy and comfortable reclining chair woven from green vines, perfectly solving the problem. If you can't carry it, surely you can just lift the chair, right? Tungu couldn't help but chime in as he watched Xiaochen interact with Xiaohui. Xiaochen, seriously? Xiaohui is still so small and fragile, and you're treating him like this? Xiaohui was wearing a troubled expression, clearly racking his brain for a way to refuse Xiaochen's unreasonable demand. Before it could muster up the courage to say anything, Tengu had already voiced its inner thoughts, even throwing in the word abuse. Small and fragile, my foot. Xiaochen scoffed, curling his lip. I saw with my own eyes how it single-handedly lifted an azurewood bull. My weight doesn't even come close to half of that bull's. Xiaohui can handle it just fine. Indeed, Xiao Chun had recently discovered something astonishing about Xiao Hui possessed incredible strength hidden within its seemingly small and delicate body. If he hadn't witnessed it effortlessly subdue an azurewood bull, he would never have believed the little creature was capable of such feats. Relying on others all the time isn't a long-term solution, Xiao Chun thought. If his spirit beast could handle transportation, all the better. After all, countless challenges lay ahead, and understanding Xiao Hui's full abilities was essential. Having a flying spirit beast could provide an invaluable escape route in times of danger. As for whether the two spirit beasts had any complaints, letting them grumble a bit wouldn't hurt. Big brother, you're the only one who's truly kind to me. Xiao Hui's pitiful tone was almost heartbreaking, but Xiao Qin turned a deaf ear. No matter what it said, he had made up his mind today. He was determined to experience the thrill of flight. The difference between running and flying was simply too vast. More importantly, flying allowed for straight-line travel, saving a significant amount of time. In the vast expanse of the skies, any pursuers could be spotted immediately. Today, Xiao Chun was set on taking this airborne shortcut. And so, the beasts of the wilderness looked up to witness a peculiar sight. A human reclining leisurely on what appeared to be a flying soul artifact, soaring through the sky. In reality, Xiao Hui's small frame was completely obscured by Xiao Chen's body. Lying on the ground was comfortable, but lounging midair was sheer bliss. The gentle breeze brushed past as breathtaking scenery unfolded below, with clouds drifting gracefully overhead. Xiao Hui's crisp chirping added a lively note to the experience. Of course, only Xiao Chun could understand the true meaning behind those chirps, and to be honest, the little guy's curses were surprisingly colorful. Xiao Hui carried Xiao Chun through the skies with effortless grace. The effects of the Jin Yuan pills and Tongxian pills were evident, as they had significantly fortified this spirit beast's foundation. Even while bearing a person's weight, Xiao Hui moved with ease, complaining incessantly about something along the way. Stop complaining already. Do you know how much effort I put into taking care of the two of you? Let me enjoy this moment, will you? Xiao Chen replied, then closed his eyes for a brief rest. When he opened them again, the outline of Dian City was already in sight. Xiao Hui's speed was astonishing, rivaling that of a Huang-tier gray sparrow, even while carrying someone. Xiao Hui, could it be that you're capable of handling Huang-tier beasts now? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, recalling how Brother Tung had once been able to battle early-stage Huang-tier beasts when he was at the peak of the Fan tier. Yet Xiao Hui was only at the 8th level of the Fan tier. How could he be this strong? I haven't fought any Huang-tier beasts. I avoided those Huang-tier birds we saw earlier, Xiao Hui admitted honestly. If I really had that kind of strength, we wouldn't need to rush back to Qingting Fort like this. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. He was indeed pressed by poverty and needed to earn spirit stones as quickly as possible. The task of slaying 10,000 Huang-tier beasts had to be completed, no matter how challenging it was. Xiao Hui, once we reach Dian City, I'll buy you a few gold element beast cores as a reward. Xiao Chen promised. Huang-tier beast cores weren't too expensive, with gold element ones costing only a few thousand spirit stones cheaper than the pills he usually bought. Ordinary beast cores are useless to me, and the good ones are beyond what you can afford, Xiao Hui bluntly pointed out, piercing Xiao Chen's pride like a needle. The disparity in quality among Huang-tier beast cores was indeed vast. Then just stick to eating Jin Yuan pills, Xiao Chun said sheepishly. I should stop making promises so easily in the future. At a secluded spot outside Dian City, Xiao Chen stowed away his reclining chair and let Xiao Hui perch on his shoulder. This was part of his little scheme to have Xiao Hui stand there, hoping it would remind Su one of his previous mistakes so he could make a small request without it seeming excessive. Once inside the city, Xiao Chun headed straight for the Su family shop. As a regular customer, he was already familiar with shopkeeper Huang and the others. However, Su Wan was not in the city at the moment. Surprisingly, though, she had already agreed to continue purchasing Brother Tung's spirit leaves. If Brother Tung could further improve, the increased quality of the leaves wouldn't pose any issue for future sales. That's it. Xiao Chen looked at the beaming shopkeeper Huang, momentarily at a loss for words. What he had thought to be a difficult matter turned out to be as simple as a single word for some people. Shopkeeper Huang, where should we go? Xiao Chen asked, knowing that only a Huang-tier beast tamer with an ability akin to endless vitality could cast a spell for Brother Tung. The backyard will do, shopkeeper Huang said calmly. Over the years, I've nurtured countless plant-based spirit beasts here. Xiao Chen stared in shock at the kindly old shopkeeper, realizing he was actually a powerful beast tamer, likely at the late Huang tier or even the Xian tier. This revelation left Xiao Chen in awe of the Su family's profound resources, which were far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Don't worry, young Master Xiao. It will only take a moment, shopkeeper Huang said with a warm smile. I know about this green vine of yours. It's impressive that it could grow to this level without using such techniques before, Manager Huang said, his gaze sweeping across the vine with admiration sparkling in his eyes. Xiao Chen felt a pang of bitterness in his heart upon hearing this. He truly had no idea there were methods to accelerate growth like this, but it wasn't too late to learn. To keep the secret of the bone hidden, Brother Vine now always appeared with a thick covering of earth. A hint of nostalgia suddenly appeared in Manager Huang's eyes as he looked at the green vine. Brother Xiao, it's quite a coincidence my first spiritual beast was also a green vine. It was thanks to Miss Su's favor that I was able to cultivate step by step to my current level. These words struck Xiao Chun like a thunderclap. Manager Huang was also once a slave. This revelation meant that even a vine demon could have a path forward. Manager Huang continued. I've already contracted my third spiritual beast. It doesn't matter if the first two contracts didn't go well. The third one often brings good fortune. Xiao Chen finally understood. The manager clearly knew about Miss Su Wan's actions. Thinking about how he had not only obtained a high-grade spiritual beast, but also frequently leveraged it for benefits, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. But given his current lack of resources for growth, he silently vowed to repay this kindness in the future. So you're a Xiantir expert? Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. He never would have guessed that this kind and approachable elder was a Xiantir beast tamer. Even with 3 average spiritual beasts, achieving that level was no small feat by this calculation. The number of Xiantir experts in Dian City must be remarkably high, and young prodigies like Su Wan had likely already stepped into the Xiantir realm as well. Young man, your green vine is extraordinary. I'm looking forward to seeing how far you can cultivate it, Manager Huang said warmly. Manager Huang, I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations, Xiao Chun replied politely, though inwardly he was eager to finish the task and leave. The Su family had treated him generously, which only made him more uneasy. The skill of endless vitality works on all plant-type beasts, but its effects vary depending on the beast. I can only use it once, and it won't work a second time, Manager Huang explained. His cultivation level far surpassed Brother Vine's, so just one casting could significantly enhance its strength. Normally, I only use this skill on plant-based beasts at the Huang tier or higher, and each time I charge 100,000 spirit stones, Manager Huang added. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face darkened, and he looked at Manager Huang in disbelief. However, the manager burst into hearty laughter. Others may have to pay, but not you. This is something Miss Su instructed me to do. How could I charge you? With that, Manager Huang placed both hands on the base of the vine. Xiao Chun let out a sigh of relief. If he had been asked to pay, he might not have been able to hold back his frustration. A surge of vibrant green energy poured from Manager Huang's palms, radiating a powerful life force and the essence of creation. The sheer magnitude of the energy left Xiao Chun in awe. Was this the power of a Xiantir expert? It was astonishingly overwhelming. The effects of a technique performed by a Xiantir expert were indeed beyond imagination. For a Huang-tier spiritual plant like this, I could stimulate the growth of 10 at once. Manager Huang said casually. Xiaochen nodded repeatedly. You're truly incredible, elder. One day, you'll be like me. Manager Huang said with a smile, his tone relaxed and friendly as he continued chatting with Xiaochun. The moment Xiaochun transformed his soul power into wood-based spiritual energy and channeled it into Tung Ji's body, a sudden and violent suction force erupted. It was so overwhelming that even as a Xian-class cultivator, he struggled to control it. The elder's expression changed drastically as he felt his soul power surging out of his body like a flood breaking through a dam. Xiaochun was deeply shaken as he witnessed this. Tung Ji's growth was astonishing within mere moments. It had grown significantly taller. The sensation was extraordinary, as if Tung Ge had experienced the passage of countless years in an instant. What a pity this opportunity only comes once, Xiaochen thought to himself. If this could be done every day, Tung Ge could probably ascend to the Tian class in no time. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Manager Huang. Thank you, Senior. Your abilities are truly admirable. Such an extraordinary skill was indeed worthy of his genuine respect. After completing the spell, Manager Huang stared at his hands in disbelief. The experience had been too shocking within just a moment. Nearly 90% of his immense soul power had been drained. This far exceeded his understanding of Huang-class beasts. Even Xian-class beasts couldn't possibly cause such an enormous depletion. An anomaly. This is truly an anomaly. Manager Huang murmured to himself, his gaze filled with astonishment as it lingered on Tung Ge. The green vine swayed gently in the breeze, appearing so natural and harmonious. Yet during that brief spell casting, Tung Ge had already broken through to the 4th level of cultivation, saving years of painstaking effort in a single moment of vitality. Xiaochen expressed his gratitude repeatedly to Manager Huang, while skillfully avoiding any mention of paying with spiritual stones. Watching the young man bowing and clasping his fists in farewell, Manager Huang felt a pang of doubt. Was that still an ordinary green vine beast? Even the gray sparrow accompanying him seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Could there really be such a miraculous beast tamer in this world, capable of elevating the ordinary to such extraordinary heights? Unaware of the immense impression he and Tung Ge had left on the elder, Xiao Chun turned to Tung Ge and said, "Did you notice? Knowledge like this is priceless. If we had known about this method earlier, your achievements could have been even greater by now." Tung Ge didn't reply, but instead let out a cheerful laugh. The strength gained from breaking through a level was undeniable. It could clearly feel its ability to absorb nutrients had dramatically improved. Xiao Chun, when we sell leaves in the future, can we lower the price a bit? Lower the price? No way. At most, I won't raise it. Think about if those leaves come from you. How could I sell them cheaply? With Tung Ji's advancement to the 4th level, Xiao Chen's soul power also broke through, reaching the 4th level of Huang-class beast taming. While he was still no match for prodigies like Su Wan, he was already considered exceptional among ordinary people. I need to act quickly and keep improving, Xiao Chen thought, his heart full of hope for the future. He hurried toward the beast taming pavilion. At that moment, his stash of spiritual stones was running low. After selling off some goods to exchange for cultivation resources, he had only 20,000 contribution points left. Even those wouldn't last long. He still needed to purchase an essential item, seeds of the emperor bamboo grass. This mundane class spiritual grass was the most commonly used beast feed. Though it lacked growth potential, its growth rate was on par with the green vine beast. Although Huang-tier beasts can consume emperor bamboo grass, the effects are far less pronounced compared to lower-tier beasts. This spiritual grass is perfectly suited for the ever-expanding scale of livestock farming in Qingting Fort, especially for the massive Qingmu Mang Niu, whose daily consumption is astonishing. For now, the Qingting Yao at Qingting Fort can barely keep up with the demand, but as the number of beasts grows, the pressure on supply will only increase. Emperor bamboo grass has a short growth cycle and can be harvested every 1 to 2 months, making it a reliable and continuous source of spiritual grass. Despite its low grade, its high demand keeps the price of its seeds consistently elevated. Xiao Qin planned to cultivate 100 acres of emperor bamboo grass in Qingting Fort, but his current supply of spirit stones could only afford seeds for 10 acres. Left with no other choice, he had to adopt a strategy of planting in batches. After spending 20,000 spirit stones along with all his contribution points, Xiao Chun had essentially emptied his resources. No, emptied might not fully capture it. It was more like he was drowning in debt. He still owed his eldest brother 200,000 contribution points. This debt only fueled his urgency to earn more spirit stones. Upon returning to Qingting Fort, Xiao Chun immediately started planting emperor bamboo grass, racing against time in anticipation of future profits. The industries in Qingting Fort were steadily growing and expanding, with plans to explore even more new fields in the future. However, before these industries could generate stable income, they required continuous investment in spirit stones. If just planting emperor bamboo grass was this strenuous, the prospect of cultivating spiritual herbs in the future would demand astronomical resources. After organizing the affairs of Qingting Fort, Xiao Chen quickly set off again. With the significantly strengthened Teng Ge and Xiao Hui by his side, he now had the confidence to take on beasts as strong as Huang Tier level 7 or 8. Xiao Chun decided to start accepting missions to earn spirit stones. With Xiao Hui providing transportation, he could at least save considerable time on traveling. While missions with high rewards often required teamwork, Xiao Chen's solitary nature made him reluctant to collaborate with others. He could still accept 3 Huang Tier missions, and after much deliberation, he decided that taking on tasks issued by the Beast Tamer Guild would be the safest option. Although privately issued missions offered higher rewards, they often came with hidden risks. Some seemingly simple tasks could conceal unforeseen dangers. After learning his lesson from a previous experience, he no longer dared to recklessly take on kill missions and decided to focus on simpler, faster tasks for now. The Beast Tamer Guild in Dian City primarily handles assignments in 2 regions, the Endless Wasteland and Luoxia Mountain. Despite being called a mountain, Luoxia is actually a vast range spanning thousands of miles, with countless peaks of varying sizes. 4 yellow-ranked beast tamers. Their exploration is limited to the outer 100 miles of the range. Venturing deeper would mean stepping into a near-certain death zone. Standing in front of the guild's task board, Xiao Chun scanned the densely packed task information. He had already operated on the outskirts of the wasteland, where Qingting Fort was located. Considering he would need to make a living in the wasteland in the future, he was reluctant to make enemies there prematurely. When lacking strength, discretion is the better part of valor. At that moment, the task board for Luoxia Mountain was particularly eye-catching. Xiao Chun carefully examined the high-reward tasks. A 500,000 contribution point rescue mission requiring a 200-mile venture into Luoxia Mountain to save a missing adventurer team. A 300,000 contribution point escort mission to protect an alchemist heading to Monkey Head Mountain. And several retrieval tasks for hidden beast tamers to sneak into the resting grounds of beasts and retrieve Earth-grade spiritual herbs. Although the rewards were tempting to him, these missions were nothing short of a fantasy. Those areas were perilous even for profound ranked beast tamers. In the end, Xiao Chen opted for a gathering mission that suited him best. This choice wasn't based on his strength, but rather his unique advantages, his companion Tenge, and his inconspicuous identity. Greenvine sprites, as common spiritual plants, could be found even in the deeper parts of Luoxia Mountain. They often thrived in territories ruled by various beasts, as herbivorous beasts usually only consumed their leaves without destroying the entire plant. Interestingly, these beasts inadvertently became the greenvine sprites' protectors. Even when the dominant beasts of a territory changed, the greenvine sprites continued to flourish. With his wood escape technique, Xiao Chun could travel quickly by relying on the presence of green vines. This ability was especially useful for gathering missions. As he browsed through hundreds of gathering tasks, his eyes lit up. Almost every yellow-ranked spiritual herb was in demand. This meant he could collect herbs first, and then choose a corresponding task to submit based on his findings. Tenge, little gray, let's go. Xiao Chun called softly, ready to set off on an impromptu adventure with his 2 companions. At this time, Little Gray mainly served as the power source for his airborne vehicle. Upon arriving at Luoxia Mountain, Xiao Chun adopted a cautious approach, staying within a 30 to 40 mile perimeter of the outskirts with Tenge. The density of beasts in this area was comparable to that near Qingting Fort, with yellow-ranked beasts appearing frequently and occasional sightings of profound-ranked beasts. As long as he acted carefully, the risks were manageable. As for what he could harvest, that would depend on luck. For Xiao Chun, the key to completing his missions lay in the abilities of his 2 spiritual beasts. Xiao Hui's agile figure darted through the forest, its movements as swift and precise as a flash of lightning. This clever beast carried out its scouting duties flawlessly. Once it identified a target, Teng Ji's vines would silently close in. Against weaker beasts, they would strike decisively. But when faced with stronger foes, they employed a diversion tactic, luring the beast away before Teng Ji used his wood escape technique to retrieve the spiritual herbs. This strategy had proven effective time and again over the past few months. Xiao Hui always managed to find the safest routes, effortlessly avoiding the powerful entities that were best left undisturbed. While the rewards for these tasks couldn't compare to the high-stakes elimination missions, they were steady, reliable, and immediately rewarding. Xiao Chen clearly preferred a cautious, methodical approach. He had completed dozens of missions collecting spiritual herbs and fruits in the outer region, each yielding substantial rewards ranging from a few thousand contribution points to over 10,000. Under his sweeping efforts, nearly all the yellow-ranked spiritual herbs in the area had been harvested. Along the way, they also managed to take down 1 or 2 yellow-ranked beasts daily, steadily increasing their tally. Tengu, Xiaohui, do you think we're being overly cautious? Xiao Chen remarked as they successfully wrapped up yet another task. These missions are completely risk-free, and the rewards are pretty decent. Over time, he had grown to appreciate the reliability of his 2 companions. In just 2 months, he had amassed a total of 100,000 contribution points. Xiao Chun, even the outer regions have their share of dangerous foes, Teng Gu cautioned. You need to stay vigilant. We've been making quite a commotion, and it's time to relocate. A few of the nearby black-rank beasts seem to have noticed our presence and are actively searching for us. If it weren't for Xiao Hui's sharp instincts, we might have already run into trouble. Indeed, Xiao Qin's thorough tactics left little behind in his wake, stripping the area of resources. Most of the harvested spiritual herbs were used to complete missions, while the rest were reserved for cultivating a spiritual herb field in Qingteng Fortress. You're right, we should move, Xiao Qin agreed. Staying in one spot for too long is bound to attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, Luoxiao Mountain is vast, and opportunities abound everywhere. Without delay, Xiao Qin set off. Unbeknownst to him, just an hour after his departure, an enraged ape demon arrived at his previous location, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Guided by Xiao Hui, they flew for an hour before stopping. Their new base was still on the outskirts of Luoxiao Mountain, but slightly deeper than before, about 100 miles from their previous location. This area bordered the wilderness but faced away from the direction of Dian City, meaning they would likely encounter stronger beasts. Xiao Chun found a flat clearing and leisurely set up a reclining chair. He turned to Xiao Hui and said, Xiao Hui, stay extra alert. I'll take a nap. Wake me if we come across any latest-stage yellow-rank beasts. At this point, only latest-stage beasts required Xiao Chen's personal involvement. Tung Gu could handle the others independently, though it would cost him some of his vines. Given how precious Tung Ji's leaves were, they couldn't afford unnecessary losses. While maintaining two beasts was indeed costly, the peace of mind they provided was priceless. The tasks he assigned were always completed to perfection by these two companions. The canopy of leaves above shielded them from the scorching sun, allowing dappled sunlight to create a soothing, cool ambience. Xiao Qin quickly drifted into a deep sleep, while Xiao Hui flew to a height of several meters to continue its patrol duties. High above the ground, a small figure flitted and hovered. This was Xiao Hui, its diminutive size rendering it nearly invisible to the beasts below. Even the sharpest-eyed among them could only make out a faint black speck against the sky. Normally, Xiao Hui served as Brother Teng's eyes, tasked with scouting targets and avoiding danger, never engaging in combat directly. But now, its gaze was locked intently in a specific direction, completely motionless. The scene several miles away was as clear as if it were right in front of its razor-sharp eyes. Just as Xiao Chun was marveling at how unusually calm this little creature was, Xiao Hui had already sought out Brother Tung. Big brother, I want to hunt down a latest-stage yellow rank beast, or better yet, one at the peak of the yellow rank, Xiao Hui said bluntly. The words startled Brother Tung. Xiao Hui, a latest-stage one might be doable, but a peak level one, that's really pushing it for me. Although Brother Tung was quite powerful and capable of fighting above his level, he could only handle beasts at the 7th layer of the yellow rank at most. Some of those even required Xiao Chen's assistance to subdue. Now, Xiao Hui had its sights set on a 9th layer, peak stage targeted task that was nearly insurmountable. After all, every layer of a beast's rank brought significant increases in strength, and the gap couldn't be easily bridged. Brother Tung's ability to fight across several layers was already extraordinary. Xiao Hui, is hunting this beast really that important to you? It's very important, extremely important. Xiao Hui responded passionately, clearly having spotted a rare opportunity. After all, a peak-level yellow rank beast might already possess strength comparable to the Xian rank. Xiao Hui, I really can't help you with this. Why don't you ask Xiao Qin instead? Xiao Hui sighed helplessly. What's the point of asking that coward? This is something only you can help with, big brother. Over the years, Xiao Qin's cautious nature had earned him a reputation for avoiding unnecessary risks. Calling him a coward wasn't entirely unfair. However, given their bond through the contract, there was no way this conversation could escape Xiao Qin's notice. Will you two stop with the passive-aggressive back and forth? Xiao Qin snapped, clearly annoyed after just waking up. Do you think this kind of reverse psychology works on me? Can we act a little more mature? I told you, just talk to Xiao Qin directly. Brother Ting interjected, trying to ease the tension. We're all on the same side. If there's something important, just communicate. Xiao Qin values honesty above all else, doesn't he? Qing Tong, your strength hasn't improved much over the years, but your ability to play peacemaker sure has. Xiao Qin retorted, even more irritated. Every time Xiao Hui gets scolded, you have to chime in with some grand speech. All right, Xiao Hui, tell me what's going on, Xiao Qin said, turning his attention to the little creature. It's just a peak stage yellow rank beast, right? If it's really necessary, then well, kill it. The words had barely left his mouth when regret washed over Xiao Qinhe had actually allowed himself to fall for Xiao Hui's provocation. Xiao Qin was slightly surprised by Xiao Hui's words. Xiao Hui continued to explain, devouring this creature might not boost my cultivation significantly, but it should allow me to refine my abilities to the Twin Wings realm. These words made Xiao Qin's heart skip a beat. The power of the Twin Wings realm was no trivial matter. It was a terrifying ability capable of cutting through iron like butter. Just as he was about to ask for more details, Xiao Hui directly revealed their target, a metal elemental beast. It's a golden source rat. Xiao Hui said with a fiery gaze. This creature has developed a body of bronze skin and iron bones. Even your Gungjin sword Qi would likely only leave shallow marks on it. Hearing this, Xiaoqin quickly retrieved the Beast Mastery Manual and located the section about the golden source rat. Xiao Hui nodded in affirmation as he read. The details in the manual made Xiao Chun frown deeply. The golden source rat, a Xiantier innate beast, has a fondness for spiritual flesh and a particular appetite for all kinds of spiritual iron ores. Born with bronze skin and iron bones, its defense is nearly unbreakable by those of the same rank. Most critically, its defense has no weak spots. It can only be overcome through brute force, either by attacks of a higher tier or by striking it with a weapon weighing over 10,000 pounds. A peak Huang tier golden source rat can withstand several strikes from an early Xiantier beast and still survive, Xiaoqin said, furrowing his brow. Without Xiantier attack power, there's no way to deal with it. How about asking a Xiantier expert for help? Xiao Hui suggested. The cost would be too high. Xiaoqin shook his head, studying the golden source rat's habits carefully. This level of beast is highly intelligent. Ordinary traps won't hold it. We'll need to lure it in naturally. After combing through the Beast Mastery Manual, Xiaoqin found no particular preferences for the golden source rat outside of its love for ores. However, he soon caught on to a key piece of information. The golden source rat, due to its constant search for ores, lacked strong territorial instincts and was not highly familiar with specific terrain. Tungu, Xiaoqin said in a low voice, quietly extend your vines and keep them still. We have a 50-50 chance of success. If it doesn't work, we'll abandon the plan immediately. You're taking the lead this time? Tungu asked. Xiaoqin nodded, a determined look flashing in his eyes. This time, the three of them would have to work together seamlessly if they were to stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. Xiaoqin noticed the doubt in Tung Ji's tone and explained, the key to killing the golden source rat this time really lies with me, not you. Besides, the ore will be greatly beneficial to your growth. He rummaged through the spiritual beast space for a while and finally found a high-quality, profound-grade or green jade stone. Originally, this ore was prepared for Xiao Hui's cleansing, but it turned out to serve an unexpected purpose. The green jade stone had natural, evenly distributed grooves on its surface, with no signs of artificial carving, exuding a faint green glow. When it was wrapped around the green vine, it seemed to blend harmoniously, as if it had always belonged there. So, your plan is to let that golden source rat swallow my vines. Tungu bluntly revealed Xiaoqin's strategy. What other choice do we have? Xiaoqin replied frankly. Its external defense is nearly impenetrable, but just like other demonic beasts, its insides are vulnerable. There are very few humans capable of forming a contract with a green vine spirit, let alone using this method to kill a demonic beast. Normally, a demonic beast wouldn't anticipate such an attack. This is our only chance. What if it just bites my vines off? Tungu asked. Then we'll have to give up on this hunt. Forcing it when we're not strong enough would be unwise, Xiaoqin said, imagining the scene of having to cut open the golden source beast from the inside. He frowned. We'd better prepare some protective gear to avoid making a mess. Xiao Hui, it's only for your sake that I'm willing to make such a sacrifice. Just as Xiao Chun was inwardly hoping that Tung Ji's vines were fragile enough to be bitten off in one go, Xiao Hui's urgent voice interrupted. Stop dawdling. That big rat is heading in the opposite direction. Xiao Hui, can you lure it over here? Xiao Chen asked. Why don't you do it? I can't fly. You're stronger, braver, and more resourceful. Xiao Hui shot back. Fine, I'll do it. Xiao Chen agreed, feeling slightly flattered by the praise. Picking up the heaven-splitting axe, he set off. Luring the golden source rat wasn't particularly difficult. Soul weapons were forged from ores and naturally attracted metal element demonic beasts. Xiao Chen simply infused the heaven-splitting axe with a trace of Gung sword energy and swung it around in the area a few times, quickly drawing a golden-yellow gaze in his direction. When he finally got a clear look at the golden source rat, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be startled. This was no ordinary oversized rat. It was a massive beast, even larger than the greenwood bull. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, resembling a suit of gleaming golden armor that shimmered in the mountain light. However, the colossal creature seemed to regard humans with indifference. Just like it had with other humans it encountered in the past, it merely gave Xiao Chen a cursory glance. The beast stared intently at the axe in Xiao Chen's hand, its eyes gleaming with greed. Human, leave the axe, or die, it threatened, its long whiskers trembling slightly with the rhythm of its speech, making the threat seem somewhat comical. Xiao Chen chuckled softly and swiftly stored the axe into his spiritual beast space with precise speed. Big rat, what are you babbling about? This is a profound tier soul weapon. Do you really think you have the power to wield it? These arrogant words only made the golden source rat more wary. It narrowed its eyes. A profound tier soul weapon, no wonder. It muttered while cautiously inching closer to Xiao Chen, its alert gaze sweeping the surroundings, wary of any potential ambush by the human's allies. Human, a soul weapon is precious. but your life is even more so. The golden source rat growled softly. It could feel itself nearing a breakthrough and had no intention of stirring up trouble. Yet the treasure before it, capable of propelling it to the next level, was a heaven-sent opportunity it couldn't let slip away. As the golden source rat calculated how to strike a fatal blow, the human suddenly cursed and bolted. At least you know your place. But your speed is no match for even a little rat. The golden source rat screeched, its figure flashing as it leapt 3 or 4 zhang forward with ease, chasing after Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was startled by its incredible speed. The beast was as swift as the wolf clan. Damn, it's so fast, he exclaimed, but before the words had fully left his mouth, the golden source rat's sharp claws nearly pierced his body. What escape technique? Go. Xiao Chun hurriedly activated his escape technique. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out you've mastered an escape technique. I thought you had companions lying in wait. The golden source rat sneered. Today, you're destined to fall into my hands. Gold escape technique, go. These words sent a chill down Xiao Chen's spine. He hadn't expected the beast to also know an escape technique, and a gold element one at that. He had no idea what the characteristics of the gold escape technique were. How was he supposed to counter this? Xiao Hui, come save me, he shouted desperately as he fled at full speed. Originally, he planned to use the oars as bait, but now he had become the prey. Fortunately, the mechanisms of the two escape techniques were different. While the golden source rat was incredibly fast, it seemed only capable of moving in straight lines. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, zigzagged unpredictably, making it difficult for the rat to anticipate his movements. In this chase, both sides employed their escape techniques multiple times, and for now, Xiao Chun remained safe. However, he knew this couldn't go on forever. If he continued, he risked exposing the link between his wood escape technique and the green vines. Just then, Xiao Hui, who had been lying in wait, suddenly sprang into action. The gray sparrow beast dove down, grabbed Xiao Chun by his clothes with precision, and lifted him into the sky. This scene left the golden source rat utterly dumbfounded. A mere mortal-tier gray sparrow beast dared to snatch its prey? What was even more unbelievable was that the sparrow beast had the audacity to challenge a yellow-tier beast tamer. Xiao Chen's situation was indeed dire. At this moment, he was being hoisted high in the air by Xiao Hui, dangling like a helpless prey ready to be slaughtered. On the ground, the golden source rat raised its head and roared angrily. Xiao Hui, that human is just pretending to be dead. His strength is no joke. He is not someone you can handle. Drop him. You can have the human flesh. I only want that axe. The air was silent. A flicker of frustration flashed in the golden source rat's eyes as it watched its prize slipping away. It continued to shout. Xiao Hui, carrying that dead weight, you won't get far. Sooner or later, he'll still end up in my hands. Just as the golden source rat was figuring out how to make Xiao Hui cooperate, the figure disappeared into the horizon. Such weak strength, yet such audacity. The rat muttered furiously, its eyes blazing with rage. Overcome with frustration, its gaze fell on an unremarkable green vine nearby. Something it would usually ignore now stirred a destructive impulse within it. The golden source rat began tearing at the vine with unrestrained ferocity, venting its frustration. Suddenly, amidst the shredded vines, a flash of green light appeared. That glow and orate was the treasure it had long yearned for. Though it was the first time seeing it, the feeling was as if it had been imprinted in its very bloodline, filling it with immense joy. The golden source rat's mood lifted instantly. Fate was indeed kind, guiding a human to lead it to this place. This was nothing short of divine providence. Even better, that axe was still within its grasp. With its keen sense for metal, tracking down Xiao Hui would only be a matter of time. With this thought, all its anger dissipated. The stone before it was its ticket to a breakthrough. Everything seemed to align perfectly. However, until the moment of its death, the golden source rat never figured out why it had swallowed what was clearly a top-grade green jade stone, only for a human to suddenly emerge from its stomach. This baffling transformation became its final mystery, one that no one would ever answer. But the answer no longer mattered. Its life had already come to an end. Xiao Chen swiftly stored the enormous corpse of the golden source beast into his spirit beast space. Then, he took out all the clean water he had in storage, changed into several sets of clothes, and scrubbed himself repeatedly. Covered in blood and filth, he cursed under his breath as he washed. Damn it! I'll never endure something like this again, not even if it kills me. For an entire hour, Xiao Chun washed himself over and over, yet he still felt unclean. Nearby, Xiao Hui watched his furious expression, but instead of being afraid, it chuckled gleefully. It had just consumed a high-quality metal element crystal core and was in an excellent mood. The vine spirit, casually chiming in, said, Xiao Chun, isn't this method of killing enemies quite effective? If it could help you take down a Xian'er beast, wouldn't you consider trying it again? It seemed indifferent to Xiao Chen's grievances. What mattered most to it was the ultimate result. A Xian'er beast. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. If it actually works, then a bit of filth wouldn't be the worst thing. In this world, Herbivorous beasts made up nearly half of the magical beast population. Many legendary sacred and divine beasts fell into this category, and there were countless other high-tier herbivorous magical beasts. The vine spirit's leaves undoubtedly carried exceptional qualities. Otherwise, they wouldn't command such a high value. Xiao Chun gazed at the distant mountains and forests as a bold idea flashed through his mind. If I get eaten by a Xiantier beast, it might get poisoned and die. That could be a way to complete the mission of killing a Xiantier beast. He quickly shook his head. While this self-destructive method might work, the risk was far too great and could only be considered as a last resort. His eyes fell on the corpse of the golden source rat on the ground, and he began calculating silently. This golden source rat, whose strength was comparable to an early-stage Xiantier beast, was undoubtedly the most valuable Huangtier beast he had ever killed. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Huangtier beast killed 1. Current progress for 8910000. Although the goal was still far off, every step brought him closer to the end. Xiao Hui quickly extracted the crystal core from the golden source rat. The core contained the Gungjin energy it needed. Even without the crystal core, Xiao Hui was already on the verge of breaking through. After refining the core, it successfully advanced to the 9th layer of the mortal tier. From the 1st to the 9th layer of the mortal tier, Xiao Hui had taken only 3 to 4 years, a pace that, while slower than beasts born at the Huang tier, was already exceptional among ordinary beasts. What pleased Xiao Chen even more was that when Xiao Hui activated its abilities, the edges of its wings began to flicker faintly with golden light, signaling the addition of 2 sharp weapons to its arsenal. In the outer regions of Luoxia Mountain, Xiao Hui had become an undisputed powerhouse among mortal tier beasts. Xiao Hui, it's time to explore deeper, Xiao Chen said. We've already ventured 40 to 50 li into Luoxia Mountain. Going another 10 to 20 li deeper shouldn't be a problem. The density of beasts here is much higher than in the barren plains, making it an ideal place to hunt Huang-tier beasts. Xiao Hui, however, proposed an even bolder idea. Master, if we fly another 30 to 40 li inward, there's a settlement of phantom rabbits. While there aren't any Xiantier beasts there are hundreds of Huang-tier phantom rabbits. If we succeed, we could kill over 100 Huang-tier beasts in one go. Xiao Chun was startled and immediately rejected the idea. Don't even think about it. That deep in, Xiantier beasts could show up at any time. Even a team of 7 or 8 Huang-tier beast tamers might not make it out alive. Xiao Hui quickly explained. They're not that strong individually. But their numbers are overwhelming, Xiao Chun replied, shaking his head. He then explained the characteristics of phantom rabbits in detail. They were wind element beasts with Xiantier potential, incredibly fast, and their leaps left only an afterimage. They could reach the Huang tier within 3 to 5 years, but only a rare few ever advanced to the Xian tier. These beasts reproduced rapidly, with each litter producing several offspring. While they were theoretically suitable for domestication, no faction had ever successfully tamed them. Similar to wind wolves, most phantom rabbits awakened the wind blade skill. If hundreds of Huang-tier phantom rabbits unleashed wind blades simultaneously, even a Xiantier beast would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Although they were most vulnerable to faster flying beasts, Xiao Chen still didn't dare to take the risk. Xiao Hui, don't act recklessly. That's not a place we can afford to venture into, Xiao Chen said firmly. But if one day you break through to the yellow tier, you could charge into the phantom rabbit's den on your own, Xiao Chen said. As he spoke, he noticed Xiao Hui's eyes light up. He continued to explain, with your advantages extreme speed, strong defense, and small, agile build you could easily take down a lone rabbit. A swift dive would be enough to subdue it. This is a common hunting technique used by many high-tier flying spirit beasts. Actually, I want to try it right now, Xiao Hui suddenly said, his tone filled with excitement. Xiao Chen was taken aback. You mean now? Xiao Hui nodded earnestly, his expression brimming with confidence. While Xiao Chen trusted Xiao Hui's abilities, the idea of him venturing alone into the lair of a yellow-tier beast still made him uneasy. Xiao Hui, it's not that I doubt your strength, Xiao Chun said seriously. If you can single-handedly hunt a yellow-tier beast, then go ahead and do as you wish. Seeing Xiao Hui's eagerness, Xiao Chen began to calculate in his mind. Xiao Hui was indeed a natural hunter. Back at the 3rd level of the mortal tier, he had managed to take down prey at the 6th level. Now, facing a yellow-tier beast, as long as his earth-tier potential was real, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Go ahead, test your strength, Xiao Chen said, patting Xiao Hui. I'll be right behind you, ready to back you up. If you can't win, retreat, there won't be much danger. Xiao Hui tilted his head, his expression puzzled. I know it's bad to underestimate opponents, but this just feels so simple, almost like second nature. Except for his appearance, Xiao Hui seemed no different from high-tier beasts in every other aspect. Better safe than sorry. Never underestimate any opponent, Xiao Chen reminded him. All right, today I'll show you all my true strength. Xiao Hui puffed out his chest. To be honest, I only have a rough idea of my abilities. Relying on instinct alone isn't exactly reliable. As Xiao Hui prepared to hunt alone, Xiao Chen couldn't relax. He stayed alert, ready to assist at any moment. Even Tung Ge seemed to share this concern, quietly extending his roots outward. However, Xiao Hui was determined to prove himself and disappeared into the sky, flying off into the distance. This little guy is so competitive, Xiao Chen said with a shake of his head and a smile. At his current level, losing to a yellow-tier beast wouldn't be anything to be ashamed of. He hadn't expected a beast's pride to be this strong. Tengu, let's just wait. It shouldn't be too dangerous, Xiao Chen reassured. The little guy is growing up. Facing challenges on his own is a good thing. The best way forward is to trust your spirit beast. Xiao Chen, maybe I should start working harder too, Tengu suddenly said. At this rate, in just a few years, Xiao Hui might surpass me as the elder brother. You're already doing great, Xiao Chen replied warmly. Your progress has been steady these past years. As long as you keep growing, it doesn't matter if it's slower, you'll eventually reach your ideal level. Xiao Chen firmly believed that Tung Ge would one day achieve new miracles, break through the peak of the yellow tier, and step into the profound tier. Xiao Chen, what if I hit another bottleneck in the future? Tung Ge asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Then what else can we do? Xiao Chen laughed. Buy more fortune elixirs. If one bottle isn't enough, then two. You'll break through eventually. Besides, hitting a bottleneck is perfectly normal. Many beasts with profound tier potential get stuck at the yellow tier. Take those phantom rabbits, for example. Despite their profound tier talent, most of them only have the strength of the first or second level of the yellow tier. For most people, their spirit beasts face bottlenecks at your level, and some never manage to break through in their entire lives. Tung Ge, do you remember the promise we made when we escaped from that courtyard? Xiao Chen suddenly asked. Back then, you said it wouldn't matter even if you never broke through to the yellow tier. Yes, Tengu said with a touch of emotion. And now, I'm already at the fourth level of the yellow tier. Back then, Xiao Chen could never have imagined that Tung Ge would reach his current level. Similarly, he couldn't predict how far Tung Ge would go in the future. But one thing he knew for sure, as long as they continued to trust each other, the path ahead would keep unfolding. As Xiao Chun and Brother Tung were discussing breakthroughs, his attention was suddenly drawn to the flashing message on his mission token. Kill Yellow Tier, Beast 1. This unexpected discovery made Xiao Chen's eyes widen in disbelief as he stared at the words on the token. No way. Did Little Gray really pull it off? Xiao Chen's worry was instantly replaced by sheer joy. He burst into laughter and exclaimed, Ha! I knew Little Gray was extraordinary. Maybe one day, I'll end up relying on it to take care of me. Brother Tung rubbed his hands together in excitement. It can already hunt yellow tier beasts on its own. Once it breaks through to yellow tier, won't it be able to challenge even latest-stage beasts? Not long after, Little Gray returned, dragging a snow-white beast's corpse behind it. It was a phantom rabbit, its size comparable to a wild boar. However, Little Gray itself looked rather disheveled, its fur messy and unkempt. Did you go to the phantom rabbit's lair? Xiao Chen asked. Little Gray proudly raised its head and nodded lightly in confirmation. As Xiao Chen stored the prey in his spirit beast space, he carefully inspected Little Gray's condition. You little rascal, taking on such a tough target right away? Proving yourself is fine, but there's no need to be so reckless. Once he confirmed that Little Gray was uninjured, he finally relaxed. Little Gray maintained its proud posture, a hint of smugness in its eyes. It seemed unable to explain why it had chosen to challenge the phantom rabbit's lair. Perhaps its innate pride simply wouldn't allow it to back down. Killing a yellow-tier phantom rabbit earns 3,000 to 4,000 contribution points, Xiao Chen remarked, quickly assigning a new task to Little Gray. From now on, if you hunt one yellow-tier beast a day, you can cover the cost of your elixirs. It doesn't have to be a phantom rabbit, any other beast will do. Little Gray furrowed its brow, as if complaining about the crafty and devious rabbits it had faced, hinting that the hunt had been anything but easy. Still, it was realistic about its own limits. Hunting one beast a day was its maximum. Any more would be too dangerous. When Xiao Chen asked about the details of the hunt, Little Gray chose to remain silent. Xiao Chen didn't press further and instead began outlining a new hunting plan. Since you've got this kind of strength, we can venture 30 miles deeper. That area is teeming with yellow-tier beasts perfect for hunting. Let's fill up the spirit beast space first, and then prepare more prey for Brother Tung. With the three of us working together, we might even try challenging a peak yellow-tier beast. Hearing this, Little Gray frowned, worried about its master's sudden overconfidence. It transmitted its thoughts telepathically. Xiao Chun, I'm faster on my own. Hunting solo is more efficient. Good job, Little Gray. Brother Tung chimed in. Big Bro is proud of you. Don't worry, once I'm strong enough in a few years, I'll take care of you. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at this and retorted. Oh, so you're only planning to take care of one, huh? The trio advanced triumphantly, slaying several yellow-tier beasts along the way, which greatly inflated their confidence. Emboldened, they eventually ventured into the lair of a peak yellow-tier beast. Fortunately, with the help of the wood release technique and Xiao Hui's flying ability, they managed to escape by the skin of their teeth, fleeing dozens of miles until they reached an unfamiliar area where they finally stopped to catch their breath. Xiao Hui, didn't you say it was just a gentle big sheep? Xiao Chen slumped onto a large rock, panting heavily. He glanced down at himself, his body charred black from lightning strikes, his clothes tattered and barely holding together. That wasn't a sheep at all, and it was anything but gentle. What kind of beast was that, to be able to summon lightning? Recalling the terrifying encounter, Xiao Chen shuddered with lingering fear. From now on, if we see one of those beasts, we run immediately. Thankfully, we got away. I'm not sure exactly where we are, but we should still be on the outskirts of Luoxia Mountain, so there's no need to worry too much for now. Just then, Xiao Hui, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly issued a warning. Xiao Chun, there are signs of human activity nearby. Xiao Chun, who was not particularly comfortable dealing with people, immediately grew alert. Come back quickly. Let's change direction. However, it was already too late to avoid them this time. In the distance, a well-equipped team of beast tamers was closing in. A tamer riding a horned eagle circled in the air and soon spotted Xiao Chen. Hey there, lone traveler. Need some help? A cheerful voice called out from above. Xiao Chen looked up to see a young man with a strong build and sun-darkened skin gazing down at him. No, thank you. Xiao Chen responded politely. Don't be stubborn. Judging by the state you're in, you've just been through a tough fight, right? The man said as he leapt down from a height of 7 or 8 meters, landing steadily in front of Xiao Chun. It's dangerous to travel alone in a place like this. Why not join us, the Qingshan tribe? Imzhua Bufan. But everyone calls me Brother Fan. Xiao Chun was stunned by the man's agility, his physique seemingly rivaling that of a beast. Seeing Xiao Chen's surprise, Zhuo Bufan grinned and explained, my awakened talent is a bit special. My physical abilities are indeed above average. After a brief exchange, Xiao Chen learned that Zhuo Bufan was also a yellow-tier level 4 beast tamer, comparable in strength to himself. The cheerful young man enthusiastically invited him. Brother Xiao, come with us. I promise we'll get you out of here safely. Brother Bufan, I appreciate the offer, but I wouldn't want to trouble you. I can make it out on my own. Xiao Chen politely declined. Xiao Chen's words were already quite clear, but the other party seemed not to fully understand. The warrior from the Qingshan tribe said enthusiastically, how could it be any trouble? We people of the Qingshan tribe are the most hospitable. As fellow humans, meeting is fate. Once the task is done, let's return to the tribe and drink to our heart's content. Xiao Chun smiled wryly to himself. Realizing he had a troublesome habit, he found it hard to refuse requests that carried no ill intent. Dealing with malicious people was straightforward. He could simply solve it with force if necessary. But facing such warm goodwill, he felt at a loss. Brother Bufan, I have a flying spirit beast for reconnaissance. There won't be any danger, Xiao Chen tried to explain. Zhuo Bufan glanced at Xiao Chen's spirit beast with disdain and said, that ordinary gray sparrow of yours? Flying around in a place like this, it'll probably get swallowed by some wild beast in no time. This isn't the time to show off. Follow me. Xiao Chen hadn't intended to reveal Little Gray's true strength, but before he could say more, Zhuo Bufan had already acted. The warrior from the Qingshan tribe was clearly physically enhanced, and Xiao Chen couldn't resist as he was pulled onto the back of the horned eagle. Too enthusiastic. Xiao Chen muttered helplessly as he summoned Little Gray and Brother Vine back into the spirit beast space. Oh, your other spirit beast is a green vine demon, Zhuo Bufan remarked with a hint of pity in his eyes. Well, it's not the worst choice. Every spirit beast has its strengths. Don't worry, our team is strong enough. You won't even need to lift a finger. Seeing the look of sympathy in Zhuo Bufan's eyes, Xiao Chun understood. Indeed, anyone who had contracted these two spirit beasts would probably earn some pity. Brother Xiao, Zhuo Bufan called out, standing steadily on the broad back of the horned eagle, even amidst the high-speed flight. Our Qingshan tribe sent 6 people this time, all as strong as me. You'll be absolutely safe in this area. He patted his chest, his face radiating a sunny confidence. Brother Bufan, what's your awakened skill? Your physical abilities seem particularly impressive. Xiao Chen noted Zhuo Bufan's remarkable strength and agility. It's just physical enhancement, nothing special. Not many people awaken this ability. It just makes me stronger and more resilient, Zhuo Bufan said casually. What about you, Brother Xiao? Mine's much weaker wood release, Xiao Chen replied, mentioning only one of his abilities. Contracting the green vine demon was already embarrassing enough. There was no need to elaborate further. Haha, that's a great skill. Perfect for escaping, Zhuo Bufan said bluntly. Seriously, it's a top-notch ability. Remember, Brother Xiao, staying alive always comes first. As he spoke, Zhuo Bufan took out a bottle of wine from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chun. I didn't bring much for this mission. This is our Qingshan tribe's special green plum wine. The taste is exceptional. Xiao Chun rarely drank, but he was curious about this tribal specialty spirit. He took a large gulp without hesitation. The wine burned his throat with a tangy, fiery sensation, almost like a flame igniting within him, causing his face to contort. But under Zhuo Bufan's expectant gaze, he forced himself to swallow and managed to squeeze out, Good wine. Haha, brother Xiao, you're bold. Zhua Bufan laughed heartily. Most people sip this wine in small amounts, but you down half the bottle in one go. That's truly rare. When we get back, let's have a drinking contest. Zhua Bufan said enthusiastically. No need. I admit defeat already. Xiaochen quickly waved his hand. Although he wasn't fond of drinking, receiving a gift upon their first meeting was a pleasant surprise. After a moment of thought, he discreetly took out a wind elemental crystal core he had just acquired and fed it to the horned eagle. This was the core of a wild beast, far superior in quality to those of domesticated ones. The horned eagle gave him a grateful look. Zhua Bufan was busy surveying the surroundings and didn't notice this gesture. We've checked the area, it's safe. Xiao, why not come meet the people from our tribe? Xiao Chun was about to decline, but Zhua Bufan's enthusiasm cut him off. Don't worry, everyone is easygoing. It's getting dark, and the wild is too dangerous. Let's head back now. Faced with such warmth, Xiao Chun found it hard to refuse. The horned eagle eventually descended into a valley. Before they even landed, a clear female voice rang out. Big brother Zhua is back. Get ready for dinner. Wanqing, this is a friend I just made. Take him around and introduce him to everyone, Zhua Bufan said with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman looked up to study Xiao Chun. Her strength was comparable to Zhua Bufan's. With delicate features, lively eyes, and sun-kissed skin that glowed under the setting sun, she exuded a unique charm. She wore a specially crafted outfit made of beast hide, with a string of bone ornaments hanging from her waist. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Zhua Bufan's. It was clear they were siblings. Zhua Wanqing seemed slightly exasperated by her brother bringing back a stranger unannounced. She cautiously observed Xiao Chun for a moment before forcing a polite smile and greeting him. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. This reaction felt more normal, unlike Zhua Bufan's overwhelming friendliness. Inside a specially designed tent, Xiao Chun met 4 more people, 2 men and 2 women, all at the 3rd or 4th level of the Huang rank. Im Zhuaming and Im Zhua Xian. The men introduced themselves, their attitudes friendly enough to make Xiao Chun feel less out of place. The 2 women were Zhua Ling and Zhua Feng, Zhua Bufan's cousins. Sharing the same surname was common within the tribe. In just one day, Xiao Chun met more people than he had in his entire life. Accustomed to traveling alone, he found his routine completely disrupted by Zhua Bufan's insistence. However, as the conversation deepened, the atmosphere became more harmonious. Watching the team's seamless cooperation, Xiao Chun couldn't help but reflect. Being part of a group like this was undoubtedly far better than going solo. What followed, though, caught Xiao Chun even more off guard. Members of the Green Mountain tribe began presenting him with gifts: a horn made from a rhino's horn, a dagger crafted from wolf teeth, and pills that could enhance the abilities of his ash sparrow. He wasn't used to such generosity. Perhaps he felt that such kindness was too good to be true, or maybe he was afraid of losing something after having received it. What surprised him even more was that gift-giving was only the beginning. They insisted on drinking together. The women of the tribe drank with astonishing vigor, downing strong liquor in large gulps. Xiao Chun, under various pretexts, was forced to drink bottle after bottle. And this was supposedly just casual drinking. He couldn't imagine how much they drank on normal occasions. As a Huang-ranked beast tamer, his tolerance was no match for the spiritual liquor. Xiao Chun lost track of how much he drank. What started as reluctant sips soon turned into him actively raising his cup, drinking heartily, and even singing and dancing with everyone else. The spirit beast stood guard on the outskirts to ensure safety. Xiao Hui and Brother Teng watched Xiao Chen's uncharacteristic behavior in stunned silence, unable to say a word. The Qing Mountain tribe stood tall on the endless wilderness. Once a small family clan originating from Dian City, it had now grown into a powerful tribe of over 1,000 members. Their greatest pride lay in the formidable aerial force composed of Xiangrade horned eagles and their descendants, meticulously bred by the ancestors of the Zhua family. Because of this, the tribe leader, Zhua Bufan, often referred to himself as the Eagle of the Wasteland. This fleet of flying spirit beasts indeed brought numerous advantages to the tribe. Within the tribe, there was an elite team of 6 members, each riding a Huang-grade horned eagle, making them a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, they were gathered around a spread-out map, carefully studying it. Xiao Chun rubbed his temples, waking up with a groggy expression. The experience of overindulging in alcohol for the first time last night had left him with a deep aversion to the feeling of losing control, even though he had to admit he had slept exceptionally well. Clearwind Valley is just 10 miles away, Zhua Bufan said, tracing a circle on the map with his finger to mark the approximate area within a 10-mile radius. I've already scouted the route. He turned to 4 of the team members. Zhua Ming, Zhua Xian, your binding skills will come in handy for this mission. Remember, your task is only to restrain the Earth Bear. When the Earth Bear was mentioned, Zhua Bufan's tone grew serious. This Earth Elemental beast, gifted with a degrade talent, was not only incredibly strong, but had also reached the 6th level of the Huang grade. Its true combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary beast at the 8th or even 9th level. From our recent observations, it has mastered two skills, gravity manipulation and war stomp, both of which are extremely powerful. He continued assigning tasks. While it casts its skills, make sure to keep changing positions. Whatever you do, don't get caught within the range of its gravity manipulation. Wanqing, your job is to cast the wind shield on me. With my physique, they'll be able to withstand its war stomp. He emphasized carefully, remember, our goal is the spirit bees. Once we get them, we retreat immediately. It turned out that the true objective of their mission was a hive of valuable spirit bees. If they could bring them back to the tribe, it would become a significant asset for the Qing Mountain tribe. Compared to spirit silkworms, spirit bees were less costly to raise and offered considerable profit since they foraged for food on their own. The Zhua siblings had been monitoring the area for days to ensure everything went smoothly. Noticing Xiao Chun had woken up, Zhua Bufan smiled. Brother Xiao, if you want to help, you're welcome, but your safety comes first. It was clear he didn't expect much from Xiao Chun. In truth, they only planned to use a small portion of their strength to deal with the earth bear. Each of them would rely solely on their awakened skills, without even tapping into the power of their spirit beasts. As Huang-grade beast tamers, each of them typically possessed two spirit beasts, and the horned eagles Xiao Chun had seen were merely one of them. Brother Zhua, don't you plan on just slaying the earth bear outright? Xiao Chun couldn't help but ask. Xiao gazed at the massive earth bear in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. That earth bear's innate talent is indeed remarkable. Its true combat strength should not be underestimated. He turned to his companions, his tone serious. There might be a mysterious deer beast hiding within Clearwind Valley. Even though we have flying beasts, we must finish this quickly. As he spoke, he analyzed the situation before them. The most troublesome thing is the earth bear's extremely strong defense. Taking it down completely will undoubtedly require significant effort. In such a dangerous area, we must carefully manage our soul power consumption. His companions nodded in agreement. After all, they had already harvested a hive of precious spirit bees, making this beast hunting trip quite fruitful. At that moment, some of his companions volunteered to help subdue the giant bear, one offering to tie it down, another willing to distract it. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Such a rare chance for coordinated effort immediately helped him find his role. Everyone, he said with firm determination, focus on your tasks. Leave the slaying of the earth bear to me. What? Someone turned to Xiao Chun in surprise. You're going to face that earth bear alone? Brother Xiao, one companion advised kindly. If you're worried about leaving Mount Sunset empty-handed, we can help you hunt a less formidable beast to bring back. Xiao Chun felt a warmth in his heart. These people truly treated him well, even going so far as to make such an offer. No need to worry, he said with a smile, waving off their concern. I'll give it a try. If it proves too much, I won't push myself. Don't forget, I awakened the escape skill. I can vanish several miles away in an instant perfectly safe. Ting's roots can extend 2 miles. Combined with your ability, that's a range of 4 miles, someone added. If we prepare in advance, your escape ability is indeed impressive. But remember, the wood escape technique has its limits. Some powerful beings can easily sever the vines, leaving you with nowhere to run. Zhuo Bufan pulled out a map and pointed to a spot. In any case, be extremely careful. Once the battle is over, we'll retreat immediately. Meet us here afterward. Clearly, they intended to ensure Xiao Chen's safe exit from Mount Sunset. Xiao Chun felt deeply grateful toward his companions, but had already made up his mind. Once the earth bear was slain, he planned to part ways with these members of the Green Mountain tribe. He silently calculated that in the future, he could find out the exact location of the Green Mountain tribe. Perhaps the output from Greenvine Fort wouldn't have to be sold in Daming City. Selling it to these smaller tribes might be safer and more convenient. These brothers from the Green Mountain tribe had left a great impression on him and opened up new possibilities for his future plans. Clear Breeze Valley lies deep within the Luoxia mountain range, a good 100 miles from its outskirts. This region is frequently visited by yellow and xiantier beasts, making it a perilous zone that ordinary yellow-tier beast tamers dare not venture into lightly. Under the shroud of night, the valley is pitch dark, the air heavy and still, with not even the faintest breeze stirring. 6 beast tamers from the Qingshan tribe were silently circling high above, riding their horned eagles. Meanwhile, Tungu, who had been stationed in advance, stealthily extended his routes underground, choosing a subterranean route to avoid detection by the beast's senses. Xiao Chun, do you really think those 6 can handle the earth bear? A companion asked in a low voice. That beast is at the peak of yellow-tier strength. We learned the hard way last time how formidable it is. We were no match for it. Xiao Chen's gaze was resolute. They can do it. The combined strength of these 6 beast tamers is no less than ours. They're well-trained, work seamlessly as a team, and have prepared thoroughly. He carefully observed Zhuo Bufan and the others' pre-battle arrangements, mentally noting various details. Even with a high chance of success, they had multiple retreat plans in place and had meticulously investigated the surrounding beasts, even preparing strategies for encounters with Xiantir creatures. Looks like we're about to make a good profit tonight, Xiao Chun said with a grin. 20,000 contribution points is no small amount. I've already accepted the task. Once we bring back the Earth Bear, this high-reward yellow-tier mission will be complete. The Earth Bear's weak spot is its left chest, not its head or throat, Xiao Chun said, gripping his weapon tightly. My Gungjin sword chi can directly strike that vital point, and it should be enough to take it down in one blow. Once its movements are restricted, it'll be a sitting target. The advantage of metal element techniques lies in this: targets that wind element techniques struggle to penetrate are no challenge for me. The Earth Bear's lair was a massive cavern, a place no one had dared disturb at night due to the beast's overwhelming power. At this moment, several horned eagles had already flown over its den, yet the creature remained completely unaware. Zhualing, your wind barrier is truly impressive, Xiao Chun marveled from a distance. It not only isolates sound, but also conceals our presence entirely. It's definitely a practical skill, a companion chimed in. Perfect for assassinations and ambushes. This also highlights the limitations of fighting alone. The more people in a team, the more diverse the awakened skills. Some support skills are practically godlike. Of course, against high-tier beasts, these low-tier abilities don't amount to much. Zhualing, stick to the plan and make sure to contain the spread of any battle noise. With the command given, the 6 beast tamers remained steady atop their horned eagles, casting long-range spells while in motion. This tactic left Xiao Chun envious, strengthening his resolve to refine his Gungjin sword chi further, aiming to strike targets from even greater distances. Wind bind, wind barrier, wind shield. In an instant, multiple spells erupted simultaneously in a dazzling display. Zhuo Bufan plummeted to the ground and, without hesitation, dashed deeper into the cave. In the dimly lit depths, a massive bear, standing over 10 feet tall, was sound asleep. Suddenly feeling its arms restrained, the bear irritably tried to swing its powerful claws, only to realize it couldn't budge. As a naturally vigilant beast, it immediately snapped awake, its fist-sized eyes wide open, scanning its surroundings in confusion. When it noticed not only a human intruder, but also a horned eagle in its lair, fury instantly consumed it. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the cave as the earth bear began to thrash wildly. Even under the binding of several spells, it managed to move slightly, showcasing its incredible brute strength. What enraged it even further was its keen senses detecting that a human dared to covet its honey. This honey, produced by mystical bees, was so precious to the earth bear that it had left its clan's territory to guard it. To this creature, honey was life itself. The bear's fury seemed to resonate with the earth, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. Although the cave was pitch dark, Xiaoqin couldn't see the exact situation. However, from the falling debris above, it was evident the tremors were severe. Brother Vine, now's the Timido it. Suddenly, a vine as thick as an arm burst from the ground, lunging toward the earth bear. Its surface was covered in steel-like, glimmering barbs, and countless roots extended from the vine, wrapping around the bear entirely and immobilizing it. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chun used his would escape technique to teleport directly in front of the bear. He unleashed 6 strikes of Gungjin's sword chi in rapid succession. Though his soul power could sustain 4 more attacks, he chose to stop and observe. To confirm whether the bear was dead, he attempted to absorb it into his spiritual beast space. As expected, with a mere thought, the earth bear vanished. Mission accomplished, and 20,000 contribution points earned for a successful Huangtier kill. Brother Xiao, you really came and actually took it down? Zhuo Wanqing and her companions were stunned. They had already been surprised when the green vine came to their aid, but they hadn't expected Xiao Chun to finish off the massive bear with what appeared to be a simple axe. In truth, the axe was a decoy. The real weapon was the Gungjin sword chi, but in the darkness, they hadn't noticed. Haha, I've had some experience dealing with these thick-skinned beasts. If you hadn't restrained it first, there's no way I could have handled something this big. Xiao Chun spoke sincerely, his words reflecting the truth. Big brother Xiao, your green vine is impressive. We really underestimated you, one of them remarked. They were accustomed to dismissing the capabilities of vine-type spirits, so their surprise was understandable. Haha, my skills are nothing compared to yours. Congratulations on your successful haul as well. I have other tasks to complete, so I won't keep you any longer. Next time, he'll make sure to visit the Qingshan tribe, and well drink until we drop. Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Chun used the wood escape technique and vanished without a trace, leaving the members of the Qingshan tribe staring at each other, puzzled by his hasty departure. This brother Xiao is quite powerful, one of the hunters murmured as he watched Xiao Chun effortlessly slay the giant bear. Even for them, hunters with enhanced physical strength, dealing with such a creature so easily would be a daunting task. It seems he truly has the ability to protect himself here. Let's head back, Zhuo Bufan said. He had initially been worried that Xiao Chun might face danger alone in Luoxia Mountain, but now it was clear his concerns were unfounded. The group excitedly discussed the spoils of their journey this time. They had captured not just ordinary spirit bees, but something extraordinary. Returning to the tribe with such a prize would undoubtedly earn them rich rewards. Before long, a few horned eagles carried them into the sky, vanishing into the night. Xiao Chen stood still, gazing in the direction of their departure, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned and led Tung Gu back to the valley they had discovered earlier. Tung Gu quickly took root and, in no time, established a new green vine garden. Tung Gu, this will be our base for the time being, Xiao Chen said, surveying the surroundings. He had to admit, Zhuo Bufan and his group had chosen the location wisely. It was well hidden, ideal for hunting, and free of Shantir beasts. Most importantly, the area was teeming with Huangtir beasts, easily spotted everywhere. Turning to Xiao Hui, Xiao Chen instructed, target weaker Huangtir beasts. You can hunt farther away, but try not to draw too much attention. With the combined abilities of the two spirit beasts, hunting one Huangtir beast daily was more than feasible, ensuring a steady income of spirit stones. Tungu, you only need to hand over one prey each day. The rest is yours, he added. Despite Tung Gu's limited mobility, its expansive range allowed it to hunt multiple beasts daily with ease. This seemingly ordinary spirit beast was quietly becoming the most fearsome predator in the area. Xiao Chun realized the current limitations of his spirit beast space. It could only hold 20 to 30 small beasts, which was far from adequate. He decided to focus his soul power on expanding the space, aiming to accommodate at least several hundred Huangtir beasts. Over the next 6 months, Xiao Chen's life fell into a routine, increasing the number of beasts he hunted daily, regularly traveling to Dian City to deliver tasks and process his catches. Although he encountered other humans during this time, none were as friendly as Zhuo Bufan's group, and they mostly kept to themselves. Half a year later, his contribution points approached 1 million, and he had completed 1,296 Huangtir hunting missions. Xiao Hu's strength had reached the peak of the mortal tier, ready to break through at any moment. During this period, Xiao Hui often thought about the phantom rabbit nest and occasionally hunted one. Each time it returned, it brought back 2 beasts, one handed over, and the other given to Tung Ge. With the constant nourishment of Huangtir spirit meat, Tung Ge's power had also grown rapidly. Xiao Hui, once you ascend to the Huangtir, it's time for us to leave, Xiao Chen said. Over the past 6 months, he had witnessed Shantir beasts battling from a distance multiple times. He understood that while Luoxia Mountain was temporarily safe, staying too long would eventually pose risks. Xiao Hui remained vigilant, carefully observing the surroundings every day. At the first sign of danger, they would have to retreat immediately. I'm ready to break through, but I've been waiting for the right moment, Xiao Hui said, leaving Xiao Chun momentarily stunned. His brows furrowed instinctively. In his understanding, breakthroughs were always a natural progression. There was no reason to deliberately suppress them. Don't you still lack enough contribution points? A faint sense of unease crept into Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Hui locked eyes with Xiao Chun, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. For this breakthrough, I need 4 bottles of creation essence. What? Xiao Chen nearly jumped in shock. 1,200,000 contribution points? You just said you could break through. Why do you need something as valuable as creation essence? I know exactly what I need, Xiao Hui replied firmly. It's as simple as knowing you need food when you're hungry. They'll pay you back later if necessary, but for now, you must help me acquire the creation essence. Xiao Chen stared at Xiao Hu's determined expression and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had been saving up a decent amount, initially planning to purchase some spiritual herbs and cultivation materials. Now, it seemed those savings would be wiped out. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Investing in Xiao Hu's strength would pay off in the long run. The stronger Xiao Hui became, the more resources they could earn in the future. As Xiao Chun began devising a plan to quickly gather the remaining contribution points, a deafening roar shattered his thoughts. Xiao Chun, there's a battle at the Mystic Tier about 3 or 4 miles away. Tung Gu urgently warned. Retract the vines and get ready to retreat. Xiao Chun immediately grew alert. Battles at the Mystic Tier were extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and they could be caught in the crossfire. He swiftly climbed a tall tree, peering through the gaps between the branches to observe the battlefield. What he saw left him stunned. It wasn't just a clash between beasts. There was also a striking human figure amidst the chaos. It was a tall man, his body covered in blood, and what shocked Xiao Chen the most was the pair of wings sprouting from his sides. Without the aid of any spiritual beast, the man could soar through the air with ease. He licked the blood from the corner of his lips, exuding an eerie and otherworldly aura. His opponents were 3 mystic tier flying beasts resembling majestic eagles, their presence overwhelmingly powerful and likely imbued with earth tier talents. 2 of them were locked in fierce combat with other spiritual beasts. As Xiao Chun watched these formidable creatures, a strange sense of familiarity stirred within him. It felt as though he had seen them before, yet he couldn't quite place where or when. High above in the sky, Xian-rank beasts were locked in a fierce chase. Among them, besides a massive eagle crackling with lightning, 2 other flying spirit beasts caught Xiao Chen's attention. one with vibrant feathers exuding a faint aura of peacock lineage, and another entirely engulfed in fiery red, radiating an extraordinary presence. Though the airborne battle was a magnificent sight, Shao Chun was acutely aware that any wide-range skill unleashed by these high-level beasts could easily obliterate him, a mere bystander. Just as he was about to retreat, the eagle suddenly spoke, its voice filled with rage. Humans from the beast-taming palace, you've crossed the line. Return the youngling of my clan, or face utter annihilation. These words not only revealed the underlying cause of the conflict, but also made Shao Chun freeze in his tracks. The mention of the beast-taming palace struck him like a thunderclap. The bloodied man was actually from the beast-taming palace. This realization made Shao Chun's heart race, as the beast-taming palace could very well be a formidable enemy in his future. What shocked him even more was the peculiar aura emanating from the man, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the masked figure from the mysterious Nether Hall in his memory. Though their appearances and voices differed, the distinct aura left Shao Chun certain. There was undoubtedly some connection between the beast-taming palace and the Nether Hall. Amid the battle, the beast-taming palace expert fought against 3 opponents at once, yet showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. Shao Chun analyzed the situation silently. A Xian-rank beast tamer could contract up to 3 spirit beasts. This man's 3rd spirit beast was either still immature or lacked the ability to fly, which was why it hadn't appeared on the battlefield. Haha, since we're from the beast-taming palace, we can capture any spirit beast we desire. Your Thunderhawk clan has great talent. Being tamed by us is already a blessing for you. The man's arrogant words suddenly jogged Shao Chun's memory about why these eagles felt so familiar. Had once seen a group of young Thunderhawks being ridden by beast-taming palace disciples at Qingting Fortress. Back then, he had mistaken them for some kind of large falcons. Through the beast-taming space, Shao Chun had since learned the true power of Thunderhawks. Most possessed earth-rank talents and mastery over wind and lightning elements, while mutated individuals could even achieve the rare heaven-rank talent. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret not leaving one of the beast-taming palace disciples alive back then when Long Sange dealt with them. The strength of the beast-taming palace was truly astonishing. They could enable their disciples to contract such powerful beasts in large numbers. One day, I, Lei Ming, will flatten your beast-taming palace, the Thunderhawk leader roared in anger. Your ancestors said something similar, and now they've served my beast-taming palace for generations. The man's words were clearly intended to provoke Lei Ming, and it worked. Its feathers bristled with fury. For the Thunderhawk clan, this was an immense humiliation. Although they could form contracts with humans, it had to be based on mutual consent. It was undeniable that beast tamers significantly enhanced the strength and growth potential of spirit beasts. Because of this, many powerful beast clans chose to cooperate with human factions, willingly sending their younglings to the human world. The stronger a tribe is, the less likely it is to act in such a way. Powerful tribes always have sufficient resources to nurture their offspring. Lei Ming, we at the beast-taming palace are all too familiar with the strength of your Thunderhawk clan, the man said with a sneer, standing high in the sky. You've chased me for over 1,000 miles, and yet, you still can't do anything to me. We're already near Dian City. Are you really bold enough to keep chasing me? 3 massive Thunderhawks circled in the air, lightning crackling around their bodies. Though the man alone was no match for the 3 formidable Thunderhawks, as long as he wasn't killed, he considered it a victory. This incursion into Thunderhawk territory had already yielded him several precious Thunderhawk spirit eggs. Soon, another batch of Thunderhawks would be forced to serve as spirit beasts for the disciples of the beast-taming palace. Indeed, you've thoroughly studied the details of my Thunderhawk clan. Lei Ming's voice was as cold as ice. But have you ever considered that our understanding of the beast-taming palace might not fall short of yours? The man sneered dismissively. So what if you understand us? The beast-taming palace is powerful enough to disregard the opinions of weaklings like you. Yes, the beast-taming palace is indeed strong. Lei Ming's gaze sharpened, as if staring at a dead man. And it's precisely because of that strength that you fail to see your most fatal weakness. A weakness that I've already uncovered. An inexplicable sense of danger suddenly crept into the man's heart, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. His 2 spirit beasts were locked in a fierce battle with the pursuing Thunderhawks, evenly matched. While he was at a disadvantage against Lei Ming, escaping wasn't out of the question. Once reinforcements from the beast-taming palace arrived, these 3 Skytier Thunderhawks would be theirs, and their offspring would serve the palace for generations to come. But then, the man realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to call his spirit beasts to retreat, he saw them rushing toward him in a panic. 2 violent bolts of lightning streaked toward the spirit beasts, narrowly missing them as they dodged with their agility. However, the lightning didn't dissipate. It redirected straight toward the man. You beasts, you! Before he could finish his sentence, a 3rd bolt of lightning shot forth from Lei Ming, cutting off his escape. Under Lei Ming's spell, his speed was drastically reduced, and in an instant, all 3 bolts of lightning struck him simultaneously, turning him into a charred corpse plummeting to the ground. Laming coldly stared at the blackened remains. The greatest weakness of the beast-taming palace is treating spirit beasts as slaves rather than as battle partners. Spirit beasts may be bound by contracts that prevent them from attacking you directly, but they can still aid in your demise. You thought you'd be safe once you reached human territory? You deliberately slowed down to stall us while waiting for reinforcements, didn't you? In that case, let those reinforcements join you in the afterlife. He turned to the two spirit beasts that had just regained their freedom. When the beast-taming palace's people arrive, let's work together to take them down. After that, you'll be free. If you have nowhere to go, the territory of the Thunderhawk clan will always welcome you. Having said this, Laming's gaze suddenly shifted in a certain direction. Human, you've been watching for quite a while. Are you enjoying the show? Xiao Chun had long understood that the intelligence of high-level beasts was on par with that of humans, but seeing Laming with his own eyes still left him profoundly shaken. He had thought his hiding place was exceptionally concealed, yet his presence had already been exposed. When Laming suddenly spoke, Xiao Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat. Fortunately, in this moment of peril, his contracted spirit beast, Little Gray, displayed rare loyalty, ready to carry him away from danger. However, Xiao Chen quickly calmed himself at Little Gray's speed while carrying a load. There was no way they could outrun the pursuit of the Thunder Eagle. I am Xiao Chen. Greetings, seniors, he said, suppressing the panic in his heart and forcing a faint smile. I was merely passing through and saw nothing. I assure you, today's events will remain a secret. Though his words sounded feeble, it was the only excuse he could muster at the moment. Xiao Chen subtly signaled for Little Gray to retreat first, intending to use his wood-based escape technique later to get away. Yet Laming's intrigued gaze made his skin crawl, as if he were being sized up like prey. That predatory stare sent chills down his spine. This green vine of yours isn't bad, Laming suddenly remarked, his eyes landing on Tunga. At the time, Tunga was carrying several green bundles and dared not move upon hearing Laming's words. Xiao Chen's heart sank. If Tunga were targeted too, their chances of escape would dwindle even further. So, when you killed that beast palace disciple, it was thanks to this green vine. The statement struck like a bolt from the blue, and Xiao Chen's face turned pale. He had indeed killed a disciple of the beast sect before, but how could Laming have known about this? Even more alarming was the thought if Laming could discern it, could others as well? Don't panic, Laming said, seemingly reading his concerns. No one else will know, except for my Thunder Eagle clan. You carry a mark left by one of my kin, which is how I recognize that you once saved one of us. Realization dawned on Xiao Chun, but the lingering fear remained. Hadn't even been aware of when the mark had been placed on him. Xiao Chun, my Thunder Eagle clan repays both kindness and enmity in full, Laming said, collecting a dozen Thunder Spirit eggs. This beast palace steward and his green vine are your reward. Xiao Chun let out a long breath, only then realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. This repay kindness and enmity alike philosophy suited him perfectly. He silently reminded himself never again to let curiosity lead him into observing the battles of the strong. Thank you, senior, for your generosity. Xiao Chun bowed deeply to Laming. If I encounter Beast Palace members again, I will do my utmost to rescue your kin. With that, he quickly departed with the steward. Xiao Chun, the Beast Palace is incredibly powerful. It's best not to provoke them. Laming's voice rang out behind him. I understand, senior. I'll wait until I'm strong enough before seeking trouble. Xiao Chun replied without looking back. Laming shook his head in resignation. It was clear this wasn't the advice he had intended to give. In his eyes, Xiao Chun, with just his two contracted spirit beasts, was far from qualified to challenge the Beast Palace. Xiao Chun, however, paid no heed to Laming's thoughts. After running for some distance, he immediately used his wood-based escape technique to vanish without a trace. A great battle was sure to follow, but he no longer wished to witness it. When one lacks the strength, even being a mere spectator can lead to annihilation. The strength of the Beast Palace's steward was truly astounding. It turned out to be a Xiantir powerhouse. Tungu, wrapping such high-level spiritual meat dumplings for the first time, could hardly contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's attention was entirely captivated by the spoils of war inside the spirit beast space, the steward's waste token, spirit stones, and a few soul artifacts shimmering faintly. What truly made his eyes light up were the neatly arranged rows of potion bottles. 23 bottles of Xiantir soul power potions sparkled alluringly in the space, with each bottle worth 10,000 spirit stones. Just these alone were valued at over 200,000. What sent his heart racing even more were 6 bottles of crystal-clear creation elixir. This was nothing short of a heaven-sent opportunity. Little Gray, you can finally break through, Xiao Chen whispered excitedly. Who would have thought that the disciple of Beast Palace he had slain years ago would bring such a bountiful reward now? At that time, the Thunderhawk he had freed flew away into the horizon, and Xiao Chen thought that would be the end of their connection. Yet, fate had another surprise in store. These potions alone were worth a staggering 2 million spirit stones, a fortune befitting a Xiantir powerhouse. As for the two soul artifacts, a chillingly sharp broadsword and an exquisitely crafted pair of gauntlets, they were of excellent quality, presumably Xiantir as well, with a combined worth in the hundreds of thousands. There were also two Xiantir wind elemental crystal cores and some spirit ores of unknown quality. Xiaoqian quickly devised a plan for these spoils. The identity token would be discreetly sold off, the soul power potions refined gradually, and 4 bottles of the creation elixir would be allocated to Little Gray. The two soul artifacts, which he had no immediate use for, could be sold at a good price later, while the rest of the materials would be stored for future needs. A few days later, Little Gray successfully advanced to the Huang tier, and Xiao Qin's contribution points remained untouched. However, Little Gray's physical appearance didn't change much. It was still only the size of a large rooster, far from being suitable as a flying mount. Its unremarkable gray feathers remained as inconspicuous as ever. Little Gray, your advancement made you look even more like a gray sparrow. Xiaoqian teased. Little Gray responded with a helpless thought. It's just how I was born. There's nothing I can do about it. By the way, what skill did you awaken? Xiaoqian asked eagerly, as each breakthrough to a major tier typically came with a new ability. Not sure, Little Gray replied, reminding Xiaoqian of how long it had taken to figure out its abilities last time. Little Gray gave a brief demonstration of its new ability, which didn't appear earth-shattering and seemed not much different from before. Its claws now glowed faintly gold, with mysterious, eerie flashes of purple light dancing around them. What's the effect of this purple glow? Xiaoqian asked. Aside from increased power, it doesn't seem to do much else. As long as it's useful, I guess that's what matters, replied Little Gray. Xiaoqian could only accept this unassuming new ability, deciding to experiment more in the future to uncover its true potential. What frustrated him even more was that Little Gray's breakthrough hadn't triggered a new skill awakening for himself, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Nevertheless, Little Gray's advancement greatly enhanced his soul power, bringing him close to the 5th level and increasing the number of times he could use his Gungjin sword aura from 10 to 12. Xiaohui, you've already advanced to the yellow rank. Keep taking the Jinyuan pills. Once you reach the late yellow rank, I'll give you Xian rank pills, Xiaoqian said as he spoke and retrieved 2 items from his storage bag. Brother Tongue, these are 2 Xian rank wood element spirit cores for you. He turned and walked toward the weapons rack, letting his fingers glide over a brand new Xian rank sky-splitting axe. A satisfied glint flashed in his eyes. After this windfall, it was only right to reward himself and his companions. Reflecting on the past year since leaving the Qingting tribe, Xiaoqian's accomplishments were indeed remarkable. He had completed over 100 missions in Luoxia Mountain, hunted nearly 700 yellow rank beasts, and accumulated contribution points nearing 1 million. His spirit beast space was filled with all sorts of spoils. It was time to return to Dian City and clear it out. As soon as he stepped out of Luoxia Mountain, the chatter on the streets caught his attention. The Beast Tamer Palace had suffered heavy losses during this operation, losing several stewards. This news made other adventurers more cautious, but Xiaoqian knew the truth. This was all the result of Lei Ming and his team's meticulous planning. As a hidden beneficiary, Xiaoqian didn't dare to sell the 2 Xian rank soul artifacts in his possession just yet. Upon entering Dian City, Xiaoqian unloaded the goods from his spirit beast space, earning over 200,000 spirit stones. Combined with what he already had, his total wealth now reached 1.2 million. He then headed to the Su family shop and sought out Manager Huang, someone he was familiar with, to sell a batch of spirit leaves. Manager Huang had once helped Brother Tong, so Xiaoqian always prioritized doing business with him. Manager Huang, I want to purchase a batch of spirit herb seeds, Xiaoqian stated directly. Manager Huang looked surprised. Brother Xiao, are you planning to grow your own spirit herbs? Yes, I intend to cultivate white spirit ginseng, purple cloudgrass, and tianxin blue, Xiaoqian replied. These were the primary ingredients for crafting soul power potions, with stable market demand. Even if the potion making failed, selling the raw herbs alone would still yield a profit. 10 acres of each, Xiaoqian added. This figure made Manager Huang's expression shift. Are you sure about planting such a large quantity? Gathering so many spirit herbs might attract trouble, whether from humans or beasts. I've considered all the risks. Don't worry, Xiaoqian reassured him. All right then. At 10,000 spirit stones per acre, 30 acres will cost a total of 300,000 spirit stones, Manager Huang finally said. Prepare another 100 acres worth of royal bamboo grass seeds for me, Xiaoqian said calmly. Manager Huang's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This seemingly ordinary young man wanted to purchase such a large quantity of seeds? He couldn't help but offer a reminder. Young man, are you planning to cultivate farmland outside the city? I suggest you proceed with caution. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. No need to worry, sir. I know what I'm doing. He didn't disclose that he had already established an enterprise several hundred miles away from Dian City. I'm not worried about you. Manager Huang shook his head. I'm just afraid that we won't be able to get those spirit leaves in the future. Rest assured, sir, Xiaoqian replied confidently. A year ago, Greenvine Fort planted 10 acres of royal bamboo grass, which is sufficient for now. This time, I'm expanding by 100 acres to increase our breeding capacity. The purchase of the seeds cost 400,000 spirit stones, and an additional 100,000 was spent on spirit fertilizer, filling the spirit beast space to the brim. Xiaochen couldn't help, but sirening spirit stones was painstakingly difficult, but spending them took only an instant. After leaving the Su family trading company, he headed to the beast taming pavilion, where he acquired a large quantity of spirit herbs and spirit crystals. He also upgraded the heaven-opening axe into a mystic-grade soul weapon. Additionally, he didn't forget to buy supplies for his 12 slaves. The mundane-grade items were inexpensive, and purchasing 20 bottles of soul power potions for each of them only cost a little over 20,000 spirit stones in total. After a year of hard work in the falling Sunset Mountains, he finally returned to Greenvine Fort with abundant supplies. From a distance, the verdant fortress still stood tall. Though it appeared peaceful on the surface over the past year, it had been teeming with hidden activity. The number of yellow-grade greenvine fiends in the fort had increased to 10, while the ordinary green vines numbered nearly 1,000, forming a considerable tribe. "Brother Vine, we're home," Xiaochen shouted from high above. Brother Vine seemed equally excited. "Indeed, I've missed our kin as well. Don't forget, you're the leader of the Green Vine tribe." "I missed home too," Xiaochen replied. "Those spirit silkworms must have grown quite a bit. I'll make sure to enjoy a good feast when I get back." The thought left him feeling both expectant and exasperated. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from the direction of Greenvine Fort. White Wave's strength had clearly improved, and his vigilance remained as sharp as ever. "A wolf!" Xiao Chun mimicked the howl, hoping to express his joy at the reunion and his appreciation for White Wave's progress. However, the white wolves exchanged puzzled glances. This human, gone for a year, returned only to insult them with his first call. Over the course of a year of steady development, the strength of the white wolf tribe advanced by leaps and bounds. The addition of new wolf pups brought the tribe's population close to 200, a remarkable recovery rate for a single den of white wolves. Xiaoqin's return caused quite a stir in Qingtung Fort. 12 slaves stood respectfully in 2 rows, while the white wolf tribe members stood silently, their gazes fixed on him. Even the Qingtung spirits, known for their carefree nature, restrained themselves. Their vines retreated, creating a clear path for him. "White Lang, you've managed to break through another level in just a year. Congratulations." Xiao Chun exclaimed in surprise upon realizing that White Lang had reached the 9th level of the yellow rank, far exceeding his expectations. After all, the White Wolf clan was known for their modest talent, often struggling to progress beyond the 7th or 8th level. "I'm not sure why myself," White Lang admitted. "After forming an alliance with the Qingtung tribe, it seems I awakened some kind of latent bloodline, and my cultivation advanced rapidly. Reaching the 9th level would not have been possible without the Qingtung tribe's contributions. The vitality pills you provided also played a significant role. The growth of the White Wolf tribe owes much to your support. Listen to Yuri, more eloquent than most beasts." Xiaochen chuckled. "You sure know how to talk. I was worried you'd hit a bottleneck, so I brought something back for you." As he spoke, he pulled out an earth element crystal core of the profound rank and dangled it in front of White Lang. 10,000 spirit stones for one. Interested?" White Lang's eyes lit up. "Of course. I'll take it, but I'll have to pay you later." Although 10,000 spirit stones was a steep price, the White Wolf tribe could cover the debt with resources. However, as the tribe's leader, White Lang personally had no wealth to his name, as all the spoils were distributed to the tribe. "Are you really planning to pay me? Or are you just pretending you will?" White Lang joked as he swallowed the crystal core in one gulp, laughing it off. "I see you have no intention of paying at all," Xiao Chun said with a shake of his head and a wry smile. "Fine, let's consider it payment for all those years you served as my mount." Inwardly, Xiao Chun was hopeful if White Lang could break through to the profound rank, Qingtung Fort's strength would be significantly bolstered. To that end, not only would he gift this crystal core, but he had also prepared a bottle of creation elixir for when White Lang faced his next bottleneck. "Xiao Chun, since you're back, let me take you on a tour of the territory. The White Wolf tribe has changed quite a bit over the past year," White Lang suggested. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Chun, driven by curiosity, leapt onto White Lang's back despite the other's status as the tribe leader. Together, man and wolf raced across the vast wilderness, their figures resembling a streak of white lightning. The wind rushed past Xiao Chen's face, tousling his hair as he held tightly onto White Lang, feeling an unparalleled connection with nature. In this wild dash, all his worries faded away, leaving only a profound sense of peace and joy. As the sun set, its golden rays bathed them in a warm glow, painting a breathtaking scene. The young man and the white wolf destined to journey side by side through the long years ahead. 6 months earlier, the White Wolf tribe had aided the Gray Bear clan in repelling invaders, earning 2 miles of land for cultivating forage grass. The White Wolf tribe was tasked with guarding it. Over the past year, they had also domesticated a large number of herbivorous spirit beasts and their 100-acre livestock farm was nearing full capacity. The news of a 9-layer powerhouse emerging from the Raccoon tribe in the west had both the Qing Tung tribe and the White Wolf tribe on edge. Along the defensive line jointly established by the two tribes, soldiers patrolled day and night, on high alert for any anomalies. The strength of the White Wolf tribe is steadily growing, Bai Lang said as he guided Xiao Chun around their territory. We've added 3 new warriors at the yellow rank. Give us a few more years, and we'll undoubtedly become one of the most prominent tribes in this region. Listening to Bai Lang's detailed account of the White Wolf tribe's progress over the past year, Xiao Chun couldn't help but marvel at the rapid development. He turned to Bai Lang and asked, "You've already reached the 9th layer of the yellow rank. Do you think you can break through to the profound rank?" Bai Lang's expression grew serious as he replied slowly, "There's hope, but timing is crucial. Breaking through too early could bring about unforeseen troubles." It was clear he had thought deeply about this matter. Not only did he need to consider his own potential for advancement, but he also had to weigh the capabilities of other yellow rank powerhouses and the potential threat of profound rank beasts that might be drawn by his breakthrough. "If you do break through, what about Long San? How would that affect him?" Xiao Chen asked, his concern evident. The proximity of 2 profound rank powerhouses could easily lead to conflict. Bai Lang sighed. "For now, I've instructed my people to stay within our territory. Ever since reaching the 9th layer, I've kept a low profile, rarely making appearances. These beasts are incredibly sensitive to danger. Even my own people find it hard to locate me." He paused briefly before continuing. "If the day comes when I do break through, I might not let anyone know." "You're right. It's best not to stir up trouble at the moment." Xiao Chen agreed with a nod. "In a couple of days, I plan to pay a visit to Long San. He'll come with you," Bai Lang immediately offered. "I'm still far from breaking through, but once we return, I'll focus all my efforts on advancing. He'll aim to break through before anyone expects it." Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. For now, Bai Lang posed no threat to the profound rank powerhouses, but they were preparing for the future. "By the way," Xiao Chen added, "they'll have Xiao Hui join your hunting parties for a while. It's strong, but it lacks experience." "Don't worry, they'll teach it everything I know," Bai Lang readily agreed. After finishing their patrol of the territory, Xiao Chun returned to Qing Tung Fortress. By now, Tung Ji's roots had spread throughout the entire fort. Sitting in a chair, Xiao Chun faced 12 respectful slaves. "You've all performed exceptionally well this year. Each of you will be rewarded with 20 bottles of soul power elixirs at the mortal rank. Additionally, anyone who advances a layer will receive a bonus of 1,000 spirit stones." The slaves were ecstatic upon hearing this. Such rewards far exceeded the annual income of an ordinary mortal rank beast tamer, especially since Xiao Chun had been away for a year and had imposed no restrictions on them during that time. "This is what you've earned," Xiao Chun continued as he assigned new tasks. "In addition to cultivating Qing Tong, you'll also be responsible for nurturing spiritual herbs. The scale of silkworm breeding will be expanded further. As for the slow-growing Qing Mu spirit sheep, they can now be slaughtered. Half of the spirit meat will go to the White Wolf tribe, and the other half will be used to nourish Qing Tong." Xiao Chen found that as long as tasks were well organized, these slaves required minimal supervision. Back at Qing Ting Fortress, he finally allowed himself to relax. Though his days on Luoxiao Mountain had been leisurely, his mind had remained under constant strain. 2 days later, after organizing the output from Qing Ting Fortress, Xiao Chun headed to Dian City. At present, the fortress's main sources of income were high-quality Qing Tung leaves and silkworm silk. Remarkably, the combined annual revenue from these 2 products had already approached the equivalent of 100,000 spirit stones. Over the next month, Qingting Fort was bustling with activity. Standing before the newly cultivated 130 acres of land, Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the 30 acres of spiritual herb fields and 100 acres of pasture. He turned to the group behind him and assigned tasks. "Brother Tung, lead the others to level this land first. Have those with strong roots dig a few water channels. From now on, our vine brothers will be responsible for transporting the pasture." He then addressed Bai Lang and the Wolf Clan brothers. "You are not only warriors in times of war, but also excellent builders in times of peace. Your earth-based abilities will be put to good use. Loosen the soil on this land." Hearing this, the Wolf Clan brothers immediately began clawing at the ground. Xiao Chun handed a jade slip to Xiao Lingyi and instructed, "This records the methods for cultivating spiritual herbs. You need to study it carefully in the coming days. Once the herbs are grown, we'll be able to produce soul power potions ourselves, and there will be plenty of benefits for you." As he spoke, he noticed Xiao Hui sneaking a bite of something nearby. Frowning, he scolded, "You little rascal. Besides having great talent and strength, you're practically useless." While the others were busy, Xiao Chun didn't idle either. He consumed a profound-grade spiritual power potion he had acquired from the beast-taming pavilion steward. Its effects far surpassed those of the yellow-grade soul power potions, with just 1 bottle sustaining a month's worth of cultivation. He set a short-term goal for himself to break through to the 5th level. A month later, Qingting Fort had undergone a complete transformation. The newly planted royal bamboo grass was lush and vibrant, while the spiritual herb seeds had begun to sprout. Xiao Lingyi and the others started focusing on accelerating the growth process. Brother Tung had completed the refinement of a profound-grade beast-taming core and moved on to refining a profound-grade crystal core. Xiao Hui's strength had advanced rapidly, and it roamed unchallenged with the wolf pack within a 10-mile radius. Even other yellow-grade flying beasts detoured around Qingting Fort. Its range of activity extended as far as the Raccoon clan's territory, but Xiaoqian specifically warned it to avoid Brother Longsan's domain. Provoking a profound-grade beast was beyond its ability. Thanks to its sharp sense of danger and incredible speed, Xiao Hui managed to bring back at least one yellow-grade beast from dozens of miles away each day. This impressive feat earned the admiration of the entire White Wolf tribe. During these months of relative peace, Xiaoqian finally broke through to the 5th level after refining 3 bottles of profound-grade soul power potions. For the first time in years, he surpassed Brother Tung in cultivation level. This advancement not only significantly enhanced the power of his Gungjin sword Qi, but also allowed him to allocate more soul power to his 2 spiritual beasts. Reflecting on his progress, Xiaoqian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This cultivation speed should be considered quite fast, he thought to himself. His natural talent for soul power was indeed remarkable, and despite an initially shaky foundation, his current rate of improvement was impressive. Just as Xiao Chun was basking in the joy of his breakthrough in cultivation, a message from his elder brother Luo Cheng shook him. Luo Cheng was about to break through to the 9th level of the yellow rank. Over the past few years, Luo Cheng had not only acquired an earth-level spirit beast, but had also advanced at an astonishing pace. Xiao Chun felt a mix of emotions: happiness for his brother, but also a tinge of jealousy. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and refocused on his own training. At the same time, Xiao Chen's spirit beast, White Wave, had made remarkable progress as well. The crystal core's effects were extraordinary, propelling White Wave to the peak of the 9th level, surpassing even Xiao Chen's own growth rate. 20 miles east of Qingting Fortress stood a towering Lingyun pine, 100 feet tall. This massive tree was a rare sight on the desolate plains, its needle-like leaves glistening emerald green under the sunlight. A clever little squirrel lived within a hollow of the tree, cautiously nibbling on pine nuts it had stored. Suddenly, the dragon hawk perched atop the tree opened its eyes. The startled squirrel scurried back into the hollow, trembling as it gazed at the aerial predator. Dragon Third Brother, in a good mood, had just fully absorbed a crystal core, achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the profound rank. Looking at the frightened squirrel, it was reminded of the days when it had survived by eating the pine nuts stored by such little creatures. At that moment, a dark cloud unexpectedly appeared in the clear sky. Dragon Third Brother looked up as the cloud dispersed, revealing another aerial ruler, a powerful gray eagle. Long San, your talent is too exceptional. I cannot let you live, the gray eagle declared bluntly. Dragon Third Brother sighed. I didn't expect you to come so soon. If I had a few more years, perhaps there might have been a chance. Your rapid growth leaves me no choice but to act early, the gray eagle said coldly. You've just broken through to the 3rd level, strong enough to be worth devouring, but not yet a threat. By consuming you, I can advance to the next level. This life-and-death battle would not only determine Dragon Third Brother's fate, but also the future of all living beings in Qingting Fortress. The little squirrel remained hidden in the tree hollow, watching the unfolding events with wide eyes. In this desolate land, the law of the jungle had never changed. In recent days, Xiao Chun had been fully focused on his cultivation, paying no attention to the outside world. However, when Xiao Hui reported what had happened to the east, his expression darkened immediately. Xiao Hui, didn't I tell you not to go to Brother Longsan's territory? Xiao Chen's voice carried a sharp edge of anger. You can never be too careful. Brother Long San might not be trustworthy. You're carrying secrets, and you must act discreetly. Otherwise, sooner or later, someone will grow suspicious of you. This so-called Gray Sparrow. Don't worry, no one noticed me. Xiao Hui quickly defended himself. You dare talk back to me? Xiao Chen's rare sternness made Xiao Hui shrink his neck in fear. Fine, I won't go there again, Xiao Hui muttered weakly. Xiao Chun was both angry and helpless. This little creature had been restless since birth, and now that it had grown up, it was even harder to manage. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his focus and asked, Tell me, what happened over at Brother Longsan's place? After all, Qingtung Fort was under Brother Longsan's protection, and his situation was closely tied to their own. Well, it's possible that it's gone now, Xiao Hui said softly. What? Xiao Chen's voice rose sharply. How could something like this happen out of nowhere? This isn't a trivial matter. His brows furrowed deeply. The reason I dared to plant so many spiritual herbs in Qingtung Fort was largely because we had the protection of a Xian-level expert. I came back to report right away, but you scolded me first, Xiao Hui said, feeling wronged. I just want to watch a fight, that's all. Explain in detail. Xiao Chun ordered as he called for Brother Tung to summon Bai Lang, all while pressing Xiao Hui for more information. Unease gripped his heart. If Long San was truly dead, a new Xian-level beast would undoubtedly take over the area, and things would only get worse. Does Brother Long San have any chance of surviving? Xiao Chen asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. A third deer fighting a fifth deer? Unless there's a massive difference in racial talent, there's almost no chance of winning. Xiao Hui replied with a shake of his head. Let's go. Take me to the scene, and explain everything on the way. Xiao Chun decided without hesitation. Bai Lang arrived quickly, and noticing Xiao Chen's unease, he immediately displayed the characteristic composure of the wolf clan. Don't fly, it'll attract attention. We'll take you there. Maybe we'll still make it in time. The group set off swiftly, with Bai Lang racing across the ground, and Xiao Hui circling in the air. As Xiao Chun felt the wind rushing past him, he suddenly made a startling realization. Wait a second, Bai Lang. How is it possible that your speed is keeping up with Xiao Hui's? This discovery planted an astonishing suspicion in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen stared at Bai Lang in disbelief. He hadn't even had the chance to gift the miraculous spiritual liquid when this genius of the White Wolf tribe had already broken through to the Xian level. Xiao Chen, why are you so surprised? Bai Lang puffed out his chest, his eyes glimmering with confidence. I have always been the fastest growing talent in the White Wolf tribe in recent years. With the resources you provided, reaching this level was only natural. Xiao Chen shook his head silently, thinking to himself that the Wolf clan truly lacked humility in their words. While Bai Lang was indeed exceptional among hundreds of tribespeople, his accomplishments were undeniably impressive. Bai Lang's breakthrough gave Xiao Chen a glimmer of hope. Perhaps even if Long Sin faced misfortune, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Bai Lang, should we reconsider our actions this time? Xiao Chen asked with concern. You've just broken through to the Xian level, and your strength hasn't stabilized yet. Acting rashly might bring about even greater trouble. No, we must act today, Bai Lang replied firmly, his tone resolute. If Long San has truly fallen, the White Wolf tribe and the Green Vine tribe may still survive. But you humans, if you can't escape, will face certain doom. Long San offered you protection, an incredibly rare gesture in the wilderness. No other Xian-level ruler would tolerate a human establishing themselves here for long. It dawned on Xiao Chun Bai Lang was thinking of him. He couldn't help but reflect on whether it was wise to venture into the wilderness to build his enterprise. The lack of sufficient self-protection was indeed troubling. He thought of Su Wan, a prodigy who had strong family support while carving out her territory. Bai Lang, you can rest assured, Xiao Chun promised solemnly. If your identity is exposed, we'll retreat to Dian City immediately. They'll gather resources for you. Once you've truly grown stronger, there will be no more concerns. If the situation becomes dire, they'll abandon these years of effort without hesitation. My wolf clan roams freely across the world. Where can't we go? Bai Lang replied proudly. Besides, victory is not yet decided. Suddenly, Bai Lang let out a thunderous wolf howl, his powerful aura sweeping across the surroundings, forcing nearby beasts to retreat in fear. Bai Lang, are you insane? Why are you exposing yourself? Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. I'm giving Long San a sliver of hope, Bai Lang said, his eyes blazing with determination. As long as he can hold on for a moment longer, there's still a chance. Today, he'll show the enemy the sharp fangs of the wolf clan. At that moment, Long San was completely suppressed, his body covered in blood, his breathing weak. But upon hearing the wolf's howl, his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Ha! Long San laughed heartily. I used to think surviving until today was 70% luck and 30% skill. Now I see it's 90% luck and 10% skill. Facing the incoming black claws, Long San didn't retreat. Instead, he smiled. The giant hawk also heard the wolf's howl, but remained disdainful. A newly advanced earth element white wolf, what can it possibly do to me? Can it even leap to such heights? Even if it uses some earth element techniques to reach me, how many could it possibly have? So what? Long San laughed freely. Though he sensed death approaching, he was no longer afraid. I, Long San, have never had a friend in my life. To have someone see me off at the end, he can die content. They're coming to their deaths. Long San grinned, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Your strength indeed surpasses mine, but killing me without a scratch is impossible. Once you're gravely injured, you'll be no match for Bai Lang. Ha ha, Long San, I've long mastered an unbreakable body of steel and iron. You can't defeat me. Long Ying stood proudly in the sky, his body battered and scarred, yet showing no hint of weakness. Though his wounds were gruesome, none were fatal. The talents your kind, the Sky Eagles, possess are not unique. My Dragon Eagle clan has them too. Just because I haven't used them doesn't mean I can't. Long Ying's tone carried a teasing edge. These words sent a chill through the Sky Eagle's heart. After battling fiercely in the skies, could his opponent still have an unused skill? He knew all too well that the first awakened ability of a great clan was often a powerful, innate skill, perfectly aligned with their bloodline. The fact that Long San had awakened his innate skill was completely unexpected. So what if you've awakened your talent? With your body in this state, you're in no condition to use it. The Sky Eagle sneered coldly. Long San, only one of us will leave here alive. Now die. Wrath of the Wind God. With a sharp cry, the sky eagle unleashed his attack. The surrounding air erupted into chaos. A violent tornado roared to life, and everything in its path was torn asunder. In the heavens, a dazzling beam of light cut through the clouds, as if the wind god himself had descended, striking awe into the heart. Yet, this destructive storm was but a faint beam of light, was the true killing blow. As Long Ying prepared to unleash his innate skill, the sky eagle had already launched his fatal strike. In his mind, he was certain, once this dragon eagle was dead, he would reach the 6th level within half a year. Then, by slaying the surrounding Shantir beasts, he could expand his domain and prepare for ascension to the Earth tier. Just as the killing blow was about to land, an unforeseen change occurred. A transparent barrier suddenly materialized. The sky eagle's eyes flickered with disdain. A mere shield? You think that can block my ultimate strike? Yet, the expected shattering of the shield never came. Instead, the beam of light reflected off the barrier as if it were a polished mirror, reversing its course. The sky eagle instantly realized the danger, but the speed of light was merciless. There was no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as his own attack pierced through his body. Blood gushed forth, and his life force rapidly waned. I never said my innate skill was an offensive one, Long Ying said coldly. The appearance of the white wave was meant to lure you into using your strongest attack. The sky eagle, barely managing to stabilize himself, knew he had to finish Long Ying quickly and find a place to heal. A skill like that, I don't believe you can use it twice, he growled through gritted teeth. It can only be used once. So what? The blood-soaked dragon hawk, its massive wings riddled with scars, had an eerie glint of joy in its eyes. It had realized that its fatal strike had indeed hit the falcon's critical point. Now, the two colossal figures swayed in the sky, blood dripping incessantly. It was clear that both were at the brink of exhaustion. Today, let us die together, the dragon hawk thought to itself, finding a twisted satisfaction in the idea of having company in death. When Xiao Chen arrived at the scene, he looked up and witnessed this breathtaking moment. The two giant birds were teetering in the sky, their wing movements laborious and strained. He let out a slight sigh of relief. At least the falcon, the threat to Qingting Fortress, was already severely injured. Bailang, do you have any long-range attack skills? Xiao Chen turned and asked. Not a chance. Bailang answered bluntly. Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless. This guy, clearly unable to help, had still rushed over. But Bailang quickly added, as long as the dragon hawk lands on the ground, I can save it. Brother Long San, come down here quickly. Xiao Chen immediately shouted toward the sky. Long San tried to descend rapidly, but with his severe injuries, he could only glide down slowly by instinct. Meanwhile, the falcon no longer cared about its fury. It knew death was inevitable, and its sole obsession now was to see Long San die first. Then, an unexpected figure entered this life-and-death battle. The falcon, losing too much blood, had blurry vision and faintly saw a gray finch beast flying toward it. In its fading consciousness, wasn't such a weak creature supposed to tremble and fear before it? It wasn't just the falcon. Xiao Chen also hadn't anticipated Xiao Hui's boldness. A gray finch beast, as small as it was, could never contend with a Shantir beast, even one gravely injured and dying. But in the next moment, the system notification sounded, Shantir beast slain 1. Xiao Chen froze in place, staring as Xiao Hui gripped the massive corpse of the falcon and flew toward him. The scene was so shocking that he was momentarily speechless. Xiao Hui, how did you do that? It was already on the verge of death. I just gave it a quick end. Xiao Hui replied calmly, then added with a meaningful tone, now Long San is in a similar state. Should I give him a quick end too? To be honest, Xiao Chen was briefly tempted by the idea. Xiao Chen used to feel that the heavens were utterly unfair to him, but everything that happened today forced him to rethink that notion. Looking at the scene before him, he even felt a stroke of luck. Long San survived, and that fearsome eagle was slain by Little Gray. The outcome was so perfect it seemed almost unbelievable. Under the towering Lingyun pine, Long San was sitting on the ground, his body covered in blood. Over time, his breathing gradually steadied as the incredible recovery abilities of a Xian-level expert began to take effect. Xiao Chen, without caring whether it would work or not, quickly took out a few Huiyuan pills and stuffed them into Long San's mouth. Long San gazed at Xiao Chen and Bai Lang in front of him, a trace of bewilderment still lingering in his eyes. Wolfhead, congratulations on your breakthrough. From now on, we're on the same level, so I suppose we should change how we address each other. Besides, Bai Lang is now my savior. Brother Long San, it was merely a stroke of luck, Bai Lang responded humbly. It seems today that we all got lucky. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that a seemingly hopeless situation would take such a dramatic turn? Brother Xiao Chen, Long San asked seriously, why did you take such a huge risk to save me? By all accounts, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened. What other reason could there be? Xiao Chen answered half-jokingly. It's because Brother Long San never charges us protection fees. I know for a fact that other Xian-level experts demand their share from every tribe. Is that really the only reason? To be honest, it was mostly because everything happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to think it through. It was an impulsive decision. At worst, we'd just abandoned this territory, Xiao Chen admitted, his frankness causing Long San to burst into laughter. Wolf head, Long San said, turning to Bai Lang. You made your breakthrough so quietly, were you guarding against me? I bear the responsibility of the Bai Lang tribe, Bai Lang replied directly. Naturally, I must remain vigilant. Brother Long San, this is the way of survival in the wilderness, just as you were always on guard against that eagle. As the conversation shifted to the future, the atmosphere grew heavy. Xiao Chun had already made his plans and decided to discuss them with Long San. If Long San agreed, they would remain allies. If not, given his current injuries, they might have no choice but to eliminate him. After all, their demands weren't excessive, especially considering they had just saved his life. Brother Long San, Xiao Chun began straightforwardly. Now that Bai Lang has broken through to the Xian level, the Bai Lang tribe naturally needs more room to grow. Our request isn't much. Beyond the territories of the Qing Tung tribe and Bai Lang tribe, I hope we can claim half of the eagle's former territory. To Xiao Chen's surprise, Long San simply smiled and said, having come so close to death, I've grown indifferent to such things. Xiao Chun, if I were to join the Qing Tung tribe, could you guarantee me a stable supply of resources? Hearing this, Xiao Chen almost doubted his ears and couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Could this guy be plotting something? Xiao Chen stood in the council hall of Qingting Fortress, his gaze fixed on Long San before him. He was well aware of the true strength of Qingting Fortress and understood the significance of a Xian-rank beast like Long San. If such a being were to join Qingting Fortress, it wouldn't take long before the fortress bore the surname Long. Brother Long San, Bai Lang and I have come here today with nothing but sincerity, Xiao Chun said bluntly, a trace of concern visible between his brows. Allowing someone of your caliber to join Qingting Fortress would be like inviting a wolf into the house. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Long San's eyes, as if he had already discerned Xiao Chen's concerns. He adjusted his posture slightly, his movements slowed by his severe injuries. Brother Xiao, every word I've said comes from the heart. If I had ulterior motives, why would I propose such a thing while gravely injured? Xiao Chen's heart stirred. It was true given Long San's current state. He could easily feign cooperation and turn against them once he was fully healed. That would be the logical course of action. Brother Long San, Xiao Chen continued, the only thing of value in Qingting Fortress is the Qingting vines. While they can be exchanged for spirit stones, I doubt they're of any significance to a Xian-rank expert like you. Long San's gaze grew deep as he spoke slowly. I have 3 reasons for wanting to join Qingting Fortress. First, it's simply my nature am not suited to ruling over a region. Second, I have great confidence in the innate abilities of the Dragonhawk lineage. I can cultivate independently without requiring excessive resources. But most importantly, the third reason, he paused briefly, I see a future for Qingting Fortress. These words left Xiao Chun momentarily stunned. Even he himself wasn't certain whether Qingting Fortress had a future, yet Long San spoke with unwavering conviction. Brother Long San, do you truly believe Qingting Fortress has potential? Of course, Long San replied, his eyes growing even more resolute. In time, Qingting Fortress will rise to become a major power, perhaps even surpassing Dian City. Xiao Chen almost believed Long San was daydreaming, but there was no trace of doubt in the other's determined gaze. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say that achieving the scale of the Qingshan tribe would already be a great accomplishment, Long San spoke again. Naturally, what I value is neither the Qingting vines nor you, Brother Xiao. It's that one your second spirit beast. If it can grow to its full potential, even the depths of the wilderness won't be out of reach. Xiao Chen suddenly realized what Long San had been after all along Little Gray. You know where Little Gray comes from? Long San shook his head. Not specifically, but as a fellow avian, that innate sense of reverence from the soul doesn't lie. It might not be obvious in normal circumstances, but in battle, that aura, even a dying eagle can't possibly be taken down by an ordinary sparrow. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart stirred, but he maintained a composed expression. Since you've noticed something, I might as well tell you Little Gray belongs to a divine lineage. The moment these words left his mouth, a flicker of astonishment indeed flashed through Long San's eyes. Brother Long, please, you must keep this secret from me, Xiao Chen said with a serious expression. Brother Long nodded solemnly, his eyes fixed on Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, every word I say comes from the heart. If you still have doubts, you can ask that one to verify. In its presence, I wouldn't dare tell a lie. These words only deepened Xiao Chen's confusion. He turned to look at Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui, are you really that incredible? Xiao Hui responded calmly. What it said is true. This isn't some extraordinary ability. It's just a kind of instinct. Xiao Chen felt a stirring in his heart, a faint sense that today might indeed mark a turning point in his destiny. A Xian-level expert actively requesting to join Qingting Fortress, how could he possibly refuse such a fortune? Brother Long, Xiao Chun began cautiously. Do you have any specific conditions for joining Qingting Fortress? Facing such a powerful figure, he dared not make rash promises and decided to probe for the other's thoughts first. Brother Long's gaze shifted to the distant Lingyun pine. I want that Lingyun pine moved to Qingting Fortress. They'll live on it. Oh, and, he added, the squirrels on the tree are my friends. They must not be harmed. Xiao Chun froze for a moment, staring in disbelief at the formidable figure he had always treated with such care and deference. Anything else? He asked tentatively. 1 Xian-level crystal core per year, or a Xian-level pill would work too, Brother Long replied. After a pause, he added, if it's convenient, I'd also like to occasionally discuss some matters with that one. Stop calling it that one, just call it Xiao Hui, Xiao Chen said with relief. These conditions weren't excessive. Hey, race the deal. Until Xiao Hu's strength surpasses yours, it can learn hunting from you and accompany you in action. Consider it half your apprentice. I can make the call on this. Hearing this, Brother Long, despite his severe injuries, leapt up from the ground in excitement. For him, today was nothing short of miraculous. Not only had he escaped the brink of death, but he had also stumbled upon an unimaginable opportunity. Years later, as he reflected on this day, Brother Long still felt the heavens had shown him extraordinary favor. This day truly became a pivotal moment in his destiny. Brother Long San joining Qingting Fortress was undoubtedly the most significant event in the fortress's history. With Long San and Bai Lang, 2 formidable Xian-class warriors, now stationed there, the strength of the White Wolf Division surged instantly, and their hunting grounds expanded more than tenfold. In this desolate wilderness, the wolf clans have always been a formidable force. From the weaker white wolves to the fearsome sky wolves, the variety is vast. In the outer regions, white wolves and wind wolves are the most common. The presence of Bai Lang, a Xian-class warrior, undoubtedly elevated the status of the entire wolf clan. Every nightfall, Bai Lang would appear punctually at the summit of the hill ahead. It would tilt its head back and let out a long howl, its powerful and resonant cry echoing across dozens of miles. In the stillness of the night, the sound was even more striking, both a declaration of territory and a call to its kin. Ever since rescuing Brother Long San, Bai Lang had made this ritual an unshakable routine. This summoning soon bore fruit. Within just a few days, wolf packs began gathering at Qingting Fortress. Most were white wolves, but there were also many gray wolves and wind wolves. Watching the steadily growing number of wolves, Xiao Chun was overjoyed. He couldn't help but recall his earlier envy of the Lin family for taming wind wolves. Now, it seemed their methods were rather unimpressive. With just a single howl from Bai Lang, the number of wolves in the fortress doubled in mere days. Wolves naturally revere strength, and once they choose to submit, they rarely betray. At this rate, the wolf pack would soon grow to 500 or 600 strong, meaning Qingting Fortress would have an equivalent number of elite warriors. As the White Wolf Division's territory expanded, the need for more wolf power became essential. Not only could it deter rival forces, but it also provided a solid foundation for Qingting Fortress's growth. The fortress's boundaries extended several miles southward, not because there was a sudden surge in Qingting vines, but to reserve more land for future cultivation of spiritual herbs. To ensure the safety of these resources, the number of Qingting vines had to keep pace. Inspired by the wolves, Xiao Chun had already begun planning to transplant every Qingting vine within a dozen miles into the fortress. Additionally, introducing other plant-based spirit beasts was placed on the agenda. With the support of Xian-class warriors, Qingting Fortress's development entered a rapid phase. Under Bai Lang's command, herbivorous spirit beasts such as Qingmu spirit sheep, Qingmu wild oxen, Jijiao horses, and Longban deer were herded into the breeding grounds in an orderly fashion. The number of spirit beasts in the breeding grounds had now exceeded 800 or 900. If not for the ample supply of Huangzhu grass planted earlier, feeding so many spirit beasts would have been a headache. However, Xiao Qin never worried about running out of fodder. In this vast wilderness, cultivating 100 acres of fertile land was merely a trivial task. These spirit beasts were inexpensive to raise, but provided stable returns. With the wolves managing them, Xiao Chun barely needed to lift a finger. Xiao Chun, Bai Lang suddenly asked, wolves have hunted for generations. Why has no one ever thought of raising their prey? Xiao Chun explained, that's perfectly understandable. Wolves are skilled hunters, and maintaining your wild nature is crucial. Wolves are born warriors. If you only ate farmed spirit meat, it wouldn't befit your nature as wolves. Hearing this, Bai Lang seemed thoughtful. It found the reasoning both convincing and slightly contradictory. It was true that wolves couldn't afford to lose their fighting spirit. If they abandoned their very essence, even with an abundance of spirit meat, they would eventually face ruin. That's why, Xiao Qin concluded, our collaboration is the best solution. Humans excel in cultivating resources, far surpassing other races. Qingting Fortress needs to draw on the strengths of all species to maximize our mutual benefits. Qingting Fort has now transformed into a bustling trade hub. Resources from the wastelands flow steadily into the human world, while goods from the human realm are sold here through Xiao Chen's hands. Recently, Xiao Chen's business has been thriving. Xiao Hui's slaying of the giant eagle not only earned him a reward of 100,000 contribution points for completing his first Shin-level mission, but the intact corpse of the eagle also brought him an additional 500,000 contribution points for another Shin-level mission. Such a rare and extraordinary Shin-level beast body is always in high demand, but rarely available in the market. Bailang, any leads on the giant eagle's lair? Xiaochen asked. Not a single clue in the past month, Bailang replied, shaking his head. That creature is hiding too well. It might not even have a fixed lair. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly, realizing this likely meant missing out on a significant fortune. In recent days, Xiao Hui and Long Sange have been hard to find. However, Xiao Chun wasn't worried. With Long Sange by his side, Xiao Hui's safety was assured. They had probably ventured deep into the wastelands again for exploration, perhaps even hunting another Xian-level beast. This suited Xiao Chun perfectly, as he had taken on a new challenge after completing his previous 2 Xian-level missions killing 10 Xian-level beasts. So far, however, his progress remained at 0. Interestingly, the relationship between the master and disciple seemed to have subtly changed. The once steady and cautious Long Sin now appeared to have been influenced by Xiao Hui's fearless nature, embarking on daring adventures everywhere. Fortunately, the occasional reports of Huang-level kills confirmed their safety. As Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, Xiao Shi hurriedly approached. Master, all the spiritual silkworms have completed their first metamorphosis. The silk has been sorted and is ready for sale at any time. The spiritual silkworms undergo 9 transformations, each of great significance. Spiritual leaves at the late mortal level are sufficient to sustain their second metamorphosis, and Qingting leaves serve as an excellent, cost-free feed. With just 2 harvests of cocoons, one could already generate considerable profit in spirit stones. Even more remarkable is the silk produced after the 3rd metamorphosis. This precious Xian-level material is highly versatile and valued even more than the silk from the first 2 transformations combined, making it a key source of Xiao Chen's revenue. Take me to see them, Xiao Chen instructed. Though the spiritual silkworms were usually tended to by slaves, and he hadn't personally checked on them in a long time, the expansion of the breeding operation still amazed him. As he stepped into the breeding grounds, the sight before him left Xiao Chun momentarily dazed. Spanning nearly 10 acres, the area was filled with rows of 3-tiered racks neatly arranged under the shade, each level holding trays for cultivating the silkworms. It resembled a vibrant, green sea of life. The silkworms that had just undergone their first metamorphosis had grown to the thickness of a thumb, greedily devouring the tender Qingting leaves with a rhythmic rustling sound. 2 slaves moved busily among the racks, their work efficient and orderly, adding mulberry leaves, cleaning the trays, and inspecting the silkworm's growth. Though the workload was substantial, their faces glowed with the joy of an impending harvest. This scene touched Xiao Chun, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. As time passed, the spiritual silkworms reached their cocooning season. Snow-white cocoons densely covered the silkworm trays, shimmering under the glow of spiritual light. These translucent cocoons not only embodied the hard work of the silkworms, but also carried the slaves' hopes for a brighter future. Xiao Shi, said the fortress lord, Xiao Chun, in a deep voice as he observed the bustling scene before him. Your workload is indeed overwhelming. These elite slaves have the potential to advance to the yellow rank, and shouldn't waste their time on these trivial tasks. I plan to purchase another batch of ordinary slaves specifically to handle these daily chores. Xiao Qin calculated in his mind. Qingting Fortress was in a period of expansion, and the value of the Qingting vines alone was enough to support the purchase of new slaves. He made a firm decision on the spot. From now on, all yellow-rank Qingting leaves will be reserved for internal use. You must harvest and store them regularly. Once the silkworms have gone through 2 rounds of cocooning, start feeding them the yellow-rank spiritual leaves. We must cultivate triple transformation silk. The fortress already had over a dozen yellow-rank Qingting vines, yielding a considerable supply of spiritual leaves. Every 6 months, a batch of spiritual silkworms could be produced, generating tens of thousands of spiritual stones in profit. Xiao Chen was quite satisfied with this return. He planned to purchase 120 mid-tier slaves, each priced at 3,000 spiritual stones, to be led by the current 12 elite slaves. These elite slaves had been with him for years, reaching the 6th level in strength, and were both loyal and dependable. They fully understood their circumstances and trained relentlessly whenever they had the chance, forming bonds of brotherhood among themselves. However, this investment was substantial. Just the slaves alone would cost 360,000 spiritual stones. Additionally, 200 acres of royal bamboo grass seeds would require 200,000 spiritual stones, and purchasing yellow-rank spiritual fertilizer for the Qingting vines would cost another 100,000 contribution points. On top of that, he needed to procure cultivation resources and supplies for the White Wolf tribe. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen's savings would be nearly depleted. He soon traveled to Dian City, where he exchanged all of the White Wolf tribe's reserves for Peiyuan pills and crystal cores. Not long after returning to Qingting Fortress, Xiao Chen saw Xiao Hui and brother Long San hurrying back, covered in dust. Xiao Chun had initially intended to scold them for their frequent absences, but his anger dissipated when he noticed the massive body of brother Long San carrying over a dozen yellow rank beasts. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he acknowledged Xiao Hui's impressive capabilities. A formidable Xiantier overlord had now been reduced to Little Gray's personal porter. Brother Long San's massive body, several meters long, gracefully spiraled through the air. As a wind element beast, it showcased its mastery of wind control, carrying numerous other beasts on its back without the slightest wobble, steady as a mountain. Xiao Chun, take these bird eggs and exchange them for money. Little Gray said nonchalantly, completely indifferent to the Huang-tier beasts brother Long San casually tossed onto the ground. Its focus was entirely on a clutch of fist-sized bird eggs, each emitting a mysterious glow, translucent and exquisite like works of art. Xiao Chen carefully observed the spirit eggs, unlike anything he had ever seen, clearly sensing the immense vitality contained within. Where did these come from? 300 miles deeper into the wilderness. We found them there, Little Gray replied with an air of indifference, as if it were a trivial matter. 300 miles? That area is crawling with Xiantier beasts. You were way too reckless. Xiao Chen's tone was a mix of delight, anger, and lingering fear. Brother Long San, you can't keep indulging it like this. Little Gray, if you pull something like this again, I'll keep you confined to the spirit beast space. Little Gray, however, had long perfected its ability to ignore reprimands. Instead, Brother Long San spoke up in defense. Brother Xiao Chun, we were very cautious. While there was some risk, it was absolutely worth it. His tone carried a pride greater than if he had slain a Xiantier beast. Quick, deal with these bird eggs. That creature won't take this lightly. If it comes after us, we'll be in serious trouble. At those words, Xiao Chun promptly stored 6 exceptionally fine spirit eggs in his spirit beast space. Xiao Chun, these aren't just any beast eggs, Little Gray suddenly said. These 6 eggs are thunder eagle eggs stolen from the beast taming palace. The beast taming palace? In the wilderness? Xiao Chun was incredulous. To be precise, it was one of their outposts, a medium-sized tribe with tens of thousands of people, Brother Longson clarified. You attacked that tribe? Impossible. Little Gray stole them. Even so, that's impossible. Xiao Chun still couldn't believe it. Little Gray explained. Actually, it let me take the eggs on purpose. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. These words made Xiao Chun realize the truth. He recalled what Lei Ming had said on Mount Luoxia, how the beast-taming palace treated spirit beasts as slaves. No spirit beast would want to see its offspring suffer the same fate. So, when Little Gray went to take the eggs, the Thunder Eagle had deliberately turned a blind eye. Only Little Gray could pull off something like this, Brother Longson added. No one else could earn the Thunder Eagle's trust. Xiao Chen looked at the seemingly unreliable little creature before him and muttered to himself. This little troublemaker, does it really have such incredible abilities? Xiao Chen stood by the window, his brows tightly furrowed. The formidable power of the beast-taming palace far exceeded his expectations. Just one branch alone housed tens of thousands of members, where even ordinary disciples could command extraordinary spirit beasts like thunder eagles. He glanced down at the 6 thunder eagle spirit eggs in his hands, feeling a mix of joy and unease. These were rare beast eggs with dual wind and thunder attributes, boasting an earth-grade talent. Each one was worth millions in lower-grade spirit stones. Yet, due to the overwhelming influence of the beast-taming palace, this unexpected windfall had turned into a troublesome burden. Xiao Hui, you've really given me a tough problem this time. Xiao Chen sighed, his fingers gently brushing over the egg's smooth surface. Xiao Hui, however, looked utterly unconcerned. What's so hard about it? If you're too scared to sell them, just raise them yourself. Worst case, you could always cook and eat them. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. That was just Xiao Hui's nature, always far more composed and daring than him. I can barely afford to keep you, let alone 6 more. Please, don't cause any more trouble for me anytime soon. To better assess the situation, Xiao Chen sought information about the beast-taming palace from Long San. Brother Long, how far is the beast-taming palace's territory from here? Roughly 350 li, Long San replied cautiously. If you're worried, you could go take a look. But I wouldn't recommend it. There are at least dozens of profound-level experts there, possibly even Earth-level masters. I wouldn't dare get too close myself. Hearing this, Xiao Chun felt even more of a headache. Even Long San wouldn't approach the place, yet Xiao Hui had brazenly stolen the spirit eggs from there. It seemed Xiao Hui was overdue for a serious lesson in safety. Brother Long, do you think if I return the eggs to the Thunder Eagle clan's territory, I might gain some benefits in return? Xiao Chun asked tentatively, recalling how Lei Ming once mentioned the clan's strict adherence to their code of gratitude and grudges. Don't take that risk, Long San immediately warned. The Thunder Eagle clan resides in the deepest parts of Luoxia Mountain. You might not even make it there. Xiao Chun, there's really no need to rush, Long San added, trying to reassure him. These spirit eggs can remain viable for several years. If worst comes to worst, just hold on to them for now. Xiao Chun rubbed his temples. He understood the reasoning, but watching such a fortune enough to cover half the resources needed for Xiao Hui's body refinements it and used in front of him was an agonizing dilemma. There is one other option. Long San hesitated before continuing. You could try selling them in a beast city, but it's too far and too dangerous. I strongly advise against it and risk losing yourself along with the eggs. The temptation of 60 million spirit stones hung over Xiao Chun like a sharp sword. Sitting on Long San's Lingyun pine, his gaze pierced into the depths of the wasteland, his brows tightly furrowed. After days of contemplation, he finally made up his mind, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Long Sange, I'm going to kill someone, Xiao Chun suddenly declared, his tone resolute. Long Sange froze, staring at him in shock. Xiao Chun, are you planning to kill someone to vent your anger? Venting anger is secondary, Xiao Chun responded, turning his head to meet Long Sange's gaze. He spoke slowly and deliberately. To solve this problem, I must kill that beast palace steward and rescue the Shantir Thunderhawk. Only then can we have a chance to turn things around. Long Sange's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Kill the beast palace steward? Have you lost your mind? Weren't you the one warning Xiao Hui not to take risks just a few days ago? And now you're even more reckless. Sending Xiao Hui to steal the spirit eggs was dangerous enough, but now you want to kill the beast palace steward? That's not just incredibly difficult, it'll bring endless trouble. Xiao Qin's gaze grew sharper, his entire demeanor exuding a chilling resolve. A faint aura of killing intent gathered around him. My decision is made. He must die. It was the first time Long Sange had seen Xiao Chun so resolute, as if he had become a completely different person. However, the intensity of his aura dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. In the next moment, Xiao Chun adopted a pleading tone. Long Sange, brother Long, you have to help me this time. Long Sange's frustration boiled over. So you're asking me to throw my life away? Xiao Chun, it's not that I don't want to help, but I simply can't win. Do you even understand how powerful a beast palace steward is? And they never act alone. Seeing Long Sange's refusal, Xiao Chun immediately brought up Xiao Hui. Brother Long, for Xiao Hui's sake, even Xiao Hui's sake isn't enough. I'm its master, and I have to prioritize its safety. Realizing that even mentioning Xiao Hui wasn't working, Xiao Chun tentatively added, what about for my sake? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Forget it. Let's not talk about favors. Long Sange straightened up, his tone serious. Xiao Chun, no amount of spirit stones is worth losing your mind over. Sure, anyone would be tempted by such a fortune, but staying alive comes first. How about this? Why don't we just roast those eggs and let Xiao Hui enjoy a good meal? Xiao Chen's expression turned somber. Brother Long, what if I told you this isn't about the spirit stones? This is a matter of life and death for me. He paused for a moment before continuing earnestly. It's like when you faced life and death pressure back then and chose to stay on this land. Everyone has something they hold on to, whether it's the land that nurtured them, an inner conviction, or something precious they want to protect. Brother Long, you're one of the finest among flying beasts. Your speed is unmatched. When that hawk targeted you, you could have easily escaped. But some things must be confronted. If you run away, you might spend the rest of your life in flight. A figure like you would rather die standing than bow to fate. You could be struck down, but never defeated. Long Sange's frustration erupted. Xiao Chun, stop trying to pull at my heartstrings. That's not going to work on me. It's not about being unwilling, it's about having no chance at all. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. So, if we find even the slightest chance, would you be willing to help? How to take down a strong expert from the Beast Palace? That was indeed a tough challenge. Xiao Chun furrowed his brows, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. If there's no opportunity, then create one. If brute force won't work, outsmart them. His gaze fell on the pile of spirit eggs. These eggs still had a few years of vitality left, so there was no immediate rush. Brother Long San, give me 2 years to prepare. Xiao Chen declared firmly. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. Watching Xiao Chen's resolute figure disappear, Brother Long San frowned deeply. 2 years was far too short, and the changes that could be made in such a span were limited. Yet, for Xiao Chen, 2 years was enough to accomplish something significant. Reflecting on the 20 years since he left that courtyard, he was finally ready to take that critical step. He would return to the origin, confront the mysterious black-robed, masked figure face-to-face, and slay a deacon of the Beast Palace as the first step of this journey. As a yellow-rank beast tamer, he had a lifespan of over a century, and if he advanced to the profound rank, his lifespan could be greatly extended. Recently, Xiao Chen's 2 companions had made notable progress. Xiao Hui, after returning for only a few days, had broken through to the 2nd level of the yellow rank, while Teng Ji's strength was steadily improving, just a step away from reaching the 5th level. Teng Ge had been unusually quiet lately, spending his days silently absorbing energy. Even his typically chatty nature had been subdued, clearly focused on something important. Teng Ge, haven't you finished refining that bone yet? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Chun, something strange is happening. Tung Gu replied in an uncharacteristically serious tone. As my strength grows, I feel more and more that this bone is extraordinary. Lately, I've started to feel like I might no longer be an ordinary green vine. Xiaochen carefully examined Tung Ji's leaves. They were still lush and vibrant, unchanged in appearance. How could you not be a green vine? You clearly are one. Though, I wouldn't mind if you turned out to have some unique traits. The leaves are the same, but the roots and stems have changed. Or rather, something inside has changed. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Chun tried to snap one of the vines. To his surprise, with his current strength, the vine was incredibly tough, resisting his attempts to break it. Left with no choice, he pulled out the heaven-cleaving axe and used 50% of his strength to finally cut through the vine. Inspecting the cross-section, Xiao Chun discovered something astonishing where the vine's white woody fibers should have been. There was now an extremely thin golden thread, as fine as silkworm silk, nearly imperceptible unless closely examined. Tengu, this doesn't seem like a newly awakened skill. You're not at the profound rank yet, so it can't be a third skill, Xiao Chun remarked thoughtfully. It's definitely not a skill, Tengu explained. I only noticed this change a few days ago. The vines are much tougher than before. In the entire Green Vine Fortress, I'm the only one experiencing this. Then what's there to worry about? This is clearly a good thing. You've absorbed so much spirit flesh, it's only natural for some special changes to occur, Xiao Chen said with a laugh. Though Tonggu understood that this was likely a positive development, the unusual nature of the transformation left him feeling uneasy. After all, the unknown always carried an air of uncertainty and caution. In a way, this wasn't just an individual transformation for Tonggu, but a mutation for the entire Qing Tung clan. For a Qing Tung demon to challenge opponents several levels above its own was an extremely rare phenomenon. However, at the time, Tonggu hadn't realized just how unusual this was. Watching Xiao Hui improve so rapidly, I, as the elder brother, can't afford to lag behind, Xiao Chun said with a self-deprecating smile. I didn't expect to push myself too hard and end up with such changes. Stop pretending to be humble. Long Sin slapped Xiao Chun on the shoulder. You got lucky, and now you're complaining? Keep pushing yourself. Within the next 2 years, you must complete the kill mission. Xiao Chun nodded silently. The mission to kill 10,000 yellow-tier beasts was critical for obtaining a large amount of spirit stones, leaving no room for slacking. At this moment, he was already on the verge of reaching the 5th tier, a breakthrough happening so fast it left him feeling uneasy. This kind of mixed emotions was entirely normal for someone who had suddenly stumbled upon such an opportunity. Tonggu, you're now even weighing your breakthroughs carefully. We've really grown, haven't we? Xiao Hui remarked emotionally. Damn it, if I didn't know you better, I'd think you're showing off. Long San grinned. You just keep growing wildly. Leave the worrying to someone else. Encouraged by Xiao Chun, Tonggu didn't hesitate to break through. Upon reaching the 5th tier of the yellow rank, the Qing Tung demon's strength was already comparable to that of beasts at the 8th or even 9th tier of the yellow rank. To complete the kill mission, they had several options. Venture deep into the wilderness, head to Luoxia Mountain, or explore other beast-infested areas. However, all these places were quite far from Dian City. Originally, their elder brother Luo Cheng had planned to accompany Xiao Chun on the trial mission, but he encountered some mysterious opportunity and had yet to return. Time was of the essence, so Xiao Chun decided to undertake the trial mission alone. Now that Tonggu and Xiao Hui had grown significantly stronger, it was time to see the world beyond. Every trial mission was a life-and-death challenge, fraught with immense risk, but it was perhaps the best way to grow quickly. The trial mission prohibited bringing Long San along, leaving Xiao Chun to rely solely on himself. Even the most basic trial mission required a payment of 10,000 contribution points, and as a yellow-tier beast tamer, Xiao Chun was considered one of the weakest participants in the mission field. Before setting out, Xiao Chun sold all the supplies from Qing Tung Fortress to purchase life-saving items. Shopkeeper Huang, upon learning of Xiao Chen's plans to join the trial mission, looked worried. Are you really that short on money? I thought you'd earn quite a bit just selling Qing Tung leaves. Senior, you wouldn't want me dying in the trial grounds, would you? Xiao Chen replied modestly. Do you have anything suitable for me to use? With his limited experience, he genuinely needed guidance from someone more knowledgeable. Nothing too special, just some pills and soul artifacts, Shopkeeper Huang said seriously. Remember, completing the mission isn't as important as staying alive. As he spoke, a shadow of some dreadful memory crossed his face, and his voice trembled slightly when mentioning the trial missions. It's good that you young people are brave and ambitious. Someone like me, an old man, is better off staying here and running a steady business, Shopkeeper Huang said with a sigh. Then, as if recalling something, he suddenly pulled out an item from his pocket. This is the only profound tier soul artifact I own. It can mask your aura, making it impossible for others to gauge your strength. Not only that, but it can also boost your speed by 50%. It's an excellent life-saving treasure. This was a garment crafted from Xiangrade silkworm threads, as light as a feather yet imbued with defensive properties. Xiao Qin gently stroked the Lingfeng robe in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement paired with his wood-release technique. Escaping danger would become effortless. Thank you so much for your generosity, senior. Xiao Chun exclaimed, ready to bow deeply in gratitude. Generosity? What generosity? Manager Huang quickly waved his hand to stop him. I'm selling this to you, but I can give you a 20 discount. The moment Xiao Chun heard it would cost money, the allure of the Xian-grade soul artifact seemed to diminish slightly. However, after a moment of thought, he realized the Lingfeng robe was indeed a treasure. Not only was it lightweight and durable, but it also doubled his speed. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. He had initially planned to buy an additional piece of defensive armor, but his limited funds forced him to prioritize more essential items. 100 bottles of Huang-grade rejuvenation pills to restore soul power, 10 bottles each of Huang-grade healing pills and detoxification pills, and 100 disposable Huang-grade Thunderstrike orbs. Senior, do you have any Xian-grade Thunderstrike orbs? Xiao Qin asked curiously. Of course. Their power rivals the spell of a Xian-grade expert, Manager Huang replied. But the price, 10,000 gold per orb. Goodbye. Xiao Qin immediately turned to leave. 10,000 for a single-use soul artifact? That was outrageous. A proper Xian-grade soul artifact would cost about the same. After leaving the shop, Xiao Chun made his way to the trial mission center. The mission board was filled with an overwhelming array of perilous tasks. A beast tide threatening Lan City, the northern frontier defenses in critical condition, a heaven-grade soul devourer causing tens of thousands of deaths, and the catastrophic losses from sea beasts landing near the stormy sea. Xiao Qin shook his head with a bitter smile. Each mission radiated danger, and the unfamiliar place names made him acutely aware of humanity's insignificance in this vast world. Among the myriad races, humans held no prominent status, and their territories were pitifully small. Fires of war raged everywhere, cities were constantly falling, and defensive and reconstruction tasks dominated the board. Missions to expand territories were few and far between. As a Huang-grade beast tamer, Xiao Chun had very limited options for missions. Those requiring fire-based skills or dispelling abilities in ancient battlefields were entirely out of the question. Just as he was about to try his luck again, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Are you Xiao Chun? Isn't that Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun was pacing inside the Beastmaster Guild when he suddenly heard an enthusiastic voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw a somewhat familiar smiling face. Upon closer inspection, the youthful innocence from years ago had faded, replaced by the marks of time and experience. Seat was Su Lin. Are you Su Lin? Xiao Chun blurted out. The Su Lin before him exuded a calm and restrained aura, with every gesture emanating formidable strength, a stark contrast to the boy he once knew during his early mortal stage. To encounter an old acquaintance here at the Beastmaster Guild, and to be immediately recognized, took Xiao Chun by surprise. Haha, it really is Brother Xiao. Su Lin's eyes sparkled with genuine joy. Brother Xiao, your strength has grown immensely. Truly something worth celebrating. Xiao Chun felt a tinge of doubt. After all, they had only met briefly in the past, yet Su Lin seemed so warm and enthusiastic. Noticing his confusion, Su Lin quickly explained, Brother Xiao, I actually went looking for you afterward, but by then, the green vines were all gone. I still remember how you stayed behind to hold off those frost serpents during the toughest moments. It moved me deeply every time I thought about it. Xiao Chun reflected silently. Back then, he had only been lending a hand. He hadn't imagined it would leave such a lasting impression. What he didn't know was that over the years, Su Lin had faced countless hardships and betrayals, making him cherish that act of kindness all the more. Brother Xiao, are you here for a trial mission? Su Lin shifted the topic. That's the idea, but I haven't found a suitable one yet, Xiao Chun replied honestly, hinting that the mission requirements were still a bit beyond his reach. Su Lin's face lit up. Why don't you join us? We just lost 2 members and are looking for replacements. Brother Su, my strength is average at best. I'm afraid I might hold you back, Xiao Chun said humbly. Although he had reached the 5th level of the yellow rank, only 3 levels behind Su Lin, and just 1 level behind Su Yang and Su Chun, he downplayed his abilities. Nonsense, Brother Xiao, Su Lin said warmly. I was originally looking for people at the 4th level of the yellow rank. Honestly, I've been searching for days without finding anyone suitable. Come, I'll introduce you to Su Yang, and the others will be thrilled to meet you. Brother Su, have you done trial missions before? No, Xiao Chun admitted, glancing at Su Lin's powerful fiery demon tiger. To be honest, I don't trust most people enough to team up, and attempting missions alone is far too dangerous. Despite his words, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease about the upcoming trial mission. The Su family of Tianan City was once a renowned clan known for their expertise in taming beasts. However, a few years ago, an unexpected calamity struck, and several of the family's most powerful experts met with misfortune simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the vast family estate changed hands. The fate of the Su family's direct descendants became a mystery. Some said they were reduced to slavery, while others claimed they had vanished entirely. This strange incident was soon forgotten, and even Xiao Chun had never heard of it. To him, Su Lin should have been a young member sent out by some powerful faction for experience. But the scene before him made him question that assumption. For people crammed into a dilapidated little house in Dian City, relying on the most basic mortal-grade soul power potions for cultivation. Only when breaking through bottlenecks would they splurge on a single bottle of yellow-grade potion. This was nothing like the treatment one would expect from someone of a powerful background. Xiao Qin knew Su Chun and Su Yang, but when Su Lin pointed to an even younger boy and introduced him, Xiao Qin's doubts deepened. Brother Xiao, this is Su Jing, my attendant, Su Lin said. Looking at the cramped little house they all shared, Xiao Qin couldn't help but suspect that the term attendant concealed a deeper truth. However, he wisely chose not to press the matter. After some polite conversation, he spoke directly to Su Lin. Brother Su, it's not that I don't trust you, but with the four of you and just me, the disparity in strength is too great. There are some things I need to understand before I can agree to travel with you. Years ago, Su Lin might have stormed off at such words. But after weathering so many hardships, he now saw Xiao Qin's cautiousness as a sign of wisdom. Ask away, Brother Xiao, Su Lin replied calmly. You're not wrong, we are indeed on the run. Over the years, we've had to act with extreme caution. Even when taking on tasks, I go out alone. I don't even dare summon my flame tiger in public. Xiao Chun immediately understood this flame tiger was likely as sensitive a subject as his own thunder eagle. I see. So, you had the nerve to steal someone else's spirit beast cub, he remarked. The comment made Su Lin's eyes instantly redden. He opened his mouth to explain, but ultimately fell silent. Brother Xiao, Su Lin said in a low voice. Trial missions may be dangerous, but they also help us avoid being tracked. Over the years, I've only dared to visit the Beast Tamer Guild alone. Finding teammates requires careful observation. I can't afford to trust anyone easily. Trial missions required teams of 5, and Su Lin's group had always lacked one dependable member. Xiao Qin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for these youths, younger than himself, who had managed to cultivate to such a level despite their dire circumstances. Brother Su, aren't you afraid I'll reveal what you've told me? Xiao Qin asked. Brother Xiao, you've already known what my spirit beast is, Su Lin replied calmly. If you had wanted to say it, you would have said it long ago. Su Lin looked at Xiao Chun with a sincere expression. We have no other options now. We can only choose to trust Brother Xiao. We can't afford to waste any more time. Xiao Chun studied the group in front of him thoughtfully. If they were heirs of a major power, he wouldn't be particularly interested. But if they were people backed into a corner, they might be worth considering. Their talents were extraordinary, rare even. Facing powerful enemies in the future, relying on his own strength alone wouldn't be enough. Allies like these would be invaluable. Brother Su, to be honest, Xiao Chun said after some deliberation, his voice calm and measured. I, too, am being hunted. You and I are in similar situations. We should help each other. But for people like us, who've been through so much, trust doesn't come easily. Su Lin nodded slightly, resonating with the sentiment. A person's experiences often leave indelible marks on their soul. Brother Xiao, you're being hunted as well? That's right. My enemies are indeed formidable, Xiao Chun replied, his eyes flickering with thought. How about this, we can collaborate? When your pursuers come, I'll do my utmost to help you. Similarly, when I need assistance, I hope you will do the same for me. A hint of hesitation flashed in Su Lin's eyes. But we don't trust each other yet. Rushing into an alliance might not be wise. However, cooperating on a single mission could be considered. Haha, Xiao Qin chuckled. These things tend to happen naturally. The strongest alliances are either built on shared interests or common enemies powerful enough to unite us. Working on a mission together, helping each other, that is the most straightforward shared interest. So, we just need a common enemy? Su Lin's eyes lit up with understanding. If we don't have one, we create one, Xiao Qin said bluntly. Show your sincerity by helping me eliminate a few targets, and I'll do the same for you. To forge a solid bond, beyond shared interests, sometimes it takes doing something less virtuous together. Xiao Chun had already devised a plan targeting the Beast Palace's assets, binding everyone to the same fate. He speculated that the people Su Lin had offended were likely far less formidable than the Beast Palace. Meanwhile, Su Lin thought to himself, how powerful could Xiao Chen's enemies really be? Brother Xiao, what exactly do you want us to do? Su Lin asked. Act as raiders for one, skill a few people, seize some resources, Xiao Chun said casually, deliberately omitting the fact that their target was the Beast Palace's assets. Su Lin gritted his teeth. It's not impossible, but for now, I don't need you to kill anyone for me. He hadn't expected their discussion about a trial mission to take such a violent turn. If you don't need my help, that's fine. I'll make sure to provide adequate compensation, Xiao Chen assured, his gaze intense. None of you have a second spirit beast yet, right? I promise to give you a big surprise. Xiao Chen's plan was clear seize assets from the Beast Palace and contract the stolen spirit beasts. When the time came, Su Lin and his group would have no choice but to stand against the Beast Palace. They would each gain 2 exceptional, yet clandestine spirit beasts, and perhaps Greenvine Fortress would become their final refuge. Desperate people are often willing to risk everything for a glimmer of hope. While Su Lin wasn't certain of Xiao Chen's kindness, he believed the man to be trustworthy and true to his word. As long as they took the first step, Xiao Chen wouldn't back down. Xiao Chun intended to give each of the four a Thunderhawk spirit egg not for free, but with the option to repay later. These unsold eggs were perfect for securing the loyalty of four individuals with immense potential. Once they learned the origins of the eggs, they might even be more eager than Xiao Chun to resolve the ensuing trouble. With this, Xiao Chun had found the perfect allies to help him eliminate the Beast Palace's steward. Since deciding to take action against the Beast Taming Palace, Xiao Chun began closely monitoring every move made by this formidable force. The Beast Taming Palace owned countless shops within Dian City, but Xiao Chun dared not act recklessly against those establishments. However, the properties outside the city were not off-limits to him. On this particular day, a silent raid took place on a medicinal field 100 miles north of the city. 100 acres of spiritual herbs were completely plundered, and none of the guards survived. After the operation, Xiao Chun did not return to Dian City. Instead, he flew south for several hundred miles with his spoils, heading back to Greenvine Fortress. The success of this mission was largely due to the assistance of two powerful Xian rank experts, Long Sange and Bai Lang. When Su Lin and the others saw Xiao Chun wielding such formidable power, they were left speechless with shock. At this moment, they were seated on Long Sange's broad dragon back, unable to suppress the unease in their hearts. Noticing their anxiety, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Brother Su, don't be nervous. We're all in the same boat now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer truthfully." Su Lin's expression shifted several times before he finally voiced his concern. "The people we killed, what force were they from? A location guarded by Xian-rank beasts must belong to someone significant." "Beast Taming Palace," Xiao Chun replied calmly, deliberately revealing the truth only at this moment. "Where are we headed now?" Su Lin pressed further. "To my home, Greenvine Fortress." "You should remember those vines," Xiao Chun responded candidly. Worry filled Su Lin's heart. They had already killed members of the Beast Taming Palace, and this act was now a hold Xiao Chun had over them. Moreover, they had no leverage against Xiao Chun, who also had the support of powerful Xian-rank beasts. "How can I trust that you won't turn on us in the future?" Su Lin questioned. Xiao Chun chuckled. "I won't. Every investment requires a return. I wouldn't pour resources into you only to betray you later. It would be far too costly." As he spoke, Xiao Chun took out 4 spiritual eggs that radiated a strong, shimmering aura. Thunder Eagle spiritual beasts with dual lightning and flight attributes, possessing talent above the earth rank. Each is worth 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 20 million low-grade spirit stones. The group stared in astonishment at these invaluable eggs. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiao, have you already grown this strong?" "Today's gains will make us even stronger," Xiao Chun said with a satisfied smile. "In addition to a large batch of yellow-rank spiritual herbs, we unexpectedly acquired several Xian-rank spiritual herbs. The Beast Taming Palace is indeed unimaginably wealthy. Any one of their properties is worth millions, if not tens of millions, of spirit stones." He extended the spiritual eggs toward the group. "These Thunder Eagle eggs are highly sensitive. Whether you form a contract with them is up to you." Yet everyone present understood clearly that, having already made an enemy of the Beast Taming Palace, they had no other choice. Naturally, they need to form a contract with these incredibly rare spirit beasts, Xiao Chun said seriously as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. "Only by growing stronger can you have the power to protect yourselves. But let me be clear up front, these spirit beasts are not free. Since we're on the same side, I'll give you a 50 discount. Contract the spirit beasts first, and you can pay me back gradually." His gaze swept across the group as he continued. "If each of you has a flying spirit beast of this caliber, earning spirit stones will become much easier. Spirit stones can be earned over time, but the opportunity to contract a thunder hawk like this only comes once." For the Su family members, this day felt like a dream. First, they inexplicably found themselves opposing the Beast Taming Palace. Then, they managed to contract spirit beasts from the same palace and even got to visit Xiao Chen's residence, witnessing firsthand the vast wealth and resources he had accumulated over the years. Once Xiao Chun brought them to his home, he decided to lay down some ground rules. "Brother Su Lin, there are a few things I need to make clear. Even among brothers, accounts need to be settled. I'm giving you this opportunity, but earning spirit stones ultimately depends on your own efforts." Instead of feeling offended, the group smiled in relief. To them, Xiao Chen's honesty only proved he had no ill intentions. If he had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have bothered to be so transparent, could simply take what he wanted. "You can rest here for a couple of days," Xiao Chen suggested. "Take the time to familiarize yourselves with your awakened skills and test your combat capabilities. Working together on missions will give you a better chance of success." While Xiao Chun had some understanding of Su Lin and the others, he was particularly intrigued by the youngest, Su Jing. After Xiao Chen's candid approach, Su Lin and his companions decided to open up as well. We come from the Su family in Tiannan, Su Lin revealed. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, though he knew little about Tiannan City or the Su family. The Su family has encountered trouble, Su Lin continued. Su Jing and I are direct descendants of the family, and our first contracted spirit beasts are flame demon tigers. Su Yang and Su Chun are from a branch of the family. Their contracted beasts are Huado. Xiao Chun was inwardly surprised that both pairs had contracted such high-quality spirit beasts. He quickly added, actually, Huado is an excellent spirit beast as well. It has balanced abilities and considerable potential. The group then detailed their skills. Both flame demon tigers had awakened the devastating, blazing city inferno, capable of unleashing waves of intense flames. Su Lin had also awakened the defensive flame shield, while the others had unique abilities. One possessed a sustained damage skill called Fire Dragon Spell, and Su Jing had awakened Lava Bind, which could summon fiery chains to immobilize enemies. Su Chun and Su Yang both wielded powerful fire-based attack skills. Xiao Chun analyzed their abilities, saying, although these skills are somewhat straightforward, they work well together. Su Jing can immobilize enemies first, and then you can all focus your firepower. With 4 fire elemental beast tamers attacking simultaneously, even spiritual iron could be melted into liquid. After some thought, he added, that said, I hope you can awaken some support-type skills in the future, such as healing abilities. These are crucial in battle. Even though their skill set wasn't perfect, Xiao Chun was highly satisfied with the team. With their strong abilities and formidable spirit beasts, they were already shaping up to be an elite squad. The Flame Demon Tiger, once a symbol of unmatched power, had now become Xiao Chen's close companion. Su Lin's Flame Demon Tiger had reached the 8th level of the yellow rank. With its exceptional talents, its combat strength was almost comparable to that of a black-ranked beast. If not for Su Lin's financial struggles over the years, this tiger might have already stepped into the black rank. This tiger boasted high defense, formidable attack power, strength, and speed, and could even serve as a mount, making Xiao Chen envious. Particularly noteworthy were the spirit beasts of Su Lin and his brother Su Jing, which were of excellent quality, rivaling the spirit beasts of the disciples from the beast taming palace. The addition of these new companions brought genuine joy to Xiao Chen. From the expressions of the Su brothers, it was clear they were equally thrilled. However, as they were not yet well acquainted, their interactions inevitably carried a hint of awkwardness. A few days later, the spirit beasts they had bonded with began hatching one after another. These thunder eagles were born with the strength of the 8th level of the mortal rank, an astonishingly high starting point compared to Xiao Hui, who had to slowly climb from the 1st level. The thunder eagles possessed dual attributes of wind and thunder. Among the 4 brothers, 2 of their spirit beasts awakened thunder powers, while the other 2 awakened wind-based skills. Thunder powers not only damaged enemies but also dispelled impurities, while wind-based skills, when combined with fire attributes, could unleash astounding power. Unfortunately, none of the spirit beasts awakened healing abilities. This realization made Xiao Chun understand that a beast tamer could not solely focus on cultivating combat strength. Training beasts with diverse abilities was equally important. Beast tamers with unique skills often achieved high status. In comparison, their group's skills, being entirely combat-oriented, seemed somewhat one-dimensional. For the sake of team missions, they all joined the Great Yin 7 Tigers group. Xiao Chun recalled previously trying to recruit Wang Su into the group, but that guy had fled and immediately quit afterward. Now, the group had 6 members, which should have pleased the eldest brother. However, Xiao Chun discovered that his identity token had somehow been updated from vice leader to leader. This meant he could now directly claim various benefits from the Beast Tamer Guild. It was a shame that the eldest brother could not return. Otherwise, the 7 Tigers group could have been complete for their first team mission. Xiao Chun had already been prepared, while the Su brothers spent several days finalizing their preparations. They equipped their 4 fire-type beasts with armor to enhance their defense, ensuring they could charge into battle with confidence. Despite their financial struggles, they managed to prepare some essential healing pills. When they returned to Great Yin City, they were met with shocking news at the city gates. An important spirit field of the beast taming palace had been looted, the station disciples slaughtered, and even a black-rank spirit beast belonging to a steward had been killed. The steward, nearly driven mad with rage, vowed to bring the culprits to justice. Hearing this, Xiao Chun and his group felt a pang of guilt, but had no choice but to feign ignorance due to their mission. As they re-entered Great Yin City, Xiao Chun managed to remain calm, but Su Lin's emotions were far more complicated. Just one trip outside the city had brought such monumental changes to their lives. Of course, they welcomed this change. It was far better than hiding away in a dilapidated little house in Dian City. Standing in front of their new residence, Su Lin's gaze was deep and thoughtful. At 38 years old, with an 8th tier Huang rank cultivation, he could be considered a notable figure in the world of cultivation. As his fingers brushed against the spirit beast jade token at his waist, memories came flooding back. Su Lin had once been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. With exceptional talent and a prominent family background, he had effortlessly acquired one of the family's finest spirit beasts. Back then, his life had been nothing short of dazzling. But fate is a fickle force, and the following decade felt like walking on the edge of a blade. Every day a struggle for survival. At 16, driven by youthful arrogance, he secretly left his family and ventured alone to Dian City, intending to explore the world and witness its wonders. That decision, seemingly rebellious at the time, turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. It was this act of defiance that allowed him to escape the catastrophic demise of his family, preserving the last trace of the Sioux bloodline. During their most desperate times, they hunted frost serpents in the icy wilderness, trading their spoils for a few thousand spirit stones just to survive. Those resources, once dismissed as trivial, became lifelines. Yet, when they returned from their perilous hunts, they were met with the devastating news of the Sioux family's annihilation. What followed was a relentless series of betrayals and schemes. Su Lin barely escaped with his life, managing to flee Tianan City with Su Jing. In those harrowing days of flight, the only bright spot was a young man who shielded them from a monstrous serpent. The second turning point in Su Lin's life came in the form of a man named Xiao Chun. Like a ray of light piercing through stagnant waters, Xiao Chun brought them a renewed sense of hope. Bearing the weight of a blood feud and the responsibility of carrying on the Sioux family lineage, they knew mere survival was not enough. They needed strength. Even in their darkest moments, they refused to settle for ordinary spirit beasts, choosing instead to risk their lives in trials. And now, as though guided by fate, Xiao Chun had brought them several powerful thunderhawks. Hey, Su Lin, what are you daydreaming about? A voice interrupted his thoughts. We need to decide where to go for the trials. This is a pretty important matter. Brother Xiao, you should make the decision, Su Lin replied, snapping out of his reverie. Though he was stronger than Xiao Chun in terms of cultivation, Xiao Chun was 7 or 8 years his senior, so addressing him as big brother felt appropriate. How could I make such a life or death decision alone? When it comes to understanding this world, I'm nowhere near as knowledgeable as you, Xiao Chun said modestly. Over the past few days of idle conversation, he had learned much from Su Lin and his companions, such as the fact that a storage soul artifact the size of a room could be purchased for 10,000 contribution points. In a world dominated by monstrous beasts, humanity's survival relies on two major pillars. The first is an alliance of forces centered around the Beast God Hall, with the Beast Tamer Alliance serving as a critical component. The second is a coalition of several powerful empires. On this vast land, Dian City is but an insignificant outpost among humanity's numerous settlements. To the north, spanning tens of thousands of miles, lies the territory of human empires, with the Longting Empire standing as the most powerful, boasting a population of 2 billion. To the north of the Longting Empire lies the renowned Red River grasslands, marking the border between human civilization and the paradise of monstrous beasts. Along this 8,000-mile frontier, the ancestors built an imposing wall hundreds of feet high, known as the famous Red River Defense Line. Every 7 to 8 years, the monstrous beast armies of the grasslands launch massive offensives. Historical records reveal thousands of battles of varying scales fought here, hundreds of which were particularly brutal, leaving countless scars on the walls. At this moment, Xiao Chun and the Su family brothers stand atop this historic wall. Gazing into the distance, the grasslands stretch endlessly, vast and desolate. Xiao Chun, moved by the grandeur of the scene, is interrupted by an impatient voice from behind. Hey, are you here for a mission? Stop blocking the line. Only then does Xiao Chun remember he is still in a queue. He quickly replies, Brother, we are indeed here for a mission. Your eagerness to serve humanity is admirable, but there's no need to rush. These words seem to have an effect, as the beast tamer behind them stops, urging them forward. Xiao Chun calmly retrieves 5 identity tokens and hands them to the steward. Captain Xiao, the steward advises solemnly, your team is still relatively inexperienced. It's best not to venture more than 10 miles beyond the wall. This is a real battlefield, vastly different from the wilderness. If anyone gets injured, you must retreat to Star Fortress immediately. Rest assured, your accomplishments will be accurately recorded, and you can return to the fortress at any time to restock or exchange resources. Please, take care. The steward's words prompt Xiao Chun to feel a sense of caution. Star Fortress, a crucial stronghold along the Red River Defense Line, sits at the border between human and beast territories. Fortunately, the last beast tide occurred just last year, so large-scale battles are unlikely for the next few years. Their mission is straightforward, to hunt as many beasts as possible in preparation for the next beast tide. This is precisely why Xiao Chun and his team chose this location for their trial without the immediate threat of a massive beast tide. The risks remain manageable as long as they proceed carefully. Each time a beast tide strikes, the Red River defense line is stained with blood. The soldiers on the city walls fall one after another, and at times, some beasts even break through the defenses, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately in human settlements. Xiao Chun was well aware of the dangers of the front lines, but during the period right after a beast tied, trial participants like him could come here to weaken the remaining beasts. It was their way of contributing to the human race. The small town near the Star Fortress was bustling with activity. Merchants from all over gathered to purchase beast carcasses and brought along a large supply of healing pills and soul power potions. The trade of supplies here was incredibly comprehensive. After completing their identity registration, Xiao Chun, along with the Su brothers, left the fortress and stepped onto the vast Red River grassland. Although the scenery here resembled the wilderness Xiao Chun was familiar with, the Su brothers were brimming with excitement. They eagerly mounted their steeds, ready to dash into the depths of the grassland. Killing a mortal-grade beast earns 1 battle merit point, a yellow-grade beast gives 10 points, and a profound-grade beast is worth a staggering 100 points. Su Jing said excitedly. 1 battle merit point can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Brother Xiao, if we only target mortal-grade beasts, we should be safe, right? Xiao Chen shook his head and unfolded a map. The map marked the activity zones of various beasts, showing that just 10 miles from the city walls, profound-grade beasts could be found. With their current strength, venturing too far would indeed be unwise. Although the Red River defense line stretched for thousands of miles and many targets could be found along the walls, the Su brothers, eager to make a name for themselves, insisted on heading deeper. Brother Xiao, let's go 7 or 8 miles in. It shouldn't be a problem, the Su brothers suggested. At that moment, they hadn't even spotted the shadow of a single beast and began doubting whether they could find suitable prey 7 or 8 miles out. Clearly, their understanding of the area was insufficient. While large-scale beast tides wouldn't occur here, roaming packs of beasts still posed a formidable threat. To ensure their safety, Xiao Chen summoned Xiao Hui to keep watch. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Hui took to the skies, it issued a warning. Xiao Chun, there are about 30 flying beasts ahead watching us. Their strength is around the 3rd or 4th level of the yellow grade. If we leave this area, we'll be attacked. Xiao Chen froze. They had just left the fortress, and already so many high-level beasts were targeting them. The area seemed calm, yet these beasts dared to linger so close to the fortress entrance? Faced with such a number of flying beasts, engaging in a fight was clearly unwise. Xiao Chen couldn't help but question, was this really the safest trial mission? It felt far from what he had anticipated. Xiao Chen was a man of pride. Encountering the first wave of demonic beasts just as he left the Star Fortress, he knew retreat was not an option. The other young men shared the same mindset. When their eyes met, an unspoken agreement passed between them, and they exchanged subtle nods. At that moment, another group emerged from the Star Fortress. Like Xiao Chun and his companions, they were also newcomers undertaking their first trial mission. Among them, a beast master at the 4th level of the Huang stage stood on the grassy plain, spreading his arms wide as he shouted enthusiastically, "Red River Grassland, here I come." His teammates were equally thrilled, their excitement palpable, as if they could already taste success and glory. Xiao Chun and his group couldn't help but shake their heads at the scene. While they too felt a rush of excitement, they found such exuberance to be overly dramatic. However, the cheerful atmosphere lasted only a few fleeting moments. Suddenly, the ground beneath the ecstatic beast master heaved violently. A dark shadow shot out from the earth, like an arrow released from a bowstring. Before anyone could react, a crisp crack of bones breaking echoed through the air. The Beastmaster didn't even have the chance to scream before he was killed on the spot. The abrupt turn of events stunned everyone into silence. Watch the ground. Brother Xiao, get up here. Su Lin reacted swiftly, pulling Xiao Chun onto the back of the blazing flame tiger while keeping a vigilant eye on the ground below. It's a ground drake, one of the members from the other team exclaimed, recognizing the earthen beast. Known for its incredible speed in underground movement and immense strength, the ground drake was a formidable foe. Xiao Chun felt a cold sweat run down his back. If not for the distraction provided by the other group, the ground drake's target might very well have been him. Having struck successfully, the ground drake retreated underground with astonishing speed, leaving no one a chance to see its true form. This incident heightened everyone's wariness of the flying demonic beasts they had previously spotted. Those creatures could be scouts or even bait. While their focus was on the airborne threats, ground drakes could easily emerge from below to snap their necks. Su Lin, we need to be fully prepared before moving forward, Xiao Chun said as he donned his Windwalker cloak, which made him noticeably more agile. If possible, we should eliminate that ground drake. The other team, having lost one of their members, retreated hastily back to the Star Fortress in disarray. Xiao Chun and Su Lin shared a ride on the blazing flame tiger, advancing cautiously. Though no one spoke, the group's attention was entirely focused on the ground beneath them. Their fire elemental spirit beasts were not particularly well suited for dealing with subterranean threats, and they had yet to summon Brother Tongue. Still, these young warriors had resolved to track down the ground drake and put an end to it. To better prepare for the earth elemental beast's ambushes, a group of young beast tamers decided to conduct a combat drill. This wasn't just to improve their teamwork, but also to reclaim the dignity they lost during their first encounter. There were two options for dealing with the earth drake. Either mount their rides and retreat quickly since the creature's speed underground was limited, or force it to the surface and eliminate it on the spot. Standing still, Xiaoqin carefully analyzed the potential underground paths and predicted the beast's next attack location. Su Lin raised a finger to her lips, signaling everyone to stay silent. The flame tiger's nose twitched slightly. As a proud spirit beast, it would never tolerate an earth drake flaunting its strength in its presence. Suddenly, the flame tiger slammed its massive paw onto the ground. There's something. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up as faint tremors rippled across the ground. Lava bind. Su Jing seized the opportunity and swiftly cast a restraining spell. A massive molten furnace emerged from the ground, completely enveloping the target area. The others refused to be outdone. Blazing inferno. Explosive fire art. Whirling sandstorm. The four beast tamers and their spirit beasts launched their attacks simultaneously, transforming the ground into a sea of flames. The temperature soared so high that even spirit iron would have melted. Under this overwhelming firepower, an earth drake, covered in crimson scales, was forced out of the ground, its body emanating the aroma of roasted meat. While they weren't particularly skilled at combating subterranean beasts, the combined power of 7 or 8 fire elemental spells was enough to melt the earth itself. Just as they were reveling in their well-coordinated victory, a sharp cry pierced through the air above them. Xiao Hui, the gray sparrow, dove down like a streak of shadow, moving so fast it was almost impossible to follow. Before anyone could react, the sparrow was already ascending again. Clutching the lifeless body of another black earth drake in its talons, it had effortlessly pierced through the creature's supposedly impenetrable defenses. Su Lin couldn't help but swallow nervously. Brother, how did you train an ordinary gray sparrow to this level? And that green vine of yours, it's ridiculously strong too. Xiaoqin chuckled. It's hard to explain. Let's just say I have a knack for beast taming. After slaying a ground dragon, Su Lin and his companions scanned their surroundings cautiously, fully aware that these ferocious beasts often moved in packs. The Red River grassland was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Beyond the endless expanse of grass, there were rolling hills and rugged terrains. Dense weeds, towering over a person's height and blocking out the sunlight, provided an ideal habitat for countless herbivorous beasts. This place would be perfect for raising Qingmu spirit sheep. The spirit stones we'd earn would be endless. Su Jing remarked, gazing at the fertile land with a gleam of ambition in his eyes. Dream on. A companion interrupted. Talk big after you can handle a ground dragon on your own. Brother Xiao always says, it's good to have dreams, Su Jing replied with a sheepish grin, clearly influenced by Xiao Qin's optimistic spirit. Speaking of which, Brother Xiao once boasted about galloping across the entire Red River grassland. Yet, after 2 months, we've barely advanced 5 miles. Indeed, over the past 2 months, their progress had been painstakingly slow. They moved cautiously, as if treading on thin ice. They could have advanced faster, but the vengeful ground dragons relentlessly pursued them. Under normal circumstances, they could have chosen another area for their trials. However, these young adventurers were determined to stand their ground and confront the ground dragons heat-in. In 2 months, they had faced over 100 attacks from the ground dragons, nearly every single day. On top of that, threats from other beasts came one after another. It was thanks to several joint battles with other trial participants that they managed to narrowly escape danger on multiple occasions. At this moment, only Su Lin and Su Jing remained in the Green Vine courtyard, nursing their injuries. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun had ridden off on his flame tiger to face 2 latest-stage yellow rank beasts alone. Big brother, our Thunderhawk has advanced to the yellow rank these past few days, Su Jing said excitedly. Now that you're at the 9th level of the yellow rank, why not take a shot at hunting a profound rank beast? That'd be worth 1,000 battle points and 100,000 spirit stones. The Thunderhawk was extraordinary by birth, possessing late mortal rank strength from the start. Thanks to the exceptional talents of the Su family, the Thunderhawk had managed to break through so quickly. Are you trying to get me killed? Su Lin snapped angrily. The last time you said you wanted to test our limits, I ended up with these injuries. The memory of their fierce battle against a pack of mid-yellow rank hyenas still filled Su Lin with frustration. While their teamwork had led to a hard-fought victory, the injuries he sustained were no joke. The beasts in this area were seasoned fighters, battle-hardened and highly coordinated. I was just experimenting, Su Jing defended himself. Look at Vine Brothers only at the 5th level of the yellow rank, and still managed to take down an 8th level 2-headed hound the other day. Recently, the Green Vine Beast's achievements had been a blow to their pride. Despite having powerful spirit beasts like the Flame Tiger and Thunderhawk, their performance paled in comparison to the Green Vines. It wasn't that the Green Vine Beast was overwhelmingly strong, but rather that the Red River grassland was covered in vines as far as the eye could see. giving it an undeniable advantage in its natural habitat. On the vast expanse of the Red River grasslands, Tung Ji's camouflage was nothing short of flawless. This extraordinary green vine spirit beast, with its exceptional strength, hunted unsuspecting beasts across the plains. Many passing beasts failed to see through its true identity and fell into its traps. While it was common for green vines to prey on grassland beasts, the strength Tungu displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary vine spirit, leaving observers in awe. As people marveled at Tung Ji's prowess, Xiao Chun returned to the green vine courtyard. He happened to overhear someone calling him a freak, which made him chuckle. As the leader of the Seven Tigers group, Xiao Chun felt it was necessary to boost the team's morale and lead them to new achievements. Thus, a meaningful team meeting was promptly held. It's been 2 months, Xiao Chun said bluntly. The 5 of us have only managed to accumulate 2,360 battle merits, far from our goal of 1,000,000. His words brought an immediate silence to the room. Though the group felt that earning over 200,000 contribution points in 2 months was an impressive feat, it was clearly not enough to meet Xiao Chen's expectations. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across everyone present. This is the vow we made together in Dian City. Each of you is a person of your word, aren't you? He paused, his tone becoming more impassioned. Challenges exist, but every one of you is gifted, intelligent, and brave. Once a goal is set, it must be pursued with unwavering determination. His words stirred different emotions in everyone's hearts. The youngest, Su Jing, had eyes full of hope and excitement, while the others appeared uneasy. They were reminded of the time in the dilapidated house of Dian City when they had been inspired by Xiao Chen's rousing speech to set such an ambitious goal. After arriving in the Red River grasslands, they had come to realize just how daunting the task of earning 1,000,000 battle merits truly was. Yet Xiao Chun remained resolute, frequently using Tung Ji's achievements to spur them on. Let's set aside the 1,000,000 merit goal for now, Xiao Chun shifted his tone. Let's start with a smaller target. You are all among the elite of the younger generation. Surely, you can outperform a green vine spirit, can't you? Under normal circumstances, such a statement might not seem unreasonable, but Tung Ji's strength was simply overwhelming. Even the typically fearless Su Lin now preferred to fight while injured rather than endure comparisons to Tungu. Xiao Chen pressed on. To help your Thunder Eagles advance to the yellow rank, you've accumulated quite a bit of debt. Along with earlier loans, it's time to show some results to pay it off, don't you think? He looked around the room. Now that the Thunder Eagles have advanced, our overall strength has improved. From now on, when we encounter groups of fewer than 100 beasts, we must dare to fight. And if the opportunity arises, we can even consider challenging Xian-ranked beasts. Hearing this, Su Jing's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Beside him, Su Lin quickly spoke up, only to be sternly interrupted by Xiao Chun. Call me captain during meetings. Su Lin immediately corrected himself. Captain, I have a small, immature suggestion. If it's immature, then let's not mention it for now, Xiao Chun replied coldly. At that moment, Su Lin felt a mix of emotions. If not for being held by the throat and having no other choice, he would have long considered rebelling with his brothers. Taking a deep breath, he compromised. Fine, I won't bring up the Xiantier beasts for now. But if we encounter Huangtier beasts, we absolutely cannot back down. Hearing this, Xiao Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As someone who valued his life above all, he wouldn't dare provoke Xiantier beasts. Taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, this compromise was something the group could more easily accept. Sure enough, Su Lin also quietly let out a breath of relief upon hearing this. It was indeed time to take a gamble. Living in shame and being pressed by debts was no longer sustainable. Their 5-member team, along with 10 spirit beasts, actually possessed formidable combat strength. Especially Su Lin and the blazing demon tiger, who, although newly advanced to the Xiantier, were already quite powerful. The skills awakened by the Thunderhawks after their advancement made the team's battle coordination even more dynamic and versatile. In this trial ground, humans hunted beasts, and beasts hunted humans. Everyone operated in small teams, as larger groups would only attract hordes of beasts, increasing the danger. Each of the 5 members rode a flying spirit beast, giving them remarkable mobility. However, Xiao Chen's little gray was too small to carry him along with Guan, making it impossible for them to act together. Even so, with the 4 Su brothers and little gray leveraging their mobility, they could undoubtedly achieve impressive results. 2 months of observation had allowed them to identify the main types of beasts on the outskirts of the grasslands. One was the subterranean assassin, the earth-walking dragon, which they had grown quite familiar with. The other was the packs of hyena warriors, which bore a striking resemblance to the ferocious Huido, with astonishing combat prowess. These hyena warriors were highly trained, moving with lightning speed and executing flawless teamwork. Even when faced with powerful trial teams, they could retreat seamlessly, striking when the opportunity arose and disappearing without a trace. What Xiao Chun didn't know was that in true battles, these hyena warriors could even muster the courage to charge in groups against the Thier beasts. Highly similar to wolf packs, They excelled in combat and often gained the upper hand in skirmishes with human trial participants on the outskirts of the Red River grasslands. This species was vast in number, with most of them possessing Scientier potential and a wide variety of elemental attributes within their ranks. Their astonishing reproductive ability was the key to maintaining such a large population. Whether in the zones frequented by high-tier beasts or at the farthest edges of the grasslands, hyenas were a constant presence. The hyena's greatest strength lies in its swift movements and fearless combat spirit. However, their individual combat abilities are not exceptional, especially when facing a powerful and gifted beast like the blazing flame tiger, against which they stand no chance. After careful consideration, Xiao Chun devised a simple yet effective strategy. Rely on two blazing flame tigers as the main force, while the other team members provide ranged support. This tactic proved particularly effective against hyena squads of 10. The blazing flame tiger, a large and well-rounded spirit beast, happens to be the natural nemesis of hyenas, and the combined strength of two such tigers is more than sufficient. The strategy's key point was clear: locate small-scale hyena squads and launch swift ambushes. Timing was crucial, as the hyena's terrifying ability to gather reinforcements meant that prolonged battles would lead to catastrophic consequences. Even formidable creatures like the blazing flame tigers would find themselves in grave danger if surrounded by a large pack of hyenas. In this perilous wilderness, preserving combat strength was the key to survival. Few teams possessed high-tier flying spirit beasts, which gave Xiao Chen's group their greatest advantage. Successfully hunting 2 to 3 hyena squads daily yielded substantial rewards. If the opportunity arose, Xiao Chun could even join forces with Brother Tongue to annihilate larger hyena packs numbering in the dozens. Unlike other trial teams that frequently returned to the Star Fortress for supplies, Xiao Chen's team, thanks to Brother Tongue, had established a base directly on the Red River grasslands. They continually refined their tactics, experimenting repeatedly until they perfected their combat methods. Gradually, other trial teams began to witness a recurring scene. 2 powerful blazing flame tigers, accompanied by 2 latest-stage yellow rank Huido beasts, chasing down a pack of hyenas. The beast tamers would unleash control skills at the right moments, seizing opportunities to cast attack spells. Flames, gusts of wind, and lightning intertwined across the battlefield. Unbeknownst to most, a gray sparrow was also secretly aiding them, effortlessly taking down a hyena warrior with each strike. Though no one knew the origins of this team, their possession of multiple flying spirit beasts and high-tier creatures like the blazing flame tigers made them a force to be reckoned with. Most could only look on with envy and admiration, not daring to provoke them. After a few Thunder Eagles advanced in rank, the team's hunting efficiency improved significantly. They could now take down at least 2 hyena squads daily, and on lucky days, even 3 or 4. They remained cautious, avoiding recklessness or overconfidence. The Su brothers finally experienced the thrill of achieving something significant, earning hundreds of battle merits daily equivalent to tens of thousands of spirit stones in income. Each member's share amounted to several thousand spirit stones, revealing the lucrative potential of the trial grounds. Don't get too excited. We're still far from 1 million, Su Lin bluntly pointed out. But things have been going well lately. In a few days, we should buy some bows and arrows. Constantly using fire to kill enemies wastes too much soul power. Soul power should be reserved for more important purposes, like nurturing spirit beasts. Thus, in addition to their daily training, they added a new task to their routine, dedicating an hour each day to practicing archery. None of the brothers objected to this new endeavor. If he could use a spirit bow to attack enemies in the future, it would undoubtedly be much better than his current methods. This idea, proposed by the Su brothers, made Xiao Qin fall into deep thought. He looked at the heaven-splitting axe in his hand and recalled his recent battles with the Earth Drakes. The heaven-splitting axe was no ordinary weapon. Whenever infused with soul power, this soul artifact could unleash an astonishing force of 20 to 30,000 pounds. Initially, Xiao Qin chose it mainly to conceal his Gungjin sword aura. It wasn't until he encountered the cunning Earth Drakes that he truly realized the value of this axe. Over the past weeks, Xiao Chun had almost daily visions of himself wielding the heaven-splitting axe, smashing it fiercely into the ground. For some reason, the Earth Drakes were unusually persistent. Despite suffering numerous losses, they continued to show up relentlessly. Fortunately, with Brother Vine's assistance, its extensive root system could detect the movements of underground beasts in advance, leaving these ambushers with nowhere to hide. In fact, nearly half of his battle achievements from the first 2 months came from these reckless Earth Drakes. Whenever the Su brothers went out hunting, Xiao Qin stayed near the camp, engaging in skirmishes with these subterranean creatures. He even managed to locate and destroy one of their nests. When the Su brothers brought up the topic of spirit arrows, Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. Spirit arrows were a commonly used supplementary attack method for beastmasters, especially for those who had awakened strength-enhancing abilities. They were practically a game changer. A powerful spirit bow could even directly kill a demonic beast. Many beastmasters who hadn't awakened offensive skills also chose to purchase spirit bows as a means of self-defense. What was even more enticing was that spirit arrows, when combined with spell techniques, could have their power significantly amplified. For instance, when paired with wind guiding techniques, not only would their power be enhanced, but their accuracy would also improve greatly. Adding fire elements could further provide armor-piercing effects. This prospect made Xiaochen seriously consider purchasing a powerful spirit bow. His current attack methods were indeed somewhat limited. If he could master the spirit bow and combine it with his would escape technique, his combat style would become much more versatile. When facing a formidable demonic beast, he could don his Windwalker garment and rely on agile movements and powerful spirit arrows to fight strategically and gain the upper hand. Xiao Chen even conceived a daring idea attempting to imbue his Gongjin sword aura into the arrowheads. Although this would require extensive practice, the resulting power would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary spirit arrows. Brother Xiao, are you planning to buy a spirit bow too? The group was puzzled by Xiao Chen's decision. Of course, I want to improve alongside all of you. Whether it's spirit arrows or other attack methods, I'll learn whatever I can. Xiao Chen replied earnestly. This was truly how he felt. Since arriving at the Red River grasslands, he had come to deeply understand just how many formidable beastmasters there were. Not long ago, he had witnessed a yellow-rank beastmaster clad in animal hides and wielding a wolf-tooth club, charging alone into the depths of the grasslands and returning with the carcass of a profound-rank demonic beast. The image of that rugged young man was still vividly etched in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the grassland, his gaze filled with curiosity and admiration as he silently observed the distant battle scene. On this vast Red River prairie, he had witnessed several awe-inspiring moments where yellow-rank trial teams joined forces to hunt down profound-rank beasts. But what impressed him even more was the group of over a dozen profound-rank warriors who emerged from the Star Fortress, striding confidently and majestically into the depths of the grassland. However, the majority of this prairie was occupied by smaller teams like their ordinary trial participants struggling on the edge of life and death, yet never giving up. I suggest we each equip ourselves with 2 spirit bows, Xiao Chen said to his teammates. A profound rank bow for combat, and a yellow rank one for practicing accuracy. While spirit bows, as soulbound weapons, do consume soul power, their consumption is much lower compared to using spells. Brother Xiao, one of his teammates said worriedly, a single profound rank soul weapon costs at least hundreds of thousands of contribution points. For all 5 of us to get one, plus the cost of a large number of spirit arrows, that's a huge expense. Necessary expenses must be made, Xiao Chun replied resolutely. We can use the battle merits we've earned so far, along with the corpses of these beasts we haven't sold yet. It should be enough. While Xiao Chun himself didn't find this a major issue, he glanced at his comrades, knowing their debts were likely to climb even higher. It's been 3 or 4 months since we got here. Let's take a day off today, Xiao Chun suggested. Over the past weeks, they had endured intense battles daily, their nerves constantly on edge. A break was well overdue. As they set off on the road back to Star Fortress, their spirits were high. In such a perilous environment, the fact that all 5 of them had survived together without any casualties was an extraordinary accomplishment. Looking around, many other teams had suffered losses, and some, less fortunate, had been entirely wiped out. We've only advanced 5 miles after being here for so long, Xiao Chun said with a hint of frustration. Even within this short distance, the number of beasts they had encountered was staggering, with profound rank beasts appearing frequently. On their way back, they passed several returning trial teams. Most of them looked dejected, clearly having suffered heavy losses. Some groups had been reduced from 7 or 8 members to just 1 or 2 survivors. Some beast tamers had survived, but their spirit beasts had perished on the prairie. Of course, there were also a few who couldn't hide the joy on their faces, likely reaping significant rewards. Xiao Chen's group chose to return on foot, refraining from summoning their flame tiger and thunderhawk. These majestic spirit beasts were far too conspicuous, and they wanted to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. When learning archery, precision isn't initially a major concern. Xiao Chen looked at the massive target in front of him and thought to himself that most demonic beasts are quite large, so hitting them by instinct wouldn't be too difficult. However, landing a fatal strike was a different matter entirely. Only those with exceptional archery skills could accurately hit the vital points of a demonic beast. At the Red River Fortress's supply depot, the selection was limited. Xiao Chen stood at the counter, his gaze falling on a mid-tier, Xian-grade longbow priced at 150,000 spirit stones, far beyond his expectations. He furrowed his brow but ultimately gritted his teeth and bought one for everyone. I'll need to take on more missions next month, he calculated inwardly. Testing the bow, Xiao Chun infused it with soul power. The spirit arrow shot out with a sharp whistle, embedding itself deep into the fortress wall ahead. The power was already comparable to a 9th-level Huang-grade attack. However, such tremendous force came at a steep cost. Just 10 arrows were enough to drain his soul power. matching the consumption of his renowned Gungjin sword qi. But the range is much greater. Xiao Chun weighed the pros and cons. Once I reach the Xiangrade realm, this bow will still be useful. It's worth the investment. Brother Xiao, can you really shoot 10 arrows? Su Lin asked skeptically. I'm at the 9th level of the Huang grade, and even I can barely manage that. After all, Xiao Chun was still only approaching the 6th level of the Huang grade. Xiao Chun didn't explain. He had indeed noticed that his soul power was far purer than others, and its quality had steadily improved over the years. Whether this was due to natural talent or the refinement techniques of the divine spirit art he practiced, he couldn't say for certain. Let's start with Huang grade spirit bows for now, he suggested. We have enough strength to draw them, and the power difference isn't significant. Plus, they consume less energy. You could fire 100 arrows in one go, and with a rejuvenation pill, you'd be more than fine. What kind of demonic beast would need 100 arrows to take down? Su Lin laughed. If a few arrows aren't enough, then 100 won't make a difference either. The group also purchased Thunderburst orbs, with Xiao Chun buying 1,000 and distributing 200 to each person for self-defense. Having faced life and death situations before, he deeply understood the importance of survival tools. Though he felt the sting of spending so many spirit stones, he knew that staying alive was the key to creating more value in the future. After testing both types of spirit bows, they realized they might have been overly ambitious. They could only unleash a fraction of the Xiangrade bow's potential. Still, since they'd already bought them, they decided to treat it as preparation for the future. Once their cultivation advanced, they would be able to wield them with ease. At this point, Xiao Chun now possessed 3 Xiangrade soul artifacts: the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, the Windwalker Cloak, and this newly acquired spirit bow. For someone at his level of cultivation, this was exceedingly rare. If others caught sight of the Xiangrade spirit bow, it could undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. The group, being low-profile individuals, immediately stored the newly acquired spiritual bow into their spirit beast space after the purchase. They then took care of the accumulated prey they had gathered earlier, trading it for a batch of essential pills and potions. During the settlement, Xiao Chun counted their remaining contribution points and found they still had 100,000 left, which gave him a sense of relief. Noticing the flicker of anger in the Su brothers' eyes, Xiao Chun knew their frustration was building. Once again, the group had spent all their spirit stones to the last. Yet, this situation secretly pleased Xiao Chun. Adversity often sparks ambition, and now everyone would be even more motivated to earn. There wasn't much to explore in Star Fortress, and none of them were the type to idle around. As soon as the shopping was done, they eagerly left the fortress, wasting no time as they headed straight for the Red River grasslands. As Xiao Chun remarked, our journey spans the entire Red River grasslands. We're just getting started. Su Lin was more blunt. We're broke. We need to earn some battle merits quickly, or we won't even have food to eat. Once outside Star Fortress, the group swiftly disappeared into a patch of grass, their figures vanishing from sight. Familiar with the terrain, they made smooth progress along the way. They even managed to eliminate an earth dragon lurking underground, earning themselves 1,000 spirit stones in the process. Although their focus wasn't on the newly acquired spiritual bow, the novelty of it was undeniably enticing. Xiao Chun picked up the yellow-tier spiritual bow and fired several arrows at a distant boulder. With each shot, he felt his connection with the bow strengthening, and the power of the spiritual arrows left him quite impressed. Spot on every time. I think I might have a decent talent for archery, Xiao Chun said confidently. Brother Xiao, the boulders you're shooting at are the size of a room. You could hit them with your eyes closed, someone teased. Well, that's not the point. Why don't you mention how I managed to pierce through such solid rocks with a single arrow? Xiao Chun retorted with a smirk. Xiao Chun silently calculated that if he combined the bow with his Windwalker garment and would escape technique, it would give him a significant advantage in battle. Along the way, every tree and rock they passed became a makeshift target for practice. Their confidence grew with each shot, as if they would become master archers by the time they returned. Xiao Chun, there's a demon beast ahead. Xiao Hui, circling in the air, gave a warning as it watched the group, whose archery stances were anything but polished. A demon beast? That's the perfect chance for some real combat practice. Xiao Chun's excitement grew at the thought of testing his skills on a moving target. Before long, they discovered not only a demon beast up ahead, but also humans locked in fierce combat with it. Xiao Chun quickly realized this was a large-scale battle between trial participants and demon beasts. Big brother, there's a fight ahead, Su Jing exclaimed after a moment of observation, clearly surprised. Xiao Hu's capabilities far surpassed those of the Thunder Eagles they had encountered earlier, even in terms of vision. Through the gaps in the foliage, the group finally got a clear view of the battlefield. Over a dozen humans, all at least at the 7th level of the yellow tier, were engaged in an intense battle against 40 to 50 hyenas. The scene was both chaotic and awe-inspiring. Watching this rare large-scale confrontation, Xiao Chun couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Xiao Chun unconsciously tightened his grip on the spirit bow in his hand, his eyes flickering. As a fellow human, Seeing his compatriots in distress stirred a sense of duty within him to lend a helping hand. Of course, if he could also gain some additional kill credits in the process, all the better. Remember, good deeds should be done without leaving a name, Xiao Chun whispered, lowering his voice. We'll hide in the grass and ambush with spirit arrows. Hit and run a lingering. Hearing this, Su Jing couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Brother Xiao. In his eyes, this was the epitome of noble character, leaving after accomplishing the deed, concealing both merit and fame. Only Su Lin saw through the truth. Brother Xiao was simply worried that stealing others' battle achievements might cause trouble. Several thunder hawks lay hidden in the dense grass, poised and ready to strike. To conceal their identities, they decided to use only wind-based abilities to disrupt the enemy's vision since thunder-based skills were too conspicuous and could easily expose them. Xiao Chun and the others gripped their spirit bows tightly. This was their first real battle, and even the spirit arrows seemed to sense their owner's excitement, trembling with anticipation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed repeatedly as hundreds of spirit arrows rained down like a storm. The Thunder Hawks, not to be outdone, unleashed consecutive wind-based skills, nearly depleting their energy reserves. Xiao Chen noticed his battle credits steadily increasing, confirming that their ambush was indeed effective. They struck with precision, helping their fellow humans while gaining battle merits, then retreated swiftly, avoiding unnecessary risks or greed. After withdrawing from the battlefield, they tallied their results. They'd successfully taken down 10 hyenas, a rather remarkable achievement. Just as the group was quietly celebrating, an enraged shout erupted from behind them. Who the hell is shooting sneak attacks behind the White Tiger Regiment? If I catch you, I'll skin you alive and tear you to pieces. Su Jing and the others exchanged uneasy glances, but Xiao Qin remained calm as ever. To him, missing a couple of shots was perfectly normal. They'd just need more practice in the future. Besides, they had indeed helped eliminate a significant number of hyenas, so there was no reason to feel guilty. In the following days, their lives grew even more fulfilling. Training, practicing archery, hunting, and slaying ground dragons each day brought substantial battle credits. Their strength steadily improved, and Xiao Chen's cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. After gradually adapting to the outskirts of the grassland, the group decided to plan a large-scale operation. This time, Xiao Chun insisted on participating in the fight rather than staying back to guard their base. He placed Brother Vine into his spirit beast space and began searching for a suitable location to set up formations. Since Little Gray's small size made it unsuitable as a traditional mount, Xiao Chun devised an alternative standing flight. Although his initial attempts nearly ended in disaster, Little Gray always managed to save him in time. Gradually, he not only adapted to this unconventional mode of flight, but even found it uniquely enjoyable. With the wind brushing against his face and his hair flowing freely, Xiao Chun felt a certain sense of transcendence and freedom. However, in the eyes of other trial participants, this beast tamer who used a tiny gray sparrow as his flying mount was merely a vain individual unwilling to admit his lack of strength. After all, Little Gray's size was indistinguishable from an ordinary sparrow. Xiao Chun was unaware of these rumors, and even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care. To him, the ability to soar through the skies was all that truly mattered. Looking down at the grassland from high above is truly a different experience. As the sun sets in the west, the vast expanse of the grassland is bathed in golden hues. The orange-eared glow of the evening sky stretches across the horizon, blending harmoniously with the lush green of the plains. A gentle breeze sweeps through, causing the grass to sway and ripple. A few thunder eagles soar gracefully in the glow of the sunset, illuminating the pure, smiling faces of a few young people. The sunset over the Red River grassland is breathtakingly beautiful, yet they can only admire it from a distance at the outskirts. Even after the beast tides recede, humans have never dared to venture deep into the heart of the grassland. For them, venturing into the grassland to savor the beauty of the sunset remains an unattainable luxury. Brother Xiao, stop staring at the sunset. There's a big fight ahead. Xiao Chun turned at the sound. In the distance, several miles away, a massive cloud of dust was rising. It was the dust storm stirred up by a large number of demonic beasts charging forward, visible even from such a great distance, indicating their overwhelming numbers. Under normal circumstances, this sight would prompt immediate retreat. But now, they were no ordinary individuals, each possessing high-quality flying spirit beasts. Though they lacked the strength to participate in a battle of this scale, observing from high above should be safe. Xiao Hui, let's go check it out, but fly higher and keep steady. Xiao Hui let out a silent sigh. Serving as Xiao Chen's mount these past few days had been a constant ordeal. It seemed the time had come to find Xiao Chen a proper flying mount of his own. Tang, land on the ground and quietly approach the battlefield. Stay hidden and don't act recklessly. While Xiao Chen had no intention of joining the battle, he wanted to be prepared. If an opportunity arose, a little risk might just be worth it. Today, not only did they witness the stunning sunset over the Red River grassland, but they were also about to witness a grand battle. As they drew closer, the howls of hyenas began to echo in the air. Then, Xiao Chen saw a scene that would be etched into his memory forever. Thousands upon thousands of hyenas surged down the hillside like a tidal wave, their densely packed forms resembling a vast gray ocean. Their deafening roars reverberated through the air, and even from a great distance, the overwhelming aura they exuded was palpable. The dust kicked up by their stampede resembled a giant gray dragon snaking its way down the hillside. From afar, countless pairs of eyes glinted with greed and ferocity, sending chills down the spine. As the hyena horde drew nearer, the ground began to tremble. Among the pack, one massive beast, as large as a greenwood bull, stood out prominently, a Xian-rank demonic beast. Even from afar, its powerful and chilling presence was enough to make one's heart race. Xiao Chun could sense its mental wave through its roar. Spare no cost, kill them. This was the most distinctive aspect of the hyena species. They would stop at nothing, even piling up the corpses of countless comrades, to wear down their enemies. Even in the face of earth-rank demonic beasts, they would recklessly charge forward without hesitation. The hyenas' pack tactics were strikingly similar to those of wolves, but their ferocity far surpassed that of their lupin counterparts. Not only were they ruthless toward their enemies, but they showed no mercy even among their own kind. Xiao Hui, fly closer. Xiao Chen's gaze remained fixed on the scene below, his heart filled with awe. The sight of this massive hyena army, numbering in the thousands, was far beyond anything they had encountered before, such as the smaller 900-member squads. This was no ordinary battle, it was a full-scale war. For the Su brothers, it was their first time witnessing such a grand spectacle, and their eyes gleamed with excitement. Brother Xiao, since we're planning to make a big move, should we take action today? Su Jing asked eagerly, unable to hide his anticipation. Have you lost your mind? Before Xiao Chen could reply, Su Lin scolded sharply. These hyenas are formidable even individually, let alone in such numbers. Remember, a pack of hyenas is far more terrifying than high-level demonic beasts. Although Su Jing understood the logic, the intense battle before him made it hard to suppress his fighting spirit. If there's no immediate danger, snatching some battle merits wouldn't hurt. Opportunities like this are rare, after all. As their flying mount descended further, a clearer view unfolded beneath them. An enormous circle of countless hyenas surrounded a group of no more than 100 humans. A massive spherical shield protected the humans within, while countless spells exploded on the shield's surface. Packs of hyenas frantically tore at the barrier with their sharp fangs. Brother Xiao, they should be safe for now, Su Jing remarked. But it's strange this spot is so close to the city walls. Why hasn't the Star Fortress sent their experts to help? With so many hyenas, it's definitely worth deploying reinforcements. Xiao Chen explained. It's likely an unspoken agreement between humans and the prairie beasts. I've spent some time in the wilderness and learned about their rules. Earth-level experts are usually forbidden from intervening easily, especially when humans are at a disadvantage. To allow humanity to recover and regroup, they can't escalate the situation. This balance, where trial participants and beasts wear each other down, is a mutually accepted arrangement. Though there are casualties, it's a necessary buffer to uphold the Red River defensive line. Inside the enormous glowing shield, 8 human warriors in matching uniforms struggled to hold their ground. One of them, a latest Xian-level expert, was focusing all their strength on maintaining the barrier, while 6 others sat cross-legged, trying to recover their soul power. The tiger emblem embroidered on their clothing revealed their identity. They were the renowned Tiger Squad of Star Fortress, an elite team known for slaying the most Xian-level beasts. But now, the 8 members of the Tiger Squad were nearly spent. With their strength almost exhausted and an endless tide of hyenas surrounding them, their situation grew increasingly dire. Even the mightiest human warriors couldn't last long against such overwhelming numbers. Watching this unfold, Xiao Chun could only sigh in resignation, knowing he was powerless to change the outcome of this battle. A sharp-dressed woman was using healing magic on a few spirit beasts. Her palms emitted a gentle glow as she softly passed them over the injured, Xian-rank creatures. Normally powerful and majestic, these spirit beasts now lay wounded and crouched on the ground. Those with more severe injuries had already been sent back to the spirit beast space, where the environment was more suitable for their recovery. Brother Yang, how much longer can you hold on? The ferocious pack of hyenas surrounding them let out relentless, bloodthirsty howls, but the experienced group of trial adventurers remained unfazed. Each person focused intently on their task, as if the deafening growls were nothing but background noise. I could have lasted another hour, Yang Sanlang said, maintaining the protective shield as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. But these mad dogs keep attacking nonstop. The energy drain is too much. I estimate the shield will collapse in half an hour. I've already taken a recovery pill, but the soul power it restores can't keep up with the rate I'm burning it. Such a shame. The woman replied calmly, though a flicker of regret passed through her eyes. We were just one step away from reaching the Star Fortress. Looks like we won't make it back today. Yeah, We're not getting out of this, Yang Sanling said with a wry smile. But if I'm going down, I'm taking a few more of them with me. Among the six-seated figures meditating, a man suddenly spoke. Yang Sanling, stop thinking about going down swinging. Your defense is the strongest, and you have the best chance to break through. When the time comes, drop the shield early and save some soul power. Well, cover your escape. Brother Yang, we've faced life and death too many times to count. We always knew this day would come. You have to live for us. We want to join Big Brother. The others chimed in, their voices resolute. Yang Sanling said nothing, his silence heavy. They had started with 10, now, only 8 remained. The only reason they had survived this long was because their eldest and second eldest brothers had sacrificed their lives to buy them time. I'm the third brother, shall it be my turn? Yang Sanling clenched his fists tightly. With big brother and second brother gone, I'm the eldest now. It's my responsibility to protect everyone and lead you out of here. Brother Yang, we're as good as dead. Don't waste your strength trying to save us. One companion said, locking eyes with him. If you're too tired and want to die with us, that's fine. Living might be even harder. But Big Brother gave his life, so would have a chance. Out of all of us, you're the only one who can take that chance. If you give up, their deaths will have been in vain. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Yang Sanling cursed aloud. For people like them, perhaps death was the easier way out. Stop cursing and save your soul power for the moment you break through. Another companion said firmly. Even if Yang Sanling managed to escape, surviving alone in the monster-infested wilderness would be nearly impossible. But they had to try, right up to the bitter end. Ugh, I'm so sick of running. Yang Sanling muttered. He couldn't bear to imagine what life would be like, being the only one left. Brother Yang, take our things with you. The others said, taking out their personal belongings. With these, you'll eventually reach the earth rank. When that day comes, go to the grasslands and slay a few great beasts for us. That'll be our revenge. Faced with his companion's heartfelt entrustments, Yang Sanling's emotions were a chaotic storm. For a moment, he didn't know what to do or how to respond. At this moment, Yang Sanling thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. If only a Xian-level trial team could show up now. But just as despair loomed, he noticed the wolf pack suddenly stirring in chaos. Instinctively, he looked up beyond the light barrier, and his expression froze. Shock, confusion, and disbelief flickered across his face in rapid succession. The woman beside him also halted her healing efforts, her gaze locked firmly on the scene beyond the barrier. High above, Xiao Chen witnessed the same sight and couldn't help but curse under his breath. What the hell? Descending from the sky was a young boy clad in animal pelts, wielding an enormous wolf-tooth club. He looked even younger than Su Lin, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance that sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Chen had a nagging feeling that this boy seemed familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall when or where they might have met. The boy's movements were brutal and decisive. Completely ignoring the attacks of the ferocious hyena pack, he locked his gaze solely on the Xian-level leader. The hyena leader, calm yet puzzled, spoke. Human, are you here to throw your life away? The boy didn't respond. With a swift and ferocious motion, he swung the wolf-tooth club downward in a devastating strike. The move was simple and unrefined, yet it carried an earth-shattering force. Instantly, dozens of protective shields sprang up around the leader, conjured by the surrounding hyenas as part of their usual cooperative defense strategy to compensate for their individual weakness. Human, you're a fool, the leader sneered. But before it could finish its sentence, a resounding crack echoed like the sound of shattering glass. To everyone's astonishment, the dozens of shields disintegrated in an instant. The hyena leader was utterly stunned. How could a human possess such strength, surpassing even that of power-driven beasts? Yet it had no time to comprehend the situation, as the massive wolf-tooth club came crashing down, shattering its skull into pieces. The moment the Xian-level leader fell, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Then, as if driven mad, the remaining hyenas lunged at the boy in a frenzy. However, the boy, seemingly unbothered, muttered to himself nonchalantly, 7 more to go. These Xian-level beasts are so hard to find. Hunting Huang-level beasts is just too tedious. With that, he casually hefted his wolf-tooth club and forced his way through the encircling pack. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the hyenas couldn't stop him in the slightest. Yang Sanlang and the others were on the verge of losing their minds. This boy, who seemed like a god descending to earth, barged into a pack of beasts just to complete a trial mission, and after saving them halfway, he simply left? What on earth was going on? Xiao Chen stood atop the high ground, staring in astonishment at the agile figure dominating the battlefield. The young man clad in animal hides tore through the ranks of the beast army with every strike, each move as devastating as a thunderclap. His strength and resilience were far beyond the bounds of ordinary imagination, resembling a god of war born for battle. So this is Su Lin's power? Xiao Chen thought to himself, deeply impressed. He initially wanted to compare Su Lin to other prodigies, only to realize there was no comparison to be made. Someone so young, Yet already a master of the profound rank, if Xiao Chun hadn't been trapped in Dian City, he might have only barely reached this stage himself. On the ground, Yang Sanlang and the others were equally dumbfounded. The young man charged into the horde of beasts without deploying any skills or receiving aid from spirit beasts. Relying solely on his physical strength, he managed to slay a profound rank leader. Such prowess left even Yang Sanlang, who prided himself on his defensive skills, questioning his own abilities. The profound rank leader is dead, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with joy. Does this mean we still have a chance? Don't celebrate too soon, an experienced warrior immediately cautioned. Hyenas are different from other beasts. When their leader dies, they don't retreat, they become even more ferocious. To them, each leader is akin to a deity. They will stop at nothing for vengeance. Sure enough, nearly half of the hyena army, numbering in the tens of thousands, broke off to pursue the young man in animal hides. Though the remaining gray tide still consisted of 6,000 or 7,000 beasts, the odds of victory had undeniably improved. No need to argue over who will cover the retreat. Yang Sanling laughed heartily. We'll either die together or live together. From above, Xiao Chun observed the divided beast army, calculations running through his mind. If those trapped within had sufficient strength, today might truly mark the chance for a hard-fought victory. Brother Xiao, act when the moment's right. The warriors on the ground called out as they began organizing their strategy. We've only got enough energy for one last wave of skills. After that, it'll all come down to soul weapons and hand-to-hand combat. They quickly reached a consensus. Drop the defenses and take turns unleashing wide area skills, one person, one wave. Though it would deplete their energy, each of them still had one final strike left. This was their last hope. Today, their chances of survival were slim, barely 10 to 20%. In this desperate land surrounded by ferocious beasts, even this faint glimmer of hope felt like a blessing. Just as despair began to grip everyone, a young man descended onto the battlefield like a divine warrior. His eyes burned with determination as he scanned the dense horde of beasts, declaring in a deep, resolute voice, "I'll handle the first wave. If these beasts dare to gather like this, we'll send every last one of them to their doom." A flash of light erupted from the boy's hands, and with a single skill unleashed, dozens of hyenas fell lifeless to the ground. Too bad I can only use this once, he muttered to himself before shouting. He'll count to 3, and the barrier will drop attack immediately. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the barrier before him. The moment the protective shield vanished, a blazing inferno swept across the battlefield, reducing a large number of hyenas to ashes. More beasts surged forward, but they were swiftly obliterated by successive waves of advanced magical techniques, leaving hundreds of hyenas dead in an instant. Whoa, there are at least 5 or 6 advanced cultivators here, someone exclaimed in shock. Damn, with this kind of strength, what are we even afraid of? Su Lin, get ready to move. Xiao Chen observed the battlefield from above. They had refrained from joining the fight earlier, partly because staying airborne was safer, but also because it was clear the trapped group had impressive capabilities. Most importantly, the opportunity to claim this much battle merit was too tempting to resist. From the moment the young man appeared, they had been itching to act. Opportunities for such epic battles were rare, and if not for their curiosity leading them to spectate, they wouldn't have stumbled upon this golden chance. Damn this curiosity, I love it. The brothers of the Su family shared Xiao Chen's sentiments. They had been waiting long enough. Hurry, prepare to rescue them, someone shouted. Rescue? Forget that, kill the beasts. Exactly. Killing the beasts is rescuing them. Use spirit arrows to attack. No, start with thunderstrike bombs. Don't hold back, aim for the densest clusters of beasts. Xiao Chen calculated excitedly. The 5 of them had a total of 1,100 thunderstrike bombs and a stockpile of spirit arrows. Against such a dense swarm of beasts, precision wasn't even necessary. Take a rejuvenation pill and fire at will. Throw the thunderstrike bombs in groups of 10, target the densest areas of the horde. Their timing was impeccable. The initial assault by Yang San and his group had been ferocious, cutting down hundreds of beasts in the blink of an eye. But their momentum was short-lived. After the first wave of attacks, their energy waned. Even with their advanced cultivation levels, they could only manage a few more bursts of power, slaying additional hyenas, but the hope of breaking through the encirclement remained slim. The beast horde advanced in relentless waves, showing no signs of stopping. Brother Yang San, it's hopeless. We underestimated this pack of hyenas, someone remarked grimly. Yang San, mechanically decapitating another hyena, replied, Heaven doesn't grant miracles twice in a row. To die alongside you all is a life well lived. Just as Yang San prepared for a final, desperate stand, an earth-shaking explosion erupted across the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars of successive blasts reverberated through everyone's hearts. A thunderous roar tore through the sky, prompting Yang Sanlang to look up sharply. Sky-shaking thunder? A thought flickered in his mind, and he quickly realized it was a signal of reinforcements arriving. However, in the next moment, He frowned against such a massive horde of beasts. What difference could a few sky-shaking thunder bombs make? After all, these one-time use soul artifacts, while costly, were only as powerful as an ordinary yellow-tier skill. As the Xian-tier experts nearby exchanged puzzled looks, an excited shout came from above. It works. Took out more than a dozen beasts in one go. It was Xiao Chen's voice, brimming with excitement over his effortless contribution to the battle. Keep throwing them, he commanded. Before the words even finished echoing, more sky-shaking thunder bombs rained down like a torrential storm. Explosions roared one after another, causing the entire ground to tremble. System notifications popped up incessantly. Yellow tier kill 12. Yellow tier kill 13. For Xiao Chun, this was the most exhilarating battle he had ever experienced. Said no risks. No need to worry about soul power depletion. Just an endless barrage of sky-shaking thunder bombs. Yang Sanlang and the others were left dumbfounded. Who could have imagined someone carrying such an absurd number of these bombs? Even more shocking, their destructive power rivaled the attacks of the Xian-tier experts. Brother Yang, maybe we should start carrying some sky-shaking thunder bombs ourselves in the future, someone suggested. Though they normally prided themselves on their strength and disdained using disposable artifacts, in moments of crisis like this, the bombs proved to be a worthwhile option. However, the hyena horde was not so easily subdued. The initial ambush had indeed caused heavy casualties, but the beasts quickly adapted. Various defensive spells wove an impenetrable barrier in the air. Many bombs were intercepted before they could land, while some barely managed to breach the protective shields. The frequency of system notifications noticeably slowed. Yellow tier kill 5. Yellow tier kill 6. These beasts are reacting way too fast. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. Switched to bows and arrows. Out of the 1,100 sky-shaking thunder bombs, half had already been used, taking down 600 to 700 hyenas and leaving countless others injured. Xiao Chen was more than satisfied with the results. Yet as the explosions faded, the glimmer of hope that had briefly ignited in Yang Sanlang and the others began to waver once more. Human friends, we appreciate your goodwill, Yang Sanlang called out toward the sky. But you must leave now. If flying beasts arrive, you'll be in grave danger. He had already discerned that the reinforcements were merely yellow-tier cultivators, and their courage and selflessness moved him deeply. But Xiao Chun, hearing this, was furious. Elder, we won't retreat until every last one of these beasts is dead. The enchanted arrows whistled down from above. While not as powerful as the Thunderstrike bombs, they were still highly effective against the severely injured beasts. With the advantage of higher ground, each arrow unleashed its maximum destructive potential. Young man, you can't imagine how ferocious these hyena-like beasts are. Even if you expend all your arrows, it won't be enough to eliminate them completely, the Xian rank warrior warned in a grave tone. Xiao Chun, however, merely sneered, his eyes fixed on the steadily climbing kill count. Every increase in the number ignited his fighting spirit. He no longer heeded the Xian rank warrior's caution, focusing solely on hunting the beasts to accumulate battle merits. Keep using the arrows to wear them down. Every kill counts. Once their shields are down, it'll be the perfect time to deploy the Thunderstrike bombs, Xiao Chun said with calm determination as he laid out his strategy. When dozens of Thunderstrike bombs detonate simultaneously, even their shields won't hold. Under the aerial assault, the pack of hyenas was forced to divert attention to defend against the attacks from above. Their charge slowed noticeably, which eased the pressure on the ground team. Yet, despite the relentless barrage, there were still 4,000 to 5,000 beasts roaring and charging with undiminished ferocity. Observing the situation from the front lines, Su Lin, the strongest among them, furrowed his brows. Brother Xiao, something's not right. Those on the ground seemed to be struggling to hold out. He could clearly see Yang Sange and the others accumulating more injuries, their movements growing increasingly labored. Don't worry. With Brother Ting down there, they'll hold the line, Xiao Chen replied confidently. He was well aware of Brother Ting's limitations: lack of mobility, vulnerability to fire attacks, and limited offensive methods, but in a defensive battle like this, Brother Ting's strengths were perfectly suited. Whether facing dozens or hundreds of beasts, Brother Tung could handle them with ease. Just as Yang Sange and the others were desperately holding their ground in the bloody battle, the earth suddenly split open, and a massive green vine burst forth. The unexpected development startled everyone on the battlefield. No one had anticipated such a powerful ally hidden underground. Watch out! Yang Sange raised his blade, ready to cut down the vine in front of him, only to see dozens of tendrils snake out, like living creatures, swiftly entangling the nearby hyenas. These beasts, whose strength was only at the second or third level of the Huang rank, stood no chance against the experienced Brother Tung. In mere moments, dozens of hyenas were tightly ensnared, their life force rapidly draining away. What is this? Yang Sange and the others were still reeling with shock when Xiao Chen's voice rang out from above. Everyone, work with the green vine. If we hold out for just one more hour, this army of beasts will be completely annihilated. Hearing this confident declaration, Yang Sange and the others finally realized the truth. This extraordinary vine was a reinforcement sent by the beast tamers in the sky. The power of the green vines was beyond belief. While everyone was still puzzled, dozens of green vines suddenly surged from another direction, piercing into the horde of beasts like agile whips. The toughness of these vines was far greater than expected, as even mid-level yellow rank hyenas couldn't break free from their grip. Although a few vines were torn apart under the relentless onslaught of the beast horde, it did not affect the overall situation in the slightest. Xiaochen felt slightly relieved seeing the vines deftly handling the situation. Despite some vines being snapped, new ones continuously sprouted from the ground, seemingly endless. The numerous hyenas were unable to break through the natural barrier woven by the green vines. You bunch of mystic rank warriors, don't tell me you can't even outperform a single green vine of mine. Xiao Chun deliberately taunted, trying to share the pressure on the vines. The provocation worked as intended, and Brother Yang immediately charged forward wielding his axe. With the cover of the green vines, the mystic rank warriors might sustain injuries, but their lives were not at risk. Sulan, speed up the attack. Use up all the spirit arrows if you must. Xiaochen shouted while continuously firing spirit arrows at the beast horde. Though his accuracy was lacking, the sheer force behind each arrow disrupted the formation of the horde. The fierce battle lasted for half an hour, and Xiaochen's stock of spirit arrows was nearly depleted. During this time, the vines had eliminated an astonishing number of hyenas, with countless vines damaged or destroyed. This was the most significant loss the vines had ever suffered in battle, and even Xiao Chun felt a pang of distress seeing it. Brother Vine, can you hold on? Of course I can. It's just some vines being severed, nothing that harms the core. But Xiao Chun, you'll need to speed things up on your end, Brother Vine replied, though his tone betrayed a hint of exhaustion. Got it. I'm on it. Xiao Hui, get ready to break the defenses. Xiao Chun leapt onto Sulin's Thunder Eagle, preparing to let Xiao Hui showcase its abilities. Since the enemy had set up multiple defensive barriers, they were going to shatter them all. Finally freed from Xiao Chen's restraint, Xiao Hui let out a sharp cry and transformed into an almost untraceable streak of light. Its wings, sharp as blades, tore through layer after layer of barriers in an instant. With a resounding crash, several layers of defensive shields shattered simultaneously. Xiao Hui moved with astonishing speed, breaking through multiple barriers in the blink of an eye. With the barriers destroyed, heavenly thunder struck the ground, erupting amidst the beast horde. Nearly 600 thunder bombs exploded in unison, their deafening blasts echoing for miles around. Even the mystic rank warriors like Brother Yang were momentarily disoriented by the overwhelming shockwave. The nearby hyenas, though not directly injured by the blasts, suffered substantial damage from the powerful sonic waves. In the distance, a massive army of hyenas halted their advance upon hearing the explosions. Such a display of power could only come from a top-tier expert. To proceed recklessly would be courting death. Brother Yang and the others stood dumbfounded. Was that thunder bombs? How could there be so many of them? Brother Yang, if we make it back alive, we need to buy a batch of thunder bombs for ourselves, someone remarked. Today's events felt like a dream to them, as if they had been forcibly pulled back from the clutches of death. High in the sky, Xiao Chen laughed heartily. Detonating 600 thunder bombs at once had earned him immense battle merit. A system notification promptly appeared, 197 yellow rank beasts eliminated. On the battlefield, the Su brothers wore expressions of delight as their battle achievements rapidly accumulated. Battle merits 1620. Battle merits 1750. The power of this wave of thunderstrike bombs was clearly greater than before. Not only did it eliminate new targets, but it also took out many already injured hyenas. Looking at the now depleted thunderstrike bombs in his hands, Xiaochen couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had known this earlier, he would have purchased more thunderstrike bombs instead of spending his money on a Shantir Soul weapon. These 2 rounds of bombardment had indeed put immense pressure on the hyena pack. Although the thunderstrike bombs were used up, Xiaochen still wanted to apply psychological pressure on the hyenas. Prepare the next wave of thunderstrike bombs, he shouted deliberately. As expected, his words immediately caused a stir among the hyenas. They were evidently terrified by the prospect of more thunderstrike bombs. Another round of such attacks would be unbearable, no matter how many hyenas remained. By now, the hyena pack had suffered heavy losses. Their leader was dead, more than half were either injured or killed, and only 3,000 to 4,000 were still capable of fighting. The devastating casualties left the pack leaderless, their morale plummeting, and even their sense of direction in disarray. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the chaos. A new leader emerged, a hyena with only a 3rd-tier, Huang-level cultivation. This choice seemed to suggest that the hyenas didn't select their leader based on cultivation level. Just the one I was waiting for. Xiao Hui, take him down. Xiao Chen's voice had barely fallen when Xiao Hui sprang into action. It was particularly enraged by the harm done to Tung Ge. Hurting Xiao Chun might leave room for negotiation, but harming Tung Ge meant only one outcome: death. A streak of dark light flashed, and the new leader's head fell to the ground. This eerie scene threw the hyena pack into even greater panic. It was clear that a powerful enemy was lurking in the shadows. Each time a new leader stepped forward, Xiao Hui would immediately eliminate them, showcasing its remarkable combat prowess. Without unified command, the hyena pack descended into further chaos. At this moment, lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Not only did it cause injuries, but the electric currents paralyzed any hyena it touched, significantly weakening their combat effectiveness. The high-tier Thunder Eagles held a clear advantage when facing hyenas of comparable strength. Xiao Chun and his group had already landed on the ground. For Thunder Eagles darted back and forth across the battlefield, while Xiao Hui moved unpredictably, striking from the shadows. The Flame Demon Tiger let out an earth-shaking roar, its kingly presence sweeping across the battlefield and intimidating countless hyenas. With their leadership gone, the hyena pack had lost its greatest strength. Known for their unity, they now appeared utterly vulnerable without a leader. At this point, the advantages of height-tier beasts began to shine, especially Su Lin's massive tiger. Its strength had reached the level of a Xian-tier beast, rampaging through the hyena pack with unstoppable force. Don't use any skills, just charge in and scatter them. With this command, a one-sided slaughter was about to begin. Faced with an overwhelming number of hyenas, the group had no choice but to go all out in a concentrated assault. The battlefield had descended into chaos, and any semblance of an effective attack formation was completely shattered. At that moment, the Su brothers seized the opportunity created by the confusion and unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. Blazing Inferno, Molten Bind, and Thunder Blast erupted in a spectacular display. Xiao Chun and the others were well aware that completely annihilating such a massive horde of beasts was unrealistic. Their strategy was to launch a wave of attacks and then retreat to the skies. However, the tide of the battle had shifted dramatically. Yang Sanlang and his group abandoned their defensive stance, launching counterattacks with sheer physical strength and spiritual weapons after depleting their spiritual energy. A few remaining Xian-rank beasts made a desperate charge, recklessly attempting to break through. They understood all too well that this was a fight for survival: win and live, lose and die. Xiao Chun, wielding his Gungjin sword Qi, swiftly decapitated two hyenas, darting across the battlefield with the speed granted by his Windwalker garb. Little Gray, save some energy. You'll need to get me off the ground soon, Xiao Chun instructed as he prepared to continue his hunt. Suddenly, a series of deep roars pierced through the battlefield. Little Gray immediately tensed up, alert to the arrival of new enemies. This is intolerable. Little Gray, get ready to fight, Xiao Chun shouted. But to his astonishment, the remaining 2,000 hyenas began scattering in all directions. It wasn't a chaotic retreat, it was an organized withdrawal. The roars turned out to be a signal for retreat. The hyenas displayed remarkable discipline. Just as they could launch an all-out charge with a single command, their retreat was equally swift and orderly, without any hesitation. In mere moments, the 2,000 hyenas vanished into the dense grasslands as if they had never been there. Xiao Chun, Su Lin, and the others remained in their combat stances, initially intending to retreat to the skies, but now stood frozen in place. This hyena army clearly possessed a significant level of intelligence. When they realized their mission was impossible or the cost too high, they decisively chose to withdraw. The Su brothers, still high on the adrenaline of battle, stared blankly at the carnage left behind. Su Lin, stop standing around. Start cleaning up the battlefield, Xiao Chen ordered. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts, each one representing a trove of spirit stones. The group quickly sprang into action, filling their spirit beast spaces and storage artifacts to the brim. Tongue, hurry up and process this spirit meat. With the hyena army now out of reach, the group had no intention of pursuing them. Recovering the spoils of battle was their top priority. Such valuable resources couldn't be wasted. Around 5,000 Huang-rank hyenas had fallen in the fight. Although Tong had lost a significant number of vines and would need 1 or 2 months to recover, the immediate focus was on mitigating the losses. Tong rapidly formed hundreds of green pods to store the spirit meat. The 2 flame demon tigers devoured several hyenas, while the Su brothers piled a large amount of spirit meat onto the tigers' backs. Yet, there was still a considerable amount of unprocessed meat left on the ground. The haul was so abundant that even their storage spaces were stretched to their limits. Xiao Qin calculated silently. In the future, he would need not only to stock up on thunderstrike bombs, but also to acquire additional storage spaces. After half an hour of collecting, the group was finally at their limit. By then, the Xian-rank warriors had recovered some of their spiritual energy, enough to barely ensure their survival. Xiao Qin's gaze flickered with a hint of caution as he faced the group of survivors. The battlefield was littered with an abundance of spiritual meat, enough to tempt any Xian-level cultivator. The allure of such a bounty was simply too great. Standing amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, Yang Sanlang and his companions scanned their surroundings with complicated expressions. The fact that they were still alive seemed almost unbelievable. Turning to Xiao Chun and his group, Yang Sanlang spoke with deep gratitude in his voice. Brothers, we are from the Fierce Tiger Corps. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving kindness. However, when the words Fierce Tiger Corps were spoken, Xiao Chun and his group's expressions remained as calm as ever, a reaction that caught Yang Sanlang off guard. In his experience, people usually responded to their name with some form of acknowledgement, whether it was flattery or words of admiration. Xiao Chun glanced at the remaining spiritual meat, half of which couldn't be taken away, and felt slightly irked. No need for gratitude. We're only here for the trial mission. Saving you was incidental, so don't dwell on it. Yang Sanling was momentarily at a loss for words. It turned out that the timely assistance they had received today wasn't even intended for them. These young people had risked charging into a horde of thousands of beasts with only Huang-level strength, merely for the sake of completing a mission? The thought made him want to ask questions, but he ultimately swallowed his curiosity. Seeing Yang Sanling hesitate, Xiao Chen assumed he was too embarrassed to speak. If you insist on showing your thanks, just give us some contribution points. This suggestion left Yang Sanling in a difficult position. The debt of saving their lives was indeed immense, but they had already spent all their savings before embarking on the mission, which had now ended in failure. In truth, they were even more strapped for resources than Xiao Chen's group. Noticing their discomfort, Xiao Chen guessed that these people were unwilling to offer anything. Though he felt somewhat resentful, he knew he couldn't force them, especially since they were Xian-level cultivators. Well, we didn't bring that many spirit stones with us this time, Yang Sanlang explained tactfully. Xiao Chen quickly came up with a solution that would satisfy both sides. How about this, you give me a few storage spaces, even empty ones will do. Some of these beasts were taken down by you, so if we take these spoils, we'll consider it your repayment. This suggestion visibly relieved the Xian-level cultivators. We have plenty of storage spaces left. Take as many as you need. In fact, just take all of them. They had prepared extra storage spaces to ensure the mission's success. Using a few to settle this favor was more than worth it. Of course, they still intended to repay this life-saving kindness someday, whether to Xiao Chen's group or to the beast-hide-clad youth. This was the code of the Fierce Tiger Corps. Although they couldn't repay it now, they refrained from saying much about it. Young brothers, where are you from? Could we exchange contact information? If you ever need the help of the Fierce Tiger Corps, we will do our utmost to assist. Xiao Chen regarded these words as mere pleasantries and was eager to send them on their way so he could deal with the battlefield. We're from the Dian 7 Tigers Corps. If you ever visit Dian City, you can look for us there. The two sides exchanged contact details, wrapping up the matter for the day. From the looks on the faces of Yang Sanlang and his companions, it seemed they had never even heard of Dian City, which likely meant they would never cross paths again. All right, we must return to Star Fortress immediately. Farewell, brothers. The 8 Xian-level cultivators seemed eager to escape the Red River Plains, almost as if they were fleeing in haste. A small team with only yellow rank strength dared to charge at an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Xiao Chen stared at the spoils of war before him, still finding it hard to believe. The gains from this battle far exceeded expectations. Though risky, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Xiao Chen thought to himself, running his fingers over the 50 storage artifacts he had retrieved from the bodies of Yang Sanlang and his men. Just these spatial tools alone were worth 500,000 spirit stones, a testament to the wealth these individuals had accumulated in life. Brother Vine, we couldn't have done it without you. Xiao Chun turned to the massive vine nearby. The vine swayed its tendrils and replied casually. A mere 317 roots broken, hardly worth mentioning. Looking around, the Su brothers' soul energy was nearly depleted, and the Thunderhawk's spiritual energy was also running low. Xiao Chen made a quick decision. Brother Vine, head toward the Star Fortress first. We need to process this spirit meat quickly. Our spirit beast space is already full. The vine was still carrying over 300 wrapped packages, demonic beast corpses it had encased in its roots. For safety, the vine needed to rest near the fortress. Fortunately, the magnitude of today's battle had scared off both humans and beasts within a few miles. Once the 5 reached the fortress, they immediately began processing the spirit meat. When their spirit beast space was emptied, the piles of spirit meat were mountainous, bringing wide grins to the merchants. Without time to haggle, Xiao Chun and his team quickly completed the transaction and left. They knew that selling such a large quantity of spirit meat at once was risky and should have been done in smaller batches to different buyers. However, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to take the risk. An hour later, they returned to the grasslands. The vine had already secured itself in the relatively safe area of Green Vine Garden. Only then did they have the chance to tally the day's results. 4,136 demonic beasts slain, earning 41,360 battle points. The tally left everyone stunned. This meant they had earned over 4 million contribution points in one night. Adding the profits from selling the spirit meat, their total gains had more than doubled. What thrilled Xiao Chen even more was his progress on the kill mission. Yellow ranked demonic beasts killed. 5. 16910 000. He had finally reached the halfway point of the 10th Sandbeast kill task. Brother Vine, start processing these packages as soon as possible. Although refining a single yellow-ranked demonic beast only took a few days, handling several hundred at once was still a significant burden for the Vine. The following half-month felt like an eternity for the 5 of them, spent in constant vigilance. Thankfully, the Vine's refining abilities exceeded expectations, and within half a month, all the spirit meat packages were processed. Xiaoqin quickly stored the Vine in his spirit beast space and returned to the Star Fortress, where he found a safe place to rest and recuperated for another half-month. After a period of hard work, Xiaoqin and the Su brothers finally completed the massive transaction of spiritual meat. The rewards from this endeavor were astonishing, a total of 9 million spirit stones. According to the prearranged distribution plan, Xiaoqin received 3 million, while the Su brothers shared 6 million. This distribution was fair and reasonable. After all, Tunga not only bore the heavy responsibility of refining a large amount of spiritual meat, but Xiaoqin also prepared crucial items like thunder bombs for the battle. Such substantial earnings gave all 3 of them hope for a significant boost in their strength. The Su brothers would no longer be restrained by mundane soul power potions, and Xiao Chun could finally begin preparations for Xiao Hui's cleansing process. Including his previous savings, Xiao Chun now held a wealth of 3.1 million spirit stones and nearly 30,000 battle merits. While this fortune couldn't be called boundless, it was certainly enough to draw admiration. Tengu, after refining so much spiritual meat, you should be able to break through, right? Xiaoqin looked toward his companion. Since Teng Ji's mutation, breakthroughs had become much smoother for him. If an ordinary beast absorbed such a quantity of spiritual meat, it might have already ascended several levels. Probably in the next few days. Tengu, though still somewhat unaccustomed to the impending breakthrough, soon reached the 6th level of the yellow rank. Xiaoqian immediately decided, I'll get you 10 black rank cores. Without hesitation, he took out 1 million spirit stones. This battle had made him deeply aware of Teng Ji's potential. After the breakthrough, they might even have the strength to challenge packs of hyenas. And Xiao Hui. Xiaoqin didn't forget his other companion. I plan to buy it a top-quality metal element core. The remaining spirit stones have to be saved for the cleansing elixir. Performing the cleansing before 100 years old is astronomically expensive. 3 million won't even come close. In the end, Xiaoqin purchased a mid-stage black rank metal element core for Xiao Hui, costing 400,000 spirit stones. He also stocked up on a batch of metal source pills, bought himself a piece of black rank armor, and added 1,000 thunder bombs to his inventory. After these purchases, he was left with only 5,000 battle merits, equivalent to about 500,000 spirit stones. Meanwhile, the Su brothers also gained significantly. In addition to their share of 6 million spirit stones, they completed several kill missions. Su Lin finally acquired the equipment he had long desired. He purchased several bottles of black rank elixirs and a bottle of creation essence for his blazing demon tiger, while preparing himself to break through to the black rank. Achieving the black rank before the age of 40 was considered a mark of genius. Most cultivators would already be remarkable if they reached the black rank before 100. Compared to beasts, humans not only had weaker bodies, but also significantly shorter lifespans. Ordinary beast tamers at the mortal rank lived around 100 years, those at the yellow rank could live up to 200, and those at the black rank could reach 400 years. This meant that once Su Lin broke through to the black rank, he would have nearly 360 years to strive for the earth rank, eliminating any concerns about lifespan limitations. 10 elite members of the Fierce Tiger Squad set out on a mission, but only 8 returned. At the Star Fortress, such losses were commonplace, and losing just 2 was considered fortunate. The truth behind the colossal battle that occurred outside the fortress walls was closely tied to this squad, but no one knew the details. People only saw the distant army of beasts gathering and witnessed an earth-shaking clash, with no knowledge of the twists and turns behind it. On the vast Red River grasslands, battles like this were rare but not unheard of, and within days, it faded from memory. After this battle, Xiao Chun and his team became more cautious. They devoted themselves to rigorous training within the Star Fortress for nearly a month, preparing for their next mission. During this time, the team's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Xiao Hui broke through to the 3rd level of the yellow rank. Brother Ting reached the 6th level of the yellow rank in one swift move, and the Su brothers made astonishing progress. Su Lin, in particular, after a month of secluded and grueling cultivation, had already touched the threshold of the profound rank. Watching Su Lin's rapid growth, Xiao Chun felt a mix of emotions. This prodigy's pace of cultivation had clearly surpassed his own. While Xiao Chun was still striving to break through to the 7th level, Su Jing, initially considered the weakest, had already reached the 6th level. Being surrounded by such geniuses was both an honor and a source of complex feelings. Xiaoqin couldn't help but wonder what kind of colossal family was the Su family of Tian Nan to have nurtured such extraordinary talents. 8 months, 50,000 battle credits earned. Xiao Chun was about to tally their achievements when one of the Su brothers interrupted. Rather than saying we earned 50,000 battle credits, it's better to say we eliminated 5,000 beasts for humanity. When the next beast tide comes, that's 5,000 fewer hyenas tearing into our people. These words stirred a wave of fervor among the group. Just as Xiao Chun was about to envision grand plans for earning 1,000,000 battle credits, the Su brothers quickly cut in. Brother Xiao, let's talk. Let's set off immediately. All right, Xiao Chun nodded, then added. But I have one small condition: you four brothers need to surpass Brother Teng in the number of kills. Though this seemed like an ordinary request, it was another test for these young prodigies. That said, it was undeniable that Brother Teng's stealth and group combat abilities on the grasslands were exceptional. Combined with Xiao Hui's near-invincible single-target combat power, the performance of these two spirit beasts filled Xiao Chun with pride. Having gained valuable experience from the last battle, the team's courage and ambition had grown significantly. They were no longer content with hunting single spirit beasts or small packs of hyenas. Their sights were now set on larger groups of over 100. Though the difficulty would sharply increase, with their improved strength, upgraded equipment, ample supplies of thunder bombs, and the ability to retreat using flying spirit beasts, this goal was no longer out of reach. Xiao Chun had already begun planning. Not only could they earn substantial battle credits, but they could also complete the mission of 10,000 kills. However, reality often diverged from plans. When they returned to the Red River grasslands, they found no trace of large hyena packs for an unexpectedly long time. Xiao Chun and the others had just arrived at a new location when they noticed several hyenas pacing not far away. Their wary, glinting eyes remained fixed on every move the group made. Could these creatures be deliberately tracking us? Xiao Chun frowned slightly, signaling the group to mount their flying spirit beasts and quickly relocate to another spot. However, it wasn't long before a gray figure appeared on a distant hillside. This is definitely suspicious. Xiao Chen's expression turned grim. Let's try switching locations a few more times. Throughout the journey, every time they reached a new spot, a hyena would inevitably appear in the distance. Although Xiao Hui managed to take down a few of the stalkers, new hyenas would soon replace them. This eerie pattern persisted for several days. Even when they managed to temporarily shake off their pursuers, it wouldn't be long before a new tail showed up. This is strange. It's been days. Why are these hyenas holding such a grudge? Xiao Chun was utterly perplexed. While the hyenas hadn't attacked, their constant presence was a significant nuisance to the team. With these spies around, they didn't dare let Brother Ting settle down and take root, fearing a sudden ambush by a beast horde. They've probably already memorized our scent and appearance, one of the Su brothers speculated. They might have even marked us in some way. Xiao Hui, eliminate any hyenas you spot immediately, Xiao Chen ordered. But Xiao Hui cast his gaze toward the distant horizon, his expression grave. Xiao Chun, I'm afraid you've provoked more than just these hyenas. What do you mean? Ever since we left the Star Fortress, a few spirit doves have been circling several miles away. They haven't left for days, Xiao Hui explained. These spirit doves were the same type of flying spirit beasts they had encountered when they first arrived at the Red River grasslands. But this time, it was clear they were targeting the group. Are you saying they're here to monitor us? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Exactly. It won't be long before they've figured out our strength, abilities, and even daily habits. A wave of unease swept over Xiao Chun. Spirit doves, wind attribute beasts with a profound grade talent, were not only adept at stealth, but also possessed extraordinary vision, making them ideal intelligence gatherers. Xiao Hui, should we take out those spirit doves as well? Xiao Hui shook his head helplessly. They're incredibly fast. Catching even one would be a challenge. Besides, there's one stationed in each of the 8 directions. Tell me, which one should I deal with first? It was indeed a dilemma. On top of that, spirit doves were one of the most common beasts in the Red River grasslands. Their numbers so vast they seemed endless. Killing one would only result in another taking its place. It seems we've caught the attention of the beast horde, Xiao Chun said with a bitter smile. I'm just doing some trial missions. Do they really need to go to such lengths to deal with us? This situation left them unable to hunt beasts effectively, while constantly on edge about potential dangers. Xiao Chun finally realized that these beasts were far more cunning than had anticipated. For someone like him, a minor figure, this level of attention was highly unusual. Surveillance of this caliber typically targeted powerful beast-taming organizations. Xiao Chun and the Su brothers exchanged uneasy glances, their faces dark with worry. They had only just started to taste the rewards of their efforts, and now their source of income was at risk of being cut off. It seems we've truly angered them this time. The land of life and death has always been unpredictable. Anything can happen. Xiao Chun knew well that the stronger one becomes, the more hostility they attract. However, the current situation was particularly unusual. After such a long time, their adversaries still harbored a grudge against them, which clearly indicated a certain level of capability. The ability to mobilize both spirit doves and hyenas at the same time was certainly no ordinary feat. Xiao Chun frowned deeply, contemplating all possible scenarios. If a powerful figure truly intended to deal with them, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Sending just 2 Xian-rank flying beasts would be enough to put them in mortal danger. After much deliberation, they arrived at a disturbing conclusion. Could it be that the surviving hyenas were seeking revenge themselves? After all, they had once slaughtered 4 to 5,000 of them, leaving a blood debt that ran deep. As they discussed, a hyena stood silently about 100 feet ahead, watching them from a distance like an eerie specter. This elusive form of tracking was far more unnerving than a direct confrontation. Xiao Chun understood that their pursuers were intentionally demonstrating their ability to monitor their movements at all times. These beasts were employing psychological tactics, aiming not only to claim their lives, but to torment them with fear and anguish before death. Xiao Chun, who was never particularly composed under such circumstances, felt uneasy being followed. Yet the trial mission had to go on, and he forced himself to press forward. Suddenly, a detail caught his attention. Sulin, have you noticed? We haven't encountered a single earth dragon for several days. This realization shocked everyone. They had been so preoccupied with the threat of the hyenas that they overlooked this glaring anomaly. Considering the earth dragon's capabilities, they should have tracked them down within half a day. Such an unusual calm could only mean one of two things. Either the earth dragons had let go of their grudge, or they were plotting something far more sinister. Recalling the earth dragon's relentless nature, Xiao Chun was certain they would not abandon their desire for revenge so easily. The situation was growing increasingly dire. This mysterious adversary not only commanded the hyenas, but also had the ability to mobilize spirit doves and earth dragons. While Xiao Chun and his group were skilled in combat, they were at a loss against such a well-organized army of beasts. This forced them to re-evaluate the dynamics of the Red River grassland. It became evident that the outermost groups of beasts seemed to be under unified command. Previously, their low-profile actions had gone unnoticed. In any war, there is always a command system. Yet what puzzled Xiao Chun was the absence of any unified coordination on the human side. All the trial participants were fighting independently. He couldn't help but wonder if the strength of the numerous beast tamers could be consolidated. Wouldn't their chances of success improve significantly? What Xiao Chun didn't realize, however, was that such attempts had already been made in history. Thousands of beast tamers launched a large-scale hunting operation on the Red River grasslands, killing an astonishing number of demonic beasts. However, the commotion proved too great, leading to an unexpected consequence. The beast tide arrived earlier than anticipated. In this perilous region, the weak could only endure attacks passively, utterly powerless to fight back. Xiao Chun and his team soon discovered that many trial teams were being monitored by spirit doves. These flying demonic beasts acted like eyes in the sky, keeping a close watch on every movement below. Weaker teams had no means to break free from this surveillance, while only those with Xiantier experts could avoid being troubled by it. We're only operating at the outermost edges. We shouldn't attract a massive demonic beast army, someone reassured. Yet unease lingered in everyone's eyes. For the demonic beast army, gathering intelligence and eliminating enemies were top priorities. The area was teeming with trial teams, some numbering over 100 members, and many led by Xiantier experts. In comparison, Xiao Chen's small team was far less conspicuous. After careful deliberation, they made a tough decision. The ground is no longer suitable for combat, Xiao Chen said gravely. We'll shift to aerial combat. As long as we stay alert for Xiantier flying demonic beasts, we can remain safe. They plan to rely on their flying spirit beasts to operate in the skies, ready to retreat to the Star Fortress if needed. The sharp senses of the Thunder Hawk would help them avoid danger in time. This will significantly slow down the speed at which we earn battle merits. Someone voiced their concern. Let's first figure out if this situation is common, Xiao Chen mused. Besides, this is also a good opportunity to train with spirit arrows. Though he was reluctant to remain airborne indefinitely, even with Xiao Hui reigning as a dominant force in the skies, relying solely on aerial combat would not suffice to accumulate substantial battle merits. Given their current strength, even hunting airborne targets was extremely challenging. The most effective approach was to utilize the Thunder Hawk's speed to snipe scattered demonic beasts on the ground using spirit arrows. Sulin, we need to map out a detailed chart, Xiao Chen instructed. Record the times and locations where demonic beasts appear. To find a solution, we need to observe closely. By circling in the skies, they could collect intelligence just like the spirit doves. Xiao Chen firmly believed that an opportunity would present itself. Brother Xiao, why not consult Yang Sanling? Sulin suggested. They're strong and have plenty of experience. This reminder struck a chord with Xiao Chun. He immediately reached out to Yang Sanling and quickly received a response. Brother Xiao, leave the Red River grasslands immediately. Just switch to another area for trial missions, it's no big deal. This brief reply left Xiao Chun feeling uneasy. It seemed the situation was worse than he had imagined. After talking with Yang Sanling, Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. It turned out that the leader of the hunted hyenas held a highly significant position within the beast army. Its death had caused trouble for many. To make matters worse, a powerful figure commanding an army of 100,000 beasts had now set their sights on them. Damn it, we didn't even kill that hyena leader. Xiaochen slammed his fist against a nearby tree trunk, his eyes filled with frustration. Sure, they had hunted down a number of ordinary hyenas, but why would a beast army commander equivalent to a city defense general of the Star Fortress and a strong Earth-level expert go to such lengths to target small fry like them? Yang Sanlang's suggestion only deepened Xiao Chen's frown. Brother Xiao, our fierce tiger group is about to team up with several powerful trial teams to enter the grasslands. If you're determined to stay in the Red River grasslands, why not join us? Xiao Chen shook his head and refused without a second thought. Last time, these people had drawn over 10,000 hyenas, clearly having done something to anger the beasts. They were now the true targets of the beast army. However, this gave Xiao Chun a new idea. Since the fierce tiger group was already strong and would be reinforced by other forces, they would likely attract the main attention of the beast army. Not to mention the fierce young man clad in animal hides. With his strength, he wouldn't fall easily. The most pressing issue now was to shake off the relentless trackers. Staying in the air was safe, but their hunting efficiency was abysmal. Xiao Chen firmly believed that every problem had a solution, and the answer often lay within the Beast Mastery Manual. Sure enough, the manual provided a new revelation. Among the thousands of hyenas, there must have been individuals who had awakened special tracking abilities, capable of marking them in some way. This explained why, even after changing appearances and disguises, the hyenas could still find them so quickly. These beasts were tracking them by their scent or aura. Scanning the contents of the Beast Mastery Manual quickly, Xiao Chen suddenly shouted in excitement midair. Beast masters from various elemental disciplines could awaken dispersal skills. Whether it was the wind element's breeze curse, the thunder element's purification spell, or the fiery dissipation technique, any of these could resolve their current predicament. The manual listed over a dozen dispersal techniques, any one of which might be their lifeline. This discovery made Xiao Chun realize something crucial: factions with a greater number of beastmasters were inherently stronger. Even weaker beastmasters could make a huge difference if they awakened unique skills. The solution was surprisingly straightforward. They just needed to issue a high-reward task to find someone capable of removing the marks on them. The problem that had plagued them for days turned out to have such a simple answer. Unfortunately, none of the 5 of them had awakened such a skill. In a secluded corner beneath the walls of Star Fortress, Xiao Chen's angry voice suddenly rang out. What? 10,000 spirit stones for a single breeze spell? Are you robbing me blind? He and his companions glared furiously at the seemingly upright young man before them. The young man shrugged nonchalantly, his expression calm. Well, it's not like I have the power to do it for free. If I had that kind of skill, I'd probably go robbing too. His blunt and unvarnished response left Xiao Chun and his group momentarily speechless. Noticing their reaction, the young man flashed a merchant's grin. All right, how about this for a deal? Buy 5 spells, and he'll throw in one for free. A little saving never hurts, right? His gaze suddenly turned playful. Huh? All 5 of you have been marked by someone. Didn't expect that. You lot sure know how to stir up trouble. This time, the young man looked genuinely surprised. He mused. Getting marked isn't something that happens from just any ordinary trial. That's a whole other level of trouble. We just have bad luck. Xiao Chun ground his teeth as he reluctantly pulled out the spirit stones. Fine, 50,000 it is. Deal. Though frustrated, he knew they had no other options in Star Fortress. The young man swiftly pocketed the spirit stones and instructed, stand closer together, please. Following his direction, Xiao Chun and his companions stood in a tight group. They soon felt a gentle breeze sweep over them, as if it carried away all their exhaustion. The effects of the breeze spell were indeed remarkable, though they weren't sure if it could truly erase the marks on them. Thank you for your patronage. The young man cupped his hands with a smile. The name's Tang Feng. Call me anytime, door-to-door service included. Xiao Chun, however, felt something was off. That's it. It's done. Of course, Tang Feng raised an eyebrow. It's a wide-range spell. Even if there was just one of you, I'd still be using the same technique. It finally dawned on Xiao Chun this guy had charged 5 times the price for the same amount of effort. Tang Feng seemed to catch on to their dissatisfaction and explained with a smirk. I have principles. Me pricing is based on value, not effort. Charging by headcount is just how I do business. Xiao Chun was already scanning the surroundings. If it weren't for the possibility of onlookers, he might have shown this guy what the Xiao family principles were all about. Tang Feng, clearly experienced, quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. Hey, no need for violence. This was a fair trade, and you agreed to it willingly. Though his reasoning was sound, Xiao Chun and his group couldn't shake their frustration. Seeing their gloomy expressions, Tang Feng threw out another olive branch. Peace brings prosperity, right? How about this? I'll give you a piece of information for free. In Star Fortress, there's nothing I don't know. Normally, I charge 10,000 spirit stones per tip. Paying for information? Seriously? Xiao Chun sneered. What use could your so-called intelligence possibly have for us? Tang Feng instantly bristled at the remark. You can call my fees steep, but you can't say my intel isn't worth it. I haven't spent all these years at Star Fortress for nothing, Tang Feng said, clenching his fists tightly as a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. As an information broker, being questioned about his professionalism was more unbearable than taking a beating. For 5 years, the intelligence trade had been his cornerstone for survival. Unlike other beast tamers, he earned far more spirit stones through his business than by hunting demonic beasts. Yet, before this, he had been a spirited beast tamer himself, embarking on a journey across the Red River grasslands with his spirit beasts. However, fate had other plans. His companions were lost forever on those plains, along with his two contracted spirit beasts, who now rested there for eternity. For a beast tamer, losing all their spirit beasts was a devastating blow. What made it worse for Tang Feng was that the skills he had awakened were both auxiliary, not the combat skills that could turn the tide of battle. But he refused to succumb to despair. Instead, he forged a unique path to make a living. He clung to a single dream: to ascend to the Xian tier one day, when he could contract spirit beasts once again. This belief drove him to tirelessly accumulate spirit stones, preparing resources for his cultivation and the spirit beasts he would one day summon. Xiao Chun observed Tang Feng's resolute expression and said calmly, "Tang Feng, right? Well, pass on this information." Being a cautious man, Xiao Chun rarely trusted intelligence from outsiders, even when it was purchased at a high price. "Wait, don't." Tang Feng urgently stopped them. "You need to hear this. In a place like Star Fortress, filled with hidden talents, even with dedicated intelligence agencies around, Tang Feng had to be more meticulous and professional to survive in the cracks." Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. "If that's the case, why don't you tell us what you know about us? If someone wanted to buy that information, how would you sell it?" Tang Feng scrutinized the group carefully, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "You've been at Star Fortress for some time, but you rarely interact with others. The number of people who've spoken to you can be counted on one hand. Among the trial participants, your strength is unremarkable, average at best." Noticing their reactions, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Tang Feng's eyes. "What's the matter? Are you trying to see if there are any flaws in how you present yourselves?" He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "You wouldn't happen to be from the Su family of Tiannan City, would you?" The word struck like a heavy hammer. Although Su Lin and the others tried their best to remain composed, their hearts were already in turmoil. For the first time, Xiao Chun truly understood how lucrative Tang Feng's trade could be. Selling just the whereabouts of the Su family brothers could fetch a handsome amount of spirit stones. At this moment, their thoughts shifted from merely teaching this information broker a lesson to silencing him permanently. Noticing the sharp glint in their eyes, Tang Feng quickly tried to explain. "Don't look at me like that. It wasn't hard to figure out. The news about the flame demon tiger appearing outside Star Fortress has already spread. It's not like only the Su family owns such spirit beasts." Tang Feng sized up the group in front of him, his eyes lingering briefly on their youthful faces. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Judging by your ages and the fact that all of you have awakened fire-based skills, it wasn't hard to figure out." He paused, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "What a coincidence. I've seen the bounty notice issued by Tiannan City. The reward seems quite generous." At these words, the metallic energy of Xiao Chen's Gungjin sword instantly condensed, ready to strike at a moment's notice. A question arose in everyone's mind. The world is vast, and most people haven't even heard of places like Dian City or Tiannan City. So how could someone from the Red River defense line be so familiar with the bounty from Tiannan City? Sensing their wariness, Tang Feng quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Don't look at me like that. I wouldn't stoop so low as to chase after that bounty. I'm a businessman with principles. I don't take every bit of dirty money that comes my way." Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh, clearly unconvinced. A man who would go to great lengths to scam a few thousand spirit stones, how could he possibly resist such a lucrative reward? Meanwhile, the Su family members had quietly shifted their positions, encircling Tang Feng and preparing to strike at any moment. "Tang Feng, you don't strike me as someone with such high principles," Xiao Chen said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Before he even finished speaking, his killing intent was unmistakable. "Let's not be hasty," Tang Feng exclaimed, raising both hands in surrender, though his expression remained calm and unruffled. "I was just speculating, but judging by the murderous looks on your faces, I must have guessed correctly." He shrugged nonchalantly. All right, I admit it. I was indeed tempted to sell your information to Tiannan City for a hefty profit. But I'm not stupid. I know which forces are too dangerous to cross. You lot are clearly no pushovers. Not only did you evade Tiannan City's pursuit, but you even managed to gain the protection of the Beast Palace." Tang Feng continued. "So there's no need to be so tense. The Beast Palace is a force far beyond Tiannan City's league. If you ride your Thunderhawks into Tiannan City, I guarantee no one would dare to openly harm you." Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed coldly as he saw through Tang Feng's intentions. "You wouldn't sell out the Su brothers' whereabouts, but you would let Tiannan City know they've joined the Beast Palace. Well, I didn't expect you to have such a knack for intelligence work, Tang Feng said, a hint of surprise in his tone. Then, with a casual air, he added, but even if I did that, it wouldn't harm you in any way. Relax. I'm just a small-time operator. It wouldn't dare offend anyone from the Beast Palace. However, his words only heightened the tension in the air. The truth was, Su Lin and the others hadn't joined the Beast Palace. That was the real problem. If such information were to spread, not only could it expose the theft of the spirit egg, but it might also implicate Shao Chun and Greenvine Fortress. Tang Feng, has anyone ever told you that dabbling in intelligence work can sometimes be dangerous? Shao Chen's voice carried a chilling edge of warning. Only now did Tang Feng realize the gravity of the situation. He waved his hands frantically. No, no, no. I won't sell any of this information, I swear. Internally, he cursed himself for his recklessness. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he would have quietly sold the information instead of flaunting his knowledge. Though Shao Chun and the others were brimming with killing intent, there was a more pressing matter at hand. Tang Feng, how did you figure out that they had all awakened fire-based skills? Just a lucky guess, he replied with a nervous chuckle. Another lucky guess, huh? That's quite the coincidence, Shao Chun said, narrowing his eyes, his tone laced with suspicion. Tang Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression cautious. Clearly, such a secret was not something he would easily reveal. Can you take a look into my background? Shao Chun asked tentatively. Tang Feng stared at Shao Chun for a long moment, a strange glint flashing in his eyes before he suddenly spoke. The Great Yin Seven Tigers? Are you Luo Cheng? This time, it was Shao Chen's turn to be shocked. He instinctively shook his head. I'm not Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng is my elder brother. Suspicion immediately arose in Shao Chen's heart. This Tang Feng was no ordinary person. How did he know about the Great Yin Seven Tigers? And how did he know Luo Cheng's name? These questions left Shao Chen deeply unsettled. Tang Feng didn't answer right away. Instead, he slowly recounted a long-buried story. 29 years ago, the Red River grasslands faced the most devastating beast tide in a millennium, he said heavily. In that battle, the Red River defensive line completely collapsed, and countless demonic beasts surged into the human world like a tidal wave. Shao Chen knew little about that war, though he had heard of the legendary war god Shui He, who achieved a breakthrough during the catastrophe and slew the demon Saint Nine Tails, turning the tide of the battle. That war also marked the rise of the Dragon Ascension. Nine sons names like Yi Xingqian, Mo Lingfeng, Su Liue, and Ling Haoyan became renowned throughout the human realm. While Shao Chun was unfamiliar with these names, he noticed the Su brothers showing genuine respect upon hearing some of them. The Star Fortress here was named after Yi Xingqian. Tang Feng began to elaborate on the heroic deeds of those figures, but Shao Chen interrupted him. Tang Feng, I just want to know how you know about the Great Yin Seven Tigers. Tang Feng gazed into the distance, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. That battle gave rise to many legendary figures, but even more nameless heroes perished. The Great Yin Seven Tigers were among the brightest of them. 6 Xian-rank warriors joined forces to slay a rank demonic beast, saving a small human city. His tone carried deep regret as he continued. The leader of the Seven Tigers, Luo Ying, was just one step away from breaking through to the D rank at the time. Shao Chen calculated in his mind. Back then, Tang Feng would have been no older than 10, and he himself was only around 11 or 12. What a coincidence, Tang Feng said with a faint smile. I was one of the survivors of that small city. I witnessed their divine-like arrival, saving everyone. Luo Cheng, let me tell you, I, Tang Feng, am not someone who forgets a debt of gratitude. Their bravery inspired me and motivated me to set foot on the Red River grasslands decades later. Although the results were less than ideal, I've never regretted that decision. Shao Chen couldn't help but mutter. You call this repaying a debt of gratitude? You charge me 50,000 for a simple spell. Tang Feng replied with a straight face. That's a separate matter. I told you, I'm a man of principle. When Tang Feng spoke about the heroes of the past, his eyes gleamed with reverence, and his words carried a deep admiration for those who had saved humanity from dire straits. This left Shao Chun puzzled. Why would someone with such ideals willingly remain at the Star Fortress as an information broker? With countless demonic beasts awaiting warriors on the battlefield, wouldn't that be a more fitting path for him? After hearing Tang Feng's words, Shao Chen's impression of him began to change. Although Tang Feng operated in the gray area of intelligence trading, he didn't seem inherently malicious. However, the fact that he knew secrets he shouldn't have was what made him truly concerning. Tang Feng then began recounting the deeds of the Dian Seven Tigers, describing how they had saved the people of a small town, including himself. His familiarity with this beast-taming organization stemmed from his own investigation after being rescued. At this point, Tang Feng's gaze fell on Shao Chun, and he suddenly changed the subject. Luo Ying had a younger brother named Luo Cheng. I never thought that one day I'd meet someone pretending to be Luo Cheng. Shao Chun studied Tang Feng carefully. On the surface, he appeared to be no more than a cultivator at the 6th level of the yellow rank. Yet, even when surrounded by several people, he remained calm and composed. suggesting he had something up his sleeve. Making a move against him inside the Star Fortress would not only be difficult without attracting attention, but could also risk exposing the true identities of the Su brothers. Tang Feng seemed to see through their thoughts, a faint smile playing on his lips. Haha, someone like me inevitably deals with all sorts of people. I know you don't trust me, and might even harbor thoughts of killing me. But here at the Star Fortress, you really can't do much to me. Before his words fully settled, Tang Feng's aura surged dramatically. From the 7th level of the yellow rank, it soared to the 8th and finally stabilized at the peak of the yellow Runka strength on par with Su Lin. Xiaochen also noticed that several soul artifacts on Tang Feng's person were of exceptional quality. While the 5 of them together might be able to subdue him, doing so without drawing any attention would be an impossible feat. Luo Cheng's brother, Tang Feng said evenly. I never leave the Star Fortress for my business, and this is exactly why. I deal with even the strongest at the mystic rank and have encountered plenty of tricky individuals. Knowing too much can indeed be a burden. Xiaochen realized that today was not the right time to act and began thinking about how to defuse the situation. Fortunately, their relationship with Tang Feng wasn't completely hostile yet. Brother Tang Feng, it seems there's been some misunderstanding, Xiaochen said, signaling to the Su brothers and the others to stand down. He continued, we mistook you for a swindler, but there was no malice in our actions. My elder brother always taught me to strive for greatness and contribute to humanity. Since childhood, I've been determined to fight on the battlefield and slay demonic beasts. Today, we are following our elder brother's legacy and have indeed achieved significant results. Normally reserved, Xiaochen couldn't help but speak with a touch of pride. In our eagerness to kill, we may have gone too far, slaying too many hyenas and drawing the attention of a demonic beast commander. We need you to cast the wind cleansing spell to remove the mark they've placed on us. Tang Feng was visibly startled. What? You've been targeted by a demonic beast commander. He stared at Xiao Chun in disbelief. A demonic beast commander is capable of leading armies of 100,000 or even more. Xiao Chun added, it seems so. Every time we leave the city, hyenas appear, and spirit doves constantly track us from the skies. Over the past few days, Xiao Chun and his group's actions had not gone unnoticed. At this moment, Tang Feng was staring at Xiao Chun and the others with a look of shock. How many demonic beasts did you kill? A team at the yellow rank actually managed to attract the attention of a beast commander. This is unheard of, Tang Feng said in disbelief. About 5,000, give or take. They were all yellow rank beasts, Xiao Chun replied calmly. Just the 5 of you? You killed 5,000 beasts. Tang Feng's eyes widened as he gasped. He regretted underestimating them earlier, realizing that if Xiao Chun and his group wanted to deal with him, it would be all too easy. Brother Tang, you deal in information. This is something you can verify. The battle merits we've earned should be easy for you to investigate, Xiao Chun said with a faint smile. Tang Feng's attitude shifted instantly. His gaze toward Xiao Chun and his companions was filled with admiration. 5,000 beasts. Our brothers could work for decades and still not achieve such results. Truly worthy of being part of the Dian 7 Tigers. Truly remarkable, Brother Luo. Even a profound rank team would struggle to achieve such a feat, let alone with no casualties among your members. The reason is quite simple, Xiao Chun explained. We just wanted to kill as many demonic beasts as possible to do our part for humanity. For every beast we slay, that's one less chance for our people to bleed. These words deeply moved Tang Feng, reminding him of his own original aspirations and the shared belief held by many humans at the Star Fortress. Come, brothers, let's head to a good spot where we can talk at leisure. I've got a few bottles of fine wine, and we can drink and chat, Tang Feng said enthusiastically. Xiao Chun hesitated as he recalled the time he got thoroughly drunk with Shuo Bufan and the others from the Green Mountain tribe at Luoxiao Mountain. However, he quickly reassured himself that with his brothers present today, it was 5 against 1. There was no need to worry. Haha, it's rare to find a kindred spirit. Sharing a few drinks with Brother Tang is indeed a pleasure. Xiao Chun agreed readily, then shifted the topic. By the way, Brother Tang, I heard you're close to breaking through to the profound rank. Have you prepared a profound rank spirit beast yet? Xiao Chun was already considering the 2 Thunderhawk spirit eggs he had in hand. If he could sell one to Tang Feng, they'd be on the same side in the future. I haven't found a suitable one yet, Tang Feng admitted with a wry smile. I've saved up some spirit stones over the years, but my requirements are quite high, so I'm still searching. Unaware of Tang Feng's predicament of not owning even a single spirit beast, Xiao Chun probed further. Are you looking for a spirit beast with Earth-grade talent? An Earth-grade talent spirit beast is too expensive, Tang Feng confessed. It would take me another 10 years or so to save up enough spirit stones. But I can't wait that long and want to have a spirit beast again as soon as I break through to the profound rank. Brother Tang, have you considered joining a faction? Perhaps the Beast Taming Palace? Xiao Chun asked. Tang Feng chuckled bitterly. That place isn't an option for me. To be precise, I wouldn't be accepted. A powerful faction like that wouldn't want someone as half-crippled as me. Brother Tang, Our Dian 7 Tigers currently has 6 members. Would you be interested in joining us and fighting alongside us? Xiao Chun suggested, thinking about the connection between Tang Feng and the 7 Tigers. He felt there might be a chance to recruit him. Brother Luo, let's not. Tang Feng shook his head. In my current state, I'm not suited to join any team. Unless, someday, I can contract an Earth-grade talent spirit beast, then, perhaps, I'd consider it. He was well aware that with his awakened skills, joining any team would only make him a burden. Xiao Chun, hearing this, silently calculated Tang Feng's spirit stone reserves. After the Su brothers incident, he had learned to stick to his principle: spirit stones must be secured first. The Su family case was an exception, and there wouldn't be another. Tang Feng hadn't touched alcohol in years. The last time he drank, all his comrades were still alive. Now, in a uniquely modified courtyard, a group of young men were clinking glasses, the aroma of spiritual wine wafting through the air. Tang Feng, brother, let's raise a toast to honor the great sages. To our shared beliefs, and to humanity, let's drink together. After several rounds, the Su brothers' faces were already flushed, and their hands holding the glasses were slightly unsteady. Tang Feng's face carried a faint flush, his gaze unfocused, giving the appearance of mild intoxication. However, Xiao Chun remained cautious. He vividly remembered that not long ago, Tang Feng had displayed the same demeanor, looking inebriated only to regain full composure in an instant. Initially, the group had planned to get Tang Feng drunk, but now they found themselves struggling to keep up. I absolutely can't let myself get drunk. Xiao Chun warned himself silently, pausing momentarily with the wine glass in his hand. If he continued drinking, he wasn't sure who would be the first to fall. The situation was becoming suspicious, and he knew he couldn't let his guard down. Brother Luo Chang, let's have another drink, Tang Feng said with a calm expression, raising his glass. Xiao Chun straightened up and said seriously, Brother Tang, I think we need to talk some more. If we keep drinking like this, we won't get anywhere. Tang Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of curiosity, but then he feigned a bold demeanor and replied, Brother Luo Chang, now's the time for drinking big and eating heartily. Let's enjoy this cup, and we'll deal with other matters later. Tang Feng, I bet this wine doesn't even affect you, does it? Xiao Chun stared directly at him. Tell me, are you trying to get us drunk so you can eliminate us one by one? Tang Feng's hand froze midair, the liquid in his cup swaying slightly. Seeing Xiao Chun's serious expression, he initially thought about explaining himself, but decided it wasn't necessary. Slowly stepping back, he positioned himself opposite Xiao Chun and the others, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. Seems like my acting skills aren't quite there yet. It's not that your acting is bad, Xiao Chun retorted with a cold laugh. I just don't believe the 5 of us would lose to one man. Although all 5 of them were slightly drunk, they still retained their combat strength. So, Tang Feng, does that mean your story about being saved by the 7 Tigers of Dian isn't true? Xiao Chun asked. It's true, Tang Feng replied coldly. If it's true, then we share some kind of connection. Why are you plotting against us? Tang Feng's gaze hardened as he stared at Xiao Chun. What I said is true, but your identity is fake. You're not Luo Chang. I need to find out where the real Luo Chang is. Was he harmed by your beast palace? Xiao Chun exhaled deeply, realizing there was no way to keep his identity hidden now. Tang Feng was indeed a remarkable person, someone who could become a great ally if they could work together. Resolving to reveal the truth, he said, You're right, I'm not Luo Chang. My name is Xiao Chun. Luo Chang is my elder brother. How can you prove it? I can contact my brother anytime, or I can have him reach out to you directly. Given your abilities, I'm sure you can tell whether it's true or not. In the enclosed courtyard, Xiao Chun and his group held an absolute advantage, yet the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Tang Feng's explanation left Xiao Chun shaken. He looked at him in disbelief. What? You can tell truth from lies with just a single sentence. In that moment, it seemed Xiao Chun glimpsed a hidden, extraordinary ability of Tang Feng. Tang Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Since you're not enemies, you can leave alive today. With that, he slowly pulled back the curtain behind him. Behind it were neatly arranged hundreds of black, spherical objects, thunder grenades. Xiao Chun's pupils contracted. He recognized them all too well. He had used quite a few of these recently. You actually store so many thunder grenades in your home. Xiao Chun was inwardly alarmed. If these thunder grenades were to detonate simultaneously, none present would survive. Tang Feng sat back down, his expression calm. It's a necessary precaution. Against the 5 of you, I wouldn't stand a chance. If I can't win, at least I need the means to ensure mutual destruction. He stared directly at Xiao Chun. You don't trust me, do you? Even after you leave, you won't feel at ease. Indeed, Tang Feng already knew their secret, leaving Xiao Chun feeling uneasy. Even though there was some history between them, when it came to matters of life and death, he couldn't afford to gamble. Especially since Tang Feng's behavior was so unpredictable, making it hard to discern his intentions. You're right, I don't trust you. That's why I want to renegotiate, Xiao Chun said bluntly. Finding a solution is better than mutual destruction right here. With Tang Feng's unique ability, lying was pointless. All they wanted was to rid themselves of the marks on their bodies. Who could have predicted they'd encounter such a peculiar individual? Tang Feng's expression turned serious. In that case, I'll ask you a few questions. Just answer truthfully. Go ahead. Are you from the Dian Seven Tigers group? Yes. Are you members of the Beast Palace? No. Tang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of silence, he asked again. So, you are enemies of the Beast Palace? Xiao Qian responded calmly. That's correct. We stole the Thunder Eagle from Beast Palace. Tang Feng's expression grew complex. Damn it. You really know how to stir up trouble. The Beast Palace was such a formidable force, and these people dared to steal spirit eggs from them. With such audacity, killing him in the Star Fortress wouldn't be out of the question. Since Xiao Chun had revealed such a secret, it was clear that today, they intended to resolve everything once and for all. Xiao Chun, if this matter can't be resolved today, there's only one possible outcome, isn't there? Perhaps two. Xiao Chun said coldly. If you're fast enough, it'll be mutual destruction. If you're too slow, then it's your life or mine. In just a few exchanges, Tang Feng had discerned Xiao Chen's bottom line. What kind of person was this? He was perplexed by such extreme behavior. Damn it, why do you have to be so extreme? Go on, tell me your solution, and I'll see if I can accept it. At this moment, Xiao Chun resembled a beast cornered with no escape, his gaze cold and unyielding. Tang Feng, you have only one option: join the Dian Seven Tigers group. Only by becoming comrades, bound by the same fate, could they truly trust each other. Agreed. Tang Feng didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed immediately. How many contribution points do you have? Over 12 million. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He'll sell you a Thunder Hawk. First, pay me 10 million, and you can owe me the rest. You actually have a Thunder Hawk? Tang Feng asked in astonishment. The Thunder Hawk was a rare dual attribute wind and lightning spirit beast, with a talent level at least of the Earth rank. If it weren't for being in the Beast Tamer Palace, being able to buy such a spirit beast would have already made him ecstatic. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. Tang Feng, this is the only solution. I can't say the Seven Tiger Squad is perfect, but it's far better than you selling intelligence here. Can I think about it? No time to think, decide now. Xiao Chen's armor had already been activated. At the same time, Tung Gu appeared in the courtyard in an instant, and countless vines spread out like giant serpents. These vines could withstand most of the impact from the thunderquake bombs, giving them at least a slim chance of survival. Tang Feng stood frozen, staring at the bizarre scene before him. To his shock, he realized that one of his prized skills was completely ineffective against these green vines. This was something he thought impossible, yet here it was, happening right in front of him. Although he still had time to detonate the thunderquake bombs, he ultimately abandoned the idea. There was no need to risk his life over this, especially when there were other options. Very well, the Dian Seven Tiger Squad welcomes Brother Tang to join us. Tang Feng didn't feel any resistance toward joining the Seven Tiger Squad. In fact, it was a dream he had since his teenage years to be part of a beast-taming organization like the Seven Tiger Squad. With this, the Seven Tiger Squad finally had 7 members. It was only afterward that Tang Feng realized the Silent Su family brothers had already been prepared to fight to the death. Brother Tang, Su Lin said with a cupped fist, this is a matter of life and death for us, and we must act decisively. Once you contract the Thunder Hawk, you'll be one of us. With a common enemy, it'll be easier to lead the team. But I haven't broken through yet. He can't form a contract now. No worries, we're not in a rush. We'll wait until Brother Tang breaks through. Hearing this, Tang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Is that really necessary? Well, it just so happens I'm close to breaking through to the mysterious rank. He'll go into seclusion here. It seemed that he was destined to become part of the Seven Tiger Squad. Tang Feng admitted, brothers, I'm just an ordinary guy. Other than some unique skills, I probably won't be much help. I just wanted to make that clear up front to avoid any trouble later. Xiao Qian didn't seem to mind. It's normal for strength to vary. Look at these 4, they're not even as good as a single green vine, and I haven't said anything about it. What Xiao Qian valued were Tang Feng's breeze curse and other special abilities, which were a significant asset to the team. Besides, a beast tamer capable of contracting a Thunder Hawk wouldn't be weak, especially since Tang Feng was on the verge of breaking through to the mysterious rank. The Su brothers turned red with embarrassment at these words. You call that not saying anything? Usually, would let it slide, but Brother Tang just joined. Can't you give us some face? Brother Xiao, once I break through to the mysterious rank, we'll settle this score properly. Tang Feng noticed the green vine and was intrigued. Brother Xiao, is this a green vine spirit? What? Does it not look like one? It does exactly like one. It's just hard to believe. With a spirit beast like this, your future is limitless. His comment left the group puzzled. In their experience, anyone who saw a green vine spirit would scoff at it. Brother Tang, that compliment was a bit over the top. Yeah, among us, we value equality and sincerity. By the way, based on the order of joining, you're ranked 7th. Tang Feng hadn't expected his genuine admiration to be mistaken for flattery. There were indeed few people in this world who could recognize the extraordinary nature of Tung Gu. and he happened to be one of them. Alright, alright, he'll just go by the name Tang 7 then. After spending a few days with them, Tang Feng realized that this group was actually quite easy to get along with. For a moment, he felt as though he had returned to the carefree days of venturing into the Red River grasslands with his old brothers. Xiao Chun sold the Thunder Eagle and earned 100,000 battle merits, equivalent to 10 million contribution points. Though still burdened by debt, this unexpected windfall left him feeling unprecedentedly wealthy, to the point where he wasn't sure how to allocate it. Brother Tung, do you still need Xian'er beast cores? Xiao Chun asked, glancing at Qing Tung beside him. He pondered aloud. If no one's buying, I guess I'll save the money and gradually stock up on materials for Xiao Hui's cleansing. Those items are incredibly rare, and buying them in bulk would definitely attract attention. Yes, as many as you can get. Qing Tung responded without hesitation. Beast meat, beast cores, I'll take them all. Of course, asking you is unnecessary, Xiao Chun chuckled. This time, I'll pick out some premium beast cores for you. While most ordinary Huangtier spirit beasts couldn't refine Xiantier beast cores, Qing Tung was clearly an exception. It seemed to have an insatiable appetite for such resources. Xiao Chun made a mental note to stockpile more while he had money, ensuring Qing Tung could grow steadily when funds were tight. Xiao Chun, we've been away from Qing Tung Fortress for quite some time now. Qing Tung suddenly said, a hint of homesickness in its tone. When are we heading back? Not until I've completed my hunting mission, Xiao Chun replied seriously. It won't take much longer. We're too short on funds. Look at what we have now. It's barely enough to buy a single premium or that Xiao Hui needs. As Xiao Hui approached the 4th tier, Xiao Chun made an immediate decision. Starting today, your golden essence pills will be upgraded to Xian tier. Despite their cost being tenfold that of ordinary pills, with a single bottle of premium Xian tier golden essence pills priced at tens of thousands of spirit stones, Xiao Chun was resolute. And the Tongxian pills will also be upgraded to Xian tier. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui lazily closed its eyes, seemingly intending to sleep again. This little guy spent most of its time napping in the spirit beast space, but fortunately, Brother Tung had thoughtfully prepared a cozy nest for it. After purchasing a batch of Xiantier beast cores and pills, Xiao Chen's fortune of 10 million quickly dwindled to just a few million. He also acquired a new stock of Thunderstrike bombs, including some of Xiantier quality. Following Tang Feng's casting of the wind cleansing spell, Xiao Chun made several solo trips to the Red River grasslands and confirmed that the mark on him had vanished, and the trackers were nowhere to be found. 2 months later, one early morning, Xiao Chun saw Su Lin calmly stroking the fur of his blazing flame demon tiger in the courtyard. Su Lin's soul force had clearly changed. You've broken through? Su Lin nodded, feigning indifference. As expected. No rush, no fuss, just right. Still trying to act so calm? I can see you're about to burst with excitement, Xiao Chun teased. Breaking through is great news, but now you've got to work harder to earn money. You already owe so much debt, and now you're planning to buy a 3rd spirit beast? Things are getting tricky. Those words instantly dampened Su Lin's joy. The Su family members quickly gathered around to congratulate him. Congratulations, big brother, for finally breaking through to Xian'er. Don't worry, big brother, give us a few years, and we'll catch up to you. With Su Lin's talent, he should have reached this milestone sooner, but even now, it wasn't too late. As long as the brothers continued to grow strong, the day would come when the Su family's great vengeance would be fulfilled. With the blazing flame demon tiger ascending to Xiantier, its combat power soared to new heights. Now, it could single-handedly chase down entire packs of hyenas. Even after breaking through, Xiao Chun didn't slack off and continued his daily training. At this moment, he stood in the courtyard, holding a spiritual arrow, aiming at the circular target painted on the wall. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow shot through the air and struck just an inch away from the bullseye. Although the shooting distance wasn't far, his diligent practice over time had significantly improved his archery skills. Brother Xiao, I'll be using a mystic tier's spiritual bow from now on, he said, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Just imagine taking down a hyena with a single arrow. It's enough to make the blood boil. It had been months since they last ventured to the Red River grasslands, and the thought of returning filled them with restless excitement. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. Half a month later, Tang Feng finally broke through to the next realm. In the instant of his breakthrough, he decisively formed a contract with the Thunder Eagle. Ha ha ha, I've done it. Tang Feng laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Only he truly understood the hardships he had endured along the way. Others might have given up under such challenges, but he not only persevered and now looked forward to future trials with renewed determination. Thunder God's wrath, he shouted, and a violent bolt of lightning descended from the sky, scorching the ground black. Overcome with excitement, he unleashed dozens of lightning strikes in succession until his spiritual energy was completely depleted. The sheer power of this attack exhilarated him, as though it could sweep away all the years of frustration in an instant. Watching Tang Feng successfully bond with the Thunder Eagle, Xiao Chen finally felt relieved. This was a day worth remembering. The name of the Dian 7 Tigers was destined to spread far and wide. Though Tang Feng had only recently joined the group, his bond with the team ran deeper than anyone could have expected. Brothers, now that I've broken through, let's not waste any more time, Tang Feng said eagerly. Let's leave Star Fortress now and face those beasts. His impatience was almost like that of a novice soldier heading to the battlefield for the first time. His Thunder Eagle, with its exceptional potential, was already at the 9th level of the mortal tier from birth. With proper training, it wouldn't take long to catch up to or even surpass other spiritual beasts. We'll set off for the Red River grasslands tomorrow, Xiao Chen announced. This trip will be a long one, and when we return, it might be straight back to Dian City. We need to make thorough preparations. Tang Feng, there's something I need to ask, Xiao Chen said, turning to him. What exactly are your awakened abilities? We're all on the same side now, so you should be able to share. To be honest, I originally awakened 3 skills. All of them support type, Tang Feng admitted. You already know about the Breeze Curse. Another one is called the Eye of Truth, which allows me to discern the authenticity of things. So don't even think about lying to me ill-spotted immediately. Hearing this, Xiao Chen instantly grasped the value of this ability. While it might not have much use in direct combat, it was incredibly powerful when dealing with others, capable of uncovering a wealth of useful information. Tang Feng calmly revealed his other skills. While his tracking ability might have limited use on the vast battlefield of the Red River grasslands, when combined with his newly awakened Thunder God's Wrath, it formed a rather powerful attack combination. These skills were undoubtedly a great asset to the team. Tang Feng, do you have any other unique abilities? Xiao Chen asked. Tang Feng pondered for a moment, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. My spirit beast space is unusually large, he explained. Over the years, he had focused his soul power on expanding his spirit beast space rather than nurturing spirit beasts. What about your other spirit beasts? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask. After all, despite knowing Tang Feng for so long, he had never seen his spirit beasts. Tang Feng's voice suddenly turned heavy. My spirit beasts have permanently fallen into slumber on the barren grasslands. This unexpected answer left Xiao Chen stunned. For a moment, he seemed to gain a deeper understanding of the man before him. By comparison, having only contracted a single green vine demon himself, Xiao Chen's situation hardly seemed dire. All right, Xiao Chen quickly composed himself. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin group hunting operations against the demon beasts. With the addition of 2 profound-level beast tamers, the team's strength had significantly increased. More importantly, with Tang Feng's wind curse, they no longer had to worry about being marked by the demon beasts. Tang Feng, there's one more thing I need to ask you, Xiao Chen said seriously. Since you deal in intelligence, do you know of any relatively safe routes? We can't keep lingering on the outskirts. We need to improve our hunting efficiency. Tang Feng's arrival seemed to simplify everything. Of course, he said confidently. I also know several methods to advance behind the demon beast army. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Tang Feng was truly proving to be their timely savior. But didn't you say earlier that even between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly? I expect proper compensation, Tang Feng added, shifting the tone of the conversation. Xiao Chen nearly lost his temper. This is for the good of the entire team, not just me. Then just give me a larger share of the battle merits. Tang Feng finally relented. After a long time, the figures of the Dian 7 tigers reappeared on the vast horizon of the Red River grassland. This time, the Lingjio scouts that once monitored them from afar were nowhere to be seen. The team had gained a new Xin-level warrior, significantly elevating their overall strength. Our team composition has changed, so our tactics should adapt accordingly, Tang Feng said with a piercing gaze as he stood at the center of the group. As the newest member, his position in the team had already become indispensable. I've made some important discoveries about the Earth Drakes, Tang Feng said in a steady and powerful voice. These beasts are actually social creatures. Most of the Earth Drakes active on the front lines possess Huang-level strength. They operate in alternating day and night shifts, splitting into 2 separate groups. He paused briefly before continuing. The next time we encounter an Earth Drake, don't rush to kill it. By following their trail, we can locate their gathering grounds. If we aim to wipe them out completely, dawn is the best time when the nocturnal group has just returned to their nest, and the diurnal group has yet to depart. Their nests are located 100 zhang deep underground, making them extremely difficult to find and eradicate, Tang Feng explained, pointing to the map. Within a 10-mile radius, there are approximately 3 nests. If we can take them all out simultaneously, it would deal a devastating blow to the beast army. Listening to Tang Feng's detailed strategy, the group was astonished. Tang Feng, your insights are truly impressive. If only you joined earlier, you'd have rightfully been the leader, someone remarked. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Information brokers like you are indeed a class of their own. Tang Feng, you'll lead this operation, and will fully cooperate. Thinking of their comrades who had fallen victim to the Earth Drakes, a flash of cold determination crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. Tang Feng pondered for a moment before saying, finding them won't be difficult, but eradicating these deeply buried nests is extremely challenging. Without external aid, It might be beyond our capability. Our identities make collaboration with outsiders impossible, Xiao Chen said firmly. But our strength alone might still be enough. Su Lin's eyes lit up. Brother Xiao, are you suggesting we use thunderquake bombs? Exactly, Xiao Chen confirmed with a nod. Rather than a direct assault, we can use the power of thunderquake bombs to trigger a collapse. Hundreds of zhang of soil crashing down would be sufficient to bury these earth drakes, which are most vulnerable to heavy impacts. This plan is good, but it's not easy for ordinary people to execute, Tang Feng analyzed. Finding the nests is already a challenge, and acquiring a large number of thunderquake bombs would be costly, not to mention the difficulty of planting them discreetly. Indeed, the cost of thunderquake bombs is no small matter, someone murmured with concern. Xiao Chen smirked. Don't worry, your big brother's got money. Who's really in charge here? Xiao Chen gazed at the battlefield before him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The feeling of carrying out a mission alone brought him an unexpected sense of ease. He turned to the vine-like creature beside him and whispered, Brother Tung, let me find you a concealed spot. This mission is nothing like building the Qing Tung Pavilion out on the vast Red River grasslands. You'll need to keep your vines restrained this time. The vine, Qing Tung, quivered slightly, sending out a hint of a curious thought. All I need to do is root myself down below? Clearly, this task was no challenge for it. Exactly. You don't need to worry about anything else, Xiao Chen replied, briefly explaining the strategy. He'll use my wood-style technique to burrow underground and set up the Earthshaker bombs. Though he lacked the Earth-style ability himself, his coordination with Qing Tung would suffice to achieve the desired results. A few days later, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted outside the Starlight Fortress. 3 sections of the ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, leaving behind massive, bottomless craters. The Beast Army immediately dispatched a large number of troops to investigate. Among them, a hyena squad unfortunately fell into an ambush by a human trial team. That was a brilliant move. Tang Feng, participating in his first battle since joining the group, was delighted with the outcome. While purchasing a large number of Earthshaker bombs had been costly, the resulting battle merits far outweighed the expense. We earned tens of thousands of contribution points in one go. The group divided the spoils of war, their faces lit with joy. They had successfully eliminated over 1,000 ground dragons, an achievement far exceeding their expectations. As Tang Feng cast the breeze charm to rejuvenate the team, he began planning their next steps. Next, we'll target the hyena packs. According to intelligence, the beast commander outside the Starlight Fortress is likely a hyena. A beast commander? That's a heaven-tier entity. The group was startled by this revelation. Tang Feng explained calmly. Hyenas may not be particularly gifted individually, but their numbers are overwhelming. It's not unusual for a few heaven-tier leaders to emerge among them. Although we're not as strong as other trial teams, our strength lies in our mobility. As long as we avoid their commander, we can accomplish plenty. He pointed to 3 spots on the map. These are hyena warrior camps, each housing at least 10 to 20,000 beasts. The commander oversees an area spanning 100 miles, primarily targeting human trial participants coming from Starlight Fortress. They keep their battle lines from advancing too far forward, deliberately luring more humans into the grasslands. Xiao Chen silently admired Tang Feng's detailed intelligence. He suggested, is there a way to lure that hyena commander closer to the fortress? We could use the opportunity to strike at their base. Tang Feng's eyes lit up, his tone brimming with excitement. Clearly, he was thrilled by the idea. His fervor for eradicating the beast forces radiated from him, his entire being exuding an unstoppable fighting spirit. We're not an army, brother. We're just 6 people, and you want to use us like a full-scale military force? Someone couldn't help but voice their doubts, frowning deeply as they looked at Tang Feng. From what you're saying, are you seriously planning to go up against an army of tens of thousands? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. He did have some money, but that was from selling the Thunder Hawk he got from Tang Feng, not a fortune by any means. Seeing the gleam in Tang Feng's eyes, Xiao Chen could tell this guy was probably planning to burn through all his money. Let's not talk about money for now, Xiao Chen said seriously. Tell me how feasible your plan is. If it really works, I'll put every penny I have on the line. I'll even spend it all on thunder bombs if that's what it takes. Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up immediately, and they couldn't help but praise Xiao Chen for his boldness. Xiao Chen regretted speaking so rashly for a moment, but then he thought better of it. Having money in hand could indeed make a big difference. If they used the thunder bombs wisely, they might just pull off an impressive victory. Tang Feng began explaining the enemy situation in detail. This area is home to around 100,000 hyenas, along with another 50 to 60,000 other beasts. Within a 100-mile radius, there are hyena patrols everywhere, mainly divided into units of 100 or 10, with a ratio of about 5 to 1. Each 100-man unit includes hyena warriors skilled in tracking, and they can communicate with each other over short distances. Once they spot a target, they'll stop at nothing to pin them down until reinforcements arrive. At this, Xiao Chen finally grasped the true danger posed by the hyena warriors. Tang Feng continued. There's also a squadron of Xian rank flying beasts on standby in the beast army, as well as scouting beasts like spirit doves. The entire Red River grassland is under their surveillance. No wonder humanity has suffered such heavy losses, Xiaochen muttered, realization dawning on him. The intelligence gap is just too wide. Don't paint all of humanity with the same brush, Tang Feng corrected him. The larger trial teams and the elite forces of the Longting Empire know the beasts inside out. Every year, a significant number of beasts are taken down. The situation at the Red River frontline is already better than many other places. Compared to regions that are completely overwhelmed, at least here we can still hold our ground. Xiao Chun analyzed the situation carefully. To maintain a defensive presence over a 100-mile area, they'd need at least 60 to 70,000 hyenas. Their main base likely has another 10 to 20,000 core troops, plus the other beasts, bringing the total to around 40 to 50,000. With just the few of us, forget taking on that many beasts. Even a squad of Huang rank flying beasts would be a serious challenge. Last time, we only managed to take down so many hyenas because Yang Sanlang and his group kept them occupied, and that beasted-clad boy managed to kill their leader, catching them off guard. Tang Feng, attacking their main base is way too risky, Xiaochen warned solemnly. As someone who preferred a cautious approach, he could see that Tang Feng leaned heavily toward the aggressive side. While such boldness could sometimes yield unexpected results, it also carried a high risk of self-destruction. But your intel is valuable, Xiaochen added, shifting his tone. While the main base might be out of reach, I think we could still pull off a decisive battle. If we could replicate the success of last time, I deconsider my kill quota fulfilled. A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Tang Feng's face as he thought of the comrades who had been lost on the grasslands. He was well aware of his own tendency to be overly aggressive, always itching to charge deep into enemy territory with just a handful of people. Then let's play it safe, Xiaochen suggested. See if we can take down another 10th strong beast unit. Tang Feng was taken aback. Wait, what? Brother, that's your idea of playing it safe? With our strength, you think we can take on a 10th strong force? With careful planning, it's not impossible, Xiaochen replied, the image of the beasted-clad, wolf-tooth club-wielding young warrior flashing through his mind. There are many formidable individuals in this world, some even capable of charging into a pack of hyenas and emerging unscathed. However, in Xiao Chen's view, when it comes to sheer physical strength, that mysterious young man clad in animal hide was undoubtedly one of the top beast tamers of his tier. Tang Feng, do you know of a powerful young man dressed in animal skins? Xiao Chun asked directly. Tang Feng, hearing this, showed a rare expression of respect. Ideal in intelligence, how could I not know about such a renowned figure? His name is Lai Feng. He arrived at the Red River grasslands a year ago. Although it's said he came with others, no one has ever seen him travel with anyone. Lai Feng. Xiao Chen murmured the name, noting how uncommon the surname was. He couldn't recall ever hearing of someone with the surname Lai. This person's origins are mysterious, and his abilities are unclear, Tang Feng continued. People only know that he operates alone on the grasslands, yet he consistently brings back significant spoils. Over the past year, he's often been seen dragging the corpses of Xiantier demonic beasts into Star Fortress. Even you don't know what his abilities are. Not at all. I don't even know what his spirit beast is. Tang Feng shook his head. What's even stranger is that my investigative abilities are completely ineffective against him. This either means his level is far beyond mine, or, like with Brother Tong, there's some special reason. Is there a way to find him? It's tough. Tang Feng spread his hands. He always works alone, and very few people have seen him. For all we know, he might have already left the Red River grasslands. Looks like we won't be able to find him, Xiao Chen sighed. What's this? Do you have a grudge against Lai Feng? Not at all. I just wanted to meet such a heroic figure. Tang Feng snorted at this. Nonsense. I know you too well. Since when have you ever taken the initiative to meet someone? Whether I meet him or not doesn't really matter, Xiao Chen said, shifting the topic. But only someone like him, with insane defense and immense strength, could possibly hold off a pack of thousands of hyenas. So you're just looking for someone to take the hit. Tang Feng realized suddenly. Call it that if you want. But the key is that this guy has the ability to pull it off, Xiao Chen replied, recalling the scene where he had witnessed Lai Feng kill a Xian'er leader with a single strike. Think about it, what else could be more suitable? He must have killed plenty of high-tier demonic beasts, so the hyena's hatred for him would be through the roof. If we can't find Lai Feng, we'll have to adjust the plan, Tang Feng said, tracing a winding line on the map. This is the area where battles between humans and demonic beasts are most intense, with heavy casualties every day. If we move along this route, it's the safest. It avoids patrols by Xiantier flying beasts. Xiao Chen studied the route carefully and immediately made the decision. We'll go with this plan and adjust if needed. Our team has grown strong enough that we can defend ourselves even against Xiantier beasts. Once the plan was set, their efficiency noticeably improved. They decided to adopt a mobile warfare strategy, targeting and clearing out groups of hyenas one by one. This way, they could still accumulate battle achievements at a steady pace. After entering the vast Honghe grasslands, the four of them finally unleashed their full potential. Their increased strength and trust in Tang Feng's expertise allowed them to move without the caution typical of other humans. Across this expansive prairie teeming with beasts, the four young humans roamed freely and boldly. Xiao Chun and Tang Feng each commanded a thunder hawk, soaring high in the sky. Tang Feng's mount, however, was a spirit beast temporarily borrowed from Su Lin, as his own thunder hawk had yet to reach the Huang rank. On the ground below, Huidou and the blazing flame tiger ran side by side. Although slightly inferior in strength, their speeds were evenly matched. This unique combination of creatures and humans demonstrated remarkable mobility. Ahead 1 mile, a pack of sand foxes, nearly 100 of them. Xiao Hui's warning rang out. Xiao Chan immediately drew his spirit bow. After several encounters with hyenas, they now faced a new challengeous sand fox pack. Both species were dominant in the grasslands, yet their temperaments differed greatly. While sand foxes were less skilled in combat and lacked the discipline of hyenas, they excelled in fire element magic and were highly intelligent, making them equally troublesome to deal with. Since their strength is on par, let's take them all out, Tang Feng declared, wielding his Xianrank spirit bow. From 100 feet away, he loosed an arrow that pierced straight through a sand fox. This was his most adept attack method, surpassing Xiao Chun in both power and archery skills. This is the first time we've encountered sand foxes since entering the grasslands, Xiao Chun observed. These cunning creatures only appear in places rarely visited by humans. Our encounter with them means we're on the right path. He explained further. Unlike hyenas, which are attracted to populated areas, sand foxes avoid them. The sudden appearance of humans startled the sand fox pack, prompting them to scatter while remaining alert to the figures in the sky. Taking out half of them will suffice, Tang Feng said. Chasing them down one by one would waste too much time. I intentionally fired that earlier arrow to give them time to react. I want to track their movements and also encourage them to send a signal. If we're lucky, we might even draw out a Xianrank beast. Xiao Chen silently marveled at Tang Feng's extensive battlefield experience. These encounters had indeed taught him a great deal. Compared to hyenas, dealing with sand foxes was noticeably easier and less dangerous. Su Lin demonstrated formidable strength, leading the charge. The group unleashed their respective skills, sending dozens of spirit arrows hurtling through the air. After swiftly eliminating half the sand foxes, they pressed on. If it had been hyenas instead, they would have had to eradicate every last one of them before moving forward. As they continued their journey, they encountered more sand foxes, while signs of hyenas became increasingly scarce. Because of the 6 of them, the battle losses of the Sand Fox clan suddenly skyrocketed. Over the next 5 days, every one of their actions proved the precision of Tang Feng's chosen routes. The team advanced along the path Tang Feng had carefully planned, managing to completely avoid all dangerous zones and achieving victory after victory without encountering any obstacles. Tang Feng, you could really become a top strategist. Xiao Chen exclaimed in genuine admiration as he looked at the densely marked points on the map. The results of the past few days had far exceeded his expectations. Tang Feng shook his head, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. A strategist? Hardly. I just studied the common movement patterns of the beast armies. He pointed to several routes on the map. For the past 10 years, even though I couldn't fight on the battlefield, I spent every day analyzing these maps. Some of these routes took me years to finalize. While this victory might not have been earth-shattering for the overall battlefield, it was undoubtedly a crucial beginning for the Dian 7 Tigers Regiment. Tang Feng's gaze lingered on a specific spot on the map, his voice lowering. Xiao Chun, years ago, several of my brothers fell along this route. Back then, we overlooked too many details and severely underestimated the reaction speed of the beasts. It wasn't until the last wave of beasts fell that Tang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. In 5 days, they had slain a total of 2,600 beasts. This translated to 26,000 battle merits, with Tang Feng credited as the lead contributor. By calculation, just the monetary reward for the battle merits amounts to over 2 million, Xiao Chun said as he tallied their gains. Add in the value of these spirit beast carcasses, and we've really hit the jackpot. On average, each of us will earn 1 million, and we barely encountered any danger. It's almost too smooth to believe. Xiao Chun checked his progress on his kill mission, nodding in satisfaction. Kill yellow rank beasts. 8. 12610-000. Next, it's time to prepare to take down a Xian rank beast. Their strength was more than sufficient for the task, but on the grasslands, killing a beast wasn't the hardest part. The true challenge lay in retreating safely. At this point, they had advanced to a location nearly 100 miles away from the Star Fortress, positioned exactly between the Star Fortress and Hulao Pass. This was the middle ground of the Red River defense line, where the territories of 2 beast army corps intersected. Every time Tang Feng arrived at a new place, he would habitually cast the Clear Breeze spell. This spell not only erased any special marks on his body, but also diminished his human aura. On this boundless grassland, their presence became even more concealed. After days of traveling, the group decided to take refuge underground. Unlike before, they dared not openly construct the Qing Tung courtyard. At this moment, Tung Gu transformed into an ordinary vine, providing the group with the perfect cover in the wilderness. Xiao Hui, now the size of a small sparrow, was far more inconspicuous than Lei Ying and was tasked with monitoring the surroundings within a 10-mile radius. Xiao Chun, for the past 3 days, Xianrank beasts have been patrolling nearby every day. Xiao Hui reported, then added, fortunately, none of them have found us. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression showed satisfaction. He knew well that if the beast army couldn't locate them after a few days, they would usually abandon the search. Xiao Hui, are there any other Xianrank beasts nearby? He asked. As long as they're not flying types, we can handle them. On the battlefield near the Red River front line, ordinary beasts rarely lingered, as humans could attack at any moment. The ones that roamed here were mostly members of the beast army specialized in hunting humans. About a dozen miles toward Hulao Pass, there are 2 twin-tailed foxes. Xiao Hui reported cautiously. Both are Xianrank and not easy to deal with. They seem to have sensed us too, but they haven't made any moves yet. Xiao Chen was startled. Why are you only telling me this now? They only appeared recently, Xiao Hui explained. They seem to be searching for something, but their attention isn't on us. What could these 2 beasts from the direction of Hulao Pass possibly be looking for? Xiao Chun, there's a change of thire heading toward us. This news caused Xiao Chen's heart to tighten. He immediately informed his companions of the situation. This doesn't make sense, Tang Feng said, confident in his clear breeze spell. We've hidden ourselves so well that not a trace of our aura is leaking. Even tracking experts like hyenas or wolves wouldn't be able to find us. Xiao Chen also found the situation unusual. Although Tung Guess Huangrank strength couldn't completely evade the perception of Xianrank beasts, their concealment methods were nearly flawless. It's just 2 Xianrank beasts. Let's fight them, someone said eagerly. After all, they had been planning to hunt Xianrank beasts, and now the prey had come to them. We should still be cautious, another person reminded. Our strength isn't overwhelming yet, and we might not have the upper hand. We should have set up thunder crystals around here earlier. Do you know how many thunder crystals it would take to kill a single Xianrank beast? Even the richest among us couldn't afford that. The 2 foxes drew closer, and the group held their breath in the underground hideout. Xiao Hui hovered high in the sky, ready to relay updates to Xiao Chun at any moment. It's just these 2 foxes, no other beasts in sight. This news eased Xiao Chen's nerves slightly. He signaled to the group to prepare for action. On this vast grassland, encountering 2 lone silver moon foxes was a rare opportunity. These foxes were naturally gifted, and if they grew into 3-tailed foxes, they could reach Durang strength. By all accounts, silver moon foxes shouldn't have appeared near the Red River front line. Xiao Chen didn't care how these demonic beasts had appeared. Just then, his companion suddenly cried out, Xiao Chun, watch out. Those beasts are coming straight for you. Xiao Chun had already gripped the heaven-opening axe tightly, ready for battle at any moment. He knew very well that the spiritual bow in his hand was sufficient against yellow-rank beasts, but completely useless against black-rank ones. Wait, his companion observed more closely and corrected. They're not coming for you 3 after the big guy. What's the difference? It's a huge difference. Your leaves aren't edible. This remark immediately made Xiao Chen realize what was going on. It was 2 silver moon foxes, omnivorous demonic beasts whose favorite delicacies were spiritual meat and spiritual leaves. Damn it, they really are black-rank beasts. Their senses are razor-sharp. They can smell it from this far away. In fact, these 2 silver moon foxes hadn't just come from 10 miles away, they had followed the scent from even farther. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth silently. This is going to cost me big time today. Under the confused gazes of his companions, Xiao Chen quickly changed into a set of specially made clothes, wrapping himself tightly like a dumpling. Brother Xiao, what are you? Don't ask. Get ready to move. As soon as I disappear, you act immediately, Xiao Chen said coldly. These black-rank beasts may be tough to deal with, but daring to eat Brother Vine's leaves? They're asking for death. Though puzzled, the group chose to trust their comrade's judgment. Strangely enough, despite being so close to the Red River defensive line, the 2 silver moon foxes showed no vigilance. They leisurely feasted on the spiritual leaves, as if dining in their own backyard. Little Gray scouted the surroundings carefully before confirming the safety of their position to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun whispered, Little Gray, wait for the right moment. If possible, aim to severely injure both of them in one strike. Big brother, are those leaves really that fragrant? They're practically devouring the entire vine. Xiao Chen stopped hesitating and attacked decisively. Would escape. Gung Metal Sword Chi. 2 attacks were launched almost simultaneously. Facing 2 black-rank beasts at once required immense courage, but after witnessing Tang Feng's impressive performance over the past few days, Xiao Chun, as the elder brother, wanted to demonstrate his own strength. His sudden assault proved effective. As fast as lightning, his coordinated skills struck in unison. While a single Gung Metal Sword Chi attack wasn't fatal, The sword energy erupting from within was enough to leave the two sizable silver moon foxes severely injured and immobilized. Golden light burst from their bodies as the two beasts let out agonized howls before collapsing to the ground. Xiaoqin quickly retreated to change his clothes, worried that his companions might see him in this state and undermine his authority as their leader. When Tang Feng and the others emerged from the ground, they found the two heavily injured beasts lying lifelessly on the ground. Where's Big Brother? Could he have been eaten? Don't be ridiculous. How could Big Brother get eaten? He's probably hiding for now. Stop wasting time, finish them off. In the blink of an eye, the two severely injured silver moon foxes met their end. Wait a second, these are black rank beasts? That was way too easy to kill. I didn't even get a chance to attack, and they were already down? Hold on, does this count as my kill? Black rank mission accomplished. Battle merits 1000. Su Jing stared in disbelief at the fallen Xian rank beast on the ground. The weakest member of the group had somehow managed to claim a kill. Beside him, Tang Feng looked at the faint traces of lightning lingering in his palm. Feeling a bit frustrated despite his lightning attacks being the most powerful, he hadn't claimed a single kill. The battle had ended surprisingly smoothly. Su Lin and Su Jing had each slain one Xian rank beast, not only completing their first kill mission, but also earning a hefty reward of 200,000 spiritual stones thanks to the bonus multiplier. On top of that, the corpses of the two Xian rank beasts were highly valuable on their own. As the group basked in their victory, they noticed something unusual while cleaning up the battlefield. Both silver moon foxes had deep, clean cuts on their abdomens. Cuts so precise and penetrating that they couldn't have been caused by the group's attacks. The blade-like slashes extended all the way to their internal organs, clearly indicating that the fatal wounds had been inflicted before the group had even made their move. Wait a minute, where's Big Brother? Someone finally realized that one person was missing. Just as the words were spoken, Xiao Chun appeared from the distance, his expression calm as he said, "Hurry up and clean the battlefield. Get ready for the next fight." He shook his head with feigned regret. "My sword energy is still too weak. Even at full power, I couldn't kill a single Xian rank beast outright." The group stared at Xiao Chen's composed face, their hearts filled with shock. His act was far too obvious. Yet, they had to admit, the power of that sword energy was astonishing. The defenses of Xian rank beasts were incredibly tough, but the precise and clean cuts on the silver moon foxes were something not even top-tier weapons like the heaven-cleaving axe could achieve so effortlessly. Damn it, Big Brother has been hiding his strength from us, the group thought to themselves. Tonga is a monster, and now it turns out Big Brother is one too. Xiaoqin seemed pleased with the outcome and had no intention of revealing how he had made his move. The group quickly finished cleaning up the battlefield. After storing Tonga back into the spiritual beast space, Xiaoqin tossed 2 thunderstrike bombs to erase all traces of their presence. Tang Feng even cast a clear wind spell over the entire area to ensure no sharp-nosed beasts could track them. As they left the scene, Tang Feng cautiously asked, "Big Brother Xiao, I've heard that the beast commander outside Hulao Pass is a silver moon fox. Do you think the two we just killed might be related to it? No way, right? If that's true, doesn't that mean we've offended 2 beast commanders? They're already our enemies. The more we offend, the stronger we must be," Xiaoqin said smugly. Although their success this time was largely due to luck, Xiaoqin began to worry about a new problem: how to use Tonga in the future. Even the 2 silver moon foxes had sensed Tang's extraordinary nature, so it was only natural that other high-rank beasts would as well. "Tonga, you're too exceptional, you're becoming harder to hide." Though Tonga remained silent, Xiaoqin could sense its inner delight. Over the next few months, the group worked together to slay 6 more Xian rank beasts, while their tally of Huang rank beasts skyrocketed. They had completed 9,132 kills of Huang rank beasts, inching closer to their goal of 10,000. Xiao Qin's trial mission was nearing its conclusion though. Of course, this was only his personal trial. In a campsite on the Honghe grasslands, Xiao Chun watched the Su brothers intently. Over the past year, the brothers had fully adapted to life on the grasslands, and their strength had grown by leaps and bounds. "Su Lin," Xiao Chun said after a moment of contemplation, "I'll be returning to Dian City in about a month. Will you go back with me, or stay here?" He gently stroked the vine beside him and smiled. Qingting Fort has many matters to attend to, and Brother Tung has been longing to return and see his clan. A determined look flashed in Su Lin's eyes. "Big brother, we'll go back with you first to deal with that beast palace steward, and then we'll return to the Honghe grasslands to continue fighting." There was a hint of gratitude in his gaze as he continued. "You know, back in the city, we could barely even leave the gates to hunt beasts. Now, being able to achieve something here is already more than we could have hoped for." Xiaoqin looked at the spirited brothers before him and nodded with satisfaction. "You've experienced the harsh realities of the battlefield here. Since you've made your decision, they'll respect it." He turned to Tang Feng, who stood nearby. "Tang Feng, you're the most familiar with this place. From now on, I'll leave them in your care. Once Qingting Fort grows stronger, I'll lead an army to the depths of the Honghe grasslands and take you all on new adventures." Hearing this, everyone laughed. Big brother, even when bragging, you do it with such flair. The atmosphere lightened considerably, but Xiao Chun grew serious again. As for that beast palace steward, I'll handle it myself. He patted the spirit egg pouch on his waist. In the past, killing was mostly about selling spirit eggs. Now, I've already used 5 for our people, and dealing with the last one won't be an issue. As for that steward, I decided long ago that I would end him personally. Big brother, are you sure you can handle it alone? Su Lin asked, a trace of worry in his voice. Xiao Qin straightened his posture, his voice firm. If I can't even take down a single steward, how will I face the beast palace in the future? Besides, I still need to help you reclaim Tiannan City. Whether I can or not, I have to. Despite his confident words, he wasn't entirely certain in his heart. Over the past year, they had fought side by side, sharing life and death, forging a deep bond. With someone as reliable as Tang Feng leading them, Xiao Chun was confident the Su brothers would thrive on the grasslands. My mission is almost complete, Xiao Chun said, touching the thunderstrike orb in his pouch. Only a few hundred remain. I plan to finish it myself. He glanced at the group. As for the task of taking down Shantir beasts, there's not much you can help with. Big brother, are you really not coming with us? Someone asked. Xiao Chun mounted his horse, gently running his hand through Little Gray's mane. I want to take Little Gray and explore a bit. Unlike you, I'll be leaving soon, so I want to enjoy the scenery of the grasslands before I go. He thought to himself, perhaps the next time he returned to the Honghe grasslands, he wouldn't have to hide and run anymore. The sudden parting left the group feeling a bit melancholic. They had originally planned to return to Dian City together. The battlefield is full of dangers. Be extra cautious, Xiao Qin reminded them. If you run into trouble, return to Dian City. Qingting Fort will always be your safe haven. He knew that these 5 had extraordinary potential and would someday make their mark anywhere they went. Don't worry, big brother. We'll keep getting stronger. Once we all reach the Shantir and each contract 3 spirit beasts, we'll return to Qingting Fort to see you. Xiao Qin smiled but said nothing. Whether they returned to Qingting Fort or not didn't really matter. They felt more like allies fighting side by side. In a world surrounded by formidable foes, one always needed like-minded companions to face the challenges ahead. Big brother, we will repay the spirit stones we owe in installments, a few disciples said earnestly. Also, raising more battle wolves will benefit the safety of Qingting Fortress. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, we need to make a detailed breakdown of the debt and pay it off within 10 years, repaying a portion each year. As he spoke, he pulled out several sheets of paper and began to calculate carefully. Before long, each of the 5 disciples received a densely packed list of figures. The sheer amount left even these talented disciples gasping in astonishment. Big brother, this is what we've collected over the past few months, one of them said hurriedly, handing over 5 storage spaces. Inside are the corpses of several Shantir beasts, which should sell for at least a few million spirit stones. Xiao Qin accepted them without hesitation. All right, today's debt is waived then. He knew all too well that the development of Qingting Fortress required endless resources. No amount of supplies could ever be too much. Standing to the side, Tang Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Although he hadn't known Xiao Qin for long, the camaraderie they'd built fighting side by side over the past 6 months was something he deeply cherished. Brother Xiao, when brother Luo Cheng returns to Dian City, could you let me know? I'd like to visit him. We'll talk about that later. He's been saying he wants to take on some trial missions. Who knows, maybe we'll both end up at the Red River Prairie together, Xiao Chun replied casually. Noticing that Tang Feng still seemed troubled, Xiao Chun waited patiently. Finally, Tang Feng voiced the question that had been weighing on him. Big brother, why are you opposing the beast taming palace? Xiao Chun paused for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. I'm doing it for myself, but the beast taming palace is undeniably a scourge to humanity. Tang Feng, have you heard of the Netherworld Hall? The beast taming palace is actually a branch of the Netherworld Hall. What? Tang Feng shot to his feet, staring at Xiao Chun in disbelief. The revelation was so shocking that even someone as seasoned as him felt a chill run down his spine. You can judge for yourself whether I'm lying, Xiao Chun said calmly. It was precisely because Tang Feng could see the truth in Xiao Chen's words that he was so shaken. If the beast-taming palace truly belonged to the Netherworld Hall, yet still stood unchallenged in the human world, it was almost beyond comprehension. I wish it weren't true either, Xiao Chen sighed. But some things are beyond our control. Although he had only found fragments of evidence, his instincts told him that the beast-taming palace and the Netherworld Hall were deeply connected, perhaps even one and the same. His encounter with the beast-taming palace steward at Luoxia Mountain had only solidified this feeling. Tang Feng pondered for a long time before finally saying, Brother Xiao, I believe you. It's just that this truth is so outrageous that I had to ask. Indeed, such a truth was so absurd it defied belief. One of the most powerful forces in the human world, secretly a part of the Netherworld Hall. Anyone would struggle to accept it without questioning their own judgment. Most people had no idea what heinous acts the Yuming Palace had committed, but Tang Feng knew some of the inside story. For this reason, the matter hit him particularly hard. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on Tang Feng and said in a steady tone, Tang Feng, I value you not for your combat prowess, but for your unique ability. With your skills, you should be able to uncover some clues about the truth. He paused briefly. I don't expect you to trust me right away. Even if you don't, it doesn't matter much. Brother Xiao, you've always been cautious of me, haven't you? Tang Feng asked, meeting Xiao Chen's eyes directly. Xiao Chen nodded without hesitation. Of course I have. It's not just you, I'm wary of the Su brothers as well. Tang Feng hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so candid. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried that if you leave, I might do something to harm the Su brothers? Hearing this, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. With your current level of strength, do you think you pose a threat to them? Su Lin is already stronger than you, and while the others haven't fully matured yet, they'll surpass you sooner or later. His gaze grew distant. Besides, strength isn't the key. The Su brothers are far from ordinary. Even when they're silent or say seemingly trivial things, there's always a purpose behind it. Think about if he managed to survive being hunted in Tiannan City with only beginner-level abilities. What's there to worry about? Tang Feng nodded silently, admitting to himself that there was indeed a gap between his abilities and those of the Su brothers. However, the current situation was that the Su brothers trusted him greatly. Every strategy he proposed was carried out meticulously, as if they were following the orders of a superior. This kind of collaboration was undoubtedly the best way to maximize benefits. Xiao Chan observed the four Su brothers closely. Su Lin, the leader, was meticulous in his actions. The youngest, Su Jing, appeared outspoken but was, in fact, deeply thoughtful. The ones who intrigued him most were the quiet Su Chun and Su Yang. They had all been through life and death trials, and their behaviors made perfect sense in that context. Brother Xiao, Tang Feng suddenly said, I know the locations of some beasts' palace strongholds. If you need me, I can go with you to take down some of their disciples. Although Tang Feng wasn't one to kill indiscriminately, if what Xiao Chen said was true, then those people couldn't be considered innocent. Xiao Chen shook his head. That won't be necessary. Just make sure you don't die out here on the grasslands. The truth will come to light eventually. Our cooperation isn't something that will yield results overnight. It might take hundreds, even thousands of years to see the true outcome. By then, we might not even be alive, Tang Feng said with a smile. Once we're dead, none of this will matter. Who cares about the beast's palace? Huh, well said, Xiao Chen replied with a laugh. We're just small players. It's not our place to worry about humanity's fate. What matters more to us is whether we have enough elixirs for tomorrow. After their conversation, Xiao Chun gave the Su brothers a few more instructions. Then, riding atop Little Gray, he soared into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. Xiao Chun stood on Xiao Hui's back, gazing absent-mindedly at the sea of clouds below. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was trapped in that courtyard, looking up at the sky and wondering about its boundless height. Even now, with a flying spirit beast by his side, he still couldn't find the answer to how high the sky truly was. Xiao Hui had already carried him to an altitude of 10,000 meters, but going any higher seemed to strain the beast. It wasn't a matter of physical strength. The energy in the upper atmosphere was noticeably thinner. Xiao Chen's ability to absorb soul power diminished sharply, and even Xiao Hui's ability to replenish its spiritual energy slowed down. Xiao Hui, let's descend to around 10,000 meters. This height is sufficient, Xiao Chen instructed. At this altitude, even powerful Xian-rank beasts would have difficulty spotting them. Xiao Hui's exceptional eyesight could still clearly capture the scenery below, but to Xiao Chun, everything was just a blur of outlines and drifting clouds. After long practice, Xiao Chun had learned to stand steadily on Xiao Hui's back without the fear of falling. As he enjoyed the rare high-altitude view, Xiao Hui suddenly shouted, "Watch out! Xian-rank ahead!" Before Xiao Chun could react, Xiao Hui made a sharp turn, nearly tossing him off. "Hold steady!" Xiao Chun exclaimed in alarm. His vision was nowhere near as sharp as Xiao Hui's, and he hadn't noticed any Xian-rank beast. Once Xiao Hui steadied itself, it asked, "That was steady enough. So, Xiao Chun, where are we heading next?" Xiao Chun thought for a moment. "I still have nearly 3,000 Thunderstrike bombs. Once I use them all, we're done. We don't need to collect the prey, just earn some battle credits." In this beast-infested region, Xiao Chun dared not linger for even a moment. "Then follow my lead. When I say drop, you drop. Don't worry about the rest," Xiao Hui suggested, though Xiao Chun felt uncertain about the plan. "Are you sure we can just ignore everything else?" "Of course. What do you think your hunting skills amount to?" Xiao Hui retorted. "With your weight, you won't slow me down at all. Most Xian-rank beasts won't even be able to catch up to us." Recalling Xiao Hui's immense strength, Xiao Chun decided to trust his battle partner this time. To his surprise, Xiao Hui suddenly said, "Tie those 2,000 Thunderstrike bombs together. We'll blow them all up at once." Xiao Chun immediately objected. "Are you out of your mind? There are quite a few Xian-rank Thunderstrike bombs in there. Even if the explosion is powerful, how many beasts could it actually kill?" He insisted on using their speed advantage to scatter the bombs among packs of hyenas. Xiao Chun, just trust me once, Xiao Hui insisted. If it doesn't work, I'll compensate you for all the Thunderstrike bombs. That's millions in value. Can you even afford to pay me back? Then I'll split the cost with Big Bro. Why should Tonga pay for your mistake? Xiao Chun was so furious that he was at a loss for words. At that moment, Tonga chimed in. Xiao Chun, let Xiao Hui give it a try. Just think of it as setting off some fireworks. If it fails, Xiao Hui and I will cover the cost together. Xiao Chun was even angrier now these two spirit beasts were equally reckless. Spending millions just to watch some fireworks? Absolutely absurd. Tengu, what are you even compensating for? Everything here is mine, so it's my business whether there's compensation or not. Xiao Chen snapped angrily. You're way too indulgent with Xiao Hui. You'd even sell yourself just to make it smile. If you spoil it rotten, I won't let this slide. Tung Gu merely chuckled at his outburst, completely unfazed by the threat. Relax. Xiao Hui has never caused any serious trouble since it was young. Especially during battles, it's always been reliable. No serious trouble? Xiao Chun let out a cold laugh. Did you forget the time it stole 6 Thunderhawk eggs? You've got no right to complain about that. Tung Gu retorted. It made you a fortune, didn't it? A few Thunderstrike bombs are nothing compared to the millions you earned. Look, you're even making Xiao Hui feel wronged. Xiao Chun was left speechless, marveling at how sharp Tung Gu's logic had become. Why did all this what seemed to be reserved for arguing with him? Xiao Hui, I'll ask you one last time, are you confident about this? Stop asking. If you don't trust me, then do it yourself. Xiao Hu's voice carried an unmistakable tone of annoyance. All right, it's all yours then, Xiao Chun said helplessly. Just don't give me a dud bomb, okay? If the mission doesn't work out, head to Luoxiao Mountain and catch some phantom rabbits. We're short by about 1,000 for the quota, anyway it's not too hard. Xiao Hui had only one condition, wait for the results. The task seemed straightforward, so much so that Xiao Chun wasn't even sure where he was being taken. For the next few days, Xiao Hui soared through the skies at high speed, claiming it was searching for the perfect opportunity. Its patience was remarkable as it waited for the right moment, and Xiao Chun couldn't help but admire its endurance flying nonstop for days without rest. Meanwhile, the situation outside Star Fortress was growing increasingly dire. 2 major beast armies, led by their commanders, had merged a rare occurrence and were now targeting the fortress. A large number of trial participants had been forced to retreat behind the city walls. Outside the fortress, an overwhelming sea of beasts covered the land, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. A force of 100,000 hyenas and 100,000 sand foxes formed a silent, disciplined army of 200,000. Their eerie silence was unnerving. Above them, 200 Xian-rank flying beasts circled the skies, with spirit pigeons scattered throughout. Beneath the ground, countless other beasts lurked in the shadows, including earth dragons. In response to this sudden beast assembly, the Longting Empire had dispatched 80,000 Black Eagle Knights to provide rapid support. Atop the fortress walls, a general clad in black armor and wielding a long spear gazed solemnly at the approaching beast tide. This man, named Li Yuanhao, was a Durang powerhouse and the commander of Star Fortress. His expression was heavy with concern. Amidst the beast army, a 3-tailed fox stood at the center of the ranks, its sharp gaze fixed on the Star Fortress. At the same time, from within the hyena army came a cold snort, and a pair of icy eyes locked onto Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanhao, if you do not hand over Lifeng today, we shall flatten the Star Fortress. The voice of the Silver Fox commander was filled with murderous intent. At that moment, everyone understood the purpose of this massive beast army. They had come for Lifeng. This young man clad in beast hide was truly remarkable, managing to provoke both armies at once. Facing the threats of the two commanders, Li Yuanhao's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Lifeng is a genius of the human race, destined to be a pillar of our future. How could I possibly hand him over to you? Even before his words had fully landed, Li Yuanhao had already arranged for the heavily injured Lifeng to be escorted to the heart of the Longting Empire. He continued to mock them. Commanders, battles are fought with lives on the line. To lose and then demand restitution isn't that utterly disgraceful? Through his investigation of Lifeng's achievements, Li Yuanhao discovered that the young man had single-handedly completed 100 kills in the past year. Such a record was nothing short of extraordinary. The Silver Fox commander roared. He slaughtered the children of my clan, breaking all rules. If you do not hand him over, the beast tide will come sooner than you expect. It turned out that the Silver Moon Fox, a unique branch of the Fox clan, was highly gifted but had very few offspring. The Silver Fox commander had painstakingly raised 2 exceptional twin-tailed prodigies, only for both to fall at the hands of Lifeng. As for the Hyena clan, they had numerous offspring but very low talent ceilings. The commander's most prized youngling had reached the profound rank at a young age and had led multiple successful battles against human warriors. Yet this very prodigy had his skull crushed by a single strike from Lifeng. In truth, Lifeng's combat style was particularly unique, specifically targeting profound rank beasts. Interestingly, some kills that were not his doing had also been attributed to him. After hearing the Silver Fox commander's accusations, Li Yuanhao finally pieced together the story. It was nothing more than two enraged commanders seeking revenge, rather than a new wave of attacks from the beasts of the Red River grasslands. Ha! Li Yuanhao burst into laughter, completely unfazed by the commander's fury. Well done, life phone. On the battlefield, are we supposed to care whose son our opponent is? If your offspring were killed, it only proves that they were weaklings. Li Haoyan stood atop the walls of the Star Fortress, his steely gaze fixed on the approaching horde of beasts. I had 5 sons. 3 died defending the Red River line, and 1 is crippled for life. Did I ever complain? His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Don't think that gathering some troops will intimidate us. I want to see if your mere 200,000 soldiers can breach this Star Fortress. Below the walls, the beast army surged like a black tide, a dense and menacing force. 2 beast commanders glared with ferocious intent, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. We may not be able to take the Star Fortress, but we will make sure your people pay a bloody price. Li Yuanhao remained calm and composed, unmoved by the threat. Though humanity was at a disadvantage in strength, the defenses of the Star Fortress were as solid as iron. It would not be easily breached, and the beasts would not invade without a fight. Dragon Vanguard, hear my command. Li Yuanhao's voice echoed across the walls. If these beasts dare take 1 step closer, shoot them down. At that moment, a messenger shouted, "Attention, human trial participants. Due to an unexpected turn of events at the Star Fortress, you may choose to leave or proceed to other checkpoints to continue your missions. Defending the fortress is the duty of the Dragon Vanguard and does not concern the trial participants." In this critical moment, many trial participants chose to retreat, but even more decided to stay. The reason was simple. Facing such a massive beast army was a rare opportunity to achieve glory and establish their names. Within the Star Fortress, over 10,000 Dragon Vanguard soldiers, most of them at the yellow rank, stood prepared. Each soldier was equipped with 2 spirit beasts, one for aerial combat and the other for ground battles, as well as a powerful spirit bow infused with energy. Combined with the support of defensive battle formations and the unyielding fortress walls, they were confident they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the battlefield. The hyena commander, throwing caution to the wind, issued the order to attack. In an instant, countless hyenas surged forward like a black torrent toward the walls. A barrage of spirit-infused arrows rained down from above, but against the overwhelming tide, the damage seemed negligible. Send the war hawks into the air, Li Yuanhao commanded. Immediately, tens of thousands of flying spirit beasts soared into the sky, driving back the enemy's flying beasts of the profound rank. A fierce aerial battle ensued, with spells erupting in all directions. Occasionally, a war hawk would cry out in agony as it plummeted to the ground. On the ground, the Dragon Vanguard's land-based spirit beasts clashed violently with the hyena army. The hyenas, bearing their sharp fangs, charged fearlessly, biting and tearing at anything in their path. Meanwhile, sand foxes in the rear refrained from direct confrontation, but unleashed devastating spells that caused significant casualties. Activate the shields. Prepare the thunderstrike bombs. Injured soldiers, retreat to the fortress immediately. Following the orders, earthen walls rose to block the advance, only to be torn down moments later. Massive boulders rained down from above, with shields intercepting some of the impacts. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of wind, fire, lightning, and thunder. Countless spells collided and intertwined, creating a dazzling yet terrifying display of destruction. What seemed like an ordinary defensive battle was, in reality, a heroic saga written with the blood and lives of countless brave soldiers. The hyena leader finally revealed itself. This beast looked similar in size to an ordinary hyena, but its fierce and chilling aura was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Standing on high ground, it coldly watched wave after wave of its kin fall, its gaze devoid of emotion, as if these lost lives were no more significant than blades of grass swaying in the wind. All of you die. With a ferocious roar, a glint of bloodthirsty cruelty flashed in the hyena leader's eyes. It knew full well that it couldn't capture the Star Fortress today, yet it still pressed forward with relentless assaults, determined to make the humans pay a heavy price. In less than an hour, tens of thousands of corpses already littered the battlefield. Xiao Chun, riding on Xiao Hu's back, could clearly see the dense swarm of beasts below, even with his poor vision. Xiao Hui, is this the Star Fortress? He asked in disbelief. What else could it be? Pretty impressive place, huh? Xiao Hui replied. We've been circling around for days and ended up back here. It's infuriating. It explained that it had been soaring high in the sky for days, unable to find the right moment to strike. These beasts are completely ruthless, Xiao Chun marveled. How did they gather so suddenly? Could this be the prelude to a beast tide? What Xiao Chun didn't know was that the gathering of this beast army was, in fact, partially connected to him. Xiao Chun, do you think your brothers might already? Xiao Hui began, but before it could finish, Xiao Chun interrupted. Don't talk nonsense. We just parted ways a few days ago. Fine, then close your eyes now, Xiao Hui said abruptly. What? I'm worried you'll get scared. Just follow my lead and throw the thunder bombs when I tell you. Leave everything else to me, it'll keep you safe. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Xiao Hui was already diving. The fierce wind stung Xiao Chen's face, forcing him to grip Xiao Hui's feathers tightly and crouch low on its back. See? Opportunities on the battlefield don't wait. There's no flying beast that can stop us now, Xiao Hui said as it descended. Opportunities, my foot. You didn't even scout properly before diving. Xiao Chun shouted in frustration. Xiao Hui fired a spirit arrow and accelerated its dive, its speed surpassing free fall. Tell me, Xiao Chun, do you think a mid-tier beast leader can stop us? Don't go head-to-head with a mid-tier leader, Xiao Chun yelled, his voice filled with panic. Stop complaining and act. Amid the rapid descent, Xiao Chen's vision blurred. Hearing Xiao Hui's command, he quickly retrieved a thunder bomb from his storage space and hurled it down, simultaneously releasing several chaotic blasts of golden sword energy. Xiao Hui, get us out of here. Xiao Chen seemed to sense an angry glare directed at him, along with countless sharp blades slicing through the air around him. Before he could even signal, Little Gray instinctively began to climb rapidly. The abrupt change in altitude left Xiao Chen dizzy and disoriented, his consciousness beginning to blur. Hey, Xiao Chen, are you still alive? I swear one day you'll be the death of me. Little Gray grumbled. But before it could finish complaining, its speed suddenly surged again, not by its own will, but propelled by an unexpected wave of explosive heat that hurled them higher into the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion roared as a blinding flash of light erupted. The earth-shattering sound was too much for Xiao Chun. He fainted instantly. In his final moments of consciousness, he vaguely heard Little Gray's disgruntled voice. Xiao Chun, you're so weak. The colossal explosion not only knocked Xiao Chen out, but also left the defenders of Star Fortress utterly stunned. Li Yuanhao stood frozen, staring at the massive crater, hundreds of feet deep, at the center of the beast horde. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upwards as disbelief filled his face. As a seasoned Earth-rank warrior, he knew even his full-strength attack could never cause such devastating destruction. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of humans and beasts alike were momentarily silenced, trying to comprehend the unimaginable scene before them. Someone cautiously speculated, could it be the heaven-shaking thunder? But the idea was immediately dismissed. Even 10,000 heaven-shaking thunders couldn't create such devastation. What they didn't know was that Xiao Chun had indeed used the heaven-shaking thunder, over 2,600 of them, including 100 at the profound rank. Concentrating such a massive number of these notoriously unstable explosives in a single storage space was a risk no sane person would dare take. The sheer audacity of it was enough to make anyone's heart race. Li Haoyan suddenly realized that the explosion's epicenter was where the beast commanders had been. Without hesitation, he raised his spear and shouted, "Brothers, charge with me. Leave none of these creatures alive." For the first time in years, the soldiers of the Dragon Sword army abandoned their defensive walls and launched a fearless assault on the beast horde. Even the ordinary residents of Star Fortress, typically non-combatants, took up arms and joined the fight. The battle ended in a resounding victory for humanity. Li Haoyan led the Dragon Sword army deep into the Red River grasslands, advancing 50 to 60 miles and obliterating the beast army's main camp, killing over 100,000 enemies. Nearby, the garrison at Tiger Prison Pass seized the opportunity to strike, achieving significant victories of their own. This was hailed as humanity's greatest triumph on the Red River frontline in a century, and one of the rare occasions when the battlefront was pushed into the Red River grasslands. In the post-battle analysis, all agreed that the turning point of the conflict was the intervention of a mysterious human powerhouse. With a single earth-shaking spell, he not only took down 2 Earth-rank beast commanders, but also annihilated over 100 profound-rank beasts in the explosion. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.